Special Agents Rebirth, the Almighty Goddess of Quick Transmigration Chapter 9:18 to Chapter 10:29. Xue Jinhong has also seen the scene of Xue Jinxing's divination at home. All professional tarot card masters know that each person can only use one deck of tarot cards in his life. There is a card spirit behind the tarot card, so it can't be discarded at will. There was also a precise time to calculate the tarot cards. Most importantly, before using the tarot cards, there had to be a ceremony. It might not be a grand ceremony, but at the very least, one had to maintain a reverence for the tarot cards. Yi Xiaohua was so casual that Xue Jinhong didn't believe her at all. Not to mention Xue Jinhong, it was estimated that no one on the scene would believe that Yi Xiaohua really knew tarot cards. "Why haven't you drawn a card?" Yi Xiaohua saw that Xue Jinhong didn't move for a long time, and she couldn't help but raise her eyes. Xue Jinhong took a deep breath, and then silently said a few words of the card spirit in his heart. Then he reached out and devoutly drew a card. "Jinhong, show us. What card did you draw?" The host wanted to resolve the embarrassment, so he immediately stepped forward and said a sentence. He also flipped through the tarot card book on the side, trying to find a shallow explanation of the card that Xue Jinhong had drawn. "It's the devil card. It suits you very well, Jinhong." The host smiled and wanted to skip the process as soon as possible. "It seems that Xiaohua's calculation is very accurate. Then let's prepare for the next activity. You just went to the hospital the day before yesterday?" Yi Xiaohua looked at Xue Jinhong's forehead and looked at Xue Jinhong's hand holding the card. Xue Jinhong was stunned for a moment. When he went to the hospital, only his agent knew. He didn't even tell Xue Jinxing. How did the other party know? Yi Xiaohua took the devil card in his hand. Although she looked at the devil card, her eyes were staring at Xue Jinhong's glabella. "You sleep all year round and have nightmares? You can't sleep well every night, and you often can't control your temper. Especially recently, your temper has grown. And your luck has always been bad. No matter which family you go to, you will be stuck to the Earth's core. Recently, you accepted Director Wu's new movie?" Xue Jinhong was stunned by Yi Xiaohua's words. He said in a daze, "You. How do you know?" "Not only do I know this, I also know that in less than an hour, Director Wu will inform you that you won't be able to join the set." Yi Xiaohua took back the devil card, then took off a piece of jade from her neck and gave it to him. She frowned. "Put it on first. Come home with me after the program. I'll see the problems around you." "Who's going back with you?" "Don't curse me. Director Wu has already confirmed that no one is more suitable than me." Xue Jinhong ignores Yi Xiaohua. "And my sister is a tarot card master. She didn't see my problem." "What else can you see?" He thought that Yi Xiaohua had investigated his information first, so he did not believe that Yi Xiaohua could really calculate it. He blurted out the last sentence. Of course, the "my sister" in his mouth was not Yi Xiaohua, but Xue Jinxing. After that, Xue Jinhong regretted it. Just because Yi Xiaohua would come to this program today, he actually did not reject her in his heart. "The sister Jinhong is talking about is Jinxing, right?" Feng Hua said very kindly at this time. "In fact, Xiaohua, Jinhong is right. Jinxing has never seen Jinhong's problem. You may have really calculated it wrong." Yi Xiaohua ignored Feng Hua and Xue Jinhong. She just looked at Yan Lang. "Do you still want to calculate it?" Feng Hua wanted to say something, but Yan Lang just smiled indifferently. "Of course. Which aspect do you want to calculate?" Yi Xiaohua lined up the cards. Yan Lang was silent for a moment. "It's a very tangled problem recently. I want to know an answer." "Well, you can draw." Yi Xiaohua took a step back. Yan Lang looked at these cards and then drew the second card from his left hand. He knew that tarot cards were effective if he believed them. Even if he didn't know whether Yi Xiaohua really knew tarot cards, he also drew one. Yi Xiaohua squinted at the card he drew. After a while, she said directly, "Do you still have a mother?" "Xiaohua, you are completely wrong about this. The whole entertainment circle knows that the movie king is an orphan. He came out of Yangxin orphanage." Feng Hua replied with pursed lips. The audience below the stage also let out a sneer. There were also Yan Lang's fans who sprayed Yi Xiaohua below, saying that Yi Xiaohua was deliberately poking the wound of the movie king. Xue Jinhong immediately pulled Yi Xiaohua and apologized to Yan Lang. Yan Ji, my sister, Yi Xiaohua broke away from his hand and said lightly, do you have a mother? You ask Yan Lang. Yan Lang actually didn't think that Yi Xiaohua could really give him a suggestion, nor did he think that she could calculate anything. But after hearing Yi Xiaohua's words, he was stunned. It was only recently that his biological mother found him. Yes, my mother is still there. She found me not long ago. When people on the field were talking, Yan Lang spoke in a low voice. Then he looked at Yi Xiaohua intently. Miss Yi, please go on. The people on the field obviously found that Yan Lang's attitude towards Yi Xiaohua had changed significantly, and he became a lot more respectful. After hearing Yan Lang's words, the smile on Feng Hua's face gradually disappeared. The thing you are entangled in actually has a secret. I advise you to pick her up immediately, or you will regret it for the rest of your life. Yi Xiaohua reached out and took out a tarot card of the Wheel of Fortune from the table and handed it to Yan Lang. Take this with you. Yan Lang looked at the mysterious tarot card handed to him and heard Yi Xiaohua's words. He was silent for less than 3 seconds, then he took the card, apologized to the director on the scene, and said that he would compensate for the loss and would come to make up the recording. This problem rarely appeared on the recording side of variety shows. The director and others did not expect that Yi Xiaohua's random divination was really something. He struggled for a moment, then immediately decided to wait for Yan Lang to come back on the scene and send a photographer to follow Yan Lang. Feng Hua didn't believe Yi Xiaohua. She held her fingers, but on the surface, she said lightly that she would wait for Yan Lang to come back. The information she checked was that Yi Xiaohua didn't understand these at all. Since Feng Hua was willing to wait, other small artists naturally couldn't say no. But the way he looked at Yi Xiaohua changed a little. On the other side, Yan Lang drove to pick up his mother. His agent and assistant saw the situation on the set and were very displeased with Yan Lang's decision. Especially when he saw the card in Yan Lang's hand, the assistant avoided the cameraman and whispered to Yan Lang, "What's the use of this card? He wouldn't really believe her, right? Could it be that the Yi family helped her find out?" Yan Lang held the card in his hand and said nothing. He went to the nursing home at the same time that Mother Yan was about to drive out. Yan Lang thought of Yi Xiaohua's words and directly drove Yan Mu's car. He sat in the driver's seat and Yan Mu sat in the passenger seat. The cameraman and Yan Lang's assistant were in the car behind. The car was heading to the recording studio. The assistant and agent of the car behind are discussing Yi Xiaohua's problem. Actually, I filmed the process of Master's tarot card divination. The photographer turned off the camera and whispered to Yan Lang's agent, "According to what I said, Miss Ye's divination process is wrong. The card spirit definitely won't appear." The group of people were talking. Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes. The assistant beside him let out a scream. The agent and the cameraman subconsciously looked forward and saw that Yan Lang's car had collided with an oil truck. From this angle, they could only see that the front of the car had been crushed. Seeing this scene, the manager's heart sank. Because of the accident, all the cars stopped. Yan Lang's agent, assistant, and cameraman immediately got out of the car to check on him. In fact, Yan Lang's agent and the others could tell from the damage to the front of the car that Yan Lang was in bad condition. Yan Lang and his mother were still in the car. When they walked in, they could see that the steering wheel of the car was squashed, and the car seat was twisted into a strange shape. If the car itself was already like this, how could Yan Lang and his mother, who were sitting in the seats, be in a better state? "Shaolin, hurry up and help my mother out." Just as the agent was panicking, Yan Lang's voice came from inside the car. The manager was stunned for a moment. He immediately opened the damaged car door with his assistant. When they saw Yan Lang and Mrs. Yan coming out unscathed, their eyes widened in shock. "Oh my God! Nothing happened to you?" They couldn't be blamed for thinking that way. When the car collided with the oil truck, the front of the car was flattened and the car seat was damaged. However, he was not injured at all. Wasn't this strange? Mother Yan found it strange as well. Only Yan Lang suddenly remembered something and took out the card of the Wheel of Fate that Yi Xiaohua gave him in his pocket. The cameraman who had followed them out had already turned on his camera to capture this magical scene. After seeing Yan Lang take out the card, he immediately pointed the camera at the card. Everyone could see the golden circle in the middle of the tarot card, which represented the Wheel of Fortune, when Yan Lang took it out. One could clearly see the Wheel of Fortune spinning in the middle of the tarot cards. However, in the next second, it turned gray and stopped spinning, becoming incomparably dim. The Wheel of Fortune tarot card represented change and change. This tarot card represented the constant changes in one's life. One side represented new life, while the other side represented death. Everyone who saw this tarot card by the side of the car was speechless. They just stared blankly at the tarot card that had lost its luster in an instant. Mother Yan was the first to react. She grabbed Yan Lang's hand and said, "Tarot card spirit attachment, the god of fate. Only a 9-star tarot card master or above can do that." "Yan Lang, which tarot card master gave you this tarot card?" "It's Master Yi." Yan Lang also reacted at this time and immediately walked to the car behind. "She's still in the show now." The two of them didn't wait for the police to come. They handed over the follow-up to the incident to their assistants and walked to the car behind. The cameraman on the side now looked very confused. Master Yi?" At the recording site, Feng Hua and others were still waiting for Yan Lang to come back. The audience also wanted to know what happened to Yan Lang, so no one felt anxious. "Friends under the stage, do you think what will really happen to movie Emperor Yan?" The host asked the hundreds of people under the stage. These audience friends laughed directly. "She doesn't look like she knows divination. If she really knows divination, why doesn't Xue Jinhong know it himself?" The supporter asked the artists on the stage. Although these small artists didn't say it clearly, in fact, they didn't really believe Yi Xiaohua. Some even suspected that Yi Xiaohua had a private agreement with Yan Lang. Unexpectedly, half an hour later, Yan Lang brought his mother to the program set. Feng Hua didn't expect that Yan Lang really had a mother. When she saw Yan Lang's mother, she subconsciously stood up and wanted to say hello to her, but Yan Lang and her mother didn't look at her. Yan Lang's mother bowed to Yi Xiaohua very solemnly to show her gratitude. She also said that she would pay Yi Xiaohua a lot. "No need." Yi Xiaohua waved her hand. "Movie Emperor Yan is the second person I tested. He believes in me. This is also your fate." The host, Feng Hua, the director, the artists, and the audience all didn't know what was going on. Why did she call Master Yi Xiaohua? How could Master Yi be called so casually, especially Feng Hua? The scene captured by the cameraman was quite exciting. The scene of the car accident was terrible, especially the driver's seat and the passenger's seat, which had been damaged to a certain extent. When everyone saw this scene, they could naturally imagine that the people sitting in the car must be in danger now. The most important thing was the change of the tarot card of the Wheel of Fate. Without the card of the Wheel of Fate, the Wheel of Fate was still rotating. But now, the Wheel of Fate was rotating. What did this mean? The owner of the card gave the card an unparalleled ability. This is something that even the domestic card masters can't do. Which card master of the ability level can do this? For this, no one can imagine. No one who saw this scene at the scene dared to speak. They just looked at Yi Xiaohua with awe. Xue Jinhong had been worried. After seeing this scene, he finally came back to his senses and looked at Yi Xiaohua in a daze. You really know how to calculate tarot card divination?" Yi Xiaohua glanced at him. "Do you think I'm talking nonsense? Isn't what I said the truth?" Hearing Yi Xiaohua's words, Xue Jinhong didn't refute. He just took out the jade pendant that Yi Xiaohua handed to him from his pocket and hung it directly around his neck. He didn't know if it was a psychological reason, but after the jade pendant was hung around his neck, Xue Jinhong seemed to feel that his body was twice as light. His mood was not so inexplicably irritated. The change in his expression was also very obvious, and everyone noticed it. The recording of this program was undoubtedly very successful. Everyone on the scene would no longer call Yi Xiaohua affectionately, but like Yan's mother, they called Master Yi. Yi Xiaohua didn't put on makeup, so naturally, she didn't need to remove it. Xue Jinhong hurriedly asked the makeup artist to remove it for him and prepared to follow Yi Xiaohua. At this time, Su Xingfei, a second-tier star on the stage, found Xue Jinhong. "I can't help it. Recently, I always feel that someone is talking around me, and my nerves are weak. Can you help me find your sister? Su Xingfei whispered to Xue Jinhong, you know my identity, I can't see those card masters, Xue Jinhong glanced at Su Xingfei. He remembered that when Yi Xiaohua said that she wanted to calculate, Su Xingfei was the one who retreated the most. The people in the entertainment industry were also very practical. For example, Su Xingfei was not very popular. She could only follow Fenghua to rub the camera. For example, Yi Xiaohua did not have a camera. She would not spend much time at all. Therefore, when Yi Xiaohua wanted to measure, no one except him and Yan Lang came forward. Therefore, Xue Jinhong was truly grateful to Yan Lang. Now Yi Xiaohua is really good at divination. The program group will definitely release the whole process. The artists who didn't want divination just now missed the free divination of the tarot card master and regretted it to death. Now that he didn't even have a camera, he was probably regretting it even more. You heard from my sister just now. She only divined for 2 people today. There are no more spots. Xue Jinhong didn't even look at Su Xingfei. Su Xingfei sounded like she was about to cry. Please, Jinhong, you know I was far away from your sister on stage, so I didn't have the time, do you believe that? Xue Jinhong did not know how to be tactful. He did not have a good reputation in the circle, and he had always been sharp-tongued. Weren't you the closest to my sister on stage? What, are you regretting it now? I tell you, it's impossible. After removing his makeup, Xue Jinhong didn't pay attention to Su Xingfei at all and trotted all the way to find Yi Xiaohua. Su Xingfei, who was behind him, heard Xue Jinhong's words and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Did she regret it? Of course, she regretted it. She wished she could go back in time for 2 hours. When Yi Xiaohua helped people with divination, she would be the first to rush over. Not only her, but almost every artist on the scene regretted it very much. They knew that Yi Xiaohua would definitely take up a lot of shots in today's program, and they didn't want to be in the same shot as Yi Xiaohua. In this episode, they didn't have many opportunities to show their faces. Yi Xiaohua waited for Xue Jinhong in the parking lot. Before Xue Jinhong arrived, she saw another person. The other side should have been standing by her car for a while, smoking, and she could see a pile of ash at his feet. Miss Yi. It seemed that he felt her gaze. The other side turned his head and looked at her very quietly. His gaze was deep and unfathomable. Yi Xiaohua found him from her memory. Shen Jiyun, the 3rd young master of the Shen family. Thinking of him and Fenghua, Yi Xiaohua nodded to each other with an estranged expression. Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen? Shen Jiyun directly put out the half-smoked cigarette. Didn't you used to call me 3rd brother? Yi Xiaohua didn't look through the memory of the original owner so carefully. There were some things that the original owner couldn't remember. How could she know what the original owner called Shen Jiyun before? She just said cautiously, the situation is different. However, Shen Jiyun, who heard her words, just looked at her and suddenly smiled. I was a little confused just now. You used to call me 3rd young master. Really? Yi Xiaohua twisted her eyebrows and felt that Shen Jiyun was a little strange. When she saw Xue Jinhong, she immediately waved to the other side and asked him to come over. No more attention to Shen Jiyun. And Shen Jiyun didn't say anything more, just sat back in his own car after Xue Jinhong came. After going to Xue Jinhong's residence and helping him solve the feng shui problem of his residence, Yi Xiaohua went to Yi. Yi father didn't let her resign, so she could only stay in Yi. However, when she went to the office today, she found that there was another table opposite her, which was Xue Jinxin's table. Jean, where's yesterday's plan? Since she wanted to stay in Ye's, plus Yi father's previous words, Yi Xiaohua couldn't continue to live indifferently, so she went to Jean to ask for the plan. Jean said expressionlessly, I've given the proposal to boss Yi. Yi Xiaohua's hand paused for a moment, okay. She went to pour a cup of coffee. After 2 hours, she saw the plan on Xue Jinxin's table. It was the plan that Jean said had been handed to Yi Zong and could not be shown to her. Xue Jinxin hasn't come yet, but the plan and other documents have been put on her table. It's enough to show how much people in the office believe in Xue Jinxin. However, Yi Xiaohua can also understand that a tarot card master, it's understandable that people in the office believe in Xue Jinxin. Yi Xiaohua looked away from the plan and sat on her chair. she chuckled, but her eyes were a little cold. Miss, don't blame Jean for not showing it to you. This plan is very important to him. An intern in the office whispered in Xiaohua's ear, and they all spread that you are leaving Ye soon. Rumor has it that I'm leaving Yi clan? Xiaohua's hand paused and looked at the intern beside her. What's your name? The other side froze for a moment, then said, Be University intern Mei Jiamin. This intern is Mei Jiamin, a senior intern arranged by B University. The major is architecture department, and this year's interns are assigned to Xiaohua's office. Mei Jiamin is considered to be Jin Su's subordinate, but Jin Su doesn't even believe Xiaohua. How can he believe Mei Jiamin? Most of what she does in the office is to serve tea and pour water. I see, Xiaohua nodded, then turned on the computer, typed out a document and printed it out. Take this document back and read it carefully. Report it tomorrow. I will find Jin Su to ask you to come over. Xiaohua went to find Jin Su before leaving in the afternoon. At this time, Xue Jinxin just arrived, and a circle of people surrounded Xue Jinxin in the office. Xiaohua's arrival did not attract anyone's attention. You want Mei Jiamin? Hearing Xiaohua's words, Jin Su thought for a long time before remembering who Mei Jiamin was. He was in a hurry to find Xue Jinxin. Without thinking much, he assigned Mei Jiamin to Xiaohua's group. After Xiaohua informed Mei Jiamin of this matter, she went upstairs to find Yi father. You want to take a project? Well, I'll let the assistant help you deal with it. Yi father did not think about it directly. Xiaohua did not leave, but sat on the sofa on one side and poured herself a cup of tea. 10 seconds later, he suddenly reacted and looked at Xiaohua. Wait, what did you say? I said, I want to do a construction project myself. Xiaohua drank a glass of water and looked at Yi father with a smile. Yi father reacted at this moment. He waved his hand to let the secretary go out. Do a project? Aren't you doing it with Jin Su now? They don't take me to play. Xiaohua put the quilt on the table and said directly, Dad, can you say yes or no? Yi father also felt strange. Xiaohua didn't ask for anything from them since she was a child. She was always very obedient, but because she was too clever, she was not taken seriously. This is the first time she spoke. Yi father felt strange and thought for a while before saying, There is also a construction cooperation case. It's on the Shin family's side, but it has been stalled for half a year. Alright, I'll take this. Seeing that Xiaohua agreed, Ye's father dialed the internal phone and asked someone to bring the information of this joint venture. At first, the secretary thought it was strange that Ye's father let Xiaohua handle such an important cooperation case alone. But after reading the contents of the joint venture, he didn't say anything. As for the construction cooperation between the Shin family and the government, many companies had accepted it. However, none of the plans had satisfied them. Moreover, they all knew that the Shin family had started to look for overseas companies. Therefore, this proposal was given to Missy only for her to play around with. Xiaohua took the materials and thanked the secretary before going downstairs. The people in the office were summoned. When the people in the office heard that Xiaohua had a project in her hand, they felt very strange. Planning Jean was also surprised, but when he inquired about the project in Xiaohua's hands, he didn't pay attention to it. He just nodded to Xiaohua and continued to discuss the replacement of the project with Xue Jinxin. He was asking Xue Jinxin to help him with divination. However, Xue Jinxin didn't even look at Xiaohua. Instead, she pointed to a tarot card on the table and said, Planning Jean, your direction is right. Tomorrow, take me to see the venue, and I will be able to make a more accurate prediction. The two of them laughed heartily as they talked. Mei Jiamin had already received Xiaohua's notice. Most of the engineers in the office are in Planning Jin's group. Should we discuss it with Planning Jin? The group that Jin Su assigned to Xiaohua were all interns. There's no need to discuss. We'll use whoever is assigned to us. Xiaohua recalled the information she had just found in her mind and already had some clues. On the other side, Hua Country Tarot Card Association. Master Ali, my Devil Battle Tarot card spirit is not working now. A young man walked into the association very depressed and put the tarot cards on the table for Master Ali to see. Master Ali was not only a member of the Shin family, but also the president of the Hua Country Tarot Card Association. This young man was a good seedling in this generation of cards. Hearing his voice, Master Ailey was a little surprised. It's not working? Let me see. He took the tarot card from the young man's hand and looked at it. It was easy to see that the color of the devil card was much lighter. Even a trace of the wheel of life could be seen on it. After looking at it, Master Ailey was stunned. This is the card spirit of the wheel of life? Besides that 8-star card god, is there anyone else who can reach 8 stars? Master Ailey directly confiscated the young man's card. I'll show this card to Old Shen and the others first. The young man stared blankly as Master Ailey left. Yi Xiaohua didn't know what happened to the Tarot Card Association. She still lived in Ye's house. Apart from contacting Shui Jinhong, she was working on the project that Yi father gave her. Her group was all newcomers, but apart from Mei Jiamin, she rarely showed the content of the project to the others in the group. When the plan was almost done, Yi Xiaohua came directly to the company. But she was stopped by Yi father's assistant. Yi Xiaohua froze for a moment. The secretary looked at Yi Xiaohua's expression and sighed. Miss, there was news in the industry this morning that the Shen family has found a foreign project team. After all, your planning department has to make achievements. As a secretary, I don't want to say too much, but Miss Shue's project is about to be signed. It's very short of staff, so I transferred people to her group. And everyone in your group agreed except Mei Jiamin, but don't give up. What if you succeed? Listening to what the secretary said, the expression on Yi Xiaohua's face gradually eased. There was no disappointed expression, just a faint look at the secretary. I see. The secretary is also familiar with Yi Xiaohua. Seeing Yi Xiaohua like this, he can't help but pat her on the shoulder. It's okay. Mr. Yi said that this matter is for you to practice. Yi Xiaohua didn't have a lost expression on her face. Mississippi Mei Jiamin sat in front of the computer. Seeing her coming, she couldn't help pulling the chair over and whispering. Yi Xiaohua reached out and knocked on the table. In fact, although she didn't tell the group of interns the core content these days, she also taught them a lot. Do you know why they left? Yi Xiaohua looked at Mei Jiamin. Mei Jiamin replied, they said your planning ability is not good, and, Miss Shui, planning ability is not good? Yi Xiaohua didn't say anything more when she heard this. She just nodded and sent a document to Mei Jiamin's computer. I'll take you to see the Shen family tomorrow. Mei Jiamin didn't know much about planning. She heard the words. Yi Xiaohua still needs to find a lot of information. She remembers that she hasn't learned these things before, but she doesn't know why. She is very familiar with this process. Shui Jinxin is now living in Ye's house. But she generally ignores Yi Xiaohua. After knowing that all the people in Yi Xiaohua's group came to her group, she just smiled casually. Now in addition to Ye's father and Yi Laozi, everyone else's attitude towards Yi Xiaohua is very strange. That night, when Yi Xiaohua came back with the plan, she saw a lot of people in Ye's family. When Yi Xiaohua went back, she saw Ye's second uncle and his family sitting on the sofa, and Shui Jinxin sitting opposite them, talking happily. Ye's father sat on the other side, the expression on his face was very light. When second uncle Yi saw Yi father like this, he couldn't help but shake his head secretly. This brother of his really didn't know how to calculate. Before the identity of Yi Xiaohua and Shui Jinxin was revealed, he had no opinion on Yi Xiaohua. But now, the identity of that person had been revealed, and Shui Jinxin was still with Master Ari. Not to mention Shui Jinxin's identity as a tarot card master. If Shui Jinxin developed well, he might be able to establish a relationship with the Shen family in the future. Then, who would the Yi family be afraid of in Beijing? What can Yi Xiaohua do? If she had a relationship with Shen Jiasan before, Uncle Yi would never dare to say anything. But now obviously. Otherwise, why would people say that his brother was confused? She had found her biological daughter, but she still let the one who was not her biological daughter live in the master bedroom. Wasn't this clearly disappointing Shui Jinxin? I see. I'll move out tomorrow. Yi Xiaohua nodded. This was not the original owner's home anyway, so Yi Xiaohua had no opinion. Uncle Yi thinks Yi Xiaohua is very tactful. Yian, the daughter of Yi Er Shu, who was sitting beside him, looked at Yi Xiaohua and smiled. However, she continued to talk to Xue Jinxin with her eyes lowered. She held Xue Jinxin's hand and acted like they were close sisters. Jinxin, have you met anyone from the Shen family when you were with Master Ai Li? In reality, Yan was very ordinary in the Yi family. There was nothing special about him. However, she is very doted on by her parents, and usually knows how to pretend to be clever. She has more sense of existence than Yi Xiaohua in Yi family. A month ago, Yi Xiaohua also had a good time. It was when third young Master Shen looked for someone to ask for Yi Xiaohua's information. At that time, Yan and a group of outstanding younger generation of Yi family had no sense of existence around Yi Xiaohua. A few days later, they found out that third child Shen was looking for the wrong person. In fact, he was looking for Fenghua. This made Yan rejoice in his misfortune. Now that he knows that Yi Xiaohua is not a member of Ye's family, Yan is even happier. She still wanted to look for Xue Jinxin to calculate her marriage fate and ask her about third young Master Shen. Yes, Xue Jinxin said. When Yan heard this, he rolled his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. At this time, Yi Xiaohua had packed a suitcase and came out. How dare you? Ye's father was talking to Uncle Yi about Yi Xiaohua's problem. In fact, he only thought Yi Xiaohua was joking. He didn't want Yi Xiaohua to give up the room. It didn't make sense for her to give it to Xue Jinxin as soon as she arrived after having lived here for decades. To be honest, compared with Xue Jinxin, Yi father prefers Yi Xiaohua. He slammed the table and roared. Yi Xiaohua glanced at him and continued to walk outside with her suitcase. Why wouldn't I dare? Brother, since Xiaohua has agreed to move out, isn't it better? She also has her own biological parents to be filial? When Uncle Yi saw Ye's father like this, he frowned and disagreed very much. If it was before, Yi father would not care much about these children's affairs. But recently, he felt that Yi Xiaohua was too much like his kind. She had a lot of food and a big temper. Naturally, he wouldn't agree to it. What biological parents? I raised her, how can I not be her father? Yi father looked at Yi Xiaohua pulling the suitcase to the gate, and could not help roaring to keep people. Yi Xiaohua lowers her eyes and walks to the door. Just as she wants to go out, she sees a pair of black leather shoes. She squinted her eyes and looked up. The first thing she saw was his perfect jaw. He was wearing a white shirt and holding a few books in his hands. When he saw her, he stopped in his tracks and stared at the suitcase in her hands. Yi Xiaohua recognized the man in front of her. The room was stunned for a moment. Second Uncle Yi and his people immediately stood up. They were very flattering and surprised. Third young master? Why are you here? Other than the last time, the Shen family and the Yi family shouldn't have any contact, right? Second Uncle Yi soon thought of Xue Jinxin beside him. Was she related to Master Ai Li? Are you looking for Jinxin, third young master? Uncle Yi could only think of Xue Jinxin. After all, Yi Xiaohua has nothing to do with Xianxia in their eyes. Shen Jiyun didn't speak, but moved his eyes from Yi Xiaohua to the luggage in her hands. His eyebrows and eyes moved slightly. You want to move away? Yi Xiaohua thought the man was a little strange, but nodded. But it's good for you to move out. Where will you live in the future? Shen Jiyun pressed his forehead. There are still some things to send to your place. What is it? Yi Xiaohua felt strange. Shen Jiyun took the book in his hand to Yi Xiaohua. Books about tarot cards, searched from all over the world, and some are the notes of Master Ai Li. How do you know I've been studying this recently? It's reasonable to say that nothing is polite, but Yi Xiaohua can't hate the man in front of her. It's a familiar feeling when it's close. Of course you will study. Shen Jiyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He reached for the suitcase in Yi Xiaohua's hand. Let's go. He didn't enter the room, nor did he look at the others in the living room. Hearing the words of the two, most of the people in the hall were stunned for a long time. What's the matter with these two people so familiar with each other? Uncle Yi and Yan thought in a mess. Didn't Xianxia recognize the wrong person at the beginning? At that time, Yi Xiaohua also made a lot of jokes. Yi Xiaohua still didn't succeed in returning to her residence. She received a call from the hospital. It was Xue Jinhong who called her. When Yi Xiaohua heard Xue Jinhong say that he was in the hospital, she probably knew what had happened. Xuefu should have had an accident. Xue Jinxin was not alarmist before. Although Xuefu's condition was stable, the doctor judged that there was not much time left, because most of Xuefu's organs were failing. Xue Jinhong called Yi Xiaohua directly. Of course, he didn't want Yi Xiaohua to save Xuefu. He just wanted Yi Xiaohua to come back and see Xuefu. The hospital was close to Ye's house. When Yi Xiaohua arrived, Xue Jinhong and Xue's mother were both in the ward. The doctor had given up the treatment directly and let the family get along with Xuefu alone. She stood aside and heard the doctor talking to Xue Jinhong. There's no way to do medicine now. If you have connections, you can find a tarot card master. They won't live for a long time, but they can make the patient less painful. Xue's mother made several phone calls, and Xue Jinxin came late. Hearing Xue's mother's request, Xue Jinxin sneered, "Find Master Ali, why should I help you find Master Ali? Did you think about this when you exchanged me with Yi Xiaohua?" Xue's mother was stunned. "Jinxin, do you think so? Your father and Xiaohua are also your sister." Since knowing her real identity, Xue Jinxin has always hated the Xue family very much. She has always thought that Xuemu deliberately switched her with Yi Xiaohua. Now that Xuemu's father is sick, in her eyes, he deserves it. "Jinxin?" Xuemu's mother heard Xue Jinxin's words and was directly stunned. She also found out that Xue Jinxin was not her own daughter after the investigation, but after so many years, she also had feelings for Yi Xiaohua. She really felt unfamiliar with Yi Xiaohua. But she didn't expect that Xue Jinxin would say such a thing to them. All these years, they have not treated Xue Jinxin badly. What the other side wants to learn, his mother and his wife have always gritted their teeth to let her learn. Especially the tarot card, the entrance fee is very expensive. Xuemu's father and mother did not stop her. Now that the real identity of the two daughters has been revealed, the couple did not want to take advantage of Yi family or anything. Yi father gave them a card after knowing that Xuemu's father was sick. Neither of them used it, so they let Xue Jinhong return it to Yi family. Originally, the couple thought that even if Xue Jinxin was not their own daughter, she was better than their own. But now seeing Xue Jinxin's anxious face, they can't believe it. Xue Jinhong has known since Xue Jinxin broke the appointment last time. He stopped Xuemu's mother and whispered, "Mom, don't say any more. Since Miss Xue is unwilling, let's not bother her." But Xuemu's blood gradually cooled, and she opened her mouth. "Yes, godmother, let her go. What do you want the card master to help you with? Maybe I can help." Yi Xiaohua has been standing aside, watching what happened in the ward coldly. "Help?" Xuemu's mother shook her head. She must be very disappointed with Xue Jinxin's approach. She just sighed and smiled a little reluctantly. "You are in Yi family now. Forget it." Xuemu's mother knew that now that Xue Jinxin went back, Yi Xiaohua must not have an easy life in Yi family, so she did not want to trouble Yi Xiaohua. Xue Jinxin just looked at it with a sneer and turned to leave. Xue Jinhong stood on the other side, looking at Yi Xiaohua with a complicated look, but did not say anything. Mother Xue was calling her relatives. However, the relatives had looked for Xue Jinxin before, and they all knew that Xue Jinxin had turned against them. At the moment, they didn't have any contact with the Xue family. Yi Xiaohua looked at the busy ward and took out her mobile phone to make a phone call. Just at this time, Yi father received the news and rushed over. Yi Xiaohua smiled at Yi father. "Dad. Well, you go back and rest first." "Leave it to me," Yi father nodded, but he still did not look at Yi Xiaohua. He was still a little angry that she had moved out of Ye's house. "Mrs. Xue, if you need any help, just look for me." Mother Xue was shocked to see Father Yi coming over. How could she need his help? Yi Xiaohua didn't go back. She just dug in her pocket. Then he took out a deck of tarot cards. Xue Jinhong took a look and saw that it was the set of tarot cards she had used on the show. Yi father originally wanted to ask her what was going on with Shin Jiyun and how he saw Shin Jiyun's car downstairs. But when he saw Yi Xiaohua take out the tarot cards, he could not help but stare blankly. Yi Xiaohua didn't wait for them to ask questions. She went straight to the doctor in the ward and took the tarot cards. "I know a little tarot cards. What do you need me to do?" Digression today, a friend came to me and asked me to read about Tanny. After reading it, I knew her intention. I was too similar to her original family. The doctor just said it out of professional ethics. He didn't expect that Shui father's family could really find a tarot card master. Just looking at Yi Xiaohua's face, the doctor was still a little suspicious. You? What do you want me to do? I'll try. Yi Xiaohua didn't say whether she could or not. She just shook the tarot card in her hand and smiled. Yi father knew what Yi Xiaohua was, and he didn't speak. On the other side, Shui mother was calling relatives, and didn't pay attention to Yi Xiaohua. Brother, don't you know that master? You helped Jinxin contact him. Shui mother was calling her brother. She didn't know that Yi father would help her find, but although she was poor, she didn't want the outside world to say that she sold her daughter. At this time, she couldn't rely on Yi family. Jinxin told me something. Uncle Shui had a good relationship with Shui Jinxin. He also knew that Shui mother was Yi Xiaohua's biological parents, but now Shui Jinxin obviously wanted to break up with Shui mother. According to what he heard, Yi Xiaohua had little sense of existence in Yi family. Shui Jinhong was also hopeless. People were fence-sitters. For the sake of his son's future, he whispered that teacher is Jinxin's first teacher. Sister, you have to think about me. Uncle Shui hung up the phone on the other side. His wife hesitated. After all, it's Jinxin's adoptive mother. Is it really okay for you to do this? Our son is now in Yi family. Didn't you hear what he said? Yi Xiaohua is about to be driven out of Yi family. No one will go to the project in her hand. You don't understand this. Just listen to me. Uncle Shui didn't want to do things so ruthlessly. But now Shui Jinxin wanted to break up with Yi family. If he didn't do it ruthlessly, how could he win Shui Jinxin over? In particular, Shui father was hopeless. There was only an orphan and a widow left, and it was really useless. After so many years in society, he had long been polished to be very indifferent. Alas, your uncle. Shui mother hung up the last phone call, feeling a little sad. She looked at Shui Jinhong's cold face. Your sister, Shui Jinxin is not my sister now. Shui Jinhong looked at Yi Xiaohua's direction and said lightly, there is only one sister now. Doctor, the tarot card master. Mother Shui sighed. She didn't try to persuade Shui Jinhong anymore. Instead, she went to talk to the doctor. However, the doctors froze on the spot one after another. That should be it. Yi Xiaohua walked around Father Shui's bed with an angel card in her hand. She then stood aside. Have you thought about improving the carrier? Change the T2 carrier to YT. Yi Xiaohua took out a computer and demonstrated a molecular formula on one side. The doctor, who was initially amazed by her tarot card skills, was stunned for a while when he saw the molecular formula she demonstrated. That's right, that's it. No wonder we couldn't do it right no matter what we did. A doctor slammed the table hard, but he didn't feel the pain. Wait a minute. There's a problem with your lab. This virus needs AC2. Yi Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and said. Several doctors on the side heard Yi Xiaohua's voice and calmed down. Then they thought about Yi Xiaohua's words and nodded fiercely. That's right. That's it. No wonder we can't stop every time we do this operation. Several doctors listened to Yi Xiaohua's words, sometimes contemplating, sometimes nodding, their expressions thoughtful. After Yi Xiaohua finished speaking, she was also a little surprised. The molecular formula and medical knowledge had surpassed the modern level. Several doctors were just listening casually. Finally, they went out to have a meeting with them. During the meeting, they walked according to Yi Xiaohua's idea, and suddenly woke up. This little girl was too powerful. He was in the dominant position from the beginning to the end. Several big shots in the hospital checked Yi Xiaohua's information overnight. They didn't have any authority, and there was not much information they could find. Finally, they took a stack of paper, which was the last time Yi Xiaohua participated in the program. A group of doctors looked at each other. Can summon the card spirit, does Yi's family know about this? Transfer Mr. Shui to the VIP ward. Finally, the director made a decision. I'll check this ward myself. On this side of the ward, Yi father and Mr. Shui were still stunned, and soon a medical team came over. what are you doing? Father Yi and Mother Shui watched as they moved Father Shui onto the mobile bed. When entering an elevator to the top floor, Yi father looked at the ward and was shocked. Mother Shui would only think that this ward was high class, but Father Yi knew that this ward could not be lived in with money. The attitude of the medical team towards Yi Xiaohua made Yi father look sideways. Shui Jinhong stood on one side and looked at Yi Xiaohua with some surprise. Yi Xiaohua said a few words to the doctor and left with Yi father. Shui Jinhong chased after him. Thank you. Shui Jinhong pursed his lips and bowed his head to follow Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua also did not look at him, slightly nodded. After all, you are also my younger brother. After all, she had taken over the body of the original owner. She had to help the original owner repay this debt of gratitude. By the way, thinking about it, Yi Xiaohua took out a tarot card from her pocket. This is for you, keep it. She did not explain what it was, but Shui Jinhong solemnly put it away. Then he stood at the gate of the hospital and watched Yi Xiaohua get on Yi father's car. He didn't move. When Yi Xiaohua was about to close the door, he said loudly, "Sister." Yi Xiaohua waved to the outside of the car and did not speak. Shui Jinhong didn't say anything. He just took out a gift box from his pocket. It was the gift he wanted to give Shui Jinxin when she agreed to come to the show. But now, he looked at the gift box and sneered. Then, he walked to the trash can at the entrance of the hospital and threw the gift box into it with a bang. When he arrived at the ward, he saw that the doctor was talking to his mother warmly. His mother was at a loss. Seeing him, she calmed down. Shui Jinhong thanked the doctor and looked at Mama Shui after the doctor left. Jinhong, what's going on? Jinxin and your uncle. The daughter he had raised for 20 years actually turned her back on him. Mother Shui was bitterly disappointed. Coupled with the phone call from her uncle, Mama Shui almost broke down. Mom, don't call me Jinxin anymore. Shui Jinhong's eyes flashed with coldness when he mentioned Shui Jinxin. Haven't you seen it clearly? She doesn't want to acknowledge us anymore. And uncle, he's already cut off all ties with us. Although she had already expected it, Shui Jinhong's words still made Mama Shui sad. Shui Jinhong just looked at Shui father lying in the hospital bed and sneered at the bottom of his heart. Unfortunately, none of them thought that Yi Xiaohua was not what they imagined. Digression in the evening, Yi Xiaohua discussed with Yi father. In the end, Yi Xiaohua did not go back to Ye's house with Yi father. When did you get so familiar with Xianxia? Yi father stood by the car and looked at Shen Jiyun standing downstairs. He could not help but ask in a low voice. I don't know. Yi Xiaohua is not lying, she feels strange. But fortunately, Father Yi didn't say anything. Okay, but you can live outside if you want. I will continue to transfer money to you. Whether you want to go home or not depends on you. You can explain to your grandfather tomorrow. Yi Xiaohua nodded, stood in the same place and watched Yi father leave, and then walked to the front of his rented house. Take these. Seeing her coming over, Shen Jiyun pointed at the things in the hands of the bodyguard beside him. Yi Xiaohua squints, tarot card book? Although I'm very interested, I don't intend to learn these anymore. Shen Jiyun glanced at her, and his hand that was holding the cigarette paused. You're not going to learn? Why? That expression made Yi Xiaohua feel strange. Although she was not very familiar with the other party, she felt that Shen Jiyun's expression should be rarely seen. I learned too much, very tired. Yi Xiaohua said lazily, I don't want to bear so much, do you understand? It's not easy for me to get some rest. Hearing Yi Xiaohua's explanation, Shen Jiyun was stunned for a long time. He slightly lowered his eyes so that people could not see his expression. But you have to learn. Shen Jiyun smiled bitterly. What did you say? Yi Xiaohua felt a little strange. She picked at her ears, thinking that she might have misheard. After standing in the same place for a while, Yi Xiaohua heard his slightly low voice, Nothing, didn't you just have a cooperation case with the Shen family? If you can learn and join the tarot card organization, your share will be 20%, how about it? The cooperation between the Yi family and the Shen family was, in fact, mostly related to the state. 50% for the country, 40% for the Shen family and 10% for the Yi family. Don't underestimate this 10%. It was already the highest share that the Yi family had obtained. Yi Xiaohua felt incredible when she signed it. But now Shen Jiyun was telling her to increase it to 20%. Xue Jinxin originally came back to Ye's house. Yi Xiaohua really thinks he is crazy. More importantly, he wanted her to learn tarot cards? Are you serious? Yi Xiaohua confirmed again. Shen Jiyun, on the other hand, had no other expression. He just nodded and said, of course. I'll send someone to the Yi clan tomorrow. Yi Xiaohua thinks about it and feels that she won't suffer a loss, especially with tarot cards. She didn't know when she would know feng shui. She didn't know why, but she felt that her brain's reaction speed and spiritual power were many times better than before. It didn't take long to learn tarot cards. Okay. Yi Xiaohua finally promised Shen Jiyun. Then I'll go back and draft a contract with my uncle. Shen Jiyun was not worried that Yi Xiaohua would go back on her words. Instead, he was relieved. When he was about to leave, he said coldly, pay attention to your rest. Don't let him watch you for the whole night. Yi Xiaohua casually waved her hand and felt that Shen Jiyun and these people were really a little strange. The next day, Yi Xiaohua got up early in the morning and prepared to go to Yi family. Since she had been busy late last night, she was not in good spirits when she woke up this morning. When he arrived at the office, the others were not there yet. She was packing up her documents when manager Jean and Xue Jinxin arrived. Jinsa called out to the eldest miss. And Xue Jinxin directly passed Yi Xiaohua, as if he didn't see her. Digression, they said that manager Xue is going to sign the contract today. Mei Jiamin came early, but she didn't expect Yi Xiaohua to come earlier than her. She immediately went to Yi Xiaohua and explained to her the reason for the attitude of Xue Jinxin. Contract? Yi Xiaohua nodded slightly and didn't care about Xue Jinxin's group of people. Don't worry about them. You can contact the secretary. Their people will come today, but you can discuss with the people of Shen family when. I see. Mei Jiamin immediately went to her seat, turned on her computer, logged into her mailbox and saw an email. She clicked print, then opened a software and entered various data, which was more complicated. After waiting for a few minutes, Mei Jiamin went to the coffee room to make a cup of coffee for Yi Xiaohua. When she came in the morning, she saw Yi Xiaohua was obviously tired. She didn't expect to see her college classmate in the morning coffee room, a girl who was interning with her in Yi family. She was also in Yi Xiaohua's group before, but last time Xue Jinxin was short of manpower. The girl didn't listen to Mei Jiamin's dissuasion and went to Xue Jinxin's group without hesitation. Mei Jiamin, are you making coffee? The girl poured herself a glass of water and didn't leave. Instead, she leaned on the stage and looked at Mei Jiamin with a smile. Mei Jiamin shook her head. It's for Manager Yi. Mei Jiamin was originally a top student. When she first came to Yi family, she was a little proud and unconvinced. She didn't have anything under the golden plan before, but it didn't mean that she wasn't proud. But when she came to Yi Xiaohua's hands, she knew how small the world was. How precise could a plan be? How brilliant could it be, especially the data in the planning? The calculation is huge, and the field needs to be measured and verified repeatedly. It is a big project to do it in a short time, and it needs at least a team of 20 people. This is also the reason why Xue Jinxin wants the people in Yi Xiaohua's hands. However, when she followed Yi Xiaohua, Mei Jiamin realized Yi Xiaohua's terrible brain. No matter how complicated the calculation was, Yi Xiaohua only needed to glance at it. Mei Jiamin was very good at calculating one item by herself, but after following Yi Xiaohua, she found that what she would do was not worth mentioning in front of her. She watched Yi Xiaohua design a calculation application program, and then made this calculation software, specially used for this kind of data calculation. Without this job, Mei Jiamin's work was very easy every day. However, her classmates didn't know this. After the girl heard Mei Jiamin's words, she just looked at Mei Jiamin in surprise. You actually want to make coffee for Manager Yi? Doesn't she need to bathe herself? The girl looked at Mei Jiamin sympathetically. Jiamin, we're all classmates. Why don't I help you talk to Manager Xue? Manager Xue cherishes talents very much. He would never let us do such a thing. Mei Jiamin's face did not show any embarrassment or annoyance. When Mei Jiamin was with planner Jean, he always ordered her to run errands. Mei Jiamin did have some complaints, but she also knew that it was something every newcomer would encounter. But now it's not the same as before. Don't say that she did it voluntarily. Even if Yi Xiaohua asked her to do it, she didn't say anything else. She just chuckled at her old classmate. You're still in the mood to laugh now? In the eyes of the girl, this smile has a kind of sarcasm, and her heart can't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Mei Jiamin was on top of her at school. The girl has always been jealous of Mei Jiamin in her heart. This is a great opportunity. Everyone in the group knows that Xianxia can do tarot card divination. To know that this kind of tarot card master can't be hired by a company, but there is a tarot card master, which is a living koi. This is a big project. As long as the contract is signed, it will be Ye's mainstream industry in the future, and their group will be the person in charge of the mainstream industry. How low can their position be? This kind of advantage is tightly covered by the people in the group, for fear that others will take advantage of it. Planner Jean even pulled several relatives into the group. The girl didn't even think of telling Xianxia to let Mei Jiamin come to their group. What she wanted to see was Mei Jiamin's humble appearance. Even if Mei Jiamin did it, she would only feel happy in her heart. She didn't think of letting Mei Jiamin take advantage of it. Unexpectedly, Mei Jiamin refused directly, which made the girl feel very surprised. The coffee is getting cold. I'll take it to Manager Yi first. Mei Jiamin's smile is still on her face. She nodded to the girl and left. The girl stood behind and looked at Mei Jiamin in disbelief. What's wrong? When Xianxia came to the coffee room, he saw the girl with such an expression. The girl is different from Mei Jiamin. She will flatter others. Planner Jean and others are very familiar with the girl. Jiamin and I are college classmates. I originally wanted to ask her if she wanted to join your group. The girl will certainly not mention Xianxia in Planner Jin's side. I didn't expect that she didn't want to come. Is there something wrong with Manager Shue's plan? Manager Ye's plan is successful. Hearing the girl's words, Xianxia sneered. How is it possible? Don't I know Manager Yi? Only you interns don't know. She once read the financial statement of the first quarter wrong. Ask the old people in the department who is willing to follow her. Planner Jean is right about this. The original owner's major is not quite suitable. When working, she prefers to shop and surf Weibo. And Ye's father just let the original owner hang her name in the company. He didn't expect her to really do anything. Most of the people in the company know about this. Regarding Planner Jin's words, the girl doesn't have the slightest doubt. After all, when the group was divided, those old people all stood on Planner Jin's side without thinking. You're right. The girl also nodded frequently and pretended to sigh. We're all old classmates. I just don't want to see her continue like this. The two went out while making fun of each other. Outside, Xianxia's group of people are happily preparing to go to the office to release the draft plan later. Hurry up, the meeting is at 9:30. A group of people are in a hurry. Some people's fingers can't help trembling when they are preparing the draft. Compared with their side, Yi Xiaohua's side is too deserted. When a group of people are busy, they can't help but secretly rejoice when they see the empty opposite side. Fortunately, they joined Xianxia's team in time. At 9:30, the meeting of the planning department started on time. Not only the senior executives of Yi family came to this meeting, but also the people of the planning department. When Yi Xiaohua and Mei Jiamin arrived, there were not many people in the office. The original owner had attended this meeting several times before, and Yi Xiaohua turned to the position of the original owner from her mind. Although the original owner is an idle man, the position of manager and the daughter of Mr. Yi are still relatively forward in the meeting. The sign with the name of the original owner was taken away. In the third position from the left, it happened to be next to the second uncle of Yi family. Mei Jiamin held the document in her hand, and Yi Xiaohua took a mobile phone and sat in this seat. She has always had a good memory, and there are no notes to take at this meeting, so she simply brought a mobile phone. However, this scene was seen in the eyes of other senior executives of Yi family, and they could not help but shake their heads. Manager Yi, I'm sorry. At this time, the person in charge of the meeting wiped the sweat on his forehead and held a new sign in his hand. This seat is Manager Shue's. He held the sign in his hand, and was at a loss. This was originally Manager Ye's position. How could it become Manager Shui's? Mei Jiamin stood behind Yi Xiaohua, a little angry. It's too much for the high-level people to do this. Even if the seat is given to Xue Jinqin, shouldn't it be teleported back? Directly remove Yi Xiaohua from this conference table, that's all? Manager Yi, I'm sorry. All the people here are the top executives of the company. This plan is very important. The senior executives of Yi family said with a smile, I've wronged you to sit on both sides with other employees. This is clearly bullying. Mei Jiamin opened her mouth and wanted to argue, but was stopped by Yi Xiaohua. It's all right. Yi Xiaohua gave her a look. Then, he walked to the left. On the left are the employees of the company. Although Yi Xiaohua's identity has been picked out, Yi Xiaohua is still a very powerful figure in their eyes. They leave the first seat to Yi Xiaohua. Mei Jiamin said nothing and sat with Yi Xiaohua. When Yi father came, he saw Yi Xiaohua sitting on one side, and his footsteps paused. The secretary beside him also slightly twisted his eyebrows. He inquired a few words and whispered to Yi father. What's the matter with this position? Yi's father stood in his seat and asked a few questions first. The people who arranged the seats were panicking. However, the other shareholders of Yi Group had long disliked Father Yi and had long wanted to find a reason to vote Father Yi out. President Yi, this time the positions are ranked according to the candidates who bid. Do you have any objections? A shareholder asked. Any objections? Of course there was. Yi father just wanted to speak, but received a reassuring look from Yi Xiaohua. Father Yi held back the words in his mouth. Seeing Father Yi like this, the others looked at each other and could see the ridicule in each other's eyes. It was at this time that Xue Jinqin came late with her group of planners. When she came, several major shareholders immediately stood up and greeted Xue Jinqin very politely and warmly with a smile. It was completely different from the appearance of these people who loved to ignore Yi Xiaohua just now. Manager Xue, you came at the right time. The major shareholder just came to the door and shook hands with Xue Jinqin. The higher-ups of the Yi Group were not fools. They had arranged their own spies in every department. Of course, there were spies in the planning department, especially after Xue Jinqin came. At least half of the office was filled with these people's spies. They know the specific process of Xue Jinqin's plan. The plan signed by Xue Jinqin is the biggest one signed by Yi Group in 3 years. Yi Group has now gone downhill. There is no innovation. They are all living on the old capital. But now the industry is developing faster and faster, and living on the old capital is no longer possible. Fortunately, Jinsu has bid for a new project, and Xue Jinqin is there. In the next few years, this joint venture will be the mainstream of Yi Group. The major shareholders of these companies naturally know the powerful relationship. Xue Jinqin directly asked people to send a copy of the plan to each person, and then opened her mouth and told Jinsu the whole plan. This joint venture has just started, and we don't have enough manpower. Jinsu said. Then let the personnel department be responsible for recruiting people. When Yi Xiaohua came, Uncle Yi didn't dare to say a word. The scene of Shen Jiyun coming last night really scared him. When he heard the voice of Jinsu, he opened his mouth. Jinsu was embarrassed again. If we want to recruit people, our office is not enough. The planning room is not small. The major shareholder looked at Yi Xiaohua. Manager Yi, how is your cooperation with Shen Group? Not bad. Yi Xiaohua carelessly said 2 words. In the eyes of the major shareholder, this is still okay. Yi Xiaohua glanced at the major shareholder and smiled. You let me move out. Are you responsible for the consequences? Where will the major shareholder think that Yi Xiaohua can have any project delay? Of course. Okay, then I'll move out. Yi Xiaohua leaned back in her chair. Mei Jiamin, who was beside her, had already stopped talking. She just looked coldly at the major shareholders and the people from the planning department and sneered in her heart. One had the guts to take over their office, the other had the guts to face the consequences. Fine, then she would see how many of these people could afford it. Manager Yi is sensible. The major shareholder smiled and then looked at Xue Jinqin. His smile was much gentler than before. Manager Xue, do you have anything else to do? Don't worry, our company will fully cooperate with you. Only now did Xue Jinxin feel the pinnacle of life. Before in the Yi family, old Master Yi and Father Yi were a little cold to her, which made her very suspicious of herself. At the moment, she didn't intend to endure it anymore. She looked at the expressionless Yi father, pinched her fingers tightly, and vowed to make Yi father regret it. You know that I'm a tarot card diviner. Xue Jinxin knew what kind of ability she had that they valued the most, so she said directly, Master Eri said that I can take the Tarot Card Association's test soon. You know that I can't practice in the planning room at all. I need a quiet place to practice tarot cards. Hearing Xue Jinxin mention the Tarot Card Association, almost everyone present attached great importance to it. This was the top strength of every country. Those who could enter the association were not to be underestimated on the international stage. We can't let go of the tarot cards, the major shareholder glanced at Father Yi. Mr. Yi, is there a private room on the top floor? Only old man Yi had the right to use this private room, and it was quiet. This room was once decorated by the people of the Tarot Card Association. Half of Ye's father did not dare to enter. Hearing the words of the major shareholder, Ye's father was a little hesitant. He glanced at Xue Jinxin, explained, and then respected Xue Jinxin's opinion. You should know the magic of your tarot card master. Not everyone can live in that room. Of course, Xue Jinxin knew that there was this room on the top floor, and she also knew that only old Master Yi could use this room. She said it on purpose. She also wanted everyone in the company to know her status in Yi Group. Therefore, he did not reject the decision of the major shareholder. If you want to live, then I have no opinion. After Yi father finished this sentence, he did not express any other opinions. Xue Jinxin and Jin's case wasn't a small one. A company was involved in it, and it wasn't easy to solve it. She went back to her office and discussed it with Jin Sehua. Then, the company followed Xue Jinxin's suggestion and changed all 27 floors to Xue Jinxin's team. The managers of the other departments were forced to be shoved to various corners of the company. However, they also knew that Xue Jinxin's case was not a small one. Other than saying a few words, they actually didn't say anything. Didn't you see that even Yi Xiaohua moved to the 28th floor? Sister Yu, where's the official stamp of the finance department? Although Mei Jiamin was angry, she knew that everything would be different when they signed the contract with the Shen family. He had to stay calm now. Hearing Sister Yu's words, Mei Jiamin froze for a long time and then snorted. Xue Jinxin is not a fool, is he? Not to mention that Manager Yi still has a cooperation case with the state. Even if he doesn't, Xue Jinxin is too sharp. She doesn't care about other people's actions at all. It's too overbearing. After a while, the whole office will become hers and Jin's. Now the whole 27th floor will become theirs. Don't they care about the other employees on the 27th floor, and these seals and so on? If the case is successful, it's okay. If something goes wrong in the middle, how can Xue Jinxin and those people in the planning department face the current fanfare? One day, they will be killed by themselves. Mei Jiamin shook her head and told Sister Yu that she would contact her when the seal arrived. Then she took her mobile phone and went downstairs to pick up Shen's people. Shen Jiyun should be busy with other things and did not come. It was a middle-aged man. When facing Mei Jiamin, he was very polite. When seeing Yi Xiaohua, he was even more respectful. Mei Jiamin did not feel strange. She has been with Yi Xiaohua for so long, and naturally knows that Yi Xiaohua has great ability. I just saw the Su family downstairs. You didn't cooperate with them, did you? Shen's people asked in a low voice. Mei Jiamin replied, they are going to cooperate with Manager Xue. Shen's people's expressions changed, and then they lowered their heads. There is a problem with the Su family's cooperation case. These days, the company has been discussing Xue Jinxin and Jin's case. Hearing what Shen's people said, Mei Jiamin was stunned. Miss, you didn't see it? Shen's people took a look at Yi Xiaohua. According to what he learned, Yi Xiaohua should not be unable to see it. I saw it on the first day, the loopholes in the policy, Yi Xiaohua replied casually. But Jin obviously doesn't believe me, and he didn't show me the case. When Shen's people heard this, they could not help but sigh in their hearts. After he signed the contract with Yes, he understood the current situation of Yes. But it has nothing to do with him, and it will not affect his cooperation with Yi Xiaohua. The two signed the contract in private. Shen's Loki sent two groups of people to come over for 3 days. On the third day, Yi Xiaohua discussed with the people of Shen family for a long time, and then officially went to the top floor to find Yi father. I didn't expect Yi father's office to be in a mess. Xue Jinxin stood there with a pale face. Producer Jean was trembling, but this time, it wasn't from joy, it was from fear. Dad, second uncle, we really don't know. This was the first time Xue Jinxin had come into contact with business matters, and now she felt extremely afraid. The major shareholder sat on the side with a gloomy face, not saying a word. Yi father's expression is also not good. No one knew that the case had been closed by the government. Their joint venture with Su's company was now in vain. Seeing Yi Xiaohua coming, no one in the office looked up. Xue Jinxin did not look at Yi Xiaohua ironically. Yi Xiaohua went to Yi father and poured him a cup of tea. President Yi, Secretary General Shen is here. It was at this time that Father Ye's secretary stood outside the door and knocked. Father Yi was stunned. Secretary General Shen? Isn't that the Secretary General of the country? Old Master Shen's subordinate? Why did he come to our Yi family? Was he here to investigate this case? Other people in the office also thought of this, and their faces became paler. The secretary shook his head, like a ghost, and glanced at Yi Xiaohua lightly. He said, to find the eldest miss to sign the contract with the Shen family. He also said that there was no seal for a few days. He hoped that it would be successful today. The senior executives in the office stared at the middle-aged man standing behind the secretary, and did not dare to speak. Digression: I typed a lot of words and thought a lot. When I serialized The Idle Woman in 2016, before it went on the shelves, I was a slave for a whole summer vacation. I stayed up until 3 o'clock every night to type the next day's manuscript. I couldn't make any noise, and I couldn't make any big movements. I got up early in the morning and got busy. On the day it went on the shelves, I could finally go back to school. I cried on the train and typed the chapters that day. The signal was not good. I asked Xiaojiu in the group to help me upload it. In the end, it was still an hour in the evening. In January of 2017, I really wanted to leave, but at that time, I thought of the mala tang on the second floor of the cafeteria. I thought that The Idle Woman had not finished serializing. It wasn't until the middle of the month when I went back to my hometown to see my grandparents that I recovered. You always ask me if I can stand typing like this every day. I'll tell you now, compared to those, it's really nothing. I don't know how many times I've said these words. Well, thank you for making me feel that I'm needed. Don't worry about me. I've been fearless since yesterday. Good night. Earlier, when Xue Jinxin began to plan cases with Jin Su in the office, Yi Xiaohua also came to Yi father to cooperate. Yi Zhong's office is in the eyes of many people. Yi Xiaohua's case is not a secret. People in the company, big and small, know it. But the other side was too muddle-headed before. These people only thought that she was a little unwilling. No one thought that she could really succeed in this case. But now, Secretary Shen is standing at the door of the office, looking at them gently. The face of the other side often appears in financial magazines. All the people present are in finance. No one doesn't know him. Don't mention other people, even Yi father himself was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Shen. Secretary Shen. He quickly invited people into the office to sit. The smile on Secretary Shen's mouth did not change. Mr. Yi, this is the final agreement between Miss Yi and me. If you have no opinion, just sign it. Yi father rubbed his hands and quickly took it over. Who doesn't know about Shen family's case? All the entrepreneurs in Beijing are watching. This is not only a future mainstream industry for Yi family, but also the only way to save them from their current situation. Can Yi father not be nervous? The major shareholder standing on one side didn't believe that Yi Xiaohua could sign the case at all. He offended Yi Xiaohua last time for Xue Jinxin. Seeing Yi father looking at the contract, he couldn't care about anything now. He leaned over and looked at it directly. After reading 2 pages, he pointed to the 20% share above. Manager Yi, you make a fake contract. Please make it reasonable, right? 20% share. You know that the International K enterprise only dares to mention 8% share with Shin family. It's good that you can talk about 5% save. This gentleman, this proportion is the proportion after our Shin family's discussion. It can only be said that Miss Yi is very worthy of this proportion. I think I can explain everything by standing here. Secretary Shin said neither humbly nor arrogantly. What kind of person is Secretary Shin? Although he is only the chief secretary of Shin family now, he used to follow the old man of Shin family. How capable can Yi Xiaohua be? Can she invite Secretary Shin to play? The major shareholder's face was white and red, which was wonderful. Xue Jinxin stood on one side and did not dare to interrupt. Yi father didn't care about the major shareholder at all. He read the contract carefully, then took a deep look at Yi Xiaohua and said in a deep voice, Secretary Shin, shall we go to the conference room to talk about it in detail? Sure. Secretary Shin followed Yi father to leave, but before leaving the office, he whispered to Yi Xiaohua. That look looks extremely respectful, so that the people in the office look at Yi Xiaohua's eyes more shocked. Father Yi talked with Secretary Shin for an hour, and old Yi was alarmed in the middle. After several people finally came out of the conference room, the old man directly ordered the top floor to be changed to Yi Xiaohua's workplace, and yes, father fully assisted Yi Xiaohua. Mei Jiamin, who was on the 28th floor, still did not know about this. She went to find someone to press for the official seal as usual. This time, it was the Human Resource Department. The seal was on the 27th floor, and the people on the 27th floor were not eager to return it. Mei Jiamin thought about it and went down to the 27th floor to get it. She was never ambiguous about Yi Xiaohua. When he went to the 27th floor to look for the planning department, he happened to run into a classmate. Mei Jiamin didn't care and directly asked for their official seals. The girl was sitting in her seat, and her expression wasn't too good. Their plan was ruined. Not only had they wasted their slaves, but they also had to be laid off. The girl is now worried about how to stay. Now I'm afraid it's useless to ask for the gold plan. There's such a big mistake on the gold plan side. I'm afraid it's hard to protect myself. It's better not to leave Yi Xiaohua's group at the beginning, and don't have to worry about it now. The girl was in a bad mood. Mei Jiamin looked for her. Of course, she didn't respond, but ignored Mei Jiamin coldly. Mei Jiamin called twice, and the girl was indifferent. Mei Jiamin frowned and was ready to find another person. At this time, the manager of the 27th floor came forward with a smile. Director Mei, what do you need? Just tell me directly. Director Mei? The girl saw the manager of the 27th floor. Before the smile on her face came out, she was stunned by the words of the manager of the 27th floor. Not to mention the girl, even Mei Jiamin herself didn't know when she was promoted. Just after the chairman and Mr. Yi had a meeting, the top floor was given to the cooperation case between the eldest lady and Shin family. As the developer of this case, you were naturally promoted to director, directly under the eldest lady's management. The manager of the 27th floor is still smiling. I don't dare to underestimate it at all. Just after graduation, she became the director of Yi family, and she was managed by the eldest lady herself. It's not impossible to be transferred to the branch company to be the general manager later. Of course, it's not impossible to be the general manager of Yi family. In short, this Mei Jiamin will definitely have a bright future. The manager of the 27th floor sighed in his heart and envied the other party's luck. Who can know that following the eldest lady, there will be such a good thing? In the end, Mei Jiamin has a good eye and good luck, and can't be envied. He gave the official seal to Mei Jiamin, and Mei Jiamin went to the 28th floor in a trance. The girl who was still standing downstairs couldn't believe this fact. She even grabbed the collar of the manager and asked several times. Then she went on the computer to see the company's new announcement before she could believe this fact. Director. This position is not something that anyone can get. Some people can't get the position of director after more than 10 years. The girl sat on her stool and looked at it for a long time. I can't help but think that if I didn't leave Yi Xiaohua's group, would she also be the director? This news can be regarded as explosive news, but it swept the whole Yi family in 10 minutes. After the original staff on the 27th floor found out about this matter, there was no need to mention how regretful they were. People on other floors sighed that the eldest lady deserved to be the eldest lady. However, the most embarrassed are Xue Jinxin and Jin Sehua. However, these have nothing to do with Yi Xiaohua. Yi father asked her to find an assistant, but she didn't find one. She also explained to Yi father that she would let Mei Jiamin follow up. If Mei Jiamin didn't understand, she could come to her directly. What are you going to do? Yi father was stunned. Yi Xiaohua raised her eyebrows. Go to the Tarot Association. Yi father, that association is very difficult to enter. Yi Xiaohua smiled and did not answer. Forget it, I can't control you. Just now the hospital called to find you and Xue Jinhong, but both of your mobile phones are off. Yi father suddenly said this. Yi Xiaohua waved her hand to show that she understood. She called Xue Jinhong, but the other side didn't answer. She twisted her eyebrows, then took the car key to Xue Jinhong's residence. When she arrived, Xue Jinhong was moving. What's the matter? Yi Xiaohua saw the uncle of the original owner standing at the door of Xue Jinhong's house. She asked Xue Jinhong in a low voice. Xue Jinhong didn't answer. Finally, his assistant told her that Xue Jinhong's house was his uncle's house. Now his uncle would not rent it to him. Jinhong has no place to live now. The secretary was at a loss. I see. Yi Xiaohua nodded. She didn't want to bother Ye's family, and she was going to the Tarot Association. She didn't care about it and asked Mei Jiamin to come directly. Now no one in Ye's family dares to look down on Yi Xiaohua. Yi Er's uncle is even more respectful to Yi Xiaohua. Mei Jiamin is now the director. Yi Xiaohua doesn't want an assistant, but she has one. Otherwise, Yi Xiaohua and the company will be too busy. Hearing Yi Xiaohua's words, she knew that Yi Xiaohua must regard the other as her brother, so she came with an assistant. Naturally, she knew Yi Xiaohua's status. When she came, she saw that the other's brother was driven out by her uncle. She was a little surprised. As long as his uncle is not stupid, he should know not to make trouble with Yi Xiaohua, right? He couldn't help but ask. I only have one niece, Jinxin. She's currently making a big investment in the Yi Group. First uncle said. However, when Mei Jiamin heard this, she didn't want to listen to the rest. She shook her head and asked someone to move Xue Jinhong's things to the car. Her attitude stunned first uncle. What does she mean? Uncle, you still don't know that manager Xue's plan went bankrupt. She and Jinxia made a 1 billion investment hole. If it weren't for a cooperation with Miss Yes would have been destroyed by manager Xue. Mei Jiamin's assistant kindly told him. Ruined? First uncle's eyes widened. But didn't I hear that the company's break rooms are only open to Jinxin? That's right. Manager Xue and Jinxia made a small investment and started to do this and that. In the end, they still failed. On the contrary, the eldest lady quietly invested in a big case. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Mei Jiamin's assistant succeeded in seeing his uncle's face change. Then he took Xue Jinhong to move. Moving to Yi Xiaohua's current residence. Xue Jinhong didn't speak all the way. Move to Miss Ye's house? The assistant waved his hand directly. After this episode of Jinhong's program, his popularity will rise, and the company will put him in an important position. It's not appropriate to live in an ordinary community, but there's no house now. When the company's apartment is divided in 2 days, I'll take him away. He didn't hear what Mei Jiamin's assistant said just now. He knew that Yi Xiaohua was not the biological daughter of Xue's family, especially Xue Jinxin was so outstanding. Now that Yi Xiaohua moved out, Xue's family would certainly not arrange a luxurious private apartment for her. Xue Jinhong's assistant had decided to call the company when they arrived. Mei Jiamin's assistant glanced at him. Well, you can do whatever you want. Director Mei and I are only responsible for taking you there. Mei Jiamin sat in the driver's seat and looked at them. She just smiled but did not speak. When they arrived at Yi Xiaohua's residence, the assistant's eyes widened. This is Miss Ye's residence? Such a big private villa? Well, the eldest lady just sent a text message. Mei Jiamin shook her mobile phone. She has transferred it to Mr. Xue's name. She said it was a gift for your 20th birthday. The assistant and Xue Jinhong stood outside the door for a long time. The assistant touched his face. No. Jinhong, your sister is a bit rich, The uncle behind him immediately called Xue Jinxin. Xue Jinxin is still in Ye's house. She can clearly feel that the attitude of the people around her has changed. There are sounds of laughing at her everywhere in the company. Wherever she goes, there are people pointing at her. And Xue Jinxin herself felt ashamed. She went home and wiped her tears. Mom, why did they say that to me? Why should I be blamed for Jin's mistake? Grandpa and uncle also scolded me. I don't know what they mean. They say that I'm not as good as Xiaohua, but I'm not like her. I've been trained since I was a child. I even have to earn my own living expenses. Dad and Grandpa don't like me. Yi mother quickly hugged Xue Jinxin and comforted her. Of course, she knew what Yi Xiaohua was like. But at that time, she doted on Yi Xiaohua, so she didn't force her to do anything and let her mix at will. Anyway, Ye's family is not short of money to support her. It can be imagined how surprised Ye's mother was when she heard that Yi Xiaohua had talked about the company's biggest case. Listening to Ye's mother's words, Xue Jinxin stopped crying. She wiped her tears, sat up straight and took a deep breath. She decided to go back to Ye's house. Didn't she want to get back what belonged to her? Well, I'll go to the association now. Xue Jinxin stood up. Teacher Ollie also suggested that I go to the association. Since Mr. Ollie said so, you will succeed this time. Yimu smiled and encouraged Xue Jinxin. Xue Jinxin said to go and immediately went to the Tarot Card Association. In fact, she still has a little strength to go in. She took the exam last time, but she didn't succeed. Solving cards and divination are still not rented. But because of turning grief and indignation into motivation, she succeeded this time. Yi Xiaohua doesn't go to Ye's house now, but tonight the old man has a family party in the old house, requiring every descendant of Ye's family to come. It's also to celebrate Ye's cooperation with Shen's family. When Yi Xiaohua arrived, there were already a lot of people. Yimu also came earlier. She was sitting on one side talking to her sisters-in-law. Yimu's position was obviously the most central. No way, everyone knows that the sovereignty of Ye's family is now in the hands of Ye's father. Several other people can't help but be jealous. It's just an adopted daughter. Ye's father's strength is not very good. But how can his luck be so good? A casual adopted daughter helped him reach the top. Yi Laozi and Ye's father waved to Yi Xiaohua kindly, while Yi Er took his daughter to greet Yi Xiaohua warmly and apologized to Yi Xiaohua. His daughter pursed her lips and didn't speak. It's just like the person who let Yi Xiaohua move away was not him. Yi Xiaohua responded with a smile, but didn't answer. Yi Er was not embarrassed, still smiling. After Yi Xiaohua left, Yi Er Shu and San Shu and others educated Yi Er Shu and other daughters. I tell you, if you dare to look at Xiaohua again, don't stay in Yijia. Yian was unwilling to give in. Why? She's not a member of the Yi family. Don't you all want to drive her out? Second Uncle Yi fiercely slapped Yian. Don't mention this again in the future. There is no way. Now Yi Xiaohua's position in Ye's family is unshakable. Everyone knows that she is responsible for the cooperation case of Shen's family. Now she is responsible for this case, and the people inside have become her confidants. Uncle Yi wants to take over, and Yi Xiaohua does not refuse. But when second uncle and the others took over, they realized that they couldn't understand most of the data. Now who doesn't know the importance of Yi Xiaohua to Yi family? Even people on the internet have begun to be one-sided. They thought that Yi Xiaohua, who was mistakenly held, was not as powerful as Xue Jinxin. But now it seemed that Yi Xiaohua was the most powerful one. How many people in Yi family still pay attention to Xue Jinxin now? Without saying a word, the people of Ye's family held her high and asked Yi Xiaohua why she didn't change her surname. Yimu looks at Yi Xiaohua talking to the old man Yi and wants to say a few words to Yi Xiaohua. But these days, she is too close to Xue Jinxin. Yi Xiaohua has a big change in temperament. Yimu is completely unfamiliar with Yi Xiaohua. He doesn't know what to say to Yi Xiaohua, so he sits still, waiting for Xue Jinxin to come. And sitting beside her, Yi Jinyan did not look at Yi Xiaohua, but waited anxiously for Xue Jinxin to come back. After a while, Yimu received the news from Xue Jinxin. She stood up in surprise and went out to pick up Xue Jinxin, and Yi Jinyan followed her out. Yi Jinyan is as mixed as Yi Xiaohua. Now he doesn't care much about Ye's affairs. He admires Xue Jinxin, who can play tarot cards. In the eyes of young hot-blooded teenagers, tarot cards are more handsome. Three people came in together, and Xue Jinxin's face hung a faint smile again. Yimu is happy, and Yi Jinyan's face is full of worship. Old man, Jinxin is back. Do you know where she has gone? Yimu knows that the old man and Yifu don't like Xue Jinxin very much now, so she immediately brings Xue Jinxin to the old man. Naturally, she also saw Yi Xiaohua beside the old man, but now she has no feelings for Yi Xiaohua. She is all in Xue Jinxin. She hopes that through today's event, Xue Jinxin can change her surname. The child lived too hard in the first half of her life. She wanted to make the other side's life better in the second half. She went to the Tarot Card Association, a 4-star tarot card master. Xue Jinxin saw Yian and Yi Er's uncle cast surprised eyes, and finally smiled. This group of uncles of Ye's family think that Ye's father has a good life. His biological daughter is a tarot card master, and his adopted daughter is the head of Ye's family. How can this luck be so good? Yimu felt that after she finished, the old man and Yifu would be very surprised. But who thought that after she finished, Yifu and they had no expression at all? Old man? Yimu felt a little strange. Jinxin is the first tarot card master in the family. Although it's only the beginning of 4 stars, it's really rare for our family. Do you want to change her surname? You want to change it back to Yi? Yi Laozi did not answer and looked directly at Xue Jinxin. Xue Jinxin had doubts in her heart, but Yi did not deny that this was her original intention, so she nodded directly. Okay, I'll report it to the publicity department tomorrow. Grandpa Yi nodded lightly. Mother Yi was a little surprised. That's it? Aren't you going to hold a banquet to announce this to us? Hearing Yimu's words, the old man took a look at Xue Jinxin. The other side's face was still proud. He couldn't help shaking his head. There are not many 4-star masters in the capital, but there are many leaves. There's no need to hold a banquet to add to the joke. Seeing that most of the people in the banquet were looking at Xue Jinxin, the old man added, by the way, I forgot to tell you that Xiaohua just came back from the association. She is already the vice president of our Hua Country Tarot Association and the only 8-star tarot master in Hua Country. Tomorrow, there should be people coming to Yi family one after another. This news can't be hidden. I'm informing you at this time in the hope that you will be prepared. The people in the hall, including the juniors like Yian and Yi Jinyan, felt that the tarot card profession was very cool and kept talking to Xue Jinxin. But now hearing Yi Laozi's words, everyone was silent for a moment, and then suddenly exploded. Yi Jinyan looked at Yi Xiaohua incredulously. Yimu looked up blankly. Off topic, originally, this chapter was going to finish writing about the world, but it wasn't finished. There was still half a chapter. It turns out that the eldest niece can also play tarot cards. I said that she bought so many books will not be useless. Uncle Yi was the first to react and immediately said, I'm here. You can rest assured that I will arrange it properly. Others immediately seconded. Now Mei Jiamin is in charge of the cooperation case of Ye's family. Yi Xiaohua doesn't even have a proper position. Everyone only calls her the eldest lady. But who doesn't know that the person behind the case is Yi Xiaohua, with a series of sophisticated plans and complicated data, it can be said that the future of Yi family is in her hands. Even if Xue Jinxin is a 4-star master, it is not enough for her to play with one finger. Not to mention that Yi Xiaohua is still the vice president of the association. This is not an ordinary member. The president of the Hua Country Tarot Card Association is equivalent to the international appearance of Hua Country. 8-star tarot card master, which is more important than 100 presidents of Yi family. As long as you are not stupid, you know what Yi Xiaohua's identity means and what it means to Yi family. If the younger generation of Yi family is still very dissatisfied with Yi Xiaohua's position in Yi family, now it's all gone. These people in the older generation of Yi family call Yi Xiaohua the eldest niece, which is a very obvious hint. They only admit that Yi Xiaohua is a member of Yi family. As for whether they will offend Xue Jinxin, they don't care. Xue Jinxin stood on one side, with Yimu and Yi Jinyan beside her. At this time, she was completely speechless, just standing on one side with a pale face. Yian tried to talk to Xue Jinxin, but was pulled aside by Uncle Yi. Eldest niece, I will go back and teach my daughter a lesson. Don't mind what she said. Uncle Yi said with a careful smile. The cold sweat on his back has seeped a layer. Master, someone from the Shen family is here. It was at this time that the old housekeeper sat outside the door. Behind him, there was an idle figure following behind him. Shen Sanchao? Most of the young people in the hall didn't know him yet, but Yi father recognized him immediately and got up to greet him. When the old man heard that it was Shen Jiyun, he quickly walked over. The Shen family is undoubtedly the overlord of the capital. The family is involved in military, politics and business. The president of the Tarot Card Association is a member of the Shen family, not to mention Master Ali. Previously, they had always hoped that the Yi family could establish a relationship with the Shen family. Now that Shen Jiyun suddenly came to visit, they were very surprised. However, when they saw that Shen Jiyun only smiled at them and went to find Yi Xiaohua, these people probably knew what was going on. Old man Yi glanced at Shen Jiyun but didn't say anything. What he didn't say was that Yi Xiaohua was not an 8-star master, but a 9-star master, but there was no 9-star master in the world. The association was afraid that it would cause trouble and affect Yi Xiaohua's personal safety, so it had always been hidden. However, Yi Xiaohua can be together with Shen Jiyun. I am afraid that very few people in the world can provoke. Yimu didn't respond from the beginning to the end of the party. Those sisters-in-law and relatives came to her one by one to fawn over her, but she did not respond. How could she respond, now she and Yi Xiaohua have long been separated? Now she doesn't know what Yi Xiaohua is doing. In her memory, Yi Xiaohua is still that rebellious and lazy child. Yimu's heart is tangled to death, and she has no face to explain to Yi Xiaohua. She just comforts Xue Jinxin and asks her not to be discouraged. Until the end of the banquet, she didn't say a word to Yi Xiaohua. When Yi Jinyan saw that other cousins and sisters had come forward to talk to Yi Xiaohua, he wanted to go up and say a few words to Yi Xiaohua, but now where did he have the face? Jinyan, did you hear that? Xiaohua praised me for my talent and said that I should learn from Master Ali. I always thought she was cold and didn't dare to talk to her, but I didn't expect her to be so good. After a cousin got Yi Xiaohua's reply, he immediately came over happily. Still holding Master Ali's phone in his hand. How can Master Ali be so easy to worship? Xue Jinxin is so jealous that she doesn't know what to say. She can only sneer, she just said it casually. That cousin didn't like Xue Jinxin very much. Obviously, they were all tarot card masters. When they asked Xue Jinxin just now, the other side was indifferent. It seemed that everyone owed her. He immediately called Master Ali, who answered quickly and said that he would accept him as an apprentice. I said Xiaohua wouldn't lie. The cousin cried with joy. As soon as he shared the news with his parents hugged each other excitedly, and then went to thank Yi Xiaohua. Xue Jinxin's face is as black as the bottom of the pot. Yi Jinyan on his side is sad. He looks at other people's conversation with Yi Xiaohua freely. When he sees that his cousin is holding Master Ali's phone number, he regrets that his intestines are not going to be green. His fingers are pinched tightly, but he has no face to talk to Yi Xiaohua. 2 days later, Yimu's family came to Yimu. Why don't you tell Xiaohua to let them help us? Yimu froze for a moment. Help what? Help what? Now he is working as a manager in the Tarot Association. People say that he has a card spirit under Xiaohua. His body is better than that of young people. Yimu's family was in a hurry. And her mother, she used to work in a construction site. Now her skin is not good. Her brother is also a gun, more popular than Yen Movie Emperor. They just gave birth to Xiaohua, and they can become like this now. Yes, family has raised her. How about it? Did Xiaohua say anything to help you? Yimu's face changed. Yimu opened her mouth and couldn't say a word. Yi Xiaohua has helped Ye's family. Ye's family has now become the hottest chaebol in Hua country. Because of Yi Xiaohua's heat, investors are continuous. Within half a year, the market value will expand tenfold. But she hasn't talked to Yi Xiaohua for a long time. Yi Xiaohua still helps her like this. If Yimu regrets it now, in 2 days, when the two families are eating together, when she sees Xue Mu's younger face, Yimu really feels very regretful. Feng Hua, the leading actress, was given to Yi Mingyu. Feng Hua's agent whispered to Feng Hua. Feng Hua's memory hadn't fully recovered, but she knew her position. She couldn't believe that someone was competing with her for resources. Who was so bold? Yi Mingyu, you know she's a member of the Yi family, Yi Xiaohua's cousin. The agent replied. In the past, those directors didn't dare to offend Feng Hua. If Feng Hua wanted a role, even if her image didn't match, the director didn't dare to say no. But now, with Yi Mingyu, the director had confidence. Director, it's not good, is it? Feng Hua had other resources in her hands, but she was angry. The director frowned. Feng Hua, you know that the votes on the internet are all for Yi Mingyu. If I use you, we can't deal with the netizens. Feng Hua sneered and didn't speak. It wasn't the first time that she acted like a big shot. Why don't you go to third young master Shen? The agent suggested to her in a low voice. Hearing the agent's words, Feng Hua agreed. And she hadn't seen Shen Jiyun recently. After coming out of the hospital, Shen Jiyun never came to her again, which made Feng Hua feel very sad. She listened to her mother's words and was ready to wait for him to come to her for a few days. But now Shen Jiyun didn't come to her at all. She didn't know who was left out. You go to third young master Shen. He must be very happy, the agent said excitedly. Hearing the agent's words, Feng Hua was ready to go to Shen Jiyun. The director thought it was a trivial matter, but he didn't expect that Feng Hua would go to Shen Jiyun. He had heard of the Shen family. As long as the Shen family said something, even if their movie was successful, it might not be released. Feng Hua, let's talk about it. The director's face changed and he immediately ran out. It depends on the netizens. You can't let the whole crew's efforts go to waste. However, Feng Hua ignored him. They argued all the way. When they walked out of the door, they saw a blue car looking at them. A woman in casual clothes got down from the front passenger seat of the car. She looked very lazy. Is it Director Lin? Is Mingyu here? I have something to talk to her, the woman said gently when she saw the director. The director was stunned for a moment, then said excitedly, Yi. Missy? When Yi Xiaohua played tarot cards in the popular variety show, the director naturally saw it. He clearly remembered Yi Xiaohua's face. After his excitement, he was even more shocked when he saw Shen Jiyun in the driver's seat. Isn't it rumored that third child Shen is Feng Hua's backer in the entertainment circle? Why is he with Yi Xiaohua now? But the director thought about it and realized that it was just what the media said. Other than third young master Shen saving people, the media had never photographed the two of them together. That's right. I was wondering why third young master Shen's eyesight was so bad. However, seeing Feng Hua's pale face, the director was secretly pleased. Mingyu is inside trying on the costume. I'll take you to have a look. He respectfully leads the way to Yi Xiaohua. Shen Jiyun followed behind her leisurely and didn't even look at Feng Hua. Yi Xiaohua followed the director and suddenly had a feeling of leaving. Finally, she only asked Shen Jiyun, why do you want me to learn tarot cards? Shen Jiyun paused and smiled. You'll know soon enough. Wait a minute, wait for what? A metal sound sounded in the ear. Ding. Congratulations to the task of completing the main task, the system rewards 3,500 points. Ding. Number 009 serves the task, 3,500 points have been received, leaving the world. Ding. Memory back. A pile of memories into the brain, Yi Xiaohua stunned for a while before returning to God. Also sorted out the memory. 009? Why are you? Where is 008? She pressed the temple. 008 conceals the news of the use of the virus by the Lord God, and is being redone by the system. During this period, I will act for 008. System redo? Yi Xiaohua lowered her eyes and didn't let 009 see her cold eyes. Reset the system, so during its reset, the memory of the task will also be reset, only in the gap will be restored, if the main task is not completed, will be exiled. I see, start the task. Yi Xiaohua light mouth. 009 froze for a moment, don't take a rest? Start. 009 thinks that such a task is really strange. He doesn't even rest, but it doesn't say anything. It's just not worth it for 008. The task doesn't seem to care about it at all. In a chaos, Yi Xiaohua wakes up again. Xiaohua, your hometown is looking for you downstairs. A clear female voice sounded. The word fellow townsman was especially emphasized. The girl squinted at Yi Xiaohua, with obvious contempt in her eyes, and then continued to press the word on the computer. Yi Xiaohua was not at a loss this time. She looked at the strange environment in front of her and knew that she had changed her body, but she was not surprised by such a scene. She pressed some painful temples, and there was a hint in her mind that she had encountered such a scene several times. There is one thing she must do in the world. Yi Xiaohua is not in a hurry. What is she going to do? She is just sorting out the memory of the original owner in her mind. The original family is not good. She is a rural person, a single-parent family, her father died early, only she and his younger brother. She is also the only person in the town who has been admitted to a university for so many years, but the original owner was admitted by stepping on the spot, and there was a bonus point for ethnic minorities, so there was no substantial reward. The village raised a sum of money for her. However, the school fees and living expenses were not something their family could afford. The younger brother had never been good at school. In order to send the original owner to college, he dropped out of school to work. Although the original owner's family was not good, she had a younger brother to support her, so she could wear ordinary clothes. But she never let her brother look for her. Unless her brother sent her money. She also did not allow her younger brother to call her sister. If her roommates saw it, they would say that her younger brother was from the same hometown as her. What she didn't know was that her roommate had already found out from her high school classmate that he was her younger brother. The original owner of the body was from Miaojiang. She had a very distinctive kind of beauty. In college, having a good-looking face was a good sign. She also met a very rich and powerful boyfriend. This boyfriend was very fickle, but the original owner firmly believed that she was his true love and wanted to marry into a rich family. However, she did not know that the rich second generation was only interested in her face. She had no talent to begin with. She had no idea what her boyfriend was talking about with his friends. While she was tidying up, she saw a boy standing not far from the dormitory entrance who seemed to be at a loss of what to do. Yi Xiaohua can't help but sigh, the original owner is really scum. The original owner's younger brother was called Yi Tao. When he saw Yi Xiaohua, he didn't call her sister. He just gave her the money in his pocket. Yi Xiaohua didn't take it. You keep the money. We'll rent a house outside. What? Yi Tao was stunned. Are you not used to living in the dormitory? You're 18 this year, right? Tidy up, I'll help you with some procedures. You can live next to this high school. Yi Tao directly refused. He knew his own grades. He dropped out of high school for 2 years. Not to mention high school, even if he went to junior high school, he might not be able to understand. If you don't understand, I'll teach you, Yi Xiaohua continued. You don't have to go to the construction site. You don't have to worry about money. I have money. After that, Yi Xiaohua directly took him to rent a house outside. She still had money in her card. However, the houses nearby were really expensive. After paying the rent, she didn't have much money left. However, Yi Xiaohua didn't feel distressed. It was easy for her to make money. Yi Tao was fine. But after seeing Yi Xiaohua take him to buy a high school review book, his face became miserable. We're from other places. No school will accept me, right? You don't have to worry about this. I have my own way. Yi Tao looked at Yi Xiaohua and felt that his sister had a problem tonight. At the same time, in the dormitory of the original boyfriend, Su Hongfei. Although Su Hongfei was rich, he didn't care about trifles. In order to get in touch with the beautiful women in the school, he had been living in the school. He was 1 year older than Yi Xiaohua. It was the time when the third-year classes were few. Fuck, Hongfei, come and see the forum. Your girlfriend is really hard to explain. Su Hongfei just came back from outside. Hearing this sentence, he couldn't help but frown. Yi Xiaohua's face was really beautiful. But he couldn't stand it. She couldn't keep up with his topics. She only took him out once and it made him lose face. He didn't contact her again. Jiangwen from the next school turned out to be your girlfriend's hometown. No wonder it was so clear. She actually let her brother work to earn money for her to study and didn't recognize him. This character. His roommate shook his head. The other two roommates also stared at Su Hongfei curiously. Although Yi Xiaohua was Su Hongfei's girlfriend in school, these roommates didn't take it seriously. Su Hongfei changed a girlfriend almost every month. Yi Xiaohua didn't have any connotation. Although she was admitted to a university by herself, her grades in college were mediocre. Su Hongfei made a lot of girlfriends after he became rich, including rich ladies and actresses. In short, he made so many girlfriends, but Yi Xiaohua was the most disillusioned one among his roommates. Don't spread it. I just went to Jiangwen's milk tea shop for an afternoon. She's not that kind of person. She has to go back to study after finishing. When it came to Jiangwen, Su Hongfei's eyes were slightly bright, but he was still serious. If it's spread, Jiangwen will be angry with me. Looking at his expression, several roommates knew that Yi Xiaohua would be dead in less than a month. It was a new record for Su Hongfei to change girlfriends. Only half a month. However, compared with Yi Xiaohua, who only knew how to buy famous bags, clothes, Su Hongfei would choose the strong and independent Jiangwen without thinking. Hurry up and break up with Yi Xiaohua. Luo Fei looked at the news on the forum, and his eyes flashed with disdain. She actually spends her brother's money with a clear conscience and treats her brother like this. Her character is worse than mine. Is it so easy to break up? Another roommate shook his head. Hongfei, she's the kind of greedy person from the countryside who wants other people's things with a clear conscience. If you want to break up with her, it will cost a lot. Su Hongfei had a lot of money and didn't care. As long as she agrees, everything is fine. I told Jiangwen today that I'm single, and she's going to participate in a field survival live event. Luo Fei, do you know an expert in field survival? I'll go with her for a few days. I've heard of it. It's an event held by Morong Group. I heard that the first place has a prize of 1 million yuan and a signing fee of 500,000 yuan. Jiangwen is going for this money, right? But it's not easy to earn money. You have to sign a life and death contract, Luo Fei sighed. It's not easy for Jiangwen. I heard that the professor of medicine next door likes her very much. She also applied for a botany degree and wants to make money. This is what people from the countryside should be like. My uncle likes outdoor activities. I'll bring him back and give you his number. Thank you. I'm going with her this time. Maybe I can help her. Su Hongfei's eyes lit up. I hope she can get first place. She said she wants to get first place to raise enough money for her tuition fees abroad. The medical technology abroad is higher. She wants to go abroad and come back to contribute to the country. So tiring? Why don't you just give her money? Luo Fei looked at Su Hongfei with disdain. When did he become so petty? I did, but she didn't want it. Su Hongfei's eyes were gentle when she said this. She wants to earn money on her own. Everyone in the dormitory sighed. Originally, they didn't have a good impression of Yi Xiaohua. Now with Jiangwen's comparison, their impression of Yi Xiaohua has fallen to the bottom. But before that, you have to break up with Yi Xiaohua. Luo Fei looked at the happy Su Hongfei and could not help but remind her, if she knows that you and Jiangwen are together, she will definitely not let it go. Be careful, but she will definitely not want to break up with you. After all, even a fool knows that being with you is the most profitable. Su Hongfei twisted her eyebrows, picked up her cell phone and called Yi Xiaohua. Digression, I forgot to upload the first 2 chapters. Stupid. Su Hongfei was also very familiar with this matter. From junior high school to the present, he has had countless girlfriends. When Yi Xiaohua was connected, he said directly, wait for a while, go to the lake, I have something to say to you. Seeing that the phone was connected, everyone in the dormitory did not make a sound, and they even asked Su Hongfei to speak on the other side. However, although Su Hongfei's impression of Yi Xiaohua has fallen to the bottom, it is not so bad. He opened the other side to let these people tease Yi Xiaohua. Originally, the people in the dormitory thought that according to the previous state, Yi Xiaohua would pester Su Hongfei for a long time. buy some brand-name bags and clothes and so on. However, Su Hongfei only said a few words and the two hung up. Luo Fei felt incredible. Hongfei, didn't she ask you what happened? No. Su Hongfei also felt that Yi Xiaohua on the phone was a little strange, but he did not have time to think so much now. He and Yi Xiaohua made an appointment to see each other in an hour. Before that, he had to prepare some things to break up. Although he is more playful, he is generous in dealing with relationships. However, when he separated from each girlfriend, the other party's crying always made his head hurt. If Yi Xiaohua doesn't break up at that time, what should we do? A brother in the dormitory snorted. Su Hongfei's voice was fierce. This is not up to her to decide. On this side, Yi Xiaohua hung up the phone. Yi Tao was holding a pile of books on one side, squinting at the name on Yi Xiaohua's mobile phone screen. Sister, is that your boyfriend? Where did you get the money? The rent is 4,500 a month, and there is a lot of food, plus his sister will not let him go to the construction site in the future. Yi Tao's face is painful. He has inquired about the living expenses of the university, at least more than 1,000 a month. His sister is in the Department of Physical Engineering, and she specially went to the internet to check. This department is not only difficult, but also has endless experiments to do, and there is no way to go part-time. Yi Tao is now very worried about his sister's future life, but his sister forced him to study, and he can't resist. His sister is the most educated in their family, and he and his mother are very obedient to his sister. Don't worry about that, Yi Xiaohua glanced at him. You have been working in the construction site for so long. Take care of your body for 2 days first. Have you been honestly chest pain recently? Amazing, you even know this? Yi Xiaohua directly took him to a medicine shop. Just when Yi Tao felt inexplicable, she reported a bunch of awkward medicine names. He asked the boss to get some Chinese medicine. I still have something to do back at school. As for studying, we'll talk about it after you've recovered. I'll make a plan for you. Drink this medicine first and decoct it. I'll go over the day after tomorrow for a checkup. Yi Tao had never realized that his sister knew traditional Chinese medicine. However, his sister was so smart that she was able to get into a university. In his eyes, she was an all-rounder. Knowing traditional Chinese medicine was nothing. It was just that he hadn't drunk Chinese medicine many times in his life, but he didn't dare to refuse, so he took the Chinese medicine again with tears in his eyes. Yi Xiaohua asked him to go back first, but Yi Tao was not assured that she would walk alone at night, so he became stubborn with her. There was no way, Yi Xiaohua could only let him send her back to the dormitory, but she still silently looked at Yi Tao. This young man probably didn't know that his sister could now fight a battalion alone. But speaking of which, what a good little brother. She didn't know how the original owner could bear to let her brother do this. His head hurt. It was just that she didn't have any money in her card. Otherwise, she would have bought some clothes and necessities for him. Right now, making money was imminent. There was still half an hour before the appointment with Su Hongfei. Yi Xiaohua was not in a hurry to go to the lake. Instead, she went back to the dormitory building. Along the way, she could feel a lot of people casting their eyes on her. Some were despising, some were disdainful. These eyes were too obvious. Even Su Hongfei, who was beside her, felt it. Did you notice that the eyes of the people around you are not right? At school, he never called Yi Xiaohua sister. Yi Xiaohua thought to herself. It was estimated that her matter had been exposed. I don't know. Yi Tao had some doubts. But seeing his sister's magnanimous eyes, he didn't have any doubts in his heart. After sending his sister back to the dormitory building, he went back to the rented house. On this side, Yi Xiaohua had already arrived at the dormitory. Her dormitory was an ordinary 4-person room. The original owner was a physics engineering major. In the whole grade, there were only 3 girls. One of them was a bioengineer. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua came back without buying anything, the girl sitting in front of the computer couldn't help but look back. Yi Xiaohua, why didn't you buy anything today? Did Su Hongfei look for you? Yi Xiaohua shook her head and didn't answer. She put the card bag in her hand on the table, then turned on the computer to look at the original owner's course research. It was rare for the people in the dormitory to be together. On weekdays, Yi Xiaohua was always a little arrogant. It was that girl who had already hugged and isolated Yi Xiaohua. Seeing Yi Xiaohua's appearance at this time, the three people looked at each other, and then one of them opened her mouth. Yi Xiaohua, who is the fellow countryman who comes every time? Why does he always give you money? That's not who I am, that's my younger brother. Yi Xiaohua replied very plainly. It must be that Yi Xiaohua saw the post on the forum. She knew that she couldn't hide it anymore. Thinking about it this way, the contempt in the eyes of the three people was even more obvious. Yi Xiaohua didn't pay attention to them anymore. She just looked through the original owner's things. There were 2 bags worth tens of thousands of yuan and a few pieces of jewelry. They were all given to her by Su Hongfei. It added up to 110,000 yuan. There was no need to return the things, but she had to return the money. Yi Xiaohua really didn't like the feeling of owing others. The 3 roommates' families were very ordinary. They could afford the general things, but they really couldn't afford the bags worth tens of thousands of yuan. So when they saw the things that Yi Xiaohua took out, while they despised her, they couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Yi Xiaohua came to the lake. In the evening, there were still a lot of people by the lake. Yi Xiaohua saw that Su Hongfei hadn't come yet, so she sat on the bench by the lake and waited for Su Hongfei. She had an appointment with Su Hongfei at 8 in the evening. But after waiting for 10 minutes, Su Hongfei still did not come. In the original owner's memory, Su Hongfei was not the kind of person who liked to be late. She frowned and called Su Hongfei, but the other party did not answer. Yi Xiaohua once again waited patiently for 10 minutes, but Su Hongfei still did not come. He dialed the other party's number, but the other party's phone was turned off. Yi Xiaohua is not ready to wait any longer. She goes directly to the boys' dormitory to find Su Hongfei. She wants to solve Su Hongfei's matter as soon as possible. The original owner was very vain. This time, she and Su Hongfei were cold to her. He wanted to force her to break up, but the original owner did not agree. But Yi Xiaohua is not the same. She doesn't need a man to buy things for her. She will buy what she needs. As for the false reputation, she didn't care about it at all. After she graduated, who would know who she was? She was downstairs in the dormitory and wanted to find someone to go to Su Hongfei's dormitory to ask. Unexpectedly, before she could find anyone, Luo Fei and the other 2 came back from drinking outside. There was also a faint smell of alcohol and cigarettes on him. Yi Xiaohua took a step back subconsciously. Seeing Yi Xiaohua, Luo Fei subconsciously frowned and took a step back. What are you doing here? Could it be that he knew that he was going to be dumped by Su Hongfei and was looking for someone else? I'm looking for Su Hongfei. Yi Xiaohua politely nodded to them, and then asked, he made an appointment with me, but he hasn't come, and his cell phone can't get through. I'm a little worried about his situation. Hearing her words, the 3 people in the dorm looked at each other. Just now, Su Hongfei wanted to see Yi Xiaohua. The 3 of them were going to watch the fun together, but Jiangwen called halfway. She ran into big trouble when she was working. At the moment, Su Hongfei was very interested in this girl, and a few people in the dormitory also had a good impression of Jiangwen. They immediately forgot Yi Xiaohua and rushed to Jiangwen's side. Jiangwen had been working part-time in the bar at night, and today, she was entangled by a gang leader. They had put in a lot of effort to help Jiangwen escape. Su Hongfei had gotten separated from them on the way, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Luo Fei and the others subconsciously hid this from Yi Xiaohua. In their eyes, if Yi Xiaohua knew about this, she would definitely pester them endlessly. His phone broke, so he went home. Luo Fei found an excuse for Su Hongfei. Yi Xiaohua nodded. Her face was very dull. She put her empty hand into her pocket. Her delicate eyes were slightly raised. There was a kind of awe-inspiring momentum. However, it was covered by the thick darkness of the night. When he comes back, just ask him to contact me. I have something to tell him. The 3 people on the opposite side didn't notice that what they heard was Yi Xiaohua's words. They have also contacted Yi Xiaohua before. Every time they talk to Su Hongfei, they talk about where the bag is good-looking and which bracelet is good-looking. Luo Fei was very disgusted with Yi Xiaohua mentioning the gift. Hearing Yi Xiaohua's words, he said impatiently, how would I know when he will come back? Why don't you ask him yourself? Compared with the strong and independent Jiang Wen, Yi Xiaohua's insatiable greed was really annoying. Yi Xiaohua didn't expect Su Hongfei's friends to have such a bad impression of her, but she didn't entangle too much. She didn't feel embarrassed when she didn't get a response. She waved her hand directly, okay, goodbye. She turned and left directly, without any reluctance. Luo Fei had seen Yi Xiaohua twice. Every time she saw him, she wanted to jump to their topic. Unfortunately, she didn't understand anything and pretended to understand. It was so funny. So when he saw Yi Xiaohua, Luo Fei subconsciously stepped back and didn't want to be entangled by her. He didn't expect the other party to leave so quickly. This was not what Luo Fei expected. He was surprised to see the direction Yi Xiaohua left. Unable to contact Su Hongfei, Yi Xiaohua was not in a hurry. The Su family was big and would not let Su Hongfei have an accident. She knew that most of Su Hongfei's friends looked down on her, so she didn't bother them or try to explain to them. She went straight back to the dormitory. In the dormitory, one was talking on the phone, one was playing games, and one was writing some papers. When she came back, they all looked at her and didn't see her crying. The three girls all turned their heads and seemed to be disappointed. For being isolated, Yi Xiaohua didn't feel sad at all. She was used to being alone. It made no difference to her whether she had friends or not. The most important thing now was to make money. She logged into the various mailboxes of the original owner. In the penguin mailbox, there was a paper returned by the professor. Yi Xiaohua opened it and looked at it. It was the course written by the original owner. Although the original owner was admitted to a university by herself, everyone in a university despised mediocrity. After the original owner came to the school, she was blinded by vanity and prosperity. She didn't study seriously. Her grades were very average and she never got a scholarship. The courses and papers she wrote were all things from the textbook. There was no connotation at all. If it was her usual level, although she wouldn't write a very good paper, it would be easy to pass the professor's examination. But these days, she was focused on Su Hongfei. The papers were all written randomly. It was reasonable for the professor to return them. She looked at it. The course arranged by the professor was about nuclear fuel, but there was too little research in this category in the country at present. The database in the library was also very small. Most of it was foreign research. The original owner was very weak in foreign languages. Ordinary words were okay. She couldn't understand most of the professional words at all. Nuclear fuel, Yi Xiaohua narrowed her eyes, and a series of advanced information naturally appeared in her mind. Even she felt that it was inconceivable. The kind of mecha in her mind would only appear after a few hundred years, right? But she not only knows, but also how to build the composition in her mind. Yi Xiaohua herself feels very terrible. If these things were taken out, wouldn't this world be changed? Yi Xiaohua took a deep breath and stopped thinking about the mech. Instead, she rewrote the content about the nuclear fuel, which was mixed with some complicated chemical formulas. It was all about nuclear fuel, and there were about 9 pages of it. She checked it before sending it back to the professor. Then, he opened a hacker website, accepted a job, and continued to program a piece of software. She had countless software programs in her head, so she didn't need to construct them. She could do it easily, and her speed was more than 10 times faster than the average person. After staying up all night, she sent the finished software over. The other party was not online. Yi Xiaohua was not in a hurry. She just helped the original owner clean up the message. In the afternoon, she received 100,000 yuan in her card, which was 20,000 yuan more than the commission on the forum. Yi Xiaohua knew that the other party must have received the software. After Yi Xiaohua received the money, she was not in a hurry to find Su Hongfei. Instead, she went to the mall and bought a bunch of clothes for Yi Tao. Because she didn't expect the other party to come back so quickly, she went directly to the house she rented for Yi Tao. When she opened the door, Yi Tao was standing on the balcony talking to the person on the other side of Tina. Yi Xiaohua heard the word live broadcast. There were also a few key words. She was not in a hurry to ask Yi Tao. Instead, she went online and searched for the words Yi Tao said. Then, she found the Wilderness Survival Contest held by Tiger Live Broadcast. The mission content was to escape from the Death Island without any equipment. The first place would get 1 million yuan, and the second place would not get a penny. Although there was only one reward, it was a lot of money. There was also the follow-up official fee. Countless people signed up, but the official website wanted to select people from different professions. It seemed that Yi Tao signed up. Not only did he sign up, but he also passed the official website screening. With such a huge amount of money, it was reasonable for Yi Tao to participate. Yi Tao had already finished his phone call. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua was searching for the live broadcast, he was a little cautious. Sis? Yi Xiaohua wanted him to study. She knew that he would be distracted by this matter, so she would definitely be angry. I'll also sign up and go with you. Yi Xiaohua had thought about it. Survival was just like eating and drinking to her. This wilderness survival was difficult for others, but it was a piece of cake for her. How are you feeling today? Yi Xiaohua gave Yi Tao a set of review materials that she had organized. When Yi Tao saw the review materials, his wrinkled face lit up when he saw Yi Xiaohua. My body is much better. Sis, you're really amazing. I went to the hospital before. The medicine that the doctor prescribed for me didn't get better after a week. We're brother and sister. Why are you so smart and I'm so stupid? Yi Xiaohua ignored him and went out to eat with Yi Tao. After eating, she received a call from the department's professor. I have to go back to school. You can go back by yourself. Tonight, Yi Xiaohua found a restaurant near the school gate. It was close, so Yi Tao did not insist on seeing Yi Xiaohua off. He let her lead by herself. Yi Xiaohua wanted to go to the school's laboratory building. The engineering physics laboratory building of a university was an important national research lab. Luo Fei stood downstairs waiting for a friend. Although his family was not as rich as Su Hongfei's family, he was still the son of an aristocratic family. He taught a lot of foreign students at school. Why are you here? Luo Fei was very surprised. People without a certain level can't get in here, but as far as he knows, Yi Xiaohua's grades are very ordinary. Yi Xiaohua had seen Luo Fei for a long time. She knew that this person didn't like her. She pretended not to see him and saw him talking to her. She stopped and nodded to the other party very simply. The professor is looking for me for something. After that, she said a few words to the guard at the door and went straight in. Luo Fei, who was still standing outside the door, saw this scene and was silent for a moment. He didn't know what to say. He is not an ordinary person. He knows that the laboratory is researching an important project. It is very difficult to get in and out. Several core personnel are not allowed to get in and out before the research is completed. After Yi Xiaohua went in, the professor was wearing a radiation-proof coat to guide this group of people. After seeing Yi Xiaohua, he walked directly over. Did you write that article? Yi Xiaohua saw his suspicious eyes, but she was not angry. She nodded directly. I wrote it. I can show it to you now. The professor immediately asked her to do the experiment. Yi Xiaohua put on a radiation-proof suit and made a miniature reactor. Brilliant sparks rose in the glass room. The laboratory was silent for a moment, and then there was a cheer. The professor's eyes brightened. Yes, that's it. Our project has a new breakthrough. He is so old, but he can't help patting Yi Xiaohua's arm. I want to report this matter to the higher-ups. During this time, if you have time, come to the laboratory to help us. I will immediately report to them and add your name. Then the group of people immediately devoted themselves to the research of the fuel, and had no time to care about the new member who was about to join. The professor didn't expect a second-year student to be able to research something like this. Originally, he just casually arranged the questions for freshmen to seniors. Now it was a completely unexpected surprise. Yi Xiaohua was busy with the experiment, but also busy with Yi Tao's body and learning, and paid more attention to the Tiger's live broadcast. She was still worried about not contacting Su Hongfei. When the card received 150,000 yuan again, Yi Xiaohua recalled the bill of the original owner going out to eat with Su Hongfei. There was a total of 120,000 yuan, and she finally had the money to pay it back. Su Hongfei has not contacted her. Yi Xiaohua thought that he should have no feelings for the original owner, so it was easy to break up with him. It's just that the other party's cell phone has been unable to get through. Yi Xiaohua called Su Hongfei's dormitory directly and asked his roommates if they knew about him. I don't know. You can ask others. Hongfei hasn't returned to the dormitory for a few days. The roommate received a call from Yi Xiaohua, and his voice was very cold. Okay, thank you. Yi Xiaohua felt that the other party was very polite and cold, and hung up the phone directly. Why don't you tell Yi Xiaohua that Hongfei is injured and is in the hospital? Another roommate heard his words and felt strange. Luo Fei heard Yi Xiaohua's name and turned his head. Hearing this roommate's words, Luo Fei didn't say anything. He felt that what his roommate said was not unreasonable. Now that Jiangwen was in the hospital, it was obviously not appropriate for Yi Xiaohua to go there. The most important thing was that Su Hongfei and Jiangwen were alone now. If Yi Xiaohua disrupted it, wouldn't it cause trouble for Su Hongfei? Luo Fei was surprised to see Yi Xiaohua at the door of the laboratory yesterday, so he asked. If she calls or stops us at the door of the dormitory in the future, we will pretend that we don't know. A roommate said. Luo Fei thought of Yi Xiaohua's appearance yesterday and hesitated. She won't, will she? She hasn't come to us these 2 days. Won't? Don't tell me you've forgotten what happened last time? It's so funny. Why didn't she check all the information? His roommate thought of the last time he took the initiative to talk about the internet and guns in order to please Luo Fei. Luo Fei's father was a civil servant, his mother was in the pharmaceutical laboratory, his grandfather was a senior official, the old director of the military hospital, and his cousin was a senior military officer. Although they were not as rich as Su Hongfei's family, no one in the capital dared to provoke them. However, this person was relatively low-key. Except for a few people in the dormitory, no one knew Luo Fei's family. Yi Xiaohua guessed it from Su Hongfei's attitude towards Luo Fei. Jiangwen is still cute. Haha, Hongfei ordered a glass of whiskey and she didn't know what kind of wine it was. Her reaction was so real, sometimes deliberately catering to someone's hobbies was really very annoying. They chatted in the dormitory and soon forgot about Yi Xiaohua. On this side, Yi Xiaohua simply hung up the phone. Before, the original owner had been trying to get close to Su Hongfei's friends. In order to be able to talk to them, she also searched for a lot of information. There was a folder on the computer that was dedicated to these things. Unfortunately, no matter how complete the information was, the original owner would still miss it. Even if the original owner made a big fool of herself when Su Hongfei took her out for the first time because of a mistake, the original owner made a big fool of herself. Although the original owner was good-looking, she really had nothing except studying. Because of the living environment since childhood, she had no talent. Her studies, the only thing she was good at, became ordinary in this school full of geniuses. In addition, she always talked about bank books, which made it obvious that she wanted to climb up the social ladder. It was normal for Su Hongfei to have no feelings for her. The original owner was fascinated by prosperity and wealth. She couldn't see how much Su Hongfei's friends rejected her, but Yi Xiaohua was very clear. She saw how Su Hongfei's roommates avoided her, guarded her, and looked down on her. However, she did not comment on it. The original owner's way of handling things was indeed not very good. Her vanity was too strong. The most important things for her right now were still her studies and money. She didn't get a lot of requests on the forum. She could only occasionally receive a few small orders, but this was not a long-term solution. The most important thing was the original owner's major in physics and engineering. The professor was still busy with research in the laboratory. There was a new breakthrough, so the research was done very quickly. However, Yi Xiaohua did not participate in this research before, she refused to join the follow-up. Instead, she asked the professor to help her get another project, and then found someone to help Yi Tao get a library debit card for a university and let him read books with her in the library. Yi Xiaohua received a map about the structure of weapons by herself. She had a lot of advanced ideas in her mind, but there were also a lot of top research in this area in the world. She could see all kinds of information in the library. The most important thing was that she could read all kinds of original texts. She didn't need to be like the original owner. After finding the literature, she had to ask friends in the language department to help her translate it. The literature here was very precious. It could only be consulted in the library. There was no access to the computer in the dormitory. However, there were not many people who needed to consult this kind of literature, because this kind of literature was bought by the school from abroad with a lot of money. The general information could be checked at the seat with the computer. Therefore, there were not many people waiting in line. Most of them were graduation theses, so they would use such abstruse literature. Luo Fei and the others majored in chemistry. Because the graduation thesis was approaching, the topic assigned by the tutor was too unconventional. They could only go to the library to find information. Luo Fei, isn't that Xianxia? She heard that we came back to the library today? A roommate saw Xianxia standing in the library's database machine and whispered. Luo Fei looked at Xianxia and did not speak. Since yesterday, his roommate hung up Xianxia's phone. The other party had not come to find them, which was not in line with their imagination. In the past, at this time, Xianxia would definitely block them downstairs in the dormitory. Xianxia seemed to have checked the information. She didn't seem to spend a long time. She didn't take notes or take pictures with her mobile phone. It didn't look like she was reading literature. Luo Fei and his roommate were a little strange. Xianxia checked the information. She was different from others. These information points she needed to know had been recorded in her mind. Her brain was like a database. She didn't need to deliberately take notes or take pictures. Turning around and seeing Luo Fei and her roommate, she raised her eyes and her footsteps paused slightly. Then she nodded to the two and went to her seat in the corner to continue writing her research. Luo Fei's roommate stood in the same place. Originally, he thought that Xianxia knew that they were coming to the library, so he deliberately came to meet. However, he didn't expect the other party to leave without asking anything. Isn't this too inconsistent with Xianxia's character? She's very strange. She hasn't seen Hongfei for almost a week, right? She didn't say that she was looking for him. Isn't it urgent? Although he was relieved that Xianxia no longer pestered them, the boy felt that Xianxia was too strange. He even went to the machine that Xianxia had just used to see what information Xianxia had just checked. The page on the librarian was similar to a web page, and it deliberately returned to the previous page. Luo Fei saw his roommate click to return, and he paused for a moment. He had to say that he was also very curious about what Xianxia was doing in the library. The returned page was a very complicated diagram. They were not professionals, so they could not understand it. That was not all. His roommate pointed out a paragraph of description on it. What language is this? Why can't I understand a word of it? German? When Luo Fei saw this page, he was also very surprised. Can she read it? He must have found it randomly. His roommate didn't understand and thus opened the web page without any interest. After the two of them found the information they wanted and took some photos, they found a place to write their thesis. On this side, Xianxia is also doing some research. Sitting next to her was Yi Tao. Although they were brother and sister, Yi Tao and Xianxia looked nothing alike. He tidied up a bit, with thick eyebrows and big eyes and a high nose bridge. At first glance, he looked a little mixed blood. He was a different type from Xianxia, but he was also rarely handsome. Especially after changing his clothes, he felt much more energetic. He was 185 centimeters tall, and when he sat there, he attracted a lot of attention from the surrounding women. There are a lot of sophomore and junior girls who want to come forward to chat up, but after seeing Xianxia next to him, their faces immediately changed into an incredible and disdainful expression, and directly left. Everyone in the library was a straight-A student. Everyone was very serious when they read. Yi Tao had always been playful since he was young. He would rather work than study. In the past, he couldn't even sit on a stool for 20 minutes. But when he sat next to Xianxia today, he felt that his mind was very clear. In particular, the information that Xianxia sorted out for him was from the simple beginning. The most basic things were analyzed thoroughly. When he saw the materials that Xianxia had sorted out, Yi Tao thought that if the books were all written by Xianxia, which was easy to understand, without so many fancy things, without so many long-winded words that made people sleepy and had no passion for learning, then his studies wouldn't be so bad. After watching for 2 hours, Yi Tao, who was told by Xianxia to get up and move around, couldn't help but say in a low voice, "Sister, I'm going to tell Mom that I'm going to study again. She won't hit me with a bamboo pole this new year, right?" At the beginning, the family was short of money, but Ye's mother didn't agree with Yi Tao coming out to work. She had already agreed with the factory. Who knew that Yi Tao secretly took his ID card and came to Xianxia City? Yimu was so angry that she went home for the new year and beat Yi Tao. "When the time comes, I'll be the top scorer and make her happy," Yi Xiaohua whispered. "No, I can't. It's already good enough if I can get into a university." Yi Tao quickly waved his hand. In his heart, it was already a miracle that he could get into a university. Yi Tao ignores him and continues to type. Yi Tao touches his nose, then takes her water glass to get a cup of hot water, puts it beside her, and continues to read. Not far away, Luo Fei and Yi Tao, who are about to go out, are curious about whether Yi Xiaohua is really studying in the library. After all, Yi Xiaohua was committed to social interaction. When the two of them looked over, they happened to see Yi Tao fetching water for Yi Xiaohua. Luo Fei's roommate standing beside him couldn't help but sneer. "I said that she found a new thigh. I really don't know why you guys are worried about her and Hong Fei. Because of Yi Xiaohua's brother working to support her on the forum, these people have a very bad impression of Yi Xiaohua, and now it has fallen to the bottom." Luo Fei naturally frowned. He wanted to say hello to Yi Xiaohua. Seeing her like this, he could not help but turn around and leave. Just when he left, he felt a little strange. The teenager beside Yi Xiaohua, why does he feel a little familiar? Because Yi Tao's image has changed so much. For a while, no one has associated him with the poor teenager on the forum. Yi Xiaohua and Yi Tao read until the library is closed. The private dining room in the school is not closed yet. The two go in and eat something. At this time, it is already 11 o'clock. Yi Tao naturally will not let Yi Xiaohua walk at night. Yi Xiaohua does not think that anyone in this school can threaten her. The whole school can't threaten her, but she told Yi Tao about it. Yi Tao ignores her, and she has her to go. Although there are fewer people at 11 o'clock, there are still people on the roadside. Yi Xiaohua's current popularity is not small. The teenager beside her immediately attracted everyone's attention. As early as when she and Yi Tao were in the library, someone posted their photos to the school forum. The forum has been covered with thousands of layers. Yi Xiaohua's roommates do not know about this. They only know that Su Hongfei has not paid attention to Yi Xiaohua for a week. They were originally gloating. But Yi Xiaohua does not look decadent at all. It seems that her spirit is a lot better than before. That kind of appearance is even more eye-catching. One of them can't help but cross his arms over his chest. He condescendingly satirizes, "Yi Xiaohua, do you know that Su Hongfei is in the hospital? He also likes other people. In fact, he just doesn't want to see you." With so many people in the school, Su Hongfei's hospitalization can't be hidden. It's just that Yi Xiaohua does not pay attention to him, so she does not know about it. Several people in the dormitory are waiting for Yi Xiaohua's lost or very angry expression. However, none of them. Yi Xiaohua just raises her eyebrows in surprise. "So that's how it is. And then, nothing? No, your boyfriend is cheating on you, and you have this expression? You also turn on the computer to write a paper." Yi Xiaohua really did not take it to heart. She even breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them have broken up now, but they still owe each other 120,000 yuan. After returning it to him, the two of them have no relationship. The next day, after class, she still went to the library feeling refreshed. Yi Tao has already helped her save a seat. The two of them went out to eat together in the afternoon. When they went out, they happened to see Luo Fei. The other party is holding a computer. Coming to the library with a friend? Seeing that Yi Xiaohua did not avoid at all, and swaggered through the city with her new lover, Luo Fei could not help but ask sarcastically. Where would Luo Fei tell Yi Xiaohua about this? Although Su Hongfei originally planned to break up with Yi Xiaohua, in fact, they haven't separated yet. Yi Xiaohua can do this and ask him about Su Hongfei's hospital with peace of mind. Now Jiangwen takes good care of Su Hongfei. Now Su Hongfei's legs still have some problems. Luo Fei will not let Yi Xiaohua make trouble. If Yi Xiaohua couldn't hold back, Su Hongfei's leg would be seriously injured, and things would be big. Luo Fei did not say, and Yi Xiaohua did not continue to ask. It was not difficult for her to know where Su Hongfei lived, but it was a little illegal. But she doesn't have to go to Su Hongfei. Yi Xiaohua is ready to transfer the money directly to Su Hongfei's card and make a list. Since Luo Fei didn't say anything, she didn't pester him and left with Yi Tao. Luo Fei, who was at the side, took another look at Yi Tao. The more he looked, the more familiar he felt. Yi Tao also narrowed his eyes and looked at Luo Fei with a cold smile. Then, he put on an extremely well-behaved smile and followed Yi Xiaohua. These days when Su Hongfei was in the hospital, the last person Luo Fei wanted to see at school was Yi Xiaohua, but Murphy's Law was too mysterious. Luo Fei met it several times. That night, he went to the hospital to see Su Hongfei and was ready to tell her about it. Su Hongfei has been playing with Jiang Wen recently and has completely forgotten Yi Xiaohua. When she saw Luo Fei, she immediately spoke in a low voice and told him how amazing Jiang Wen was. Even my mom likes Jiang Wen a little. You don't know, she really knows too much. My mom was going to hire a professional nurse, but because of her, she cancelled it. Jiang Wen was indeed different from all the people Su Hongfei had met. She was talented, smart, and innocent. His attending doctor had even talked to Jiang Wen alone a few times. When Luo Fei saw Jiang Wen go out to pour water, he whispered, "You have to solve Yi Xiaohua quickly. She already knows that you are in the hospital." When it comes to Yi Xiaohua, Su Hongfei sits up straight and pulls this person out of the corner of her mind. She didn't bother you, did she? Not really, that's good. Su Hongfei nodded. I'll go talk to her tomorrow. So urgent? Will uncle and auntie let you leave the hospital? My foot is fine. You should know about my family's hereditary disease, right? It's just that my chest is a little tight. Su Hongfei waved her hand casually. It's an old problem. Even the machines can't detect it now. It's not a big deal. I still have to go live with Jiang Wen later. As he spoke, he called the landline in the ward and asked someone to send his SIM card over. After installing the original SIM card, dozens of messages poured out. He turned it over and didn't find Yi Xiaohua's message. There were only a few missed calls. Su Hongfei was surprised. At this time, a remittance message appeared in front of him. 120,000? The remittance number was a string of unknown account numbers. Su Hongfei felt strange and immediately called the bank to ask for a detailed statement. He was a customer, and the bank sent the information to Su Hongfei in less than 5 minutes. Is it Yi Xiaohua? When seeing the name of the remitter, Su Hongfei's eyes widened. He hasn't given the other party a breakup fee. What is Yi Xiaohua doing? Luo Fei felt that Su Hongfei's expression was a little strange. He couldn't help but take a look. He was also a little surprised. However, thinking about Yi Xiaohua's new lover, it was not particularly strange. Su Hongfei was serious with Jiang Wen this time. After Luo Fei reminded him, the first thing he did after putting the phone card back was to call Yi Xiaohua and ask her to meet at a milk tea shop near the school. Su Hongfei was very gentlemanly in treating women. Every time he dated a girl, he would arrive early. He still remembered the last time he missed the appointment. He asked his father's assistant to buy a very expensive necklace that Yi Xiaohua wanted very much before. After it was packaged, he sat at the window of the milk tea shop and waited for Yi Xiaohua. He also ordered Yi Xiaohua's favorite milk tea. The two made an appointment at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Hongfei arrived 10 minutes earlier. He waited anxiously and remembered to go back to see Jiang Wen, so he lit a cigarette and kept looking at the time on his mobile phone. He felt that every day was like a year. When he saw 159 on the mobile phone and changed to 200, the opposite chair was pulled out. The time was just not too early or too late. Su Hongfei subconsciously raised his head and wanted to talk to the girl sitting opposite him. After raising his head, he was a little stunned. Yi Xiaohua was good-looking before, but she lacked that kind of aura. In addition, the other party deliberately catered to the character of flattery, so it was difficult to attract other people's love. But today, Yi Xiaohua's face was still the same, but she always felt that she looked more dazzling than before. When those beautiful eyes looked over, people couldn't move their eyes at all. It was very eye-catching. Several waves of people passing by the window obviously looked back at Yi Xiaohua involuntarily. Su Hongfei's fingers trembled, and a lot of cigarette ash shook off. His impatient expression also eased a lot. There was even an idea that if he said to break up later, Yi Xiaohua was not willing to ask him. Su Hongfei was not sure if he would be soft-hearted. Su Hongfei subconsciously put out the cigarette, and then pushed the gift box at hand to Yi Xiaohua. He tried not to look at her eyes that could attract people's souls. Yi Xiaohua, I thought for a long time. We are not suitable. Let's break up peacefully. This is the necklace you have been interested in for a long time. As a breakup gift. Su Hongfei's family was rich, and his parents never had a limit on his card. Yi Xiaohua checked his family. The Su family was now a very famous real estate developer, the most well-known enterprise on the internet. At present, they were at least the richest people in the capital. Naturally, they would not be too stingy. This necklace was a very famous luxury item. It was studded with fine diamonds and was worth more than $1 million. When they were dating, Su Hongfei didn't buy it. Although he didn't care about money, it didn't mean that he was a fool. Now he bought it for Yi Xiaohua as a breakup fee. Most of it was because he broke his promise a few days ago. He felt very guilty, so he asked his father's secretary to buy the necklace. Originally, he felt that a person like Yi Xiaohua was not worthy of this bracelet, but at this time, seeing Yi Xiaohua, he suddenly abandoned this idea. There was no one more suitable for this bracelet than her. More than 1 million yuan was also a sky-high price for Yi Xiaohua. It was also a large sum of the breakup fee that Su Hongfei took out. Su Hongfei felt that Yi Xiaohua should not be able to refuse such a gift. However, unlike what he thought, Yi Xiaohua didn't even look at it and pushed it back directly. Su Hongfei's face changed directly. He pressed the lighter and did not light the cigarette. He just looked at Yi Xiaohua and said in a deep voice, "What, don't you think it's too little? You don't want to?" Last time, he heard from his two roommates that it was not easy to break up with Yi Xiaohua. He also thought about it, but he did not expect Yi Xiaohua to be so greedy. Off topic, Su Hongfei's voice was more or less cold. He looked at Yi Xiaohua's face. It was undeniable that even if he liked other people now, it was undeniable that Yi Xiaohua's appearance was the most perfect one among so many people he had seen. "This is the bill for the time we were dating." Yi Xiaohua ignored what he said and directly took out her own bill to show him. "It's exactly 120,000 yuan. See if there's anything wrong. I sent it to your card yesterday. You should have received it, right?" Su Hongfei looked down at the bill that Yi Xiaohua got on the table and was stunned. In fact, he had forgotten what he bought for Yi Xiaohua. In his memory, he only remembered that Yi Xiaohua only knew how to buy things when they were together. Today, when he looked at the bill, he found that he didn't seem to spend any money for the other party at all. A total of 120,000 yuan was less than half of what he had to pay for helping Jiangwen fight and breaking things in the bar. Where did you get the money? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end, Su Hongfei just opened his mouth. He looked at the bill above. Even if those bags were second-hand, they could sell for 70,000 yuan at most. Even if he didn't know the situation of Yi Xiaohua's family, he heard from his roommate in those days that he couldn't get the 40,000 yuan at all. "If there's nothing wrong, we don't owe each other in the future. I have something to do and I have to leave first." Yi Xiaohua stood up, nodded slightly to Su Hongfei, and then left with her ringing cell phone. From beginning to end, there were only a few words, which added up to less than 5 minutes. The breakup fee that Su Hongfei gave her was still on the table. The person who called Yi Xiaohua was the person who asked Yi Xiaohua to make software these days. The software that was put on the forum before was all small software, but from the speed and function of Yi Xiaohua, the person behind saw that Yi Xiaohua still had strength and wanted to recruit her. The two left each other's numbers and made an appointment to meet near the school. "I'm at the milk tea shop here in a university, wearing a blue coat." After Yi Xiaohua called to confirm with him, the other person trotted all the way. You are why?" The person was a very young man with gold-rimmed glasses. The second he saw Yi Xiaohua, he was still a little uncertain. Most of the people in the software programming industry were guys, and there were only 2 girls in their entire web editing department. After hearing Yi Xiaohua's voice for the first time on the phone, the man felt a little surprised, but it was far from the surprise when he saw Yi Xiaohua herself. The account that Yi Xiaohua registered for herself is a Y. After exchanging names, Yi Xiaohua found out that the other party's name was Bai Zhe. He was originally a computer major in a university and had just graduated a year ago. Are you also a computer science student? The two of them found a nearby cafe and sat down. Bai Zhe's face was full of emotion. I never thought that I would have such a powerful direct junior sister. Yi Xiaohua didn't explain that she was actually in the Department of Physical Engineering. She just wanted to cooperate with the other party. Clearly, Bai Zhe was doing well in their company. He had brought the contract with him and was even able to make minor changes to it. Yi Xiaohua picked up the contract and only turned it over a few times, and then mentioned a little unreasonable. Bai Zhe thought that Yi Xiaohua was just flipping through it casually. He didn't expect that she could get to the point with every sentence. Yi Xiaohua's idle attitude became serious. In fact, when he first met Yi Xiaohua, Bai Zhe knew that she was still a sophomore, so he looked down on her a little. After all, there were still many things that he hadn't learned in his sophomore year. He also had some doubts about whether it was a coincidence that Yi Xiaohua was able to make those two software. But after discussing it with Yi Xiaohua, he no longer thought about it. His whole person became a lot more serious. The person in front of him was really a hidden expert. Yi Xiaohua was also very short of money now, so she didn't refuse to cooperate with Bai Zhe. The two of them discussed the software that they were going to make for 2 hours. Bai Zhe only left reluctantly. He originally wanted to invite Yi Xiaohua to dinner, but Yi Xiaohua refused. Bai Zhe felt very regretful. He took his computer bag and went to the parking lot to find his car. He happened to meet Su Hongfei's dormitory. Seeing Bai Zhe, the group of people stopped to greet him. The new students might not know Bai Zhe, but Su Hongfei's old seniors still remembered Bai Zhe. He was the most famous student in the computer science department in recent years. The system that he made had won the world record. Before he graduated, there were people from major companies coming to poach him. In the end, he didn't choose to study abroad. Instead, he worked in a domestic company. Senior Bai, why are you back? Luo Fei majored in chemistry, but chose a computer science minor. They were all famous people in the school, so they were naturally very familiar with Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe was different from them. His family wasn't that rich or powerful. His fame and wealth today were achieved by himself, step by step. Therefore, Luo Fei and the others had always admired Bai Zhe. I'm back to discuss a new cooperation. Bai Zhe pushed his glasses and smiled. When they heard that Bai Zhe was looking for someone to discuss a new cooperation, the first person they thought of was the professor. Other than Luo Fei, no one else knew anything about computer science. After listening to Bai Zhe's words, Luo Fei's face showed an expression of disbelief. Such an advanced system. Who on earth came up with it? It's from a university. This year's students are very outstanding. Bai Zhe said. They are indeed outstanding. Speaking of this, Su Hongfei had the right to speak. The medical students from the school next door are amazing. They're only freshmen, but they're already being dragged by the hospital's director to discuss an experiment. Bai Zhe raised his eyebrows in surprise. Amazing. The new generation excels the old. Who said that? There are also people who are worse than the previous year. They almost failed their final exams. A roommate said. Luo Fei knew that he was talking about Yi Xiaohua. He coughed lightly. The roommate mumbled something and didn't say anything else. On the other hand, Yi Xiaohua caught up with 2 classes after returning home. Then, she carried her books to the cafeteria for lunch. Yi Tao had already prepared a meal and was waiting for her. He had been studying in the library these days. Now, he could read high school books on his own. Especially under Yi Xiaohua's guidance, he could gradually catch up with the standards of his peers. Yi Xiaohua also discovered that Yi Tao's brain was actually no worse than the others. Moreover, his learning speed was very fast. Now, he could already do math competition questions. Although in Yi Xiaohua's eyes, these competition questions weren't very good, it was still very difficult for a high school student. Yi Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. If she had taught Yi Tao earlier, she might have won an Olympic prize. Now, the age had passed, and so had the time. The live broadcast of Survival in the Wild was delayed for a month. After Yi Xiaohua read the announcement of Tiger Live, she realized that it was because of Jiang Wen's delay. Jiang Wen also signed up for this survival activity. She was currently studying human heart science with her teacher. Tiger Live was also for the sake of popularity, so it was directly delayed for a month and did not cancel Jiang Wen's place. It was very popular on the internet for a period of time. Also because of the popularity this time, this live broadcast program had a few more investors, making the content of the live broadcast more thrilling and exciting. At the same time, a few more places were added. The netizens went to sign up in an instant, and the staff of Tiger Live became busy in an instant. But Yi Xiaohua didn't pay much attention to these. She was also busy with the research of new technology with Baizha. On the other hand, she was also working on a cooperation project with the professor of the Department of Physical Engineering. She wished she could break into two halves. The cancellation of the Survival in the Wild was also a good thing for her. Plus the 1-month delay, it added up to more than a month. When the live broadcast began, it would be after Yi Tao's college entrance examination, so it wouldn't delay his exam time. Yi Xiaohua was also very satisfied with this extended broadcast. But there was one more thing at the moment, which was Yi Tao's school registration and the matter of the school. The first thing that Yi Xiaohua liked was a very good attached high school. She contacted the principal of the attached high school through the professor. At first, the principal of the attached high school knew that it was the younger brother of a very powerful researcher in the Department of Physical Engineering. But when he saw Yi Xiaohua herself and Yi Tao's school registration, his smile became awkward. "Sorry, student Yi, we may not be able to accept it." The number of places in the attached high school each year was very limited. Because of the strong teachers, many parents forgot to put their children in. But the attached high school was very cold, and no one would be accepted if their grades were not up to standard. Every year, the top scorer of the college entrance examination came from their school, and there had never been an accident for so many years. "Sorry to trouble you, headmaster." Yi Xiaohua really didn't think of this. She didn't know the teaching strength of the city, so she asked the professor, and the professor gave her a number directly. In fact, Yi Xiaohua didn't intend to teach Yi Tao in the school. She was completely sure that Yi Tao would just be a student in the school. But now that the headmaster of the attached high school said so, Yi Xiaohua didn't explain, just looked at Yi Tao, some worried that it would affect his self-esteem. Fortunately, the expression on Yi Tao's face didn't seem to change, just very quiet and very clever standing behind her. Yi Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief. Then she politely said goodbye to the headmaster of the attached high school and left with Yi Tao. From the professor's special phone call, the headmaster knew that Yi Xiaohua had a bright future. With her favor, the future would be much easier. If he wanted to see Yi Xiaohua in the heavy protection later, it would not be easy. But the matter of accepting students was not a joke. Even if Yi Tao's student status looked better, he would definitely not refuse. But now Yi Tao was going to be a student in their school, and the average score of their school would be dragged in the future. This was very important for the headmaster. In the future, he could find opportunities to make up for his friendship with Yi Xiaohua. But this time, the results were related to his management at school. This year was his first time to take over the school, and he couldn't fall behind the average score of the top scorer. The headmaster didn't regret making this decision. Anyway, the professor was his old friend, and there would be opportunities in the future. But he didn't expect that this rash refusal would make him regret it a month later. And Yi Xiaohua was not as easy to fool as he thought. Just go to the first high school? What do you think? After the matter of the headmaster of the attached high school, Yi Xiaohua was very careful to find a school. She is now also a little famous in engineering physics. Although the research of this heaven-defying weapon has not yet been made, her list has been handed in. They are all people in the cultural circle, and they all know something more or less. Yi Xiaohua specifically avoided Yi Tao and talked to the headmaster about the other party. Unexpectedly, the headmaster didn't mind at all. He just hoped that Yi Xiaohua could go to the first high school to give a speech when she had time. There were students who donated buildings in the first high school. One more Yi Tao was not a little, and he could also earn the favor of Yi Tao's sister. The headmaster of the first high school was stupid and would not agree. What's more, the college entrance examination was approaching, which was only a month away. If he had stayed for another year, it was hard to say whether Yi Tao's results would be so bad. After all, his sister was so amazing, so there was no reason for him to be bad. The principal of number 1 high school thought of this, and the smile on his face deepened. Then I will trouble the headmaster, but Yi Tao will not come to school this month. I will teach him myself. Yi Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief. The principal felt that it was very strange, but he didn't say anything about a very talented student teaching high school students. This made things easier. Apart from Yi Tao's name, there was no need to worry at all. Yi Xiaohua's speech was also in vain. Although Yi Xiaohua is not famous now, according to the professor, after a period of time, even if a university wants to invite Yi Xiaohua to give a speech, it will be very difficult. This was not a loss. Not only was it not a loss, it was a huge profit. After arranging Yi Tao's matter, Yi Xiaohua concentrated on running between the laboratory, Baizhe, and Yi Tao. She still had classes to attend. But after the professor's note, she didn't have to attend those basic classes at all. At first, when her roommates found out that she had broken up with Su Hongfei, they were ready to mock her, but in the end they couldn't even see her. The 3 roommates gradually had nothing to say. At most, sometimes when they saw Yi Xiaohua, they deliberately said a few words about Jiang Wen's current situation. Jiang Wen is now a famous person in the school next door. Because of Su Hongfei's relationship, she is famous in a university, and the glorious era before Yi Xiaohua seems to have passed. Because she is busy every day, she almost has no sense of existence. Her laboratory is full of experimental madmen. How can they have time to gossip? Only the back of her occasionally going to the cafeteria to eat was photographed and uploaded to the forum, and was compared with Jiang Wen. She was severely belittled, and then the reason why Su Hongfei chose Jiang Wen was pointed out. Yi Xiaohua didn't know these, but even if she knew, she didn't care. She was wholeheartedly on her own affairs. She cooperated with Baizhe to make money. It was hard and tiring to work with the professor. In order to protect her, the state would include her name in the hidden list. It could be said that she could get very little except for her reputation. But Yi Xiaohua still spared no effort to study. In fact, everyone in the laboratory is like this, not only interested in this aspect, but also for deeper reasons. After more than a month, Yi Xiaohua's research with the professor was finally done, and the whole laboratory was excited for a long time. Even the professor touched the machine that was born in his hand inconceivably. In the evening, special police will secretly transport weapons and prepare to go to the desert base for actual combat research. We are all going to follow them. Do you want to go? The professor looked at the very calm young woman standing beside him and sighed. Everyone in the laboratory knew that today's result was mostly due to the woman in front of him. She was not greedy at all, nor did she hide anything. Even the professor learned a lot from her. She was like a treasure girl with endless ideas in her mind. Once this weapon was successfully operated, their country's force would directly rise to the top of the world. All countries would have to weigh the weight of this weapon before attacking them. It couldn't be helped. It was too advanced. Perhaps the international people didn't even know that the country they looked down on would have such a day. That was why the people in the laboratory were so excited. This was because they had all participated in the production process of this weapon. Over the past month, the military had secretly shipped one item after another over. No, Yi Xiaohua had already simulated this actual combat result on the computer, and she always felt that she had seen more powerful weapons than this, so she was not curious. I have to accompany my brother to participate in a live broadcast. He just finished the college entrance examination. Speaking of which, the higher-ups asked if you have to participate in the wilderness survival program. Sometimes in front of Yi Xiaohua, the professor feels that he is too abnormal. For such a long time, he, an old man, is so excited that his old face is red. He is not calm than the little girl in front of him. But looking at the other people in the laboratory, he felt that his reaction was very normal. In the end, Yi Xiaohua is a weirdo. The professor doesn't know what her brain is thinking every day. Her calculation is even faster than that of a computer. You know that you are very important to the country now. The higher-ups have already arranged for people to protect you in secret. I also know about this survival mission. It is very dangerous. I heard that you will have to stay on an isolated island for more than a week, the professor said. Yi Xiaohua waved her hand. It's okay. I can do it in 2 days. Looking at Yi Xiaohua's calm appearance, the professor didn't say much. If it was someone else, the higher-ups could still send someone to deal with it. But Yi Xiaohua and the others can see that she is unrestrained and loves freedom all her life. Last time, there were people who said that Yi Xiaohua should not run outside to do what network. Only then did the people in the lab realize that she was so good at computers. Then Yi Xiaohua helped the Ministry of Defense to get a new system, and the top never cared about it again. The professor thought to himself that the higher-ups must be having a headache now. They had to protect her safety and prevent the national defense from robbing her. Therefore, he no longer restrained Yi Xiaohua. If they were really snatched away by the national defense, it would be too late for them to cry. Of course, from this aspect, it also reflects that Yi Xiaohua is really strong in programming. He heard that the Minister of National Defense had already complained to the higher-ups, but he didn't know if it was true. The professor didn't know. Anyway, no matter how noisy they were, Yi Xiaohua still did what she should do. She was forced to move out of the house she rented half a month ago and moved to a small courtyard with soldiers on guard. It was far from the school, and she and Yi Tao rarely came here. But her reasons should also be taken into account. She was not arranged with those people in the military region. The higher-ups probably didn't want to see her getting close to any forces, but her safety still needed to be well protected. Yi Xiaohua's identity was very hidden from the outside. Yi Xiaohua also knew that her identity couldn't be leaked, so even Yi Tao didn't know what she was doing. However, he still knew a little about her cooperation with Bai Zhe. Master Tes Tiger T Show. T back. T. Yi Tao has already finished the college entrance examination. It seems that after being inspired by Yi Xiaohua, he is now very interested in learning. Sometimes his logical thinking can't even catch up with Yi Xiaohua. Yi. T. But I didn't have time to see it. Yi Tao never took the initiative to explain to her. I went to take some publicity pictures in the afternoon. I'll go tomorrow. They want your publicity pictures. I didn't tell you, but I gave them one of your photos. He spoke unhurriedly. In fact, Yi Tao was not short of money now. He could completely break the contract with Tiger, and he could afford the breach of contract. But he still went. Because he knew that Yi Xiaohua would accompany him. In fact, since Yi Xiaohua left the lab, it was hard for him to see her every 2 or 3 days. If he really refused to go, Yi Tao felt that she would not stay at home, so he did not go to terminate the contract with Tiger. Pick up Mom when you come back. Last time I called her 100,000 yuan, it scared her to death, sighed Yi Xiaohua. I don't know if she has calmed down now. This Sihiyuan was not simple. Yi Xiaohua thought for a long time. She felt that when Yi Tao's results came out, she would pick up her mother. She would give her mother a heart-saving pill first. Yi Xiaohua also had to go to a university to see Bai Zhe. After dinner, they went back to a university. By the way, they rented a house here to live. When the two were discussing this matter, they didn't know that when Tiger put the 18 candidates who participated in the survival live broadcast on the official website, it caused a great uproar. In this live broadcast, Su Hongfei's participation caused a lot of heat. And Jiang Wen. When the official announcement was released, no one thought that the most popular ones were Yi Xiaohua and Yi Tao. Needless to say, Yi Xiaohua's appearance was the best in this group. Even the hottest star now was inferior to her, and Yi Tao in her group. Yi Tao's appearance was also quite good at fighting. Originally, Su Hongfei was the protagonist of this time. People on the internet were searching for Su Hongfei's family background, and Su Hongfei's parents were found out. Both of them were businessmen. They often attended banquets, and there were still a few photos. But when Su Hongfei's photo was placed next to Yi Tao, she was beaten by Yi Tao. The internet began to dig up Yi Xiaohua and Yi Tao. Just like that, they found out something big. At first, some people felt that Yi Tao looked familiar. Then, some people compared Su Hongfei's mother with Yi Tao. They found that the two had 6 images. No one believed that they were not mother and son. The uproar on the internet began. Some people even said that this was not the illegitimate child of Su Mu. But women are not like men. Even if it is an illegitimate child, can't the Su family find out after 10 months of pregnancy? Meanwhile, at the Su family, Papa Su and Mama Su's faces darkened when they learned that Su Hongfei had gone to some livestream. They quickly got someone to look into the information, and were ready to find the candidate. They had to get someone to take care of their son. As the sole heir of the Su family, the entire Su family was paying close attention to him. When Grandpa Su learned about it, he even called the Su family and scolded Papa Yi. But before they could hand over the information, the PR department was already spreading rumors about an illegitimate child. The couple's relationship was especially good. They naturally did not suspect anything. Instead, Mama Su thought of something else. She froze for a moment, then grabbed her husband's hand and asked with a trembling voice, Is it Xiaoxing who we lost in Tibet? Papa Su had clearly thought of that too, and immediately got someone to investigate the matter. Then, he called Grandpa Su. Everyone in the family was alerted in the middle of the night. Yi Tao was not a bodyguard, and his information was easy to find. Especially Mama Su, who started tearing up when she saw Yi Tao's face. Her second son was born with a weak body. She brought him to the old shaman, but her son went missing on the way. There were no surveillance cameras at the scene, and Mama Su almost went crazy. Fortunately, she still had her eldest son to worry about, but she never forgot about him after so many years. Papa Su had sent many people to search for him, but to no avail. After that, they would go to that spot every year on the day their second son went missing. Unexpectedly, they saw the news that their second son was still alive. The Su family had gotten Yi Tao's hair, and sent it to the comparison center that very night. When Papa Su saw the mole on Yi Tao's earlobe, he insisted, This is my son, there's no mistake. Secretary Su, who was standing beside him, asked, Well, Chief Su, what should we do about the rumors online? Now, the internet was insisting that Yi Tao was Mama Su's illegitimate son. What? Papa Su was very agitated. This is my son, what would they dare say? Get the PR department to post on Weibo right now. Secretary Su was taken aback, and looked at Grandpa Su awkwardly. Papa Su was in a rush, and could not think that much. He only wanted to post on his official Weibo account, but he didn't know how turbulent it was for the Su family. The secretary was still holding Yi Tao's detailed information. Although she felt that it was inappropriate, she couldn't help but speak up when she saw Papa Su's reaction. Chief Su, you haven't seen this information, have you? The person suspected to be the second young master has been living a terrible life these years. She thought about it for a long time and could only use the word terrible to describe it. I know you're happy now, but there's something I have to say. The suspected second young master dropped out of school in his first year of high school and had been working at a construction site. We spent a lot of effort to get some information from there. He worked there because of his poor grades. It's hard to say whether it's our second young master or not. If we recklessly admit it, won't it be? The secretary was suspicious. Although Su Hongfei was a bit of a playboy, he had been very smart since he was young. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get into a university. His current business capabilities were also not bad. However, Yi Tao's information was really too poor. Now, he was being watched by the netizens. When the time came, it would be a survival show, and Yi Tao would have nowhere to hide. Now, it wasn't just a problem of Yi Tao's image, it was also indirectly affecting the Su family's current state. Moreover, the secretary really found it hard to believe that he was Su Hongfei's younger brother. Papa Su and Mama Su had been having a hard time all these years. That was also why they didn't blame Su Hongfei too harshly. Now that they had finally gotten some information, how could they give it up so easily? They didn't take the secretary's words to heart. In the end, the secretary had no choice but to take a liking to Grandpa Su. Grandpa Su muttered, How about this? Let's wait for the hospital's DNA test results. Unlike Papa Su and Mama Su, Grandpa Su was very calm. He didn't have much feelings for his grandson since he didn't grow up by his side. His words were very objective. If he really was the grandson of the Su family, he definitely wouldn't allow him to wander outside. Since Grandpa Su had spoken, Papa Su could only sit there. He couldn't sleep either, and could only get someone to look up Yi Tao's information and photos. When they found a photo of Yi Tao wearing dirty clothes and cement, the couple couldn't hold back their tears. They couldn't wait to go find Yi Tao. Grandpa Su didn't leave the villa tonight, but stayed here. Because it was urgent, the hospital worked overnight. The DNA test results that were supposed to take 7 days were actually out very early. At 7 in the morning, the results were delivered to Papa Su. Papa Su couldn't help laughing when he saw the 99 results. "He's my son. I told you he's my son. Get your official Weibo account to post that I'm going to hold a banquet for Oshing in half a month." Having said that, he didn't care about anything else. After confirming Yi Tao's current address, he went to find him. Mama Su quickly followed him. Grandpa Yi was still calm. He just asked the secretary to bring Yi Tao's information over, and stared at the grade 1 dropout for a long time. Actually, there are many children of other CEOs who drop out of school. The secretary comforted him. Grandpa Su naturally knew that. But those people's children basically had skills, and didn't care about their education. They dropped out of school not to work at construction sites, but to open art shops or start their own businesses. But he was still his grandson. Su Hongfei would take over the Su family in the future, so it was fine if he didn't starve. Grandpa Yi pressed his forehead. He didn't look at the information anymore, and ordered the public relations work. The netizens who had been eating melons for the whole night saw the strongest reversal in history. The Su family explained the reason why second young master went missing, and even showed a paternity test. Powerful netizens even dug out the news that father and mother Su had been in a city for more than a month when Yi Tao went missing. It seemed that the timeline and DNA could be compared. Not only that, they also turned Yi Tao and Yi Xiaohua upside down. You never know if a brick-moving construction site would one day become the son of the richest man. Wait, didn't you see the reason why he worked? I'm dying of laughter. The melons this time were delicious. Yi Tao's sister was his brother's ex-girlfriend, and his brother brought his current girlfriend to participate in the same escape show as them. Didn't you notice that this group is the most obvious comparison? Nonsense. Jiang Wen and Yi Xiaohua, an elite in the medical field, and you can see from a university's forum. And Su Hongfei and Yi Tao, a rich young master, and a brick-moving worker who doesn't even have a high school education. They're not even as good as me. These two groups are basically public executions, haha. Digression. Meanwhile, Father Su and Mother Su had already rushed to Yi Xiaohua and Yi Tao's current residence. They didn't find Yi Xiaohua's current small courtyard, only the address next to their school. Along the way, they were burning with anxiety, constantly urging the driver to drive faster. Papa Su was still holding the DNA comparison data and the folder containing Yi Tao's files. However, it was only one night. No matter how powerful the Su family was, they could not find any useful information. All they knew was that Yi Tao had dropped out of high school and was working at a construction site. Most of this information was obtained by asking around. There was nothing else. Papa Su and Mama Su had mixed feelings when they read the information. Neither of them could have imagined that their second son, who had gone missing all those years ago, was still alive and had stayed in the same city as them for 2 years. Life was still like this. Su's villa is not very close to the university town. In the morning, it was the peak of the traffic jam. It took them an hour and a half to get to Yi Xiaohua's residence. What do you think of my image? Mama Su did not sleep for the entire night, and when she finally arrived at the neighborhood, she finally felt a little nervous. She tidied up her image in front of Papa Su before going upstairs. Both of them knew that the family that raised Yi Tao was not very well off. Otherwise, Yi Tao wouldn't have dropped out of high school to work. However, they also knew in their hearts that their second son's grades were indeed not good. They were very grateful that their second son had been raised. But now seeing the house Yi Tao and Yi Xiaohua rented, they were still a little surprised. Can these two afford to rent a house like this? However, the two of them were worried about Yi Tao, so they didn't think too much about it. They directly went upstairs and knocked on the door. However, even after knocking for a long time, no one came to open the door. Until the opposite door came back and told them that Yi Xiaohua left with 2 people early in the morning. The 2 of them were hot-headed for a moment and suddenly reacted. Yi Xiaohua and Yi Tao went to that deserted island to participate in activities. Papa Su wanted to go too, but the island was overseas and it would take at least 3 days to get there. Since Su group could not afford to be without people, Papa Su could only stay at home. Mama Su, however, could not wait to meet Yi Tao. Mama Su did not sleep for the entire night. She did not even change her clothes, and simply had someone book a ticket for her overseas. After sending her to the airport, Papa Su returned to the office absent-mindedly. This live broadcast program, Tiger Live Broadcast, bought the foreign copyright and was also filmed on an isolated island overseas. The prize money was originally 1 million yuan, but due to the popularity brought by Su Hongfei and the others, it was directly increased to 5 million yuan. However, the cruelest thing about this show was that only the first place would receive a prize. Second and third place, no matter how hard you work or how regretful you are, you won't get a single cent. Many viewers who had watched the foreign live shows sympathized with the second and third place contestants who had worked very hard. But this time, there were more onlookers. The second young master of the Su family, who had been missing for nearly 20 years, was on the same stage with the eldest young master. Countless people were paying attention to them. On this side, Su Hongfei, Yi Xiaohua and others whose mobile phones were taken away did not know what happened on Weibo. They were all placed on the same island. In the end, only one person escaped. Therefore, in addition to surviving, everyone also had to guard against their teammates. When he saw Yi Xiaohua on the plane, Su Hongfei was surprised, but he was worried about Jiang Wen beside him, so he gave Yi Xiaohua a warning look. He asked her not to reveal their relationship to Jiang Wen. However, the other party just glanced at him, as if he were no different from other strangers around him. Su Hongfei pinched his fingers. It was not clear whether the other party was playing hard to get or something. Anyway, Yi Xiaohua had been very wrong since the last time. He lowered his eyes and said a few more words to Jiang Wen beside him. The first thing on an isolated island was survival. Most people chose to form a team first. Otherwise, they would be outnumbered and eliminate their opponents one by one. These contestants obviously came for the prize money, and everyone was well prepared. Soon they formed their own teams. Some were in a group of 4, some were in a group of 3, and some were in a group of 2. The identity of Jiang Wen and Su Hongfei had been revealed on the internet before the show began, especially Su Hongfei, who had specially asked for field expert guidance before this. And Jiang Wen studied medicine, mainly because she seemed to have good physical strength. Many people were willing to form a team with them. Of course, Jiang Wen and Su Hongfei didn't want all of them, but chose a young man who looked very strong. On the contrary, in Yi Xiaohua and Yi Tao's group, the 2 of them looked weak. Except for a little girl called Chushi who was married, no one wanted to join. Compared with the popularity of Jiang Wen and Su Hongfei's side, Yi Tao and Yi Xiaohua's side seemed very deserted. In order to achieve the effect this time, not only did everyone wear a solar camera on their head, but several drones were also released throughout the deserted island to ensure that everyone had a drone around them. There was also a helicopter hovering overhead. However, this helicopter would not come down to help any contestant. Only when a contestant chose to give up, the helicopter would come down and take the contestant to the helicopter. At the same time, the Tiger Live platform quickly changed everyone's perspective. There were a lot of spectators squatting. Seeing 2 people in the live room, someone immediately sent a barrage. Now we can see the 2 sons of the richest man. Haha, have you seen the picture of the second son of the richest man moving bricks that was released on the internet? Don't be noisy. Don't be noisy. It's out, that's Yi Xiaohua. I thought the picture on the official blog was the same, but I didn't expect Yi Xiaohua to look better on the live camera, especially compared with Jiang Wen. Su Hongfei's eyes, upstairs, are you blind? Jiang Wen looks pure and lovely. The most important thing is that she is so young and so talented. You compare Yi Xiaohua with her? Funny. At the beginning, there was only one way. A group of 18 people walked together, and Yi Xiaohua and Yi Tao fell behind. In the evening, there was finally the first escape road to diverge. A group of people talked with confidence and composure. Yi Xiaohua and Yi Tao walked slowly behind. Su Hongfei and Jiang Wen had already chosen a direction. Chu Shi saw that Yi Xiaohua and Yi Tao didn't participate in the back. She couldn't help but ask them if they had chosen. For Yi Xiaohua, no matter which way she went, she could get out in the end. She casually asked what direction Jiang Wen and the others had chosen. Chu Shi said west. Yi Xiaohua pointed to the east. Then let's go east. Chu Shi was shocked by Yi Xiaohua's casual attitude. Just now, Su Hongfei and Jiang Wen analyzed for a long time before deciding to go west. They said that the east is not the best escape route. Chu Shi opened her mouth and felt that her temporary teammate was a bit too unreliable. Why don't we go with Jiang Wen? It's safer with them. Just now, Su Hongfei and Jiang Wen talked with confidence and composure. When they talked, they occasionally mixed in a foreign language, which seemed very knowledgeable. Finally, after a variety of comparisons, they chose the west direction. Why do you have to go with her? Yi Tao didn't like Jiang Wen very much. Although they were from the same hometown, Jiang Wen always looked down on poor students like him. Seeing that Yi Tao really didn't know anything, Chu Shi couldn't help but explain, didn't you ask before you came? Jiang Wen is a medical student at B University. Not only that, but her medical skills are very good. I saw it on Weibo last week. There are many poisonous snakes in this place, and the weather is changeable. It's more convenient to follow them in the early stage. Moreover, they analyzed that if we go west, the west must be the right one. Let's go east. We can also go out east. Yi Xiaohua finally spoke at this time. How did you analyze it? Seeing Yi Xiaohua's confident attitude, Chu Shi couldn't help but ask curiously. Yi Xiaohua looked very confident. I guessed. At this time, someone finally spoke on the barrage. I believe everyone can see the difference here. Su Xiao just said so much to Jiang Wen from the weather to the environment, and everyone was convinced. When it came to Yi Xiaohua and her brother, they couldn't say anything at all. Everyone should know why Su Hongfei broke up with Yi Xiaohua and chose Jiang Wen, right? At the same time, the old man of Yi family and Yi father also asked the assistant to find a live broadcast for them. On the screen, Yi Tao looked like a human, but he always spoke plastic Mandarin with Yi Xiaohua. From time to time, someone on the barrage ridiculed, he didn't graduate from high school, forgive him. Papa Su, who had been watching the live stream, did a double take when he heard the old man's words. Like Mama Su, he felt indebted to Yi Tao. She also knew that he had been through a terrible time, so she naturally wanted to make it up to him. Logically speaking, Yi Tao should also have a share in the Su enterprise, so it was only right that Yi Tao was given it. Still, Papa Su's main concern now was whether Yi Tao could shoulder the responsibility if Su Holdings shares were really given to him. That was a big problem for Papa Su. Since Oxing is my son, he would definitely have a share in Su Holdings. Papa Su thought about it and said, although he has never learned how to manage a company, I would teach him or hire someone else to teach him. Seeing Papa Su's attitude, old Su understood and promptly shook his head. What if I can't teach him? You've seen it for yourself. He'd rather carry bricks than go to school. He hasn't even finished his high school education yet. Do you think he'll listen to you if you force him to learn this? He was annoyed when he saw Yi Tao's information. Previously, he felt that their Su family was not as troublesome as other families, as the Su family only had one heir, Su Hongtao. Although this heir was not very outstanding, he was also not bad. He was admitted to a university, but he was a bit of a playboy. Although the old man wanted an heir who could let the Yi family go further. But if she didn't, he wouldn't force it. Who would have thought that the little grandson who had disappeared all those years ago would appear again? The most important thing was that he was such a mischievous grandson. The old man was impatient to look at Yi Tao's information, but he also knew that Yi Tao was unstable and did not like to study. In the future, if he were to be recognized as a member of the family, who knew how much trouble he would cause? It's fine if he can't learn it. I'm still young, and if he really can't make it, I'll teach him the next generation when he has one. Our Su family is smart, and I don't believe that our family can't produce one. Papa Su said with certainty after some thought. In any case, he was his second son, so he would never shortchange him. Hearing this, Grandpa Xing didn't say anything. Let's wait for him to come back. Papa Su was aware that the old man had an opinion of his second son, but he did not mind. Instead, he made a call and had someone look for the Yi family. Papa Su felt that it was necessary to inform Yi Tao's foster mother who had raised him. The Su family in the capital was still in turmoil because of Yi Tao. And Yi Xiaohua is very relaxed here. She chose to walk on the east side, which was close to the coast. The group had basically not eaten anything for the whole day. Su Hongfei and Jiangwen had found wild berries. To be honest, if it weren't for Jiangwen, I wouldn't have known that they could be eaten. The Tiger Live broadcast was a split screen. It could be divided into 5 screens at once and synchronized the teams that they were automatically divided into. On the screen in the middle, Jiangwen was smiling gently and telling her teammates which fruits they could eat and which they couldn't. A row of 666 appeared on the bullet screen. Suddenly, a wave of what the F*CK was all over the screen. The group of people who were staring at the split screen in the middle saw a certain word and noticed the split screen in the upper left corner. When they looked over, Yi Tao was holding a fish on a wooden stick in his hand. He and Yi Xiaohua each held a wooden stick with a sharp end cut by a stone. The two of them forked several fish. A group of audience members who were just complaining about Yi Xiaohua and Yi Tao, not to mention the audience, even Chushi was dumbfounded. She held a few wild fruits that she had just found in her hand and felt a little ashamed. Let's catch more fish and eat them slowly. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua and Yi Tao stopped after catching a few, Chushi couldn't help but suggest. Yi Xiaohua shook her head, no need. They could get out of the island the day after tomorrow. There was no need to be so troublesome. Chushi felt regretful, but these fish were all caught by Yi Xiaohua and Yi Tao. She had no position to let them sit on anything. She just handled a few fish very diligently. Originally, she thought that it was all seafood, so she could use a sharp stone to cut it into slices and eat raw fish. But she didn't expect that when she was handling the fish, Yi Xiaohua had already started a fire. Survival in the wild, which was a headache for others, seemed very simple in her eyes. This time, it was escape plus survival. Not only to escape from the deserted island, but also to escape alive without any tools. Cliffs, seas, forests, mangroves. Each of them was a great challenge for ordinary people. After dinner in the evening, Yi Xiaohua let Chushi rest for 10 minutes. Yi Tao went to look at the surrounding environment and looked for fresh water. Chushi felt that she was useless, so she tried to find something to do. Yi Xiaohua sat by the fire, smashing stones. After the stones were broken, it was possible to smash out a stone with a sharp edge, which could be used as a dagger. She had just hit a stone suitable for use. Suddenly, there was a scream of Chushi. Yi Xiaohua squinted and immediately went over. She saw Chushi sitting on one side with a pale face, covering her ankle, and there were vines she had just collected. It was a poisonous snake. Just now, Jiangwen's companion was also bitten by a snake. Jiangwen said that the serum must be injected within 2 hours. The helicopter immediately took her teammates away. What was Yi Xiaohua doing? Make a phone call? Did she want to kill Chushi? She didn't mean it. After all, she certainly couldn't recognize a poisonous snake. Jiangwen was a medical student, and she was not. If this girl followed Jiangwen, it would be good. What's wrong? At this time, Yi Tao had already explored the way back. Seeing the two like this, he could not help but twist his eyebrows. I was bitten. Help me find a few herbs around. There are some on this island. Yi Xiaohua saw them on the way here. She said a few names of medicines, and Yi Tao immediately went to find them. These days, Yi Xiaohua gave Yi Tao a lot of medicine. He was not stupid, especially recently, he became more and more clever. When he went to the pharmacy to buy medicine, he saw all these medicines. So he remembered. When he just explored the way, he still remembered where it was. Within 10 minutes, he found the medicine for Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua asked him to put some of the herbs in the shells they picked up at the seaside and boil them for Chushi to drink. Others were pounded and applied to her legs. The action was very skilled, and the technique was also smooth. After Chushi drank the medicine, her complexion improved very quickly. Even the people in the live room could clearly see that the place where the snake bit was blue and black was gone. There was a familiar in the live room. No, Yi Xiaohua is a medical student? A representative of the Chinese class told me. The representative of the Chinese class told you that Yi Xiaohua studied engineering physics. Forget it. After another 10 minutes, Chu Shi not only was not picked up by the helicopter, but also left with Yi Xiaohua. The people in the live room now dare not say anything. They were afraid of being slapped in the face. Every time Jiangwen went to a challenge, she would introduce the origin of the place and what each plant was. She was very knowledgeable and introduced a lot of useful things to everyone. Yi Xiaohua's group was very silent and didn't say anything. But now, the audience finally found that Yi Xiaohua's group was clearly a real person. She didn't talk much, but every time she made a move, people in the live room were amazed. On the third day, Yi Xiaohua's group went directly out of the island. Now there was no one on the screen to say anything about moving bricks. However, they didn't find the stronghold of the Tiger Live broadcast, so they could only ask passers-by. Here, there were only a few foreigners, and they couldn't speak English, so Chu Shi gave up directly. Yi Xiaohua came forward to communicate with people. There was a lot of talk, but Chu Shi didn't understand. Do you know what they're talking about? Chu Shi asked Yi Tao, who listened to Yi Xiaohua and laughed. This is Country D, Yi Tao said. My sister told him that we came here to travel, and accidentally got lost with the team. She asked him where this is. God in the live broadcast room, tell me, is Yi Tao pretending or is he serious? The second language is D, let me tell you, Yi Tao didn't translate a word wrong. People moving bricks not only know all kinds of Chinese herbal medicine, but also know D language. Do you think this group of netizens still dare to spray Yi Xiaohua and Yi Tao? They could only brush, and 666. As for Jiang Wen and Su Hongfei's split screen, no one paid attention to it. Yi Xiaohua directly let Chu Shi go to the Tiger Live broadcast to bite the reward. She walked behind Yi Tao. Chu Shi, a white-collar worker, came to this show for her brother who had leukemia. Although Yi Tao signed up for money at first, he was not short of money now, and also had a way to make money again. He didn't care about the prize money this time. And the Tiger Live broadcast did not expect that someone would successfully escape from the east side of the natural moat version, so they all rushed over from the west side. And Sumu couldn't wait for Su Hongfei, so she rushed over with the Tiger Live broadcast. When they rushed over, only Chu Shi was there, while Yi Xiaohua and Yi Tao had already returned to China. Sumu immediately called Sumu and asked them to go to the airport. Sumu didn't have time to go, because he was on the way to Yi family. On the way to Yi family. Let's bring Yimu to the capital first. They changed from plane to train, from train to bus, and finally found a house that looked very shabby. The secretary behind Sumu had never experienced such a scene, and after seeing the poverty and backwardness, she finally understood why the second young master was so much worse than the eldest young master. I didn't expect the second young master to live in such a place, the secretary followed behind Sumu and said in a low voice, I just heard that the primary school here is 5 miles away from them, and they still have to go down the mountain. No wonder the second young master is not good at school. She finally understood a little now. Listening to the secretary, Sumu didn't say anything. The secretary glanced at Sumu walking in front, saw the mud on his shoes, and thought to herself, why bother? But she still followed. Sumu stared at the slightly closed broken door for a long time. He didn't go forward for a long time. Coincidentally, at this time a villager passed by and asked what they were doing. The secretary immediately came forward to explain, and specifically asked about Yi Tao's situation. Obviously, asking in the village was much clearer than asking in the capital. The old man immediately said, Yi Tao, he's just a rascal. He wasted the money he spent on studying, and when he was in his first year of high school, he actually went to work in the city. But it's good, he can pay for his sister's tuition, and she's smart. Obviously, Yi Tao had a very bad image in the eyes of the villagers. Sumu frowned, and directly went forward to knock on the door, but was stopped by the secretary. CEO Su, let's get ready first. The second young master's birth mother is here, and evil women come from barren hills and unruly rivers. Let the report knock on the door. In fact, the secretary was a little conflicted. She didn't know what would happen in the future with the Yi family. It wasn't like there was no similar news in modern society. The secretary was a little afraid that the Yi family would not let go of the Su family. Although the Yi family was insignificant and couldn't affect the Su family, it would still affect the Su family's image. Especially the stock market, which couldn't withstand the wind and rain. Unfortunately, she and Grandpa Su had hinted a lot, but Sumu didn't waver. He insisted that she bring Yimu to the capital, and the two families discussed this matter. While the secretary was thinking, Sumu had already pushed her aside, and went forward to knock on the door. The door was quickly opened, and a very simple woman appeared inside. There was still mud on her hands, and when she saw the sudden appearance of the group of people, she was clearly very flustered, and didn't know where to put her hands and feet. When the secretary saw that it was Yi Tao's adoptive mother, she couldn't help but frown. On this side, Yi Xiaohua and Yi Tao also came back by plane. Neither of them went to claim the live broadcast bonus, nor did they go back to the capital as Sumu thought. Instead, they planned to go home first and pick up Yimu. The results will come out tomorrow, right? Yi Xiaohua sat on the bus and asked Yi Tao. Yi Tao handed her the water at hand, sat on the outside of her and nodded, yes, we should be able to find out tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Whose contact information did you fill in at that time? Damn, didn't you send a cell phone back to Mom? I was afraid that when the results came out, it would affect you in the lab, so I directly filled in Mom's cell phone number. Yi Tao said here, so, sister, did you make the heart protection pill? I'm afraid our mom can't stand it. When Yi Tao said this, he finally knew why she asked him this question. You're quite confident? Of course, you taught her. Yi Tao smiled, but you have to explain your Sihiyuan to her. The two talked along the way. When they arrived at the door, they saw a lot of people stopped in front of the door. Almost all the old people in the village came out to see the fun. Seeing Yi Xiaohua and Yi Tao coming back, these old people immediately looked at Yi Tao. Yi Tao, you came back just in time, go in, your father is looking for you. Didn't his father die early? Yi Tao heard this and twisted his eyebrows, then looked at Yi Xiaohua and directly entered the door. Sumu was still talking to Yimu. Yimu looked at the group of people in suits and leather shoes, she was not used to it. At first, she took her own son to seek medical treatment, but did not expect that her son died halfway, and she got a baby from the mouth of a she-wolf, thinking that it was arranged by God to raise the baby as her own child. After so many years, she did not expect that Yi Tao's biological parents were still alive. At that time, she really thought that Yi Tao was an abandoned baby, otherwise, which parents would let themselves think that their child was taken away by a wolf? She was a real country woman, and had no opinions all her life. When Sumu's group came, she did not know what to say, until she saw Yi Xiaohua and Yi Tao coming back, she felt like she had found the backbone. Hearing Yi Tao's name, Papa Su, his secretary, and his bodyguards immediately turned towards the door. The secretary and the others had just swept the Yi family from top to bottom. It could be said that the Yi family was as poor as a church mouse. Originally, they thought that they would see a dirty Yi Tao like the man here. She didn't expect to see a tall and handsome young man. Her face was 60% similar to Madame Su's. Mrs. Su was a famous beauty in the capital when she was young, and Yi Tao was not like her. He had his own unique look. The secretaries were slightly taken aback. Although second young master wasn't stingy, he had a pretty face. Even if he couldn't inherit the Su family in the future, he wouldn't starve even if he joined the entertainment industry. Ah Xing. Papa Su was at a loss for words. He took a step forward, wanting to pat Yi Tao's shoulder, but Yi Tao dodged. Still, Papa Su did not mind. He was happy for a long time, and told them to discuss it in the capital. Yi Tao and Yimu did not speak, they all looked at Yi Xiaohua. Only then did Papa Su know that Yi Xiaohua was in charge of the Yi family. However, he did not show any surprise on his face, and instead spoke to Yi Xiaohua amiably. It was only when he came here that he realized that Yi Xiaohua being admitted to a university under such conditions was already very good. Yi Xiaohua did not struggle, and agreed to Papa Su to discuss it in the capital. The group rushed to the capital overnight. Plane tickets were no longer available. They had to wait until after 9 tomorrow. Unable to wait, Papa Su arranged for a few cars to drive to the capital overnight. On the other side, Mama Su got the news too, and returned home overnight. The next morning, they arrived at the Su family villa before 7 in the morning. The Su family villa was located in the city center, a very prosperous stage. Mama Yi had never seen such a prosperous place in her life, and did not know where to put her feet for a moment. The Su family's butler directly brought a pair of shoes over, and placed them at Mama Yi's feet. "Please change your shoes before coming in." The butler smiled warmly, but there was a hint of inconspicuous disdain in his eyes. Mama Yi could not feel it, but she felt very cramped. She felt that there was something wrong with her body, and wanted to leave immediately. Old Su had long received his son's message, and was waiting at the Su family villa. He could not help frowning when he saw the Yi family, but did not show it on his face, and directly looked at Papa Su, who was in the crowd. "You're back?" "Yeah. This is Xiaoxing. Doesn't he look like his mother?" Papa Su happily introduced Yi Tao to Old Su. Old Master Yi just nodded casually. This was also what Old Master Su came to after careful consideration when he realized that his son was being serious. Yi Tao was good at everything except his image. Papa Su did not mind, but Old Man Su knew that the people outside were laughing at him. "I've also arranged some tutoring classes. Your brother knows 4 languages, which will be useful for business in the future. I hope you can learn them too," Old Man Su said flatly. Although he was smiling, Mama Yi felt that the old man in front of her did not like her. Mama Yi did not expect the child she picked up to be so influential. Everything here made her feel like there was a knife on her back. She was not as relaxed as she was at home. Now that she heard Old Man Su's words, she understood even if she was stupid. Old Man Su was despising Yi Tao's background. She felt even more embarrassed and ashamed. She had always raised Yi Tao as her own child, and now she felt that she had embarrassed Yi Tao. "Dad." Papa Su did not expect Old Man Su to have arranged everything as soon as he came back. He looked terrible. "Why did you arrange all this for Xiaoxing? I'm afraid you'll be confused." Old Man Su looked straight at Yi Tao. "Yi Tao, tell me what you think." "I've already contacted the principal of number 1 middle school. Xiaoxing, don't worry about your grandfather. I'll help you with number 1 middle school," Papa Su said directly. The two of them started arguing. However, Yi Tao's expression did not change at all. "Old Man Su, Uncle Su, I didn't agree to come back with you for the Su family's assets. You don't have to worry about that. I'm just doing it for the surname Su." "Xiaoxing, don't talk nonsense. Of course you'll have a share in the Su family." Papa Su thought that Yi Tao was angry. "Don't worry. I won't force you to go to number 1 middle school if you don't want to study. I'll support you in whatever you want to do," he quickly explained to Yi Tao. Papa Su felt even more guilty when he learned from Mama Yi that she had saved her son from a wolf. He would not say a word even if Yi Tao had to be a leech for the rest of his life. He had already thought of hiring someone he trusted to be the CEO. In today's society, there are plenty of second-generation rich kids who don't know anything. How could they not have a way out? No need. Yi Tao looked directly at Yi Mu and Yi Xiaohua. "Mom, sister, let's go." No matter how Papa Su tried to persuade him, it was futile. Mama Su had hurried home early in the morning to see her second son. After running around for days, she did not expect to come home empty-handed. After hearing the butler's description, she couldn't help but cry. Coincidentally, the secretary received a call from the Su family's public relations. She browsed the web and found the news about the evil sister. The news said in detail how vicious Yi Xiaohua and her mother were. They deliberately let their adopted younger brother work for them and didn't give him a chance to study. They dropped out of high school in their first year of high school. Especially when Yi Xiaohua was in college, she pretended not to know Yi Tao. He had constructed a very vicious image of a mother and sister. At the same time, he also dug out Jiang Wen and Su Hongfei, saying that it was no wonder that Su Hongfei wanted to break up with Yi Xiaohua. The bottom of the news is scolding Yi Xiaohua and Yi Mu. This kind of thing must be very angry at a glance. The secretary immediately showed the news to Mama Su. She also said that Mama Yi and Yi Xiaohua deliberately let Yi Tao say that. Papa Su was calling the principal of number 1 middle school. The old man said hello to the principal of number 1 middle school. Now that Yi Tao was not willing to go, he naturally had to tell the other party. However, he did not expect that when he called, the other party gave him a shocking news. Digression: the requirements of number 1 middle school had always been much lower than those affiliated high schools. Many of them donated buildings and libraries to send their children there. When the old man said that he wanted to send someone in and offered to build a library for number 1 middle school, the principal got the gist of the situation. Su Hongfei had gotten first place in number 1 middle school a few years ago. The principal still had some impression of the Su family. After hanging up the phone, he began to think who in the Su family was worth old Su's effort to donate a library to number 1 middle school. He thought for a long time but could not think of anyone in the Su family who fit the criteria. Before he could figure it out, the dean who came to deliver the materials told him a big piece of gossip. It turned out that the Su family wanted to find a way out for the second young master. Coincidentally, the second young master of the Su family was Yi Tao, who had been accepted by their school some time ago. Not long after, Papa Su called to tell the principal about it. The principal guessed that now that the results were out, the Su family must have known that Yi Tao was in number 1 middle school, so he said congratulations to Father Su first. Papa Su was confused by the congratulation. He had not recognized his second son yet. How could he be congratulated? "Mr. Su, you are too modest." Yi Tao scored 749 points in the college entrance exam. Although the national scores are not out yet, this score has never appeared in our city before. Not to mention the top scorer in the city, he is definitely in the top 3 in the city. The second place in number 1 middle school only scored 717 points. The comprehensive science section of the college entrance examination this time was extremely biased and difficult. There were not many high scores in number 1 middle school. There were over 500 points in number 1 middle school, and only a few students scored over 600 points. How happy could the principal be to see a score that was not much different from a perfect score? In his heart, he was sure that Yi Tao would be the top scorer in the city. Perhaps he would even be the top scorer in the national exam. However, before the scores were out, he did not dare to brag to death. Father Su was still sad. Hearing the principal's words, he could not speak for a moment. "Principal, who did you say it was?" "Yi Tao. I heard that Chairman Su just recognized second young master." "It's really a double blessing," the principal said with a chuckle. Papa Su was left dumbfounded. "Yi Tao, didn't Yi Tao drop out of school for 2 years? The old master had even used his connections to send her to number 1 middle school. How did she not only become a student of number 1 middle school, but she also took the college entrance examination and scored 749 points. Originally, when Yi Tao left with Yi Xiaohua, Father Su was in a bad mood. When he hung up the phone, he was in a daze. Grandpa Xing had not left, and when he saw Papa Su's expression change so quickly, he couldn't help looking at him. What happened? Just now, the principal of number 1 middle school told me that Xiaoxing is already a third-year student in their school, and that he did very well in his college entrance exams. No wonder Xiaoxing didn't want to go to year 1. Dad, you hurt Xiaoxing's pride. Papa Su looked at Grandpa Su seriously. Grandpa Xing also looked up in surprise. How many marks did you get? 749. Grandpa Xing was shocked by the score, and even Mama Su, who was watching the news, looked up in disbelief. Didn't the news say that the mother and daughter of the Yi family didn't let him study? When Mama Su first saw the news and heard the description of Yi Tao, she felt as if her heart was bleeding. Who would have thought that there would be such a reversal in the next second? Didn't the Yi family not let him go to school? Then why did he go to number 1 middle school? Also, Yi Xiaohua and Yi Tao went to the survival show together, and the news might not be true, so Mama Su wanted to find Yi Tao immediately. Grandpa Su frowned when he saw Mama Su's reaction. He didn't have any feelings for Yi Tao, and he had been looking at things from a rational point of view. I don't have any regrets if you want to find Yi Tao, but he must learn everything he needs to learn. And most importantly, don't forget your eldest son just because you found your second son. I know. Mama Su nodded. Grandpa Su nodded in satisfaction when he saw that both of them had listened to him. It was a happy thing for the Su family to have another young master, but it also meant that they had another heir. Grandpa Su was very familiar with Su Hongfei's personality, so he wasn't worried about her doing anything. On the other hand, Grandpa Su thought about the grandson who came back halfway, but he didn't know what he was thinking. As for Yi Tao's adoptive mother and sister, when he heard the secretary's words, the old man felt that the two of them weren't easy to deal with. They coaxed Yi Tao around in circles. After all, who in the world could not be tempted by such a huge fortune, not to mention those who were crazy poor? After hanging up the phone, the principal didn't find anything strange about Papa Su's attitude, and just thought that he was too happy. The first thing he did after hanging up the phone was to go to the information building next door to confirm Yi Tao's ranking. How is it? Are the results of the whole city out? After entering, the principal found that all the teachers and students were standing on one side strangely. The person in charge of the results said with a magical look on his face, "Where on earth did you recruit this Yi Tao? He's simply a dark horse, galloping across the country." In this comprehensive science exam, the second place in the comprehensive science exam only got 288 points. He directly got full marks. Hearing this, the principal grinned. So he's not only the top scorer in the city, but also the top scorer in the national paper, right? The person in charge nodded. At this time, the principal finally knew why these people in the office looked confused. Not to mention them, even he felt very confused. He didn't expect that a student he accepted casually for the sake of Xianxia would be so extraordinary. Sure enough, he's a national-level researcher. The younger brother brought up is really not simple. He dropped out of school for 2 years and still got the top scorer. I'm afraid that those people in Fuzhou will not feel good. This year's source of students will be greatly affected. The principal smiled. An international-level researcher? The teaching director stood beside the principal with a puzzled face. These things about Yi Tao and the Su family were very popular on the internet. Basically all the young people who surfed the internet knew about it, and the teaching director was also one of them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told the principal Yi Tao's identity just now. He knew that the second young master of the Su family had just been found. The second young master of the Su family was a construction worker who dropped out of school for 2 years. His mother was a farmer, and his sister was not a very good gold digger. The netizens were envious of the good luck of the 2 women of the Yi family, especially Yi Xiaohua, who had made up her mind to marry into a rich family. Now, with this love, how much money could they dig from the Su family? Yi Xiaohua's identity has always been in a secret state. Naturally, the state did not publicize her identity. Otherwise, many people would come to dig people. Even people in a university, except for those in the laboratory, few people know Yi Xiaohua's real identity. The principal of number 1 middle school doesn't know very well. Most of it is guessed from the professor. I don't have the authority to know much about this matter. The principal was in a good mood. It was rare for him to say a few more words to the dean. But according to the professor of a university, I'll put it this way. The Su family is the richest family, but once the country gets involved, the Su family is nothing. Do you understand? In Beijing, the principal of number 1 middle school is just a part-time job. He also has a complicated identity. A member of an organ. He had quite a lot of authority. Even in front of the mayor, he had a bit of authority. When the teacher heard that the principal's authority didn't know much, he probably understood it. He bowed his head and looked at the mobile phone Weibo interface. The netizens scolded Yi Xiaohua and Yi Mu for their shameless exploitation and disgusting words. I can't help but open my own account and comment below. Don't rush to stand in line. What if there is a reversal? Now the comments on Weibo are all upside down. All of them are scolding Yi Xiaohua and Yi Mu. Suddenly, there was such a comment. The dean was scolded as a water army invited by Yi Xiaohua. He also said that the dean was a hot marketing number. Most of the comments are unbearable abuse. However, the dean doesn't care now. Anyway, no matter whether Yi Xiaohua will come out to clarify or not, when Yi Tao's results come out, the netizens will naturally slap themselves in the face. Which child exploited by his adoptive mother's family can be the top student in the national examination? Not to mention, as a researcher of the National Academy, she is busy in the laboratory every day and has to teach her brother to study. Yi Xiaohua didn't pay attention to the internet, nor did she continue to care about Yi Tao's next matter. Whether Yi Tao decides to stay or return to Su family, she is very supportive. If he wants the Su family's business, Yi Xiaohua is not helpless. In fact, if she saw the online news, she would not refute a word, because in some ways, what the netizens said before was not wrong. Although the original owner did not force her brother to make money, she really had nothing to do in college. She only relied on her brother's money and was not willing to recognize him in front of others. "Mom, this is the house we temporarily rented. I'll take you to the house assigned by the organization in a few days." Xianxia didn't take Yimu to the courtyard. When she first went to Su's house, Yimu was not used to it. If she changed to a big courtyard guarded by soldiers, Xianxia felt that she would not stimulate Yimu first. Organization? There's even an organization for smashing? Girl, have you assigned work? In the eyes of Yimu, when she goes to college, the school will assign work. Xianxia did not explain and smiled. Yes, now I work while attending classes. That's a good feeling, girl. You're still promising. Saying that, Yimu turned around and twisted Yitao's ear. See, it's better to go to college. Your sister not only has a job, but the organization also assigned her a house. She'll be a city person in the future. Yimu was going to educate Yitao to the past. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly remembered that the other party was no longer his son, so he immediately put down his hand. However, Yitao's expression was the same as before, without any strangeness. Mom, I see. I'm not listening to you. I'm going to take the exam right away. The results are expected to come out soon. Seeing Yitao's expression, Yimu relaxed a little and changed to a relaxed expression. In fact, a son raised by himself, although not his own, but if he suddenly is not close to himself, some loss is normal. Especially Su's family is so good, with a big villa and servants at home. She only saw this kind of family in plays before. Originally, Yimu had such awareness, but she didn't expect Yitao to talk to her like this. The joy on Yimu's face was obvious. She still wanted to say something to Yitao. At this time, the cell phone in her pocket rang. Is this my cell phone? Yimu quickly took out her cell phone. Who will call me? Yitao and Xianxia know her phone number. Now both of them are around her. Yimu really can't think of anyone who will contact her at this time. Yitao stood on one side with a gentle smile. You'll know when you answer. Xianxia and Yitao both guessed that it should be a phone call from the school. I'll go to the lab first, then discuss the company's affairs with Bai Zhe. I'll take you out to dinner when I come back. Xianxia is sure that Yitao must be a top scorer this time. How could the students she had taught be bad? I've already thought about celebrating. When I come back later, I'll give him the gift she prepared at number 1 middle school. Yitao nodded, then paid attention to Yimu's situation. He was really afraid that Yimu would faint with excitement. On this side, Xianxia has returned to the laboratory. There are a group of research maniacs in the laboratory. They won't go out of the laboratory unless it's urgent. However, they are still a little concerned about Xianxia. The staff of the research room watched her participation in the survival live broadcast. These people are protected by the state. They will be out of breath even after running a short distance on weekdays. When I saw the live broadcast, I was stunned, especially the matter of Xianxia and Yitao crossing the cliff with a vine. That's the reality. The people in the laboratory didn't expect Xianxia to be so bold, without any protection. At the same time, I also watched the gossip in the live broadcast room. At this time, seeing Xianxia coming back, I quickly asked her about her situation. Some asked her why she was so bold, some asked her if she was a special forces soldier, and some asked her about the Su family. But they don't pay much attention to the Su family. For this group of national talents, they are 2 worlds from those rich families. And they don't care how much money the richest people have. What's more, they care whether the country's driving force has been researched. Moreover, these people in the laboratory, especially Xianxia, as long as they are not stupid, know that this is the supreme treasure of the country. Who has ever seen a comparison between the richest people and state functionaries? You're really brave this time. The exit you found is a war-torn zone. I heard that the country sent special forces to pick you up. The professor was speechless when he saw Xianxia, but he was relieved to see that the other party appeared in front of him intact. The higher-ups have already held a meeting to decide how to limit your restless heart. You're really brave this time. Do you know that the exit you found is in the war-torn zone? Yi Xiaohua touched her nose. Where will I go? Naturally, I have the confidence to protect myself. Don't worry, I won't let people cause trouble. The professor didn't know what to say for a while. He sighed, I didn't say you were troublesome. I also heard from old General Luo that it was a research base. I was really afraid that you wouldn't come back. Well, it's okay. He patted Yi Xiaohua on the shoulder. He had a new view of her. At first, the professor trained Yi Xiaohua as a successor, and now it has developed into a relationship between teacher and friend. The other side not only doesn't need him to know in physics, but also surpasses him. To draw inferences. At first, he would occasionally guide her on one side. Now it's not necessary at all. The launch of the new weapon was successful. An internal celebration party was held. Xiaohua, you are a great hero. The professor's eyes were full of joy. It's a pity that you didn't see the grand scene with your own eyes. You can watch the video. Although Yi Xiaohua expected the success of the new weapon, she still smiled when she heard the professor's words. At this time, the main purpose of coming back is to confirm the progress of the experiment and the direction of the new experiment. After confirming it, Yi Xiaohua was busy with her own affairs. She asked people to find some parts for her, which were put on her research table before. This is the gift she prepared for Yi Tao's college entrance examination. A computer she assembled. The computer parts were customized by Baizhi before, and now the time is just right. She entered a bunch of complicated formulas, and the software assembly was too complicated, so she had to wait for half an hour. During this time, she discussed things with other researchers in the laboratory. After waiting for half an hour, she took the computer to find Baizhi. She made an appointment with Baizhi to meet in a bar near the school. This bar is a bit expensive, but it is very quiet, and there are fewer couples than in the coffee shop, especially during the day, which is very suitable for talking about things. Baizhi booked a seat 10 minutes in advance, and ordered a dessert and juice for Yi Xiaohua, waiting by the window. He and Yi Xiaohua are very familiar now, and know that the other side wants to arrive on time. So now every time he meets with Yi Xiaohua, he will come a few minutes in advance. However, he didn't expect that Yi Xiaohua hadn't waited yet, and just saw a group of acquaintances coming in from the door. Senior Bai. Luo Fei was the first to see Baizhi, and quickly greeted Baizhi. Behind him, Su Hongfei was talking to Jiangwen about something. His brows were slightly wrinkled, and when he heard Luo Fei's voice, he immediately raised his head. When he saw Baizhi, he also smiled at him, Senior Bai. Alright, now that we have met Baizhi, let's have a good chat. Doesn't their company have a cooperation with your family? Luo Fei whispered, are you really afraid that your brother who doesn't know anything can replace your position? A roommate beside him couldn't help but say, this Yi Xiaohua is really haunting us. Su Hongfei broke up with her, and things are logically over. Who would have thought that the brother she didn't recognize was actually Su Hongfei's biological brother? But fortunately, Hongfei broke up with her long ago, otherwise I don't know what to do now. That's right, Jiangwen is more suitable for Hongfei. Another roommate couldn't help but nod, and then turned to look at Jiangwen with a smile. Oh right, Jiangwen, are you going to do another experiment? We still have to wait for a few more days. Recently, the laboratory has been used by professors. Jiangwen smiled. Awesome. Luo Fei glanced at Jiangwen. He rarely praised people, but at this time, he couldn't help but say, the laboratory is not easy to climb, you have to work hard. He didn't say much, but he understood what he meant. His eyes were full of admiration for Jiangwen. His grandfather had said that with his qualifications, it was impossible for him to enter the laboratory in this lifetime anyway. Senior, why are you back today? Didn't I hear that you are in an important period of new research? A group of people had already walked not far from Baizhi as they spoke. When they saw dessert and cups in front of Baizhi, they knew that he had an appointment. However, Su Hongfei did have something to discuss with Baizhi, so she sat not far from him. I came back to find someone. Baizhi smiled, looking at his watch absent-mindedly. Luo Fei and the others had spent time with Baizhi before, and Baizhi was indeed a genius in the computer science department. When he was in school, he was also an influential person, but he always looked cold and gentle. Luo Fei and the others had never seen Baizhi with this expression. What kind of important person was he waiting for? Su Hongfei and the others were inevitably a little curious, and from time to time, they would pay attention to Baizhi's situation. When Baizhi looked at his phone again, he suddenly stood up and looked in the direction of the door. Su Hongfei and the others immediately followed his gaze, but they didn't see anyone. Baizhi's eyes lit up when he saw who it was. Looking at Baizhi's expression, he knew that the person was the one he was waiting for. Luo Fei and the others couldn't help but look in the direction of the door. At a glance, they saw a familiar yet strange face. The face was very familiar, and Yi Xiaohua's face was very recognizable. But Luo Fei and Su Hongfei's roommates hadn't seen Yi Xiaohua for a long time. They always felt that Yi Xiaohua was more beautiful and attractive than before. Even Su Hongfei, who had just seen Yi Xiaohua during the live broadcast, was stunned. But he quickly reacted. He immediately turned his head and looked at Baizhi, who was looking at Yi Xiaohua. Su Hongfei and the others were in a strange mood. Yi Xiaohua's image these days was no longer a secret on the internet. How could a vain and vicious woman like Baizhi hook up with her? Su Hongfei and the others wanted to speak immediately, but seeing that Yi Xiaohua was about to come over, they shut up. Yi Xiaohua naturally saw the people at the next table. But she didn't care much, and just talked to Baizhi about a few things as usual. This computer? Baizhi looked at the computer in Yi Xiaohua's hand. His eyes lit up. He was very familiar with this screen, and he had personally given it to Yi Xiaohua. It was just assembled, but it's a gift for my brother. I can't give it to you for now. Yi Xiaohua smiled helplessly at Baizhi. Baizhi heard that she was talking about her brother, so he didn't force her. He already knew that Yi Xiaohua had a baby brother. The last time they cooperated, the president invited Yi Xiaohua to dinner at 8 o'clock in the evening, and the other party said that he would go home to teach his brother his homework. No one else would do that. Okay, but you have to wait for a few more days. Take a look at this information first. Baizhi immediately handed the information in his hand to Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua's cell phone rang in her pocket. She opened it and saw that it was Yi Tao. Sorry, I have to answer the phone first. Yi Xiaohua said to Baizhi. Even if Baizhi was anxious, he wouldn't be this anxious. Anyway, Yi Xiaohua was here, and he could wait for a while. Yi Xiaohua immediately took the cell phone and went out. Sister, Mom said that she wouldn't go out for dinner. She insisted on going to buy groceries herself. What do you want to eat tonight? I'm at the food market with Mom, Yi Tao said in a low voice. Yi Xiaohua first asked Yi Mu if she was okay now, and then let Yi Tao buy at will. Yi Tao knew Yi Xiaohua's favorite food, so he casually made a phone call and asked when she would come back in the evening. After that, the two hung up the phone. And in the bar. After Yi Xiaohua left, Luo Fei and the others couldn't help it. Senior Bai, why are you with this kind of person? Luo Fei's roommate was the first to speak. Just now, when Yi Xiaohua was around, they didn't have the nerve to eavesdrop, nor did they say anything to Baizhi. Now that Yi Xiaohua was gone, they naturally had something to say. Baizhi hadn't expected them to say something like that. What's wrong? This Yi Xiaohua is not a good person. You must not be deceived by her. Luo Fei, don't you think so? His roommate knew that he was not credible, so he dragged Luo Fei. Baizhi looked at Luo Fei in confusion. Luo Fei casually put it aside and nodded. Senior Bai, my roommate is right. Yi Xiaohua, that person, you have to pay attention to. When Luo Fei opened his mouth, his roommate immediately added oil and vinegar to the matter of Yi Xiaohua and Yi Tao. However, Baizhi didn't believe it. He also said that Yi Xiaohua was very good to Yi Tao. Senior Bai, don't be deceived by her. She knows that Yi Tao is Hongfei's younger brother. That's why she is so good to him. This woman can't do anything for money. Baizhi didn't like his roommate's words. He directly frowned. Don't talk nonsense. Is it good to talk about a girl like that? He naturally knew what kind of person Yi Xiaohua was. He was even more clear about whether the other party was doing this for money. Just this computer joint venture case alone was enough for her to have money. She didn't want to pay attention to other cases that the president wanted to cooperate with her. If it was really for money, it wouldn't be his turn to see Yi Xiaohua now. Baijia's heart was now faintly clear. The reason why Yi Xiaohua was cooperating with the company now was mostly because of him. Although it was somewhat narcissistic to say so. But this was also what he understood from getting along with Yi Xiaohua. The reason was because when she was short of money, he believed her and made a software for her. He also gave her 250,000 yuan before and after. It was hard for Baizhi to believe that she was the kind of person that Luo Fei and the others said that she was the kind of person. Senior Bai. Seeing Baizhi like this, his roommate still wanted to turn over the Weibo for Baizhi to see. He wanted to let the other party know that Yi Xiaohua was doing this for money. However, it was at this time that Yi Xiaohua came back with her cell phone. Baizhi talked to Yi Xiaohua as usual. Yi Xiaohua noticed the eyes that were constantly dripping over from the next table. What's wrong? Nothing. Baizhi didn't believe Luo Fei's words at all. He directly handed over the document. Take a look. Is it okay? Yi Xiaohua took it, casually flipped through it twice, and then nodded. Yes. Used to Yi Xiaohua's speed of flipping through the document, Baizhi was not surprised at all. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua had finished reading, he knew that the other party had no objection to this condition. That's it. Do you want to see the president? Baizhi put away the document and finally asked. Yi Xiaohua thought that Yi Tao and Yi Mu hadn't come back from shopping yet, so she directly refused. No, I have something to do when I go back. All right. Listening to Yi Xiaohua, Baizhi had some regrets, but he didn't try to persuade Yi Xiaohua again. I'll contact you again in the evening. Yi Xiaohua took her cell phone and computer and left. She didn't look at Su Hongfei and the others. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua had left, Su Hongfei slightly twisted his eyebrows and didn't speak. This group of roommates immediately caught up with Baizhi and turned over the Weibo for Baizhi to see. Baizhi was not angry. Instead, he looked at them with a smile. When he heard that Yi Xiaohua was Su Hongfei's girlfriend, he looked at Su Hongfei in surprise. You finally believe it now. Seeing Baizhi's expression, his roommates thought that Baizhi believed it and breathed a sigh of relief. After that, Baizhi left here, no longer looking at these people's expressions. Several of Su Hongfei's roommates are staring. Even Su Hongfei himself is extremely shocked. They also thought that Baizhi was just joking. But they also saw the interaction between Baizhi and Yi Xiaohua just now. It seemed that they were just looking at the contract, and there was no fan interaction at all. How powerful your ex-girlfriend is. Jiang Wen, who has been on one side and doesn't care about Yi Xiaohua at all, doesn't know how to describe it at this time. In fact, she and Yi Xiaohua are fellow villagers, and should be very familiar with each other, but she rarely mentions Yi Xiaohua. When others mention Yi Xiaohua, she doesn't care. When she knew that Yi Xiaohua was Su Hongfei's ex-girlfriend, she was surprised, but there was no sense of crisis at all. To put it bluntly, when she was in the village, Jiang Wen was a little proud and couldn't listen to the people in the village praising Yi Xiaohua all the time. People with good grades generally have their own pride, and Jiang Wen is the same. Luo Fei was also very surprised, but when he heard Jiang Wen's words, he smiled. Jiang Wen, how can you compare her with you? When you have entered the national laboratory, you will know. Although he is also very strange that Yi Xiaohua, a physics student, knows Baizhi and develops software and computers. But when he heard Jiang Wen's words, he couldn't help laughing. Even if he now admits Yi Xiaohua's achievements, he has to say that Yi Xiaohua and Jiang Wen are still incomparable. At most, it's a little strange in my heart. Luo Fei is the most powerful person in this group of people. He said that his roommates knew it. And Su Hongfei's face is much better. On this side, when Yi Xiaohua arrived home, he found that Yi Tao and others should be back. The door of the rented room is wide open. Yi Xiaohua slightly squinted into the room. Just saw Yi Mu, who came out of the kitchen with some fear. What's the matter? Yi Xiaohua said. Seeing Yi Xiaohua coming back, Yi Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaohua, you're back just in time. Mr. Su is here. He's a big family in the capital, and he's Tao Dao's biological grandfather. You should be polite to him. Yi Xiaohua glanced at the sofa and saw Mr. Su and the housekeeper Su, who was standing beside Mr. Su and glancing at her. They are talking about Tao Tao's school status and career problems in the future. Do you need to pay Social Security to buy a house here? Yimu asked Yi Xiaohua in a low voice. Although Yimu's voice was low, several people in the hall heard it. Mr. Su didn't speak, but the housekeeper standing behind him took a look at Yimu, and then said, yes, even if there is social security, the pressure to buy a house without a provident fund is great. It's not more than 20 years ago, but you have to agree to the condition that the old man said before, and you can get a hardcover house in the city center. Yimu didn't know these things, but she was very uncomfortable listening to the housekeeper. Even if she didn't study, she knew that the other party looked down on her and her. Yi Tao and your mother both said that they would wait for you to come back to talk. Su Laozi looked at Yi Xiaohua. He didn't expect that Yi Xiaohua was the one in charge of this family. He looked at Yi Xiaohua meaningfully. I saw that you are in a university. If you don't have any opinion on Yi Tao's matter, I will add another arrangement to the original house for you to work in our Su company in the future. How about that? Out of topic, where is my brother? Yi Xiaohua did not answer Su Laozi. Just turned to look at Yimu. When he came back and saw his grandfather downstairs, he would drive people away. Yimu looked at the two people sitting on the sofa, and her voice was lower. I was afraid that he would lose his temper and beat the two old people, so I asked him to go to the supermarket to buy soy sauce. As soon as Elder Su arrived, he told Yi Tao to move back to the Yi family and also said that he had arranged for him to study abroad. Of course, Yi Tao did not pay attention to him. Under the persuasion of Yimu, he did not get angry. He directly said that he would wait for his sister to come back to discuss. This was also one of the reasons why Su Laozi looked at Yi Xiaohua with different eyes after Yi Xiaohua came back. Yi Xiaohua nodded, indicating that she understood. What kind of job are you going to find for me in Su company? Yi Xiaohua looked at Su Laozi. But Yimu was in a hurry. Didn't she just hear Yi Xiaohua say that the school assigned her a job and arranged a house? How could he face his former boss if he went to Su Enterprise? But now that the Su family was still here, she could still feel the strange gaze the butler gave her when she didn't know about Social Security. No one dared to make a sound. When Su Laozi saw Yi Xiaohua's straightforward reply, he couldn't help but glance at Yi Xiaohua. His eyes seemed to be mocking, and he said with some contempt, "What did you study at university?" Engineering physics. Then you can work in the engineering department. Although Grandpa Su didn't manage things much, he could still arrange a job for her. How much a month? Yi Xiaohua snorted. Su Laozi bowed his head and slightly closed his eyes. It seemed that he didn't want to pay attention to Yi Xiaohua anymore. However, the housekeeper beside him opened his mouth at this time. You can go to work as soon as you graduate. Although Yi Xiaohua is a student of a university, there is nothing else in the capital. The talent market is full. There are tens of thousands of fresh students in a university every year. Once they graduated, they would be able to work in a mature enterprise without the 5 insurances and housing funds. For an ordinary student, a monthly salary of $8,500 was indeed top-notch treatment. Not to mention 2 villagers who had not seen much. Therefore, when the butler said this, he sounded a little condescending. 8,500? How much was the CEO of Baijia's company offering to hire him? It seemed to be 8 million? It didn't even need to report to the company himself. All he needed to do was put his name on it and keep in touch with Baizhi. It wouldn't even affect the laboratory's work. You guys can leave. Yi Xiaohua didn't answer Su's family, but smiled at them. My brother will come back later. He's happy today, but he may be in a bad mood when he sees you. You. The Su family did not expect Yi Xiaohua to react like this. Old man Su looked at her calm expression and frowned slightly. He had lived most of his life, but at this moment, he couldn't even guess what a little girl was thinking. However, he still reminded him, young man, don't be too ambitious. Otherwise, you might end up with nothing. In the eyes of the Su family's old man, there was no one in the world who wouldn't be moved by this kind of wealth. Yi Tao is still in the rebellious period. He is confused by Yi family. When he wakes up, what is left of Yi Xiaohua? There was sympathy in the old man's voice. Yi Xiaohua didn't know what he was thinking, but even if he knew, he didn't care. He just said lightly, where do you see that we must go back to Su's house? What did that mean? Su Laozi wants to ask Yi Xiaohua well. However, the other side just politely and forcibly asked him to leave, which made Su Laozi so angry that his heart, liver, and lungs hurt. When the two men left, Yi Xiaohua cleaned up the house a little. "Mom, when the Su family comes again, you don't need to pay attention to them. My brother doesn't want to go back to that family at all." After the old man left, Yi Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Xiaohua looked at her appearance and thought to herself. She would take Yi Mu to her house tomorrow. It was not big there. She could also grow all kinds of vegetables for Yi Mu in the courtyard. If the Su family wants to come in, they have to get the permission of the guards. Just thinking, Yi Tao came up from downstairs with a bottle of soy sauce. Yi Mu has already entered the kitchen to cook. She is really happy today. Even if the Su family comes, her interest has not dissipated. Yi Xiaohua took advantage of Yi Mu in the kitchen and gave the computer to Yi Tao as his birthday present. Yi Tao is sitting on the bench slowly and breaking the green leaves one by one. Seeing the computer, he was stunned for a moment. The computer was very thin and not like the computer he usually used. There was no logo on the lid of the computer. "I asked Baizhi to make the accessories, and I installed them in the laboratory." Yi Xiaohua saw his doubts and said directly, "The system is not the system on the market, it's a virtual system. Anyway, you will know when you use it. It's very simple. It will appear on the market in half a month." "You assembled it yourself?" Yi Tao was stunned. "Well, don't you play stocks? There are all kinds of data in the software." Yi Xiaohua patted him on the shoulder, and then slowly went into the kitchen to see what Yi Mu needed help with. "Didn't I ask you to pick vegetables?" When Yi Mu saw Yi Xiaohua coming, she immediately looked out of the door. Yi Tao was facing her sideways, and his tall body was reluctantly bending to pick vegetables. "How can you bully your brother again? Even if it's normal, today is the big day for him to take the exam. Your brother is smarter than you now and took the first place. He had to, didn't he?" Yi Xiaohua glanced at the door without expression. Yi Tao looked sideways, and his delicate eyebrows and eyes bent toward Yi Mu. "Yes, Mom, my sister is too tired to work every day." Yi Mu is muttering, how come this time her son and daughter are more beautiful than one? The family is busy preparing for the celebration. The attached middle school is not very harmonious. This is the tradition of the attached high school every year. Of course, the first reporter in the city will compete to report. The principal has just taken office, but he has arranged these things in all aspects. Other teachers are used to the battlefield and have been ready for a long time. Every year when the college entrance examination results are out, it is a very important day for the teachers and staff of the school. It is related to the performance of each person, the reputation of the school in the future, the source of students, and even the contract with the top. Because the attached high school has repeatedly produced talents, there is no school in Beijing that can compare, and the policy of the top is close to the attached high school. However, this year is different from what they thought. They wait for the reporters to interview. In the past, the reporters announced the results at 10 o'clock, and they came at 10:30. This year, they haven't seen anyone at 11 o'clock. The staff in charge of the results checked it, and naturally saw a heaven-defying result. 749 points. When seeing the results, the staff was also surprised. This is more than 20 points more than the first place in the attached high school. But this is still the national exam, and this is still the national top scorer. The staff is anxious to see the ranking of their school, and did not think so much. At this moment, when he looked carefully, it turned out to be a student in the first high school. There is a provincial top scorer in the capital. This has not happened for several years. No wonder the reporters did not come to the mansion today. I am afraid that they all went to interview in the first high school. He hurriedly brought the list to the principal to see. 749 points? The top scorer in the national exam? Can you show me who it is? The principal of the attached high school immediately took a printed transcript. What a coincidence. The information of Yi Tao's top scorer also began to spread on the internet, and his graduation photo was also dug out. The principal of the attached high school saw the two big words Yi Tao at a glance. His heart was shocked. However, Yi Tao dropped out of school for 2 years, and the principal of the attached high school did not think of him here. But when he thought about it, he saw the photo printed by the staff on one side. Yi Xiaohua and Yi Tao, the two siblings, are too outstanding and too characteristic. It is difficult for ordinary people to forget them as long as they have seen them. The principal of the attached high school recognized at a glance that this is the younger brother that Yi Xiaohua brought to him before and was rejected by him. The top scorer in the national exam turned out to be him. The principal felt his body shaking. If there was a hidden dark horse in number 1 middle school, the principal of the affiliated high school would not be in such a mood. But now, Yi Xiaohua clearly found his own head at the beginning. He was afraid of affecting his political achievements this year, refused, did not expect this refusal to send Yi Tao to the hands of one school. Is he in a good mood now? The principal of Fuzhong High School could not voice his grievances, so he called the professor to complain. He really didn't expect that Yi Tao, who had dropped out of school for 2 years and never received any education, could actually get such good grades. He and the professor were old friends, so he spoke his mind. The professor said that he deserved it. Would I push someone to you? Xiaohua said that she was teaching Yi Tao by herself. She said that Yi Tao was very smart. Do you know how difficult it is for her to jump out of her mouth when her brain is against the sky? Am I the kind of person who causes trouble for my friends? Xiaohua didn't tell me when she came back that you looked down on others. If she had told me earlier, I wouldn't have let her go to you at all. It's better not to call. When he called, the professor felt even more uncomfortable. After the phone call, he had no strength to stand anymore. Yi Xiaohua thought about letting Yimu move to the courtyard, so she reported to the top that her own mother was coming. The top responded very quickly to this matter. This is Yi Xiaohua's own mother. The organization is very happy to have the families of important people under their eyes. After all, these people are important people of the country. With a close eye, these people are much easier to control. Originally, Yi Xiaohua was a little unruly and wanted to run everywhere. A country's most important personnel ran to participate in a survival program, which made the hearts of those who held great power in the country hang with the live broadcast. At present, Yi Xiaohua did not avoid it. She brought her only blood relative to the capital and arranged for him to live in the house they arranged. Not to mention how active they were. They also wanted Yi Xiaohua to change to a bigger house, but Yi Xiaohua refused. Old Luo, to tell you the truth, my mother has no knowledge. I have to explain for a long time when I bring her here. Yi Xiaohua touched her head helplessly, thinking that she had to prepare a heart guarantee for her mother. It's good here. Let the organization rest assured. That's good. If there's anything wrong with living, just tell me. General Luo is the commander-in-chief who secretly protects Yi Xiaohua. The top attaches great importance to Yi Xiaohua. Ordinary people are not at ease. At last, someone invited the old General Luo, who had not been out of the mountain for a long time, to pass it unanimously. Luo knew that the last weapon was made by the little girl in front of him, and appreciated her very much. It would be nice if the grandchildren in my family had 1% of you. Yi Xiaohua smiled and shook her head, but didn't answer. Luo looked at her and didn't answer. Very sorry. Yi Xiaohua's report was passed in less than half an hour. It should be the fastest report passed above. She went back to find Yimu and Yi Tao. In order to prevent the Su family from finding Yimu again, she would take Yimu directly at this moment. When I arrived at the rental house, I saw Yi Tao sitting on the sofa, looking at a page of the computer with cold eyes, holding a mobile phone in his hand and talking to people. The rumors on the internet are pretty convincing. Yi Xiaohua didn't know that there was such a rumor on the internet. She was either busy in the lab or she was studying something with Bai Zhe. She took time out to deal with some things on weekdays. At this moment, he was reading the rumors about him with great interest. Hearing Yi Xiaohua's voice, Yi Tao hurriedly wanted to close the computer. When he looked up at Yi Xiaohua's careless eyes, he found that the other party did not take these things seriously at all. He was relieved. Don't worry, I will take care of it. Yi Xiaohua really didn't care about these, but she patted his head with satisfaction. You're promising. I didn't raise you in vain. I'm going to find Mom. We'll go to the Sihiyuan later. Yi Tao smiles softly and watches Yi Xiaohua leave. When she entered Yimu's room, he turned his head and looked at the bottom of the web page with cold eyes. Don't worry, Bai Zhe won't reject you. I'll contact a university myself. With that, he hung up. He had been to Xiaohua's lab before. Everyone in the lab knew him. He still had the professor's number in his hand. He made a phone call to the professor. Yi Tao's incident was indeed a hot topic on Weibo these days. The netizens got too much ironclad evidence about Yi Xiaohua. She hooked up with rich people. Her family was not good. She also had to buy all kinds of famous brands. She didn't study hard at a university. Some people even showed her schedule of skipping classes every day. She asked her adopted brother to work and didn't recognize him. Every single one of them was a capital offense. It was no wonder that Su Hongfei wanted to break up with such a woman. A university? Does your school still allow this kind of student to attend? So a university is the kind where you don't have to go to school for half a month. Smile. His future was ruined by her just like that. A university? To think that you're a prestigious school. Can you just let her drop out? When Yi Tao called the professor didn't know that things had developed like this. He was busy with the experiment and didn't know that things had developed. A large number of netizens poured into the official website of a university. There were 90,000 comments on the official blog about asking a university to let Yi Xiaohua drop out of school. Although Yi Xiaohua's identity was very secretive, it did not mean that she could be abused at will. The professor didn't say anything. He called the principal of a university. The netizens were crazily cursing on the internet. Suddenly, a new melon appeared. First, the official news agency on Weibo released an interview about the national top scorer. There were 9 squares on it, one was Yi Tao's admission ticket, one was his score sheet, and the other 7 were review questions that Yi Xiaohua had written for him. Yi Tao didn't accept the interview, but they interviewed the principal of number 1 middle school. When she brought Yi Tao to number 1 middle school, she said that she wouldn't cause any trouble for number 1 middle school. She said that she would personally teach Yi Tao. I know her professor, and I know that she's usually very busy. I didn't expect her to be able to teach Yi Tao so well even though she's so busy. The national exam's top scorer, 749 points. This was enough to stun many netizens. The voices of the netizens who were cursing Yi Xiaohua for ruining Yi Tao's future stopped abruptly. Netizens can't scold Yi Xiaohua for ruining Yi Tian's future. They can only scold her character. Her family is smashing pots and selling iron. Her younger brother works to earn money for her to go to school. She doesn't study hard. She's vain and greedy. The person in charge of the official blog of a university was originally just a student of the student union. She didn't know the specific situation of Yi Xiaohua. She also used her own account to complain in the tone of a senior sister. She also knew Yi Xiaohua's reputation in school before and looked down on her very much. But she didn't expect a call from the top and removed her position in charge of the official blog. The person in charge of the official blog didn't know what she had done wrong. She immediately went to her Weibo account to have a look. Then she brushed out a Weibo that had just been posted on the official blog. After seeing the face of this Weibo, her face changed dramatically. Student Yi is an important member of the National Engineering Physics Laboratory. She is an important talent of the country and society. The marketing account that maliciously leads to public opinion will be investigated by special personnel within an hour. The official Weibo was very tough to send a sentence, and then 4 pictures were neat and tidy. Netizens didn't understand what a university did. Some of them didn't even look at it and began to be sarcastic. Some people clicked on the pictures and looked at them one by one. When I looked at them, my hands were shaking. The first one, the paper on fuel written by Yi Xiaohua, was published in several top international weeklies, and she got a patent of 30 million yuan, but it was also written that she transferred it directly to the state. The second one, Yi Xiaohua, a member of the National Engineering Physics Laboratory, stamped by the State Bureau. The third one, Yi Xiaohua's personal highest honor award. The fourth one, Yi Xiaohua's graduation thesis in advance, and the excellent graduate award awarded to her by the school. She began to apply for graduation in advance as soon as the professor approved her vacation. The professor also knew that it was meaningless for her to continue to study, so he arranged everything for her. Especially the third one, the National Highest Honor Award. These ordinary people have never heard of it, but the seal of the agency below is a little frightening. This can't be spat. 30 million patent, I kneel first. There are still some people who can't understand what the professional people are talking about, and some people immediately explain to them. I won't say the third one. You can all understand the seal. In the first picture, do you know what this 30 million patent means? This means that we are finally starting to turn the tables in the area of weapons. I never thought that student Yi would be the founder of this great enterprise. Forgive me for being blunt, but no one here has the right to scold her. To add one more point, this is a gossip picture transferred to me by a classmate. It's the money and bills she transferred to Su Hongfei after Yi Xiaohua broke up with Su Hongfei. Compared with the people who scolded before, when you broke up with your ex-boyfriend or ex-girlfriend, were you as magnanimous as her? Let me say this weakly. Didn't anyone watch the live broadcast? The prize money of the first place was a few million, and Big Boss Yi just let others take it. Have you all forgotten? Big Boss Yi shouldn't be the kind of person who lacks money, right? The interview from number 1 high school's principal and the statement from a university caught everyone off guard. An IT company that had recently risen to prominence on the internet also posted on Weibo. In fact, Weibo didn't say anything, just showed the contract signed with Yi Xiaohua as a temporary consultant, and 2.8 million annual salary, plus 5% equity. Recently, the matter regarding Yi Tao had caused a huge uproar on the internet. Some people imagined how much money Yi Xiaohua, the vicious mother and daughter, would make at this time, and some people went to the Su family's Weibo to remind Su Hongfei to pay attention. Some netizens still didn't know. Following the hot search list of national top scorer, a university's response, and high-price temporary consultant, they were instantly stunned. No, she was supposed to be a penniless, vain, and vicious woman. How did she become an important member of the country, and even the founder of the virtual system? For ordinary people in Hua country, these things were too far away from them. Especially the patent of this fuel, many people didn't understand what it meant, but after being popularized by others, they knew that this was the first time in so many years that they were far ahead of other countries in weapons. In front of these things, the matter between Yi Xiaohua and the Su family became incomparably small. The Su family's luck was really good. There was no need to explain anything more. All this was put out, and all the things on the internet collapsed. They even sighed at the Su family's luck. At this time, they didn't say where Yi Xiaohua's family's luck came from. Not to mention other things, just their net worth. Although the Su family was rich, they were still the richest in Jing City, but in terms of value, it was really hard to say who was higher and who was lower than who. The Su family naturally didn't know this at this time, but Luo Fei and Su Hongfei's group first talked about this matter. Did you check Hongfei's body? After Su Hongfei returned from survival in the wild, his face was very bad. At this time, everyone was drinking together, and he sat on the side with a pale face. Luo Fei asked Jiangwen, who was sitting on the side. Jiangwen took out a bottle of medicine from her pocket. Hongfei, try it. Will it be better? Su Hongfei ate one, but it obviously didn't have any effect. Jiangwen was a little disappointed. In turn, Luo Fei comforted Jiangwen, and then signaled Su Hongfei with his eyes. The Su family has this problem. The military doctor has seen it for decades, and there is no way to cure it. Jiangwen, don't worry too much. Su Hongfei was still thinking about what Baizhi said, and she somewhat neglected Jiangwen. He held Jiangwen's hand and comforted her silently for a while. He slowly erased the 3 words Yi Xiaohua in his heart. He liked such a Jiangwen. Wasn't it because of this that he broke up with Yi Xiaohua? The 2 roommates were used to Su Hongfei like this. His illness was a little uncomfortable, but it was not life-threatening. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed them out to drink. One of them was chatting with people at school, and then was unexpectedly fed a big melon. What the fuck, Hongfei, you. Have you seen the news on the internet? The roommate looked at the chat record in the group and stared at it for a few seconds. Then he picked up the phone and turned the content to Luo Fei and Su Hongfei. Digression: in the past 2 years, Yi Xiaohua's image has been deeply rooted in people's hearts, especially in front of Luo Fei and others. Before Baizhi mentioned the cooperation case with Yi Xiaohua, it had already surprised these people. At the moment, when these things burst out on the internet, even Luo Fei, who has been calm, couldn't help but throw his glass in a panic. He couldn't care about anything else, and directly took away the mobile phone in his roommate's hand. He carefully read the Weibo of the school broadcast several times, especially the pictures that were sent out. After confirming the seal of one of them, he sat on the chair incredulously. Yi Xiaohua didn't see it? The roommate took back the mobile phone and was stunned. Yes. Su Hongfei reluctantly took back his eyes, but he was still thinking about it in his mind. He replied in a low voice, "Who can know? Several roommates are still discussing Yi Xiaohua's matter, which is quite novel and full of emotion. Only Luo Fei knows what the National Laboratory in the picture means. If Yi Xiaohua is just an ordinary student, a university will not be so tough. People around these dark whirlpools can't feel it, but Luo Fei grew up in this environment, and his sense of smell is more sensitive than anyone else." Jiangwen sat on one side, listening to them call Yi Xiaohua on the left and Yi Xiaohua on the right, and felt very upset in his chest. "I'm going back to do the experiment." And Yi Xiaohua didn't know the follow-up on the internet. She has brought Yimu to the house assigned to her by her work unit. She thought she would have to explain it. I didn't expect that Yimu didn't want to express anything at all. The place assigned to Yi Xiaohua above, ordinary people can't live nearby, and there are people patrolling, so it's very quiet. There aren't even any disorderly vehicles. Ye's mother is illiterate again. She didn't see the 4 characters of military area when she just came. Yi Xiaohua assigned only a courtyard house, not like the luxurious villa of Su's family. In the eyes of Yimu, only the luxurious villa of Su family in a luxurious area can be regarded as rich. So she didn't realize that there was anything wrong with where she lived now. When Yi Xiaohua and Yi Tao realized Yimu's brain circuit, they looked at each other and tacitly hid the next words. Yimu said that it was too far away from the vegetable market, and it was not convenient to go to school, so she didn't speak. If he wanted to buy groceries, he would have to drive for 10 minutes. Yi Xiaohua thought that if she hired a driver for Yimu, she would have to shout again. She had to buy a few bags of vegetable seeds from Yi Tao and let Yimu grow vegetables in the courtyard. For the idea of Yimu raising chickens, Yi Xiaohua persuaded her for a while. But I don't know if Yimu will have this idea in the future. She thinks about whether to make a report to the above and change to a larger open-air area. It's good to raise chickens. However, after a few days, Yimu did not mention this idea again and again, and Yi Xiaohua was slightly relieved. The Su family was also shocked by the series of events that had erupted on the internet. Mother Su and Father Su sighed and said that they knew Yi Xiaohua was not such a person. Su Laozi doesn't have much interest in surfing the internet on weekdays. He doesn't know much about this matter. For Su father and Su mother's praise of Yi Xiaohua, he is very ridiculing. He smiled warmly at Su Hongfei. "Little Wen, can I call you that?" Beside Su Hongfei is Jiang Wen. I don't know if she wants to be more sure that her choice is right, or because of other reasons, Su Hongfei directly took Jiang Wen to the Su family. The master originally came from the same place as Yi Xiaohua's family, and was very cold to Jiang Wen. But after hearing Su Hongfei say that Jiang Wen and the people in her lab had developed a batch of drugs for their Su family, the old man's attitude towards Jiang Wen changed a little. He directly praised her for being young and promising. The old man also became a doctor after a long time of illness. When he was young, he mingled in the business world and knew a lot of doctors. If you want to tell him about famous physicists, he may be blind and don't know anything. But if you want to tell him about famous medical professors in internal medicine, he must be very familiar with them. Unfortunately, one of them is Jiang Wen's teacher. This professor is also a leading figure, so the old man's attitude towards Jiang Wen is much better. Of course, Grandpa Su. Jiang Wen quickly agreed. Father Su and Mama Su haven't seen Yi Tao for a few days. When they heard that he was the top scorer in the national exam, Mama Su was looking at the results on her phone and kept saying that the child is smart. The old man, who was talking to Jiang Wen, also raised his eyebrows when he heard that Yi Tao was the top scorer in the national exam. In the end, when he heard Mama Su and Papa Su's suggestion, he pondered for a moment. If he can calm down and learn about the company, let him go to Su Holdings when he is free. Su Hongfei smiled when she heard this, but her fingers were clenched tightly. But Papa Su and Mama Su didn't notice, so they immediately called Yi Tao. When Yi Tao answered the phone, he was looking at the stock on the computer page. "Have you decided when to bring me to change my account?" Papa Su immediately said tomorrow, and then took the opportunity to talk to old Su. They wanted Yi Tao to come back, but old Su thought that Yi Tao would embarrass the Su family and tried to stop him. Now that Yi Tao's grades were so good, Papa Su and Mama Su didn't expect him to be so good, and they excitedly wanted Yi Tao to come back. But Yi Tao was not interested at all. He rejected the request to go to Su Holdings. Old Su didn't know that he was being lenient, but this grandson didn't want it. He was instantly angry, especially when he saw that Papa Su was still trying to persuade him. He warned him, no matter what, Hongfei is the heir of the Su family on the surface. Don't disappoint Hongfei. Su Holdings still needs to rely on Hongfei in the future. Su Hongfei was personally taught by old Master Su. He learned all kinds of things since he was young, and knew 4 languages. All 4 countries had business dealings with the Su family. Not only that, Su Hongfei also studied economics and management in university. Meanwhile, Su Hongfei only relaxed his fist after Yi Tao said that he would not return to the Su family. But his lips were tightly pursed. Papa Su and Mama Su regretted that Yi Tao would not return. They could see old man Su and Su Hong's attitude, but did not say anything in the end. They simply packed their things and brought Yi Tao to the registration office the next day. Yi Tao was not at all enthusiastic about returning to the Su family. But he was very serious about the registration. Yi Xiaohua went to the lab, and he brought Mama Yi with him and Papa Su and Mama Su to the police station. Don't worry, you two. I've already asked my secretary to contact them. Papa Su quickly stood up when he saw Yi Tao and Mama Yi. We'll wait outside. It'll probably be done in the afternoon. It was a troublesome matter, and even if Papa Su had connections, he would have to wait a little longer. Yi Tao shook his head. No need. Come with me. Papa Su and Mama Su quickly tried to stop him when they saw him leading Mama Yi towards the studio. Yi Tao said gently to the people outside, I'm Yi Tao. I'm here for business. So you're Miss Ye's younger brother. The middle-aged man who had a serious expression immediately smiled like a chrysanthemum when he heard Yi Tao's words. The higher-ups have arranged everything. They're waiting for you. He quickly fetched some documents and the registration books of both parties. Then, he took Yi Tao's ID card and had him take a new photo. It would have taken a week to sort out all the documents. However, it took these people less than an hour to get their new ID cards and household registration books. Yi Tao looked at the ID card the staff handed him. The name on it had changed from Yi Tao to 3 new words, Su Yunxing. Only then did he slowly put the ID card back into his pocket. Papa Su and Mama Su were not ordinary people. They must have some connections in the higher-ups to be able to get a new ID card in such a short time. They looked at each other in shock. Papa Su naturally had some connections and favors. But those favors were not used for such things. They were used for various bids and investments. Moreover, no one would make such a big fuss over such a simple matter. Suddenly, they realized. The Yi family, whom they had always thought to be simple, did not seem that simple. Although Yi Tao didn't like old man Su and didn't have any feelings for Papa Su and Mama Su, he clearly had respect for them. 2 people want to have dinner with him. Seeing that Yimu has no opinion, he takes 3 people to a big hotel for dinner. The dishes on the table were all their favorites. I saw it by accident, so I remembered it. Yi Tao explained. He now had a photographic memory. When he asked someone to investigate the background of the Su family, that person had investigated all sorts of matters in detail. Since he was treating the 2 of them to a meal, he would naturally order according to their preferences. Mama Su and Papa Su were still touched despite Yi Tao's explanation. They knew that even Su Hongfei, who had lived with them for more than 20 years, didn't know what they liked to eat. During the meal, Papa Su drank 2 more glasses of wine because he was too happy. When he went downstairs, his face was a little pale, but he pretended to be fine. Yimu didn't feel it, but Yi Tao found it at the beginning. He didn't say anything, but when he sent Papa Su to the car, he touched the bottle in his pocket reluctantly, intending to pour out 1 pill. Remembering that old man Su had come with him to change his household register, he gave the remaining pills to Papa Su. My sister said that it's a hereditary disease in our family. It's not a big problem, but it's torturous. She made it for you, 1 pill a month. Papa Su had taken countless pills over the years. Jiang Wen had even given the lab some new ones yesterday, but they were all useless. Still, it was his youngest son's care, and Papa Su didn't show it on the surface. When he couldn't see Yi Tao anymore, he quickly poured out one pill. He had wanted to enjoy his youngest son's filial piety in the first place, but after taking the pill, he felt a warmth in his body, and the pain from before was gone. Papa Su clenched the bottle in his hand tightly, deep in thought. When Mama Su asked him about it, he shook his head and sighed. "Old man, I really didn't see it this time." To avoid trouble, Su Hongfei didn't pursue girls in school anymore, and instead went to Su Holdings for an internship and tried to get in touch with Su Holdings' big business. However, he was too eager for success, and messed up several cases, causing the company to lose several points. But no one expected that a mysterious player would stir up the stock market this summer. All the companies in the country were in a panic. Although Su Holdings didn't lose much of its shares, it was still affected to some extent. Ever since Yi Tao's results and talent spread online, everyone was waiting for the second young master of the Su family to counterattack and fight with Su Hongfei for the family fortune. Most people were on Yi Tao's side. Hua Country's king of stocks, a teenager who's less than 20, he's the previous king of stocks in Country Y. He's the person with the sharpest nose in the financial market I've ever met. He reminds me of the financial war in the last century, and I'm looking forward to working with him. It was also at this time that Weibo pushed a few more terrifying news. The netizens who opened the trending topic fell silent again. Wait, didn't you say you would fight with the eldest young master of the Su family for the family fortune? How did you become rich? Grandpa Su only found out about this after receiving many congratulations from his business partners. He had never paid attention to Yi Tao, especially after Yi Tao chose politics in university. Now that he heard about this, he immediately asked someone to find Yi Tao's stock information. These moves, which were rumored to be the god of stocks, had long been spread on the internet. After looking at it carefully several times, Old Man Su finally admitted that his grandson was outstanding to an unimaginable degree. Looking at the financial magazine and the eye-catching handwriting on the news, Grandpa Su was stunned for a few minutes. In the end, he just leaned back on the sofa and sighed. It seemed that he had personally pushed away the person who could revitalize the Su family. Yi Tao directly acquired Baijia's company. In 2 years, he took the lead in the IT industry. Everyone thought that Yi Tao's next step would be to become the richest man in Asia. But no one expected that he would directly put the company under Mother Ye's name and hand over everything to Baizhi. He turned around and plunged into officialdom in his junior year. Officialdom was not as good as business. It was a ruthless place. Without schemes, tricks, and connections, there was no way to survive. There was no news of Yi Tao after he entered. Su Hongfei's pressure of comparison had just disappeared. The name list of this year's new secretary was out. It didn't mean much to ordinary people, but it was a wind vane for businessmen. When Su Hongfei and Grandpa Su saw the name of the new secretary, they were both stunned. Su Yunsheng. In 2 years, he climbed to his current position. No one knew how many achievements he had in the dark, but on the bright side, it was impeccable. The most frightening thing was that he was still young. In less than 2 years, he could reach this level. Good. Grandpa Su stared at the live news for a long time. In the end, he could only say one word. In 2 years, he created a business empire. But for some reason, he abandoned it and created another political legend. When Grandpa Su saw the news about Mother Ye's business appearance, he questioned himself countless times. In fact, he knew that Father Su and Mother Su were still in contact with Yi Tao. But he had always held on to that prejudice in his heart. He could almost imagine that if he didn't have that attitude in the beginning, perhaps all of these things would have happened to him. It was only at this moment that he truly admitted what an extraordinary figure his little grandson was. The other party's intelligence was beyond everyone's imagination. The old man was so angry that he fell sick. Because of the expansion of Baijia's company, the Su family's situation worsened day by day. He had to start using the friends he had made in college. What's the result of Jiang Wen's experiment? After graduation, Luo Fei went straight to the military. He hadn't seen Su Hongfei for 2 years. The two of them had been through life and death together. Now that Su Hongfei wanted to see his cousin, of course he would help her meet him. Cousin was at his grandfather's house. This was an important place. Even Luo Fei's reputation was not very high. The two of them were crossing an intersection. At the end of the road, a black car slowly drove over. The guards at the intersection saw the license plate number and immediately withdrew their weapons. Out of the corner of his eye, Luo Fei saw his cousin coming over with a smile on his face. He immediately whispered to Su Hongfei, "It's a big shot here. Let's move back a little." Su Hongfei naturally knew that the people who lived here were people who could shake the capital with a stomp of their feet. Just as he took a step back, he and Luo Fei saw the person getting out of the car and were stunned. Yi Xiaohua. After the two of them graduated, there was no news of Yi Xiaohua. Occasionally, what they saw on the news or what their classmates said in the group were basically the legendary news of Yi Tao. They almost forgot about Yi Xiaohua. In the past few years, Jiang Wen's experiment had not made much progress, but she had more or less gained some fame. Even Su Hongfei almost forgot that he had such an ex-girlfriend. "Luo Fei, you're here. Come in. Grandpa is looking for you." After Luo Fei's cousin sent Yi Xiaohua in, he saw the two people standing outside. "Cousin, Yi Xiaohua she. Why is she here?" Luo Fei finally found his voice. "How do you know Miss Yi?" His cousin froze for a moment, then smiled and responded, "I almost forgot that you are in the same school. As for Miss Yi's identity, it's inconvenient for you not to know. Although everyone abroad knows, she is still a national secret." "Alright, let's go in." Su Hongfei didn't know how to react. In the past 2 days, he had been repeatedly attacked by Baizhi Company and Yi Tao. He did not expect to meet Yi Xiaohua again, which made him feel even more complicated and melancholy. His hereditary disease was more obvious, and he had frequent attacks. Under the continuous attacks, his condition became more obvious. Jiang Wen, who had become his fiancée, immediately gave him the new medicine she had developed. The effect was not very obvious. This time, the attack was too big. Su Hongfei was busy, and his physical fitness was plummeting. Jiang Wen panicked when she found that her medicine did not work. She hurriedly called the hospital. However, at this time, Father Su directly took out a medicine bottle from his pocket, poured out the last pill, and let Su Hongfei swallow it. 10 minutes later, Su Hongfei's symptoms completely disappeared. Su Hongfei knew his own body very well. Every time he had a relapse, it took a long time to recover, and he had to go to the hospital. He did not expect it to work so quickly this time. He was too embarrassed to ask in front of Jiang Wen. When there was no one around, he asked Father Su where the medicine came from, and if it could be ordered wholesale. "No." Father Su shook his head directly. "This medicine was given to me by Xiaoxing. His sister specially made it for him. I had asked the doctor to identify it, but the doctor said that there were several medicines in it that couldn't be identified. You know my position. I'm too embarrassed to ask them for these things. Today, this is the last pill Xiaoxing gave me." After a long time, Su Hongfei made a phone call to Luo Fei. After the bitter words in the mouth, "Luo Fei, do you have time to come out for a drink? Regret." It should have been noticed when Yi Xiaohua returned him 120,000 yuan and didn't want the breakup fee he gave. But at that time, he was so concerned about Jiang Wen that he didn't find out that his girlfriend didn't seem to be what he knew. Luo Fei didn't have time to come out, but thinking of his grandfather's warning, he came out and warned Su Hongfei to stop playing with Yi Xiaohua. Because the other side is now even the Luo family can't afford to provoke. Ding. Congratulations to the task holder for completing the main task, the system rewards 3,000 points. Ding. Number 009 serves the task holder, 3,000 points have been received, leaving the world. Ding. Memory returning. This time, 009 found that there was no confused expression on the face of the task holder, but the eyes were more terrible than the last time. "Start the task," Yi Xiaohua said, "and next time, don't call me back to the system space, go directly to the next world." 009 was stunned again. It has also experienced a lot of tasks, but each of them is trying to organize their emotions in the space or want to relax in the 2 holiday worlds. I've never seen such a host. The host of 008 is really strange. No wonder 008 had time to play landlord with other systems every day. However, the host of 008 is so ruthless that he didn't even ask 008. 009 shook his head and disappeared from the system space when he put the task holder into the world. "Madam, hurry up. I've made an appointment with Dazhu. There will be someone at the back door later." A voice came from Yi Xiaohua's side. Yi Xiaohua quietly picked up the huge package in her hand and didn't leave immediately. Instead, she observed the person who spoke around her. Dressed in blue clothes and combed two buns, she looked a bit like a maid of a big family. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua didn't speak, the maid said impatiently, "Madam, you asked me to find a chance for you to escape. I helped you find it. You don't want to leave by yourself. Don't want to rely on me again." This time, Yi Xiaohua saw the disgust in the maid's eyes. She didn't say anything and just lowered her head to receive the memories in her mind. The original owner, Yi Xiaohua, was the eldest daughter of the world's #1 chef, Yi Che. Yi Che had always been known as the god of cooking. He was the emperor's personal chef and also the emperor's favorite. His family also owned the world's #1 restaurant. The Yi family was famous in the capital. Their only daughter, Yi Xiaohua, was betrothed to the prime minister's second son, Ning Zhao. However, just as they were about to get married, Yi Che was accidentally hit by an assassin's poisonous dart and died. The status of the Yi family plummeted, and the original owner still had to observe mourning for her father. If that was the case, it would have been fine. However, Ning Zhao met a woman when he was traveling the martial world. His name was Su Yunling. He gave Ning Zhao a piece of food called beggar's chicken, which Ning Zhao couldn't forget. In the end, the two of them experienced a few soul-stirring events together, and their love for each other deepened. After Ning Zhao returned to the capital, the first thing he did was to make things clear to the prime minister. The marriage between the two families had been set. If Yi Che hadn't died, the two of them would have gotten married by now. But now that Yi Che was dead, it didn't matter whether he married Yi Xiaohua or not. To be able to climb to this position, the prime minister naturally had some tricks up his sleeve. When he first married into the Yi family, he fancied Yi Che's position in front of the emperor. At present, Su Yunling was the boss behind Grace Pavilion. Her identity was mysterious, and the prime minister knew some of the details behind Grace Pavilion. He also knew that the relationship between the third prince and Grace Pavilion wasn't shallow. On the surface, he didn't pick a side, but he also knew that the third prince was the most favored, and it went without saying who he would favor. He thought about it again and again, and not only did he silently agree, he told Ning Zhao not to tell anyone about this matter. He also used a scheme to make the original owner marry the young master of a merchant family, Song Shiyun. The original owner had long regarded Ning Zhao as her husband. In this era, scholars, farmers, merchants, and merchants were the lowest. One was the son of the prime minister in white, and the other was the young master of a merchant family who reeked of money. It went without saying who she liked more. And Song Shiyun was also busy with business all day long. When he came back, he stayed in the wing, and the two of them treated each other like guests. Until the original owner heard about Ning Zhao and Su Yunling, as well as her sudden marriage to the Song family, she immediately ran out of the Song family to question them. Song Shiyun knew that she was going to the prime minister's house, so he put down his business to stop her. But the original owner was worried about Ning Zhao, so she didn't care and wanted to jump off the carriage. Unexpectedly, she scared the horse and the carriage overturned. At that time, the original owner jumped off the horse, but she didn't expect the coachman and Song Shiyun to be in the carriage, and both of them were injured. Especially Song Shiyun, who was stepped on by the horse, paralyzed and unconscious. Without Song Shiyun, most of the Song family's business was taken away. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Although nothing seemed to happen on the surface, the huge Song family was already in danger. The whole Song family wanted to strangle the original owner to death. And the original owner didn't want to continue to stay in the Song family. She wanted to find Ning Zhao and ask him about it. So she bribed the servant girl with money and let her find a chance to escape from the Song family. Yi Xiaohua came at this time. After receiving all this, she saw the servant girl looking at her with some disgust in her eyes. Yi Xiaohua suddenly understood. How could a servant girl have such a great ability to bribe the guard at the back door and even the patrolling people in the Song family to let the original owner leave? All this must be the intention of the Song family. But for the original owner, such a scum who harmed the family, Yi Xiaohua was not surprised by the Song family's decision. As for the original owner, as a woman, what would happen to her when she went out would not be predicted. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaohua shook her head helplessly. The original owner was innocent, but also not innocent. Yi Xiaohua couldn't empathize with her. But in this situation, everyone in the Song family wanted the original owner to die. And Ning Zhao and the Prime Minister, for a weak woman who had no ability and even her only backer, her father, was dead, they naturally wouldn't care about her. They didn't even pay attention to her. Digression, last month, I was muddle-headed, but thank you very much for helping Huahua maintain the list. Last month, Huahua didn't have the mood to do the red envelopes of the monthly votes. The benefits promised to you were not finished. There were still some left. This month's third place also had 1,000 yuan, which were all put in the red envelopes of the monthly votes. Thank you for your continuous support. I told myself that after November, I would have a new life of my own. Are you leaving or not? Seeing that Yi Xiaohua didn't answer for a long time, the maid couldn't help but sneer, if you don't leave, the door will be closed. Then you won't have a chance to go out. After receiving the memory of the original owner, Yi Xiaohua couldn't leave the Song family with peace of mind. She was not a good person. But the Song family's current undeserved disaster, the business was secretly suppressed, and even Song Shiyun was now paralyzed, all because of the original owner. The original owner was still thinking about Ning Zhao and wanted to ask him for an explanation. It was too naive. Thinking of this, she slowly put down the package in her hand, pressed her temple, and said to the maid, "You go back." "Wait, first madam, what do you mean?" After saying that, the maid thought that Yi Xiaohua wanted to please her and let her quickly lead the way. But she didn't expect that Yi Xiaohua suddenly said such a sentence. However, Yi Xiaohua didn't answer again, but opened the package and put the clothes and other things back in the original place one by one. Seeing that she put down the package, the maid stared at her incredulously. In the end, Yi Xiaohua didn't change her mind. It was not early now, so she had to go back. After Yi Xiaohua packed up, she lay on the bed and slept until dawn. She woke up very early. It was autumn now, and the sky had just brightened. Several birds could be heard in the yard. Because the original owner was in love with Ning Zhao, she didn't say more than 3 words to Song Shiyun after marrying into the Song family. They also lived in separate yards. Before the Song family was still good, because on the surface, there were 2 maidservants around Yi Xiaohua. Since the accident, the Song family hated Yi Xiaohua to the bone, and the 2 maidservants had long been transferred elsewhere. The maid last night should be the only maid that the original owner could contact. Yi Xiaohua went directly to Song Shiyun's yard after getting up. Now the Song family's business was suppressed everywhere, and it was a mess. But Song Shiyun should have been ordered by Master Song and Old Madam, and it was quiet here. There were people guarding the yard gate. When Yi Xiaohua married into the Song family, the Prime Minister was pressuring her. The Song family was just a business family. Naturally, they didn't dare to do anything to Yi Xiaohua. But before the original owner made such a fuss, she and Ning Zhao were revealed. And the Prime Minister did not appear from beginning to end. The most important thing is that the young master of the Song family is paralyzed because of Yi Xiaohua. The servants in the yard of the young master of the Song family are extremely disgusted with Yi Xiaohua. Why is eldest young mistress here today? Song Shiyun's wet nurse was carrying a bowl of ginseng tea in. When she saw Yi Xiaohua coming over, she held the tray tightly and looked at Yi Xiaohua with a very cold expression. Yi Xiaohua mainly came to see Song Shiyun's situation and wanted to see if he could be saved. Hearing the wet nurse's question, she couldn't help but tell the truth that she wanted to go in and take a look. No need, before she could finish her words, the wet nurse directly refused coldly. If eyes could kill people, Yi Xiaohua would have been cut into pieces long ago. The doctor said that the young master needs peace. Please go back, eldest young madam. After that, she went in directly with the ginseng soup, not giving Yi Xiaohua time to explain. Of course, Yi Xiaohua didn't explain. If she told the nurse that she wanted to go in and see Song Shiyun's condition, would the nurse believe her? Yi Xiaohua just came to have a look. It would be best if she could go in. She was not surprised that she couldn't go in. She could feel that there was a very powerful force after she wore this body. Although the original owner was not a decent lady, she had not done any heavy work since she was a child. She did not exercise much. But after Yi Xiaohua wore this body, she clearly felt that her five senses were very clear. Even her body that had been tempered by life and death in modern times could not compare with the reaction of these bodies. Now she could even clearly hear the voices of the two maids scolding her in the yard, and a room door. There was also Song Shiyun lying on the bed with almost no vitality. His breath was too weak. It seemed that the injury was a bit tricky. When Yi Xiaohua realized this, she took a deep breath. She subconsciously looked for a set of plans to save Song Shiyun in her mind. There was a very complicated acupuncture method, but it had to be matched with her own internal force. There were also requirements for the patient's physical state. Yi Xiaohua silently wrote it down. The wet nurse would not let her in, so Yi Xiaohua turned around and went to the front hall to find Master Song and the old lady. The Song family was a big business in the capital, and some of them cooperated with the royal merchants. Although the Song family had been passed down for several years, Song Shiyun's father did not live up to expectations. He had no talent for business. He donated the Song family's money to an official position and almost ruined the Song family. Fortunately, his eldest son did not live up to expectations. His mind in business was not worse than that of his ancestors. The business lost in the hands of Master Song was taken back by Song Shiyun little by little. And the Song family was also getting bigger and bigger. Song Shiyun often went out for a month or two and did not come back. Although the original owner said that she married Song Shiyun, she did not meet Song Shiyun more than 5 times. At the moment, Song Shiyun was paralyzed and unconscious. He had seen countless famous doctors in the capital, but no one could cure him. The news that the young master of the Song family was paralyzed and unconscious was spread all over the capital. The Song family's business was in a mess, and some people took the opportunity to strike iron. Even the shopkeepers of several big shops of the Song family in the capital were disloyal. When Yi Xiaohua went to the front hall yard, she happened to hear the shopkeeper talking to Master Song in the room. "Master, I also have old and young people, Shopkeeper Lin." Old Master Song heard Shopkeeper Lin's words and said helplessly, "You've worked in our Song family for 20 years. Forget it. If you want to leave, then leave." In the end, Old Master Song didn't ask him to stay. Shopkeeper Lin cupped his hands towards Old Master Song and left. When she went out, she happened to see Yi Xiaohua. There are no women in the Song family. Shopkeeper Lin has been in and out of the Song family several times. Yi Xiaohua's face is relatively unfamiliar. However, he was not stupid. He could guess who the woman in front of him was. Naturally, he would not look at the women in the backyard. When he glanced at Yi Xiaohua from the corner of his eyes, his eyebrows twisted subconsciously. Shopkeeper Lin walked away, but Yi Xiaohua didn't rush to see Master Song. Instead, he stopped where he was. With his sharp hearing, he heard Shopkeeper Lin and the other shopkeepers talking in low voices. "Shopkeeper Lin, you've stayed in Old Master's house for 20 years. How can you leave just like that? There's no one here right now." "I'll give you a hint," Shopkeeper Lin replied in a low voice. "This morning, when I saw the price of rice that the people in Jinling bought, I felt something was wrong. I spent a lot of money. It just so happened that my nephew was watching the back door of the third Prince's Fu. Guess what? The one who's not on good terms with the Song family is the third prince. I'll give you a word of advice. If you can find a chance to leave the Song family, leave quickly. This is not a place to stay for long." In the past, there was no Song Shiyun. Although Old Master Song wasn't smart, the Song family could still get by. But right now, their lives were more important. Who didn't know that the third prince was valued by the emperor? The third prince was a person recorded in the account book. Even if they had a few lives, they still wouldn't dare to stay. Why is the third prince out of nowhere? The people listening were startled. Shopkeeper Lin looked around and saw that there was no one around. He then said in a very low voice, "You don't know about this." Eldest young mistress scolded that Miss Su Yunling on the street. That Miss Su Yunling is a famous talented woman in Jiangnan. I heard that she's the third prince's confidant. When Yi Xiaohua heard this, she walked into the hall. The original owner's heart was on Ning Zhao. She didn't know much about this world. She didn't have any impression of court politics. Yi Xiaohua understood some of the situation from shopkeeper Lin's words. Her heart sank slightly. From the looks of it, the one secretly dealing with the Song family should be the third prince. If one wanted to stand out from the other princes and climb to that position, they couldn't do it without some power behind them. Even more so, they needed financial support. The Song family, this piece of meat, was targeted by the third prince. Yi Xiaohua walked into the hall step by step. Old Master Song, who was talking to the old madam with a worried expression, saw Yi Xiaohua. His expression immediately changed. "Why are you still here?" However, he must have sensed the loopholes in his words. Old Master Song didn't continue speaking. He just looked at Yi Xiaohua with a slightly cold expression. When Yi Xiaohua was still in the Yi family, she could be considered a rich young miss. She even had an item bestowed by the emperor. She could be considered educated and reasonable. When she first married into the Song family, old Madame Song quite liked this granddaughter-in-law. But now that her eldest grandson had become like this, old Madame Song closed her eyes. She didn't want to look at Yi Xiaohua anymore. "Father, I want to go and see Song Shuyin's injury." Yi Xiaohua bowed to the two and said directly. She had never been a person who beat around the bush. This sentence, old Madame Song didn't have time to speak. Old Madame Song directly stood up. "You want to see Shuyun?" "See what?" "See if he's dead or not. I really regret letting you marry into our Song family. You ruined my grandson's life." Saying that, she stood up and whipped Yi Xiaohua with the walking stick in her hand. Yi Xiaohua didn't avoid it. She forcibly endured the other party's anger. Although the old Madame Song was old, she still had some strength. It was autumn now. Her clothes weren't very thick. She hadn't added cotton. Naturally, it hurt when she whipped her. However, Yi Xiaohua didn't even frown. She just repeated, "I want to go and see his injury." The old Madame Song was about to hit her again. Just at this time, a servant came in from outside and said excitedly, "Master, old Madame Song, Miss Biao is here. She's going to see young master now." "Juner is here?" The old Madame Song immediately forgot about Yi Xiaohua. She hurriedly let the maidservant beside her help her out. Even old Master Song's eyes had a little more expression. He followed the old Madame Song out of the door. Yi Xiaohua searched for a long time in her mind, but she didn't find any information about Miss Song. She followed the people of the mansion out of the front hall and walked towards Song Shuyin's residence. When she arrived outside Song Shuyin's door, she happened to see a young girl in a white dress standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Song Shuyin's wet nurse was talking to the young girl very gently and respectfully. Even old Madame Song's eyes brightened when she saw the girl. Yi Xiaohua couldn't help but think, was this girl a doctor? "Miss, come in." Song Shuyin's wet nurse led Zhou Sujuan in with a smile. After seeing Yi Xiaohua behind the crowd, the corner of his eyes became extremely cold again. "Wet nurse?" Zhou Sujuan was talking to old Madame Song. After seeing the wet nurse's expression, she couldn't help but look back and saw Yi Xiaohua standing behind. However, Zhou Sujuan didn't show disgust or disdain to Yi Xiaohua. She just glanced at Yi Xiaohua a little and then looked away, as if Yi Xiaohua was an insignificant person. Yi Xiaohua was used to this kind of expression. Those people in the organization usually had this kind of extremely arrogant expression. Zhou Sujuan, old Madame Song and old Master Song went in to see Song Shuyun. Yi Xiaohua directly followed them in. Although she didn't like Yi Xiaohua, she was still the legitimate daughter-in-law of the Song family. The wet nurse and others couldn't stop Yi Xiaohua in front of the Zhou family. The wet nurse used the excuse of not disturbing Song Shuyun to stop Yi Xiaohua from going in. Now that so many people went in, this excuse didn't work. After Yi Xiaohua went in, the wet nurse didn't leave Yi Xiaohua. She stared at her, as if Yi Xiaohua would do something to stimulate others. Being stared at by a pair of eyes, Yi Xiaohua didn't feel uncomfortable at all. After going in, she observed Song Shuyun's state from several people. She was closer to Song Shuyun and knew her condition better. There were several acupuncture methods in her mind. After overthrowing several, she left the last one, the 9 needles of yin yang. The most important thing now was to give a set of silver needles and restore Song Shuyun's body to the peak state. She stood in the same place and looked at Song Shuyun. "Madam, please excuse me." Yi Xiaohua performed the 9 needles of yin yang in her mind and didn't pay attention to the situation outside. The servant girl served tea to the masters in the room. She accidentally bumped into Yi Xiaohua. However, even if Yi Xiaohua didn't pay attention to it, her body's reaction was not bad. She didn't fall. The maid was the one who instigated Yi Xiaohua to leave the Song family last night. Seeing Yi Xiaohua looking at her, she didn't care at all. When the old lady heard the maid's words, she noticed that Yi Xiaohua had also followed them. She instantly straightened her face. "What are you doing here?" Yi Xiaohua recalled the money at the hands of the original owner and confirmed that it was enough to make a silver needle. "Let me take a look at him." She glanced at Song Shuyun. He had been in a coma for several days and hadn't eaten anything for the past few days. The doctor only allowed him to hang on with ginseng soup. The ginseng soup could sustain a person's life, but it naturally didn't have any other nutrients. Song Shuyun looked very thin. However, his face still didn't look the least bit disheveled. Even though he was unconscious, his tightly pursed lips made people feel a sense of distance from him. He didn't seem like a businessman at all. "Look at him? I think you're here to piss him off, right? Do you still think you didn't kill him?" Song Shuyun's mother had passed away when he was still young. Song Shuyun had been brought up by the old lady, and they had a very deep relationship. Madame Dowager still wanted to say something, but she remembered that Zhou Sujuan was still here, so she took a deep breath and held back. She ordered the chief maid to send Yi Xiaohua out. She said to send Yi Xiaohua away, but who didn't know that she was forcing Yi Xiaohua to go out? All the servants in the room stared at Yi Xiaohua, and they all wanted to peel off her skin. Only the cousin didn't look at Yi Xiaohua, but asked Master Song in a low voice. "How's the business?" Master Song shook his head. "Not very good. 2 shopkeepers have left, and it's a mess. The food from Jinling hasn't been delivered yet." He was used to idling around these years, running to the government office when he had nothing to do. There were so many things in the business. Many of his opponents played in a roundabout way, and he got into it all at once. He was completely confused. Yi Xiaohua didn't listen to the latter words. She knew that most of the people here didn't like her. After confirming Song Shuyun's current situation and the current situation of the Song family, she went back to make a good plan. It was useless to stay here any longer. So she didn't understand the maid's urging. She directly lifted her feet and walked out of the door. The maid originally thought that she was going to urge her, but she didn't expect the other party to be so sensible. Song Shuyun was the baby of the Song family, and the courtyard where he lived was not small. She went around the corridor and went out. On the way, she bowed her head and didn't speak. The 2 maids who watched her go out now didn't treat her as a serious master at all. They were waiting for when Madame Dowager would drive her out. So on the way to take Yi Xiaohua out of the courtyard, the 2 maids chatted when they should. "Miss Cousin is here. The young master and the Song family must be saved." "Yes, you didn't see Madame Dowager smile today." "It's the first time I saw Madame Dowager smile for so many days." The original owner didn't care about the Song family's affairs, and Yi Xiaohua didn't have any news about this cousin in her mind. "Is Miss Biao so powerful?" She pretended to ask casually. Yi Xiaohua wanted to find out the news about Tianji Lao or the Jianghu. She found nothing. Although the maid exaggerated most of it, Yi Xiaohua knew that most of it should be the truth. So, Zhou Sujuan came back this time to save the Song family. Yi Xiaohua originally wanted to cure Song Shuyun and solve the big problem of the Song family's business before leaving the Song family. However, if someone could solve the problem faster, she certainly agreed. But she just glanced at Zhou Sujuan and found that her internal force was not strong enough. There should be no hope to cure Song Shuyun. Song Shuyun's condition was not simple in modern times, especially to open up the blocked meridians in his body. It also needed a strong internal force. Yi Xiaohua wondered if there was such a strong internal force in this world. Yi Xiaohua didn't go out again that day, but she didn't stay in her room either. Instead, she went out and inquired about the information she needed on the street. By the way, she asked someone to give her a set of silver needles. The silver needles she needed were custom-made and needed a few days. Yi Xiaohua sorted out the things of the original owner. Except for a few silver notes, some clothes, and jewelry, there was only a box of Ye's recipes left in the original owner's room. Yi Xiaohua turned a few pages and put the Ye's recipes back into the box. This should be the most important thing of the original owner's father, but the original owner was afraid of the smoke in the kitchen and didn't want to learn it at all. Otherwise, if the original owner learned her father's skills, she would certainly not fall into the present hell. Yi Xiaohua locked the box and didn't plan to learn it for the time being. The next morning, she went to Song Shuyun's yard with a pill in her hand. This time, as she expected, she was stopped by Song Shuyun's wet nurse before she went in. The wet nurse still repeated the words she said yesterday, "Eldest mistress, the young master needs peace. Please don't come to irritate the young master again." At this time, Zhou Sujuan came from afar. Seeing her coming, the wet nurse immediately got out of the way and let her in. Yi Xiaohua pinched her fingers and nodded her chin in the direction of Zhou Sujuan's departure. "Your young master doesn't want peace?" After understanding Yi Xiaohua's ceremony, the wet nurse looked at her with indifferent eyes, "Because Miss Cousin is different from you." After that, she took Zhou Sujuan to see Song Shuyun in person. When Yi Xiaohua heard the wet nurse's scornful words, she couldn't help but wipe her face. The original owner was not from Beijing, but from Shandong. When she was very young, because she did not like the kitchen, she was taught by her mother to learn all kinds of things. The Yi family did not slack off in the education of the girls. However, they didn't pay much attention to girls' knowledge, so when the original owner of the body was in her hometown, she was still very famous in her hometown with a little bit of knowledge in her stomach. After her father was valued by the emperor, the family moved to the capital. After moving to the capital, the original owner found that she performed well in her hometown and could be called a talented woman. But after moving to the capital, talented women were everywhere. She became a country bumpkin in a place full of noble ladies. There was a very famous female school in the capital, the School of Refinement. Although the Cultured Academy could not participate in the imperial examinations, every girl who walked out of the Cultured Academy would be the center of attention. When the original owner first arrived in the capital, she was arrogant, but she thought too highly of herself. She couldn't even pass the test of the Elegant Academy. Out of topic, Yi Xiaohua originally wanted to give Song Shuyun her own pills this time. However, looking at the current situation, she did not rashly enter. Instead, she went to look for old Madame Song. Talk to her about Song Shuyun. Now Song Shuyun's wet nurse and the servants in his yard are watching Song Shuyun closely. Without the consent of old Madame Song and old Master Song, it will not be easy for Yi Xiaohua to go in. Of course, Yi Xiaohua could give Song Shuyun medicine without disturbing anyone. However, she still needed someone to record all of Song Shuyun's data, so she went to look for old Madame Song. The servants around old Madame Song all know Yi Xiaohua. Seeing her coming, basically everyone's eyes were filled with anger, but they were all suppressed by themselves. After all, Yi Xiaohua was still Song Shuyun's wife on the surface. If she wanted to come and pay her respects, no one dared to stop her. When they arrived at old Madame Song's guest room, Yi Xiaohua heard the voice of a middle-aged man inside. "Mother, Shuheng is preparing for next year's spring examinations. We are preparing to move out of the Fu. If we move out of the Song family, what about the Song family shop?" Old Madame Song frowned as she looked at her second son. The middle-aged man lowered his head, his voice full of pride. "The Prime Minister has accepted Shuheng as his disciple today. We are preparing to buy a house at the East Gate so that Shuheng can focus on the spring examination. Mother, now that the Song family is in such a mess, why don't you come with us?" In this generation of the Song family, apart from Song Shuyun, no one else was outstanding enough. Especially in terms of education, most people were like old Master Song, who took the money and donated it to the government. Song Shuheng was the only one who passed the imperial examination. Madame Dowager was worried about what to do with the foundation of the Song family. Hearing the words of the middle-aged man, she began to think. She had heard everything that Zhou Sujuan had said yesterday afternoon. Zhou Sujuan told them to prepare themselves. Song Shuyun's current state was akin to that of a living dead in the underworld. Not to mention whether or not he would wake up, if he didn't eat or drink, he wouldn't be able to last more than a few years. Madame Dowager suffered a huge blow. In fact, she had already expected this after all the physicians in the capital came to take a look. The Song family was able to exist until now because of Song Shuyun. Now that Song Shuyun was gone, the Song family's business was like a plate of loose sand. Now that the Prime Minister had taken Song Shuheng as his disciple, he would definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. Up until now, their Song clan had never produced a scholar, but Song Shuheng was unexpectedly accepted as a disciple by the Prime Minister. Old Foreign was silent for a while. "I'll go with you. In the future, when Shuheng enters the court as an official, he needs more silver. Do you have enough?" Yi Xiaohua stood outside the door. Originally, she could not hear the voice inside at this distance. However, her 5 senses were far superior to ordinary people, so she heard every single word of these words. Originally, Yi Xiaohua knew from the memory of the original owner that the old lady liked Song Shuyun very much. From the looks of it, perhaps old Madame Song really cared about Song Shuyun. However, compared to the Song family and their wealth, Song Shuyun was still at a disadvantage. She was looking for old Madame Song. Hearing this, she stopped in her tracks. He turned to look for old Master Song. Ever since his son took over the business at the age of 14, old Master Song had not had the habit of looking at the accounts for 10 years. Now, not only did he have to look at the account books, but he also had to communicate with the shopkeeper and the merchants he dealt with. When Yi Xiaohua looked for him, he was extremely impatient. "Don't you want to go out and find Ning Zhao? Shuyun told me before that if you leave, we shouldn't interfere. Now that he has become like this, he probably doesn't have many years left. If you want to leave, then leave." Old Master Song tiredly sat back on the chair. "Old Master, his injuries were caused by me. Although I'm not a good person, I won't just leave like this. My father has an exclusive medicinal diet. I will do my best to save him." Old Master Song looked at Yi Xiaohua for a long time, and finally nodded, tacitly agreeing for her to stay. "In a moment, I'll have someone greet Shuyun's servants." With the old man's consent, Yi Xiaohua slowly exhaled. She was about to leave when she saw old Master Song's confidant rush in, then whisper something into old Master Song's ear. Old Master Song's body swayed, the blood draining from his face, and then he staggered out. Yi Xiaohua was afraid that something would happen to him, so she followed. Old Master Song and his confidant couldn't care less about her at this time, and walked towards the courtyard of the second branch. Yi Xiaohua controlled the distance between them so that she could hear them, and didn't continue to follow. "Mother, why did you take out all the money from the treasury? You haven't paid all the big businesses yet, and now the Song family is in a mess. What are you doing?" Old Master Song looked at old Madam and said in disbelief. "Shuheng already has a share in the Song family, and now that he wants to enter the bureaucracy, how can he do it without money?" Old Madam said sternly. "But how could the Song family have so many businesses before? Wasn't it all Song Shuyun's business? Right now, everyone in the capital knows about the Song family, and every day, people come to the Song family bank to exchange money. Mother, if you do this, the few deals that Shuyun made will go up in smoke, and he will owe a lot of money." Seeing old Madam's expression, old Master Song's heart turned cold. "Big brother, why do you have to do this?" Second Master Song patted old Master Song's shoulder. "Shuyun is already like this, and the Song family will fall sooner or later. Why don't we help Shuheng?" Second Master Song and old Madam moved out of the Song family. Old Madam only went to visit Song Shuyun before she left, and heard from the wet nurse that Zhou Sujuan had come, then shook her head and left. Old Madam also wiped away her tears. Then, he walked out of the courtyard with Second Master Song and left the Song family without looking back. She wholeheartedly waited for the grandson of the second branch to pass the exam. Song Shuyun got into trouble, and Second Master Song took the money from the treasury and left. The Song family, which originally had a breath of life, collapsed. But at this time, the commoners somehow got the news that they were going to the Song family bank to exchange money. The Song family was in ruins. This news spread throughout the capital. The Prime Minister naturally heard about this matter from his advisor. He finally pulled Yi Xiaohua out of his mind, and looked at his son, who was reporting to him on his studies. "Tomorrow, we will go to the Song family to see that Miss Yi." When he returned to the capital, Ning Zhao told the prime minister about Su Yunling. After Father Ye's death, the prime minister looked down on the Yi family, a barbarian outsider. In addition, Ning Zhao was close to Su Yunling, so he arranged for Yi Xiaohua to marry into the Song family. However, his father spared no effort to help him, so he accepted the grandson of the second branch of the Song family as his student. In the future, he could look after the Song family. It was the only thing he could do for Father Yi. Now that the Song family had become like this, it was not what the prime minister had expected. There were some things he had to personally go to the Song family to understand, but he rarely told Ning Zhao about these political matters. However, Ning Zhao did not have a deep impression of Yi Xiaohua. After seeing Su Yunling, he could not even remember what Yi Xiaohua looked like. Hearing that the prime minister was going to take him to the Song family, he shook his head. "Father, I still have to go to Fengyaolu tomorrow." He had no interest in seeing Yi Xiaohua. She was like any other ordinary woman and had nothing to say. Tomorrow, he finally had a free day, so he had to go to Fengyaolu to see Su Yunling. Behind Fengyaolu was the third prince. When the prime minister heard Ning Zhao's words, it was useless for Ning Zhao to go to the Song family. There was no one in the Song family worth talking to. The prime minister did not force Ning Zhao, but found someone to send a notice to the Song family, saying that he would visit tomorrow. Back to the Song family, Master Song was so angry that he could not breathe and almost fainted. Fortunately, Yi Xiaohua helped him press down on his chest and secretly distanced him from the depression in his body. Only then did Master Song not faint. Master Song did not expect that when he woke up, his mother and younger brother had left the Song family. The only person left in the Song family was actually very resistant to the Song family's daughter-in-law. In fact, Master Song hated Yi Xiaohua very much, but now he seemed to have thought it through. He believed in Buddhism and everything had its own destiny. Song Shiyun was destined to have such a calamity. Even without Yi Xiaohua, he could have encountered other things. And in the end, this matter did not have much to do with Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua was kept in the dark when she married him. Especially Yi Xiaohua, who was busy at the moment, the resentment in his heart has disappeared. He struggled to deal with the business. Yi Xiaohua watched him look at the account book at a snail's speed. She couldn't help but say, "I'll help you look at these." "What do you want to know?" "I'll report it to you after reading it." "This is the account book. It's about the calculations. I get a headache just by looking at it." The Song family was full of loopholes. Other than a body full of debts, there was nothing else that people could think about. Master Song has no doubt that Yi Xiaohua wants to help look at the account book. But he still handed it to Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua took it and looked down. She read very quickly. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he had already flipped through the 2 books on the table. Then, he told old Master Song what he had concocted in his mind. The silk shops in the east of the city have a total of 1,232 tales of false accounts. They are on the 7th, the 19th, and the 31st sheets. She dissected the contents of the 2 accounts for Grandpa Shen to listen to part by part. Not only that, but also gave a little advice. The dishes and decoration of the world's first restaurant are too simple. Food is the most important thing to the people. I'll write a detailed plan tonight. You let the shopkeeper study it tomorrow. The world's first restaurant used to belong to Yi family. But after Yi father died, no one ran it. Finally, it was added to Yi Xiaohua's dowry. Speaking of these, Yi Xiaohua's mind collapsed one by one. But she didn't know that Master Song and the housekeeper were staring at her. Yi Xiaohua went out to inquire about it and gave money to those beggars and gangsters to help her collect the major events that happened in various places. Originally, she was going to mention it to Master Song, then analyze the current situation and remind the people who really want to deal with the Song family, especially the third prince. Now seeing the expressions of the 2 people, she swallowed the rest of the words. Yi Xiaohua went directly to Song Shiyun's courtyard and fed the pills that she had prepared long ago to Song Shiyun. Eldest mistress, the young master can't eat casually. After getting the master's order, the wet nurse didn't stop Yi Xiaohua. Her tone sounded respectful. But her actions and eyes were full of coldness and hostility. Yi Xiaohua didn't care what others thought of her at all. She reached out and felt Song Shiyun's pulse, which was similar to what she observed with her spiritual force. After feeding the pills, Yi Xiaohua found a servant and asked him to keep a close eye on Song Shiyun's condition. Then she went out. Seeing that she left, the wet nurse immediately asked someone to close the courtyard door with a bang. Naturally, no one saw that Song Shiyun, who was lying on the bed, moved her fingers. There was no one to serve Yi Xiaohua's courtyard. Master Song wanted to send 2 maids over, but she refused. After eating in the evening, she took out a letter paper and a brush to write on the paper. The handwriting at this time was not the same as what she had written in Master Song's study before. It was a generous cursive script. Yi Xiaohua was different from the original owner. From a series of things, she found out the reason why the original owner married into the Song family, and the third prince who was now dealing with them. She was not a good person. People set her up so many times, she naturally had to set them back. At present, there were many capable people under the third prince's command. He was like the sun at high noon in the court. It seemed that he was the most likely candidate to become the crown prince. The other princes were far less outstanding than the third prince. Those who didn't take sides before, such as the prime minister and others, had already stood on the third prince's side. What if at this time, there was another person who had a better political record than the third prince? Yi Xiaohua took the brush. She knew that the first prince was now dealing with the financial affairs of the Ping County. She thought for a while and began to write down her analysis of the current situation. Then she wrote down all the political affairs and the current situation of the world. Then she analyzed the possible future development one by one, as well as the pros and cons of the Ping County, mixed with many of her personal opinions. After writing, Yi Xiaohua blew it dry. Then she read it again. She didn't know it when she was writing. Now she finished writing and saw the analysis of the words above. There were a lot of policies in her mind when she picked up the pen, which she hadn't learned in history. Just like she had really blocked the emperor, she knew all the details clearly. Yi Xiaohua felt strange, but in the end, it was all because she was too smart. There was no way. She thought about it, finally signed a Y at the back, put it in an envelope casually, and went out to find a gangster to send it to the prince's mansion. This gangster had some skills. She caught him when he stole her money. However, Yi Xiaohua didn't beat him and left him to do something for herself. After the letter was sent, she returned to her room and began to study Song Shiyun's condition. She didn't know that the letter she sent to the prince's mansion set off a storm in the prince's mansion. She was busy too late last night. But the next morning, Yi Xiaohua still got up very early. She washed and didn't go to breakfast immediately. Instead, she went to Song Shiyun's yard first. Unexpectedly, Song Shiyun's wet nurse was waiting for her outside the door today. "What did you give the young master yesterday?" The wet nurse looked at Yi Xiaohua. The wet nurse's eyes were always a bit piercing. Yi Xiaohua ignored her and went in directly. The wet nurse stood behind her and looked at Yi Xiaohua's back. A trace of doubt flashed through her eyes. After Yi Xiaohua went in, she directly asked the manservant last night about Song Shiyun's situation. "Madam, just before you came, the young master's hand moved," the manservant said excitedly. Yi Xiaohua didn't expect it to work so quickly. "Really?" "Yes, several people saw it. I was going to tell the master." The manservant's eyes were red. Everyone said that their young master couldn't wake up. "Don't tell the master for the time being." Song Shiyun just moved his hand a little, which was still a little far from her goal. "He has been busy with business recently. Don't bother him with this kind of thing." The manservant knew that the young master's hand moved after Yi Xiaohua fed the medicine to the young master last night. Now he was very obedient to Yi Xiaohua. He nodded firmly. Yi Xiaohua asked him to bring a bowl of water and fed Song Shiyun another pill. After breakfast, he went outside to get his set of silver needles. Now she is free to go in and out of the Song family. Housekeeper Song had been waiting for Yi Xiaohua to come back. When he saw Yi Xiaohua, he immediately stepped forward. "Eldest young mistress, master asked you to go to the study. The Prime Minister is here." "Prime Minister?" Yi Xiaohua's eyes condensed. "What is he doing here?" "I don't know." Since last night, Housekeeper Song and Master Song looked at Yi Xiaohua with a little awe. In particular, after Yi Xiaohua left last night, the housekeeper also turned over the account book. Yi Xiaohua mentioned a few obvious numbers, exactly the same as the above. Let's go. Yi Xiaohua couldn't figure out why the Prime Minister had come to the Song family, so she turned around and walked towards the study. In the study, the Prime Minister was talking to Old Master Song. Outside the door, someone said that eldest young mistress had returned. The Prime Minister couldn't help but glance out the door. The advisor who was disguised as a servant behind him also looked out the door. Yi Xiaohua's marriage to the Song family was facilitated by her staff. But he was a little curious about who the daughter of the master of cooking was. He couldn't help but look at the door. Just as he was thinking, a bright woman in a bright red dress came in from outside. A pair of dark eyes were full of vigor. Very few people would be able to keep a bright red dress under control, but it perfectly accentuated her beautiful face when she wore it. Seeing her eyes, even the advisor was stunned. It took a long time for him to come back to his senses, and then he quickly lowered his head. He was surprised that a woman could have such a look in her eyes. He calmed his heart. Yi Xiaohua looked at the people in the study, paused at the door, then lowered her eyes to restrain the sharpness in her eyes, and then stepped in a few steps. He respectfully greeted Old Master Song. Master Song didn't pay attention to Yi Xiaohua before. After Song Shiyun was injured, he once hated Yi Xiaohua. Since last night, he seemed to see the shadow of his son in Yi Xiaohua. He was very kind to her, and his tone was a little questioning. All this made the Prime Minister sitting on the side very surprised. He picked up the teacup and looked at Yi Xiaohua calmly. When the Yi family and the Song family united by marriage, the Prime Minister paid more attention to Yi Xiaohua's father. He didn't know much about Yi Xiaohua. He didn't like or hate her. Later, after Yi Xiaohua's father died, Yi Xiaohua's weakness was revealed. Especially when he saw Yi Xiaohua at Yi Xiaohua's father's funeral. At that time, he had a faint opinion about Yi Xiaohua. Originally, he heard Yi Xiaohua's father say that his daughter was praised in heaven and earth. Seeing the real person, the other side hesitated and couldn't answer after 3 or 2 questions. He was too disappointed. He didn't look like a capable person. Especially without Yi Xiaohua's father, the Prime Minister really disliked this marriage. Just at this time, Ning Zhao came back to talk about Su Yunling. The Prime Minister simply pushed the boat and cut off Yi Xiaohua's thoughts. He originally thought that a woman like Yi Xiaohua in the Song family wouldn't be happy. Especially after such a thing happened to Song Shiyun. No matter what the cause was, it was Yi Xiaohua who caused it. At this time, listening to the conversation between Yi Xiaohua and Master Song, it turned out that Yi Xiaohua was faintly on top. Master Song seemed to be listening to Yi Xiaohua's opinion. This shocked the Prime Minister. He quietly observed Yi Xiaohua. Coincidentally, the manservant poured a cup of tea for Yi Xiaohua with a respectful expression. The Prime Minister was getting more and more confused. The advisors by his side were not ordinary people either. Both of them had their own plans. Without batting an eyelid, the Prime Minister asked Old Master Song about a few things, and also talked about the recent changes in the court. Old Master Song had donated his position. He didn't have much success in business, but he was still doing well in the official circles. "How is my niece doing?" The Prime Minister expressed his concern for Yi Xiaohua and sighed. Yi Xiaohua sneered in her heart, but on the surface she pretended to be flattered and thanked him. The Prime Minister looked at her face and did not react to what he had said. The Prime Minister and his aides knew what was going on, so they no longer paid attention to her expression. It didn't take long for them to leave the Song family. After returning home, Ning Zhao had also returned from Grace Pavilion. Seeing the Prime Minister and his aides, he remembered that the two had gone to the Song family today and couldn't help but ask. The aide thought of what had just happened and couldn't help but sigh. Back then, old Master Ye's reputation was so resounding. He only had one daughter. I used to think that his daughter would be as outstanding as him, but now it seems that not only can she not compare to her father, she can't even compare to Miss Su. Digression, however, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Father Ye's fame in the capital was unparalleled and he was the emperor's favorite. Not only was he a superb cook, but he was also a clever man. When the emperor encountered some difficult decisions, he would consult Father Ye. At that time, there were too many people who wanted to curry favor with the Yi family. However, Father Yi had never participated in the inheritance war, so in the end, he chose the neutral prime minister. Ning Zhao had already expected this situation. He lost interest in continuing to ask and changed the subject. There is one more thing, father, the first prince left for the Ping County early this morning. The Ping County? It seems that the emperor has made a decision. The prime minister whispered. The Ping County was vast, but it was sparsely populated. There were also bandits, so even the imperial court officials were reluctant to go there. The emperor didn't have many children. There were only two who were extremely outstanding in competing for the throne, the third prince and the first prince. The first prince was the eldest son while the third prince was the empress's legitimate son. Both of them were very outstanding in policy discussions. However, in recent years, the third prince's political achievements had been very good. The emperor had the intention to cultivate the third prince, sometimes even letting the third prince take back his memorials to review. The first prince's party had been suppressed to the point where there were very few people left. However, the first prince knew that if he didn't succeed, when the third prince ascended to the throne, what awaited him would be hell. Now, the emperor trusted the third prince and let him manage the Ping County. Not to mention the advisors of the first prince's residence, even the first prince himself was at a loss. He sighed and returned to his study, preparing to write a memorial to the emperor. This was the result of his discussion with his advisors. However, when he sat back in his chair, he saw a letter on the table. On it was written, "To the first prince." These 5 words were awe-inspiring, shocking everyone who saw it. The first prince thought it was a letter from his subordinates, but he was wondering which advisor's handwriting was it. How come he hadn't seen it before? After opening the letter, he forgot about this. The more he read, the more solemn his expression became, with a hint of excitement and appreciation. This letter was very long, with several sheets of paper. It was not only the analysis of the current imperial court. The first prince felt as if he had been enlightened by someone with a hint. At first, he was very shocked that there was someone who could see the situation so clearly. There were even some people whose underlings he didn't know. The great prince looked at this network of connections, and fine cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He controlled his trembling heart and continued to read. When he saw the other parties' predictions and plans for the district, and even the distribution of bandits in the district, he suddenly stood up. The great prince had the files of the Ping district in his hands. However, it was likely that even the imperial court did not know much about the Ping district, let alone him. However, this person knew the county like the back of his hand. Every word he said was filled with a majestic aura. If he didn't know that his father didn't have this handwriting, the eldest prince would definitely think that this was a letter from the emperor. The great imperial prince sent for 2 of his most trusted aides and began to discuss this mysterious letter. They also studied the inscription with the strange handwriting. In the end, they couldn't come up with anything. However, this group of people was very shocked by this letter. They waited in the great imperial prince's study all night. The great imperial prince and his aides disrupted their previous plan to stay in the capital and rushed to the Ping district early in the morning. Yi Xiaohua's people outside passed the great imperial prince's news to Yi Xiaohua. Then, every time they brought back a letter, they would bring back all kinds of good things. During this period of time, the great imperial prince's reforms were in full swing. The people who ran errands for Yi Xiaohua also started to bring back the great imperial prince's replies to Yi Xiaohua. Other than replying to the letters, Yi Xiaohua didn't do anything else during this period of time. The person who sent the letter to Yi Xiaohua was very frightened at first. However, later on, the great imperial prince's trusted aide respectfully delivered the letter to him and didn't follow him to find his address. After that, the fear in this little hoodlum's heart was suppressed, and all that was left was respect for Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua also got the custom-made silver needles. The wet nurse in Song Shiyun's courtyard didn't believe her. She still stared at her every move. Even Master Song's words were useless. Yi Xiaohua felt very annoyed. She didn't give Song Shiyun acupuncture in public. Instead, she took advantage of the time at night to give Song Shiyun acupuncture. After seeing his eyelashes tremble, she stopped. She didn't have any maidservants in her courtyard. Master Song later said several times, but Yi Xiaohua didn't agree to have a maidservant. After she finished the acupuncture, she began to reply to the great imperial prince. The next morning, she remembered that she gave Song Shuyun acupuncture last night. Now that she could see the obvious effect, she directly walked towards Song Shuyun's courtyard. However, before she walked in, she could feel that there were a lot of people in Song Shuyun's courtyard. She grabbed a maidservant on the road and asked what happened. The maidservant was sweating profusely. She lowered her head to hide the dissatisfaction in her eyes towards Yi Xiaohua. Young master suddenly had a high fever this morning. Master is asking a doctor in the capital to see him. High fever, Yi Xiaohua guessed that it should be a stress reaction. She twisted her eyebrows and quickened her pace. It didn't take long before she arrived at Song Shuyun's courtyard. The wet nurse was waiting at the entrance of the courtyard early in the morning. When Yi Xiaohua arrived, her face was ice cold. Until she saw the person walking behind Yi Xiaohua, her eyes brightened. She immediately took a step forward and pushed Yi Xiaohua, who was already at the door. Zhou Sujuan didn't look at Yi Xiaohua, who stopped at the door, and went in directly. Yi Xiaohua didn't know what Zhou Sujuan was doing, but thinking that Song family put their hope on Zhou Sujuan before, Yi Xiaohua was a little worried that the other party would mess around. She lifted her feet and was about to go in. Unexpectedly, the wet nurse stopped her directly. Yi Xiaohua raised her eyebrows slightly. Although she didn't speak, her eyes conveyed an inquiry. The wet nurse was tired of Yi Xiaohua before. Obviously, the eldest young master was so outstanding, but he married such a useless wife. In particular, Yi Xiaohua was useless, but she was still restless. In the end, she caused the eldest young master to be in such a situation. The wet nurse couldn't wait to peel off Yi Xiaohua's skin. Miss Cousin is treating the young master in the room. She needs a quiet environment. Don't go in and disturb. Before the wet nurse finished a sentence, she saw Yi Xiaohua's deep dark eyes. The other party didn't say anything, especially with a faint smile on his face. The wet nurse only felt that the cold sweat on her back soaked her clothes. It seemed that there was a pair of invisible hands holding her neck. Fortunately, Master Song came in time. Xiaohua, why are you still outside the door? Seeing Yi Xiaohua outside the door, Master Song saw it even if he was anxious. As soon as the wet nurse heard the voice of Master Song, her heart thumped again. She was afraid of what Yi Xiaohua would say. Fortunately, Yi Xiaohua didn't say anything and directly followed Master Song in. After the two people went in, the wet nurse didn't react for a long time. When she reacted, her face was pale. Song Shuyun's fever was very strange, but there was no danger. As for old Master Song, he was extremely busy and was quickly called away by someone. Yi Xiaohua went in and saw that Zhou Sujuan didn't mess around, and Song Shuyun's situation was very stable. She thought that after coming again in the evening, she would follow Master Song to see the business. After the two left the room, Zhou Sujuan turned to ask the maid beside her, just now, is that the one my cousin married? The maid had obvious resentment towards Yi Xiaohua. She told the master that she would take good care of the young master. A few days ago, she came to see the young master every morning, but these days, she didn't even look at him. She nodded and told Zhou Sujuan what Yi Xiaohua had done. When Zhou Sujuan heard it, she had no interest at all. She waved her hand to stop the maid from speaking. On the other side, old Master Song also felt it was strange. Didn't the businessmen from River East want the Song family to pay the debt? Otherwise, they wouldn't have shipped high-quality rice to the Song family. It was a big cooperation with the Song family in the River East. Every year, the Song family would buy top-grade rice from the individual farmers in the River East as a tribute at the price of 560 yuan. When he arrived at the capital, he could convert it to 670 copper coins. When the harvest was bad, he could even convert it to more than 700 copper coins. Every time, the transaction volume was very large, as much as 200,000 dong. It was also a very large annual income for the Song family. Because Song Shuyun was in a coma, they couldn't transfer the rest of the money. In addition, old Madame Song had taken the money from the mansion. During this time, the Song family had sold everything that could be sold in the mansion. Every year, during the transaction, the Song clan would first take out 10,000 taels of silver as a deposit, and the rest would be paid in one lump sum when the Song clan sent people to fetch rice and grain. However, this time, the 10,000 taels of silver had been paid, but the Song family couldn't take out the rest. Some time ago, the people from River East had already sent people to urge them. They couldn't hold back the top-grade grain. If the Song family couldn't make up for it, the grain would become stale the next year, and the price would be greatly reduced. If the Song family couldn't make up for it, the people from River East would sell it to others. Before this, the people from River East had inquired about the Song family in the capital and were already cooperating with others. Unexpectedly, they came to Old Master Song today, saying that they believed the Song family would make up the remaining money. I hope our business can be long-term cooperation. The young master of River East came in person and was very polite to Old Master Song. Old Master Song invited the people from River East to the world's first restaurant for dinner. I didn't expect business to be so easy. Old Master Song whispered to Yi Xiaohua. Hearing Old Master Song's words, Yi Xiaohua just smiled and didn't say anything. You go eat with the young master. I'll go out to buy something. Old Master Song thought that Yi Xiaohua was going to buy something for a little girl, so he asked the housekeeper to follow Yi Xiaohua and gave the housekeeper some money. Yi Xiaohua knew that Old Master Song was worried about her, so she didn't refuse to follow the housekeeper. These days, women weren't very well controlled. Yi Xiaohua wandered on the street casually and heard people talking about the first prince. She was slightly relieved. However, she didn't know that Ning Zhao and the others opposite the world's first restaurant were also talking about this matter. Everyone knew that the first prince was not easy to manage, but this time, the first prince did something big. Everyone in the court knew what the first prince was like. He was a wise ruler, but he was not as good as the third prince. This time, it was really surprising. Naturally, everyone thought that he must have found a new politician behind him. They just didn't know who it was. With this kind of means and this kind of insight, it couldn't be an ordinary person. However, there were so many famous officials living around the capital. They just didn't know who it was. The group of people guessed and discussed for a long time, but they still couldn't come to a conclusion. Is the advisor behind the first prince that powerful? Su Yunling couldn't help but ask in surprise when he brought a stack of desserts to the people in the secret meeting. That's right. Ning Zhao nodded. To be able to manage the people, commerce, and agriculture at the same time, this person must be a very ambitious and talented person. It would be great if we could meet him. If we can invite him. Another person said. However, he realized that they were outside and that trouble came from the mouth, so he immediately swallowed his next words. Su Yunling had been focused on studying food during this period of time and didn't pay much attention to these things. Hearing Ning Zhao and the others say this, he was a bit surprised and carefully asked about what happened in the Ping County. Coincidentally, at this moment, the person sitting by the window suddenly pointed at someone under the window and said in surprise, Ning Zhao, look, isn't that Yi Xiaohua? So that's Miss Yi. Su Yunling had long heard of Father Ye's cooking. Seeing Yi Xiaohua, she wanted to go down and ask for some advice. Ning Zhao and the others accompanied her down. When they saw Yi Xiaohua's face, the group was startled. They didn't think that her appearance wouldn't lose to Su Yunling's. Comparing the two, Yi Xiaohua had the upper hand. Su Yunling's face was calm. She stood on the steps of Fingyao Lu and looked down at Yi Xiaohua across the street. She first asked a few questions about cooking. Her expression was somewhat arrogant. In Yi Xiaohua's previous life and this life, she sometimes couldn't even count the things she knew, but the only thing she didn't know was cooking. The original owner was afraid of smoke and didn't want to learn cooking. Yi Xiaohua also didn't want to learn Yi family's recipes. Of course, she wasn't afraid of smoke. She just wanted to stop and rest and not learn so many things. In Yi Xiaohua's eyes, not knowing Yi family's recipes wasn't anything. She very generously told Su Yunling that she didn't know, then nodded at the group and immediately left. Her expression didn't have the slightest shyness or embarrassment. Su Yunling stood in place, looking at Yi Xiaohua's departing figure and sighed. Back then, Yi Darren gave me a few pointers. That's why my cooking reached this level today. I didn't think his daughter. Back then, Yi Darren only gave you 1 or 2 pointers, and you were able to reach this level today. It was the first time Ning Zhao heard Su Yunling say these things. He was somewhat surprised. Compared to you, Yi Xiaohua is somewhat lacking. The group lost interest in Yi Xiaohua and didn't talk about her anymore. Coincidentally, Su Yunling's carriage came over. Ning Zhao immediately went forward and helped Su Yunling open the carriage door. Seeing Ning Zhao so attentive, Su Yunling lowered her head in embarrassment and got into the carriage. Following behind Yi Xiaohua, the Song family's housekeeper saw Yi Xiaohua's calm scene and was very surprised. He originally thought that Yi Xiaohua would go crazy again when she saw Ning Zhao. At first, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to hold her back. He didn't expect Yi Xiaohua to have no reaction at all. He was surprised but didn't continue asking. Yi Xiaohua still wanted to stroll around, so she let the housekeeper go back first and then went to see a few hoodlums. During this period, she felt that someone was watching her, but she didn't care and didn't deliberately shake them off. Instead, she let those gangsters deal with her. In the middle of the night, when there was no one around, she went to Song Shuyun's courtyard. Her originally pale face had regained some color, but for some reason, she still hadn't woken up. Yi Xiaohua pinched his pulse with her right hand and didn't notice anything wrong with his pulse. Then, she fed him a pill in her hand before returning to her courtyard. At the same time, in the study of the Song family. Shuyun's nanny wants to see me? Old Master Song paused for a moment before letting her in. The wet nurse immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Old Master Song. Old Master, there's something that I know will make you worried, but for the sake of young Master, I have to say it. Hearing that it was related to Song Shuyun, Master Song hurriedly asked, what is it? Today, I sent a maid out to buy some medicinal materials that Miss Biao needs. I saw first young mistress talking to a few strangers for a long time while avoiding the crowd. There was still no letter from the first prince. Yi Xiaohua knew that they were reforming Tianshang recently, so she was not in a hurry to go there and slept at night. She was going to visit Song Shuyun again. As soon as she got up, she was invited by the housekeeper. Yi Xiaohua felt that housekeeper Song's expression was very cold. During this period, because Yi Xiaohua had helped the Song family read a lot of account books and helped Old Master Song a lot, housekeeper Song, Old Master Song, and the people around him were very respectful to Yi Xiaohua. And today, the housekeeper's expression was very cold, as if she had just woken up in this house. Yi Xiaohua couldn't help but think about what had gone wrong. Along the way, she thought of many things. When she arrived at Old Master Song's study, Old Master Song was talking to a shopkeeper about silk for imperial merchants. The wet nurse stood beside Old Master Song with a sneer on her face. Yi Xiaohua had secretly investigated and found out that it was indeed the third prince who was behind the Song family. Hearing that Old Master Song was talking about this business, Yi Xiaohua said directly, the Song family is talking about silk business with Shishang? Where did you hear about this? Old Master Song's spirit shook, especially when he remembered what the wet nurse said last night. He stared at Yi Xiaohua without blinking. Yi Xiaohua looked at his expression and knew what was going on. But at this time, there was no evidence to explain, so Old Master Song would only think that she was quibbling. No matter where I heard about it, please believe me that this is a trap. Except for the silk I showed you, the rest of the silk from Zhishang is water-soaked and moldy. If the Song family enters the palace, the Song family will suffer. In fact, you have been in contact with Prime Minister Ning Zhao for a long time, haven't you? Are they waiting for the Song family to refuse this business, and then they will immediately cooperate with Zhishang? But this business, I will do it. Old Master Song stood up directly. He looked at Yi Xiaohua, and after a while, he whispered, I should have known that even my brother and my biological mother left the Song family at this time. How could you still stay? Yi Xiaohua frowned. But at the beginning, if it weren't for you, the Song family would not have survived at all, Old Master Song finally said. Although you stayed in the Song family under the guise of taking care of Shuyun, you also saved the Song family once. I will give you a sum of money, and I will not pursue this matter anymore. You have always wanted to leave the Song family. Today, I will help you go back to the Ning family. Master. Hearing that Old Master Song let Yi Xiaohua go so easily, the wet nurse was a little worried. However, Old Master Song did not listen to the wet nurse, and let the housekeeper hand Yi Xiaohua a sum of money. Yi Xiaohua looked at the money handed to her by the housekeeper, and was a little stunned. The housekeeper took 4 silver notes, 5,000 taels each, a total of 20,000 taels. For today's Song family, this was probably the largest amount of silver notes they could take out. Yi Xiaohua had mixed feelings in her heart. She did not take these silver notes. The teacup in Master Song's hand fell down with a bang. Then he ran out of the door immediately. He almost tripped over the door frame. The wet nurse and housekeeper Song also cried with joy and ran to Song Shiyun's yard. It had been more than a month since Yi Xiaohua treated Song Shiyun. Time had changed from late autumn to early winter. According to Yi Xiaohua's expectation, she should have woken up 2 days ago. When she woke up today, she didn't look surprised at all, because she took it for granted. When the maidservants saw that there was no trace of joy on her face, they all stared at her. Yi Xiaohua didn't enter Song Shiyun's yard. With her current spiritual force, she could observe Song Shiyun's breath of life. And after feeling the pulse last night, Song Shiyun's body was basically fine. The rest was to take medicine on time. When Master Song was talking, Yi Xiaohua didn't intend to leave. But now Song Shiyun woke up. The Song family's problem was not a problem now, and Yi Xiaohua's departure wouldn't affect anything. So she found the wet nurse and handed the medicine bottle in her hand to the wet nurse. This is the medicine he has been taking. Let him take one every morning. There are 15 pills here. He will be fine after taking it for half a month. I will leave the Song family today. When the wet nurse saw Yi Xiaohua, her face was very bad. When she heard the last sentence, she glanced at Yi Xiaohua and reluctantly agreed. Yi Xiaohua turned around and went back to her yard to pack things. She didn't have many things in the Song family. Most of them were taken from the Song family's warehouse. She didn't take the 20,000 taels of silver from housekeeper Song just now. She didn't take most of the Song family's things. But she packed most of the things brought by the first prince and others. She also put away some things that she found herself. When she was about to leave, she stopped and took out a piece of paper. She wrote what Song Shiyun should pay attention to next in regular script. After all, he was in a vegetative state before. After waking up, his body would be very weak. If he didn't pay attention, he would have a serious problem. Behind her, after seeing Yi Xiaohua leave, the wet nurse immediately threw away the medicine bottle in her hand. Then she said to the maidservant beside her, "Quick, take me to Miss Biao." The wet nurse had never believed that Yi Xiaohua could take good care of Song Shiyun and was very concerned about Zhou Sujuan. Song Shiyun had seen so many famous doctors, but none of them could cure him. Yet, he was cured when Miss Qian came. The wet nurse knew that it must have something to do with Miss Qian. He immediately went to invite Zhou Sujuan back. Master Song was supposed to go there personally, but he still wanted to take care of Song Shiyun, so he specially found a famous doctor from Beijing. Zhou Sujuan was the daughter of the Zhou family's concubine. Although she was well known outside, her official mother did not get along with her. Her future marriage was still in the hands of her official mother. In fact, she didn't do anything about Song Shiyun's illness. And she actually didn't intend to have any contact with the Song family. Therefore, after confirming that Song Shiyun's condition was very bad, she only went to the Song family's house once. She hadn't expected that Song Shiyun's wet nurse would tell her that Song Shiyun had woken up. Really? Zhou Sujuan immediately stood up and asked in shock. That's right. Thanks to Miss Biao, Master invited Miss Biao to the Song mansion for a gathering. The wet nurse looked at Zhou Sujuan with excitement. Zhou Sujuan panicked, but she quickly calmed herself down. After changing a set of clothes, she followed the wet nurse to the Song family. In the house of the Song family's eldest young master, there were many servants standing inside and outside the house. Everyone had a smile on their face, and some of their eyes were red. It could be seen that the Song family's eldest young master was important to these people. Zhou Sujuan tidied up her clothes outside the door and then went in. Song Shiyun leaned against the headboard. His face was still a little sick. He slightly lowered his eyes, and the quilt only covered his body slightly. He was also holding an account book in his hand. His fingertips were as smooth as jade. Zhou Sujuan stood still for a while the wet nurse said something to Song Shiyun excitedly. Master Song also stood aside. Hearing the words of the wet nurse, he also slightly echoed a few words. Then he subconsciously glanced at Song Shiyun. He didn't know why, when his son woke up this time, he felt a little scared even though he was obviously the same as before. You said that Miss Biao saved me? Song Shiyun didn't notice the people coming into the room. Hearing the words of the wet nurse, he slightly tilted his head and squinted at the wet nurse and others. The wet nurse nodded and then blew on Zhou Sujuan. Zhou Sujuan was a little nervous at first, but hearing the wet nurse's voice, her expression gradually became a lot better. Song Shiyun's originally expressionless face gradually became a little cold. You said that you saved me? How did you save me? Song Shiyun looked at Zhou Sujuan. Zhou Sujuan said that she saved him with her internal energy. Song Shiyun immediately ignored her and opened the quilt. Obviously, he wanted to get up. He lay down for a long time. His body was very weak. Master Song and the wet nurse both went forward to help him. But Song Shiyun avoided them. He just called out, Zhaoying. A man dressed in black immediately came in from outside the room. Young master. Where is she? Song Shiyun asked. The man in black half knelt and said, This subordinate saw madam take the package and leave the Song family. I didn't dare to stop her. The air in the room became a few degrees colder. Song Shiyun looked at the wet nurse and then looked at Master Song. You did it? Master Song didn't expect that Yi Xiaohua would leave like this. He was also stunned. But the wet nurse immediately said, Young master, you don't know. Eldest young madam is outside. Eldest? Eldest young master. The wet nurse looked at Song Shiyun's dark and unfathomable eyes, her teeth chattering. She should have left some medicine for you, right? Song Shiyun reached out. The wet nurse's voice trembled. I threw it away, what the hell is going on? Master Song looked at Zhaoying. This was Song Shiyun's secret guard. Pa. Song Shiyun directly rubbed the account book in his hand against her face and threw it to the ground. Then, he left the room without saying a word, his eyes deep and cold. Zhou Sujuan also didn't know what was going on. She also looked at Zhaoying, waiting for him to explain. There was no need to hide this matter. Previously, when Zhaoying heard Zhou Sujuan say that she used internal energy to cure Song Shiyun, he couldn't help but shake his head. He deliberated over his words before speaking. His words were mixed with admiration. Young madam would come to see young master every night. She even used silver needles to remove the blood clots in young master's meridians. I wasn't young madam's opponent at all. Later, I found out that she was saving young master, so I helped them guard the door. Although young master can't move, he can feel it. He should be out looking for someone. Also, master, can I ask, why did you chase young madam away? Zhou Sujuan and the wet nurse stood on the side. Hearing Zhaoying's words, their faces gradually turned pale. Master Song's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Zhaoying in shock. Digression, Song Shiyun had already left, but there was still a trace of coldness in the room. At this point, Zhaoying didn't need to explain any further. Zhou Sujuan was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. As long as she thought about how she and the wet nurse had excitedly come to take credit and even told old Master Song about Song Shiyun's injuries, she was simply too ashamed to show her face. Especially when Zhaoying and the other maidservants kept glancing at her, Zhou Sujuan felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. As for Zhaoying's words about how she admired Yi Xiaohua, Zhou Sujuan couldn't bear to listen to them. She originally thought that Yi Xiaohua was just an ordinary woman who lost her father. She originally thought that she was outstanding enough, but compared to Yi Xiaohua, she was more like a joke. Zhou Sujuan didn't wait for old Master Song to speak, she said something in a low voice and hurriedly ran away. Old Master Song saw that Zhou Sujuan had left, but he didn't care about her at all. Song Shiyun didn't go far. When he went to Yi Xiaohua's courtyard and got the letter she left, he knew that she had already left, so he ordered people to go look for her. Finally, he returned to his courtyard and found the bottle of medicine that the wet nurse had thrown away. Then he turned to look at the wet nurse. The wet nurse had been kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise her head. Feeling Song Shiyun's gaze, her nerves tightened and her scalp felt like it was going to explode. Young master, please listen to me, and speak. Song Shiyun's eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of smoke. Slightly lowering his eyes, he used a snow-white handkerchief to carefully wipe the mud on the porcelain bottle. I saw those people talking to young madam. The wet nurse's voice trembled. Those people weren't from the Yi family. I really didn't think that young madam would be with you. If I had known not to mention this, even if she wanted my head, I wouldn't dare to say a word. Old Master Song finally reacted. He had asked the housekeeper, and when Yi Xiaohua left, she didn't accept the 20,000 taels of silver. She didn't take anything from the Song family and directly left. Hearing the wet nurse's words, he tiredly comforted Song Shuyun. Shuyun, don't blame the wet nurse. I didn't know about this. How would the wet nurse know? If it weren't for the wet nurse, I wouldn't have known about the Song mansion's situation. Don't think too much about it. When Master Song heard Jiaoying say that Song Shuyun was cured by Yi Xiaohua, his heart thumped. He originally thought that Yi Xiaohua really didn't do her best to take care of Song Shuyun as the wet nurse said. When he thought of the time when Yi Xiaohua didn't listen to Yi Xiaohua's explanation and drove Yi Xiaohua away, he regretted it very much. But Yi Xiaohua unites outsiders to deal with the Song family. Even if Master Song feels guilty to Yi Xiaohua now, he will not let Yi Xiaohua in again. You're saying that she colluded with outsiders? Song Shuyun looked at the wet nurse. Not only did the wet nurse say yes, but she also took out the portrait of the hooligan from her pocket and handed it to Song Shuyun. Song Shuyun took it and stuffed it into her sleeve without looking at it. The wet nurse originally thought that Song Shuyun would feel angry, but looking at him, even if Yi Xiaohua really colluded with outsiders, he might not care at all. Just then, someone came to report that the young master of the River East had arrived. Song Shuyun was in a coma for so long. He originally thought that the grain from River East would not be shipped over. Unexpectedly, Master Song succeeded. He looked at Father Song and was a little surprised, but he didn't say anything. He directly ordered Jiaoying to secretly look for Yi Xiaohua. Then he went to the study to see the young master. Master Song followed behind Song Shuyun and told him everything that happened in the Song family after he was in a coma. When he heard that the old lady left the Song family with the money from the warehouse, Song Shuyun's expression didn't change at all. Master Song looked at Song Shuyun's unchanged face and felt that his son had become more and more unfathomable after waking up this time. The two of them went to the study together. On the way, Master Song told the housekeeper about the current situation of the Song family. Even if he didn't explain it clearly, Song Shuyun could guess some of the situation himself. But the more he listened, the more Song Shuyun felt that it was strange that Master Song managed to negotiate several business deals. Song Shuyun knew how muddle-headed Master Song was in the business world. When the Song family was in trouble, Master Song couldn't even negotiate a single business deal. How could he negotiate several big deals after the Song family was in trouble and even save the Song family? But the study was in front, so Song Shuyun didn't ask so many details. In the study, the young master of Jiangdong saw that the person walking in front was Song Shuyun, who was rumored to be in a coma. He was shocked for a long time before he reacted. Then he was more certain about the decision he made. Master Song didn't understand most of the content of what he talked about with Song Shuyun. Song Shuyun listened and felt strange. He interrupted the other party's talk about the high-grade rice, narrowed his eyes and asked, "Who did you say looked for you?" "It's a young man in his 20s. If he didn't give me the news, I would have 500,000 tons of grain in the warehouse. It's not convenient to say the details. But in the end, he only asked me to cooperate with the Song family." "Looking at you, isn't he a member of the Song family?" The young master was puzzled. "If he isn't a member of the Song family, why do you want me to cooperate with the Song family?" Song Shuyun pursed his lips, took out the paper that the wet nurse gave him from his sleeve, and asked the young master, "Is it this person?" In order to find evidence that Yi Xiaohua hooked up with outsiders, the wet nurse specially asked a painter to draw it. It wasn't exactly the same as the real person, but some characteristics were very obvious. When the young master saw it, he immediately said, "Yes, it's him. There's a mole at the corner of his eye." Song Shuyun's fingers clenched tightly, but he had already thought of it, so there was no surprise on his face. Old Master Song's mind was blown away. He had doubts before. Every time he did business, it was too easy, and he thought it was because he was talented. But he couldn't find any doubts. Those businesses weren't deceiving, and they were even signed. What the young master said directly hit his face. The housekeeper who had been standing next to him was also shocked speechless. In the beginning, Master Song was really good to Yi Xiaohua, but when he knew that she betrayed the Song family, he was disappointed and drove her away. Why did the Song family always respect Zhou Sujuan so much? Because Zhou Sujuan didn't alienate the Song family after Song Shiyun fell. Instead, she saved Song Shiyun. However, everything that happened in front of them clearly told Master Song, Housekeeper Song and the others, in their most difficult time, someone silently cleared the obstacles for them and helped them negotiate the business. And what did they do? After listening to the wet nurse's words, they drove her away indiscriminately. When Yi Xiaohua was about to leave, she was only worried about the Zhujiang businessmen. Master Song couldn't imagine what kind of mood Yi Xiaohua had when she left the Song family. He didn't believe that someone would not ask for anything in return for no reason. Song Shiyun slightly closed his eyes, then cupped his hands towards the young master and told him that the Song family still had family matters to deal with. The young master was also a sensible person. He immediately left, saying that he would visit another day. Shuyun, you must find Xiaohua. Master Song's eyes were a little red, as if he had aged several years. Song Shiyun looked at him, didn't speak, and left the study. Outside the study, the wet nurse was also waiting. She wanted to continue explaining to Song Shiyun, but Shiyun didn't even look at her and directly left. The housekeeper followed her out, looked at the wet nurse, and shook his head. This made the wet nurse collapse to the ground. The housekeeper looked at the wet nurse, shook his head, and didn't speak. In fact, even if he killed the housekeeper, he didn't expect that after Song Shiyun fell into a coma, it was Yi Xiaohua who solved the Song family's desperate situation. Master, you say, how did Madam do it? The housekeeper couldn't help but ask. Housekeeper Song used to follow Song Shiyun all year round, and he also knew some business dealings. He had some doubts before, but now they all turned into awe of Yi Xiaohua. Now he finally knew why Zhao Ying was so respectful when he saw Yi Xiaohua in advance. Lord Song stood in the courtyard for a long time. Do you think the Prime Minister knows about this? Butler Song stood at the side and did not reply. However, Old Master Song did not expect him to answer. He was only thinking about the last time the Prime Minister came to the Song mansion and inadvertently probed. He definitely doesn't know that Xiaohua cured the illness that the famous doctors in the capital couldn't cure. Xiaohua solved the Song family's desperate situation. If the Prime Minister knew that she had these abilities, he definitely wouldn't use a trick to marry Xiaohua to Shuyun. Old Master Song was only a little muddle-headed when it came to business, but he wasn't muddle-headed when it came to politics. Tell the people in the manor to hurry and find young madam. I want to personally go and beg for forgiveness. The Song manor was still in ruins, but now that Song Shuyun had woken up, Old Master Song wasn't worried at all. Within a day, news of Song Shuyun waking up had spread throughout the entire capital. He had always been swift and decisive, and the Song family wasn't in a bad state under Yi Xiaohua's secret arrangements. Although the Song family was in a bad state, everyone in the capital knew that as long as Song Shuyun was around, it was only a matter of time before the Song family recovered. Song Shuyun reorganized the Song family, but this time, he brought Old Master Song with him to teach him how to deal with some matters. You can handle these matters, I don't really understand. Old Master Song felt his head hurt when he saw these matters. However, Song Shuyun didn't care about him. Zhao Ying silently appeared and handed a secret letter to Song Shuyun. It really is the third prince. After reading the letter, Song Shuyun's expression didn't change, and he just knocked on the table. Old Master Song was in a hurry to find Yi Xiaohua, and when he heard Song Shuyun's words, he found it strange. What third prince? You don't have to worry about this. From today onwards, you have to learn how to deal with most of the Song family's matters. Song Shuyun didn't explain, and only glanced at the housekeeper. Then, the housekeeper brought over a pile of books. Why? Old Master Song was confused. Song Shuyun only replied, I want to participate in the spring examinations. Song Shuyun originally had the title of a Juren, but he was busy with the Song family's business, so he didn't participate. Now that he heard that Song Shuyun was going to participate, Old Master Song's mind was filled with doubts. His son. Did he really understand these things? However, old Master Song thought about how old Madam had left with the second branch, and he didn't say anything. He still knew some people in the government, and he thought that the second branch had the Prime Minister as a teacher. If Song Shuyun were to participate in the spring examinations, he would definitely need the guidance of a great scholar. Not to mention that Song Shuyun was going to participate in the spring examinations. Song Shuyun's secret guard had already found Yi Xiaohua. In reality, Yi Xiaohua didn't need to hide her tracks. She still had connections with the third prince and the prime minister, so how could Yi Xiaohua just leave the capital? Not only that, she felt that she still had something important to do. Thus, she directly returned to the Yi family's old mansion. When Song Shuyun and old Master Song found the Yi family, Yi Xiaohua was holding a hoe and planting vegetables in the yard. She was still wearing a long red dress, and her figure was thin. She seemed to have sensed that someone was looking at her from behind, so she turned her head around with a lazy smile on her face. Song Shuyun had been looking at her the whole time, but when she looked over, she averted her gaze. Old Master Song immediately went forward with a face full of tears and snot. Song Shuyun was originally a little uncomfortable, but his face darkened as old Master Song acted like he was acting in a drama. Yi Xiaohua didn't blame Master Song. A wet nurse who had been in the Song family for decades and a daughter-in-law with a criminal record, Master Song would choose to believe the wet nurse. Yi Xiaohua also understood. Most importantly, even if Master Song believed the wet nurse, he did not blame Yi Xiaohua. "If you feel bad, give me the World Tower." Yi Xiaohua smiled. Master Song agreed and also talked about Yi Xiaohua moving back to the Song family. Yi Xiaohua didn't plan to move back, but Master Song kept talking about it, and finally promised to go back to see him. Song Shuyun originally disliked Master Song, but after hearing their conversation, he didn't dislike him so much. He told the housekeeper to give the land deed to Yi Xiaohua. When talking to Yi Xiaohua, he looked at Yi Xiaohua and left. He looked at her especially clear eyes, and then his eyes slowly scattered. "You want to live in the World Tower?" After hearing Yi Xiaohua's plan, Song Shuyun ordered someone to clean up a room in the World Tower. He also asked Zhaoying to follow Yi Xiaohua. "The World Tower is a bit messy." Song Shuyun received Yi Xiaohua's puzzled look. "Let him follow you." Yi Xiaohua refused. Song Shuyun didn't say anything, but just glanced at Master Song. Again, Master Song was worried that Yi Xiaohua wouldn't be safe as a girl. Yi Xiaohua's head hurt, but she finally agreed. When Father Yi was still here, the business of the World Tower was very prosperous. Now that Father Yi was gone, and with Su Yunling's Fingya Pavilion across the street, the business of the World Tower was bleak. Recently, Yi Xiaohua had asked the hooligans to bring messages to the eldest prince and play chess. She also took a box of recipes left by Father Yi and experimented with them in the World Tower. Song Shuyun was also busy with the spring quarter examinations and acted mysteriously every day. But no matter how busy he would find time to come to the World Tower. Yi Xiaohua knew that Song Shuyun must have found out that the third prince was secretly dealing with the Song family, so he sided with the eldest prince. The weather gradually turned cold, and the day of the spring quarter examinations drew closer. During this time, the eldest prince had become very famous in the capital. He had presided over a great reform, and in just a few months, the development of Ping district had become more and more prosperous. When the eldest prince proposed the reform, the emperor was very pleased. For a moment, he was in the limelight in the capital. The literati were all discussing the reform, and some even guessed that this year's spring quarter examinations would most likely be related to the reform. And the eldest prince's faction was even more popular than the third prince's. On the surface, Yi Xiaohua didn't pay attention to the outside world. She even researched a few dishes from the Yi family with the chefs of the World Tower. Passers-by at the World Tower were all attracted by the fragrance from the kitchen. Even the customers from Fingya Pavilion were gradually attracted. The eldest prince's rise made the third prince's faction fearful. The prime minister was already on the third prince's side. At this moment, he was reading the reform and the new policy paper that the eldest prince had brought out. The contents of the book shocked the prime minister. However, the third prince didn't back down. What he had brought out in the court just now calmed the prime minister down for the time being. The prime minister and the others knew that Song Shuyun visited the World Tower every day. Song Shuyun's whereabouts were unpredictable. If they wanted to find him, the World Tower would definitely be able to find him. Ning Zhao and Su Yunling both wanted to meet Song Shuyun. They were both following behind a young man dressed in a luxurious black robe. Their faces were filled with awe. The group went up to the second floor. Yi Xiaohua was sitting by the window, flipping through the eldest prince's new policy paper. She didn't even raise her head when she heard the shopkeeper's words. Just make the arrangements. There's no need to ask me. Unlike the others who were reading the policy paper, she flipped through it quickly and shook her head from time to time. Ning Zhao and the others were following behind the shopkeeper. They could naturally see Yi Xiaohua's actions. Suddenly sensing a probing gaze, Yi Xiaohua narrowed her eyes and looked behind her. She immediately saw a young man in his mid-20s. His hands were behind his back, and his aura was cold. His facial features were well-defined. When he noticed Yi Xiaohua looking over, he only curled his lips in what seemed to be a disdainful smile. When he heard the people beside him mention Yi Xiaohua's identity, he looked away carelessly and whispered something to Su Yunling in a gentle voice. The Prime Minister, who was following behind the man, frowned when he saw Yi Xiaohua by the window. However, he couldn't reprimand Yi Xiaohua for insulting the sage book, so he just shook his head to show his helplessness. After being disappointed in Yi Xiaohua last time, Su Yunling didn't even look at Yi Xiaohua this time. He replied to the man and walked over without looking sideways. Ning Zhao was at the side. When Su Yunling was talking to the man, he would interject a sentence. None of them had any intention of talking to Yi Xiaohua. They waited for Song Shuyun at World Tower for the whole afternoon. Song Shuyun didn't show up until nightfall. But this time, he was accompanied by a man in purple clothes and a middle-aged man. 2 guards followed behind them. Your Highness, has there been any letters from that gentleman? Song Shuyun asked immediately after they sat down. The eldest prince knew that Song Shuyun was asking about the mysterious man who had been sending letters to him. Because they didn't know who the other party was, the first prince's party had always addressed him as Mr. From the words of the mysterious man with the mysterious symbol, as well as his vision and boldness, they could tell that he must be an old and shockingly knowledgeable scholar. Not yet, but according to the old man's frequency, he should be writing soon. The eldest prince said in a low voice, I really don't know what kind of person the old man is. I'm very curious about him. The capital is only so big. He must be one of these people. Song Shuyun was also curious about the other person's identity. Perhaps you brushed past him at some point, but you didn't know that he was Sir. The eldest prince nodded and said seriously, with Sir's advice, I feel more at ease. Since Sir has sent a letter this time, I'll take this opportunity to write to him about what happened in court today and ask for his opinion. Song Shuyun knocked on the table and agreed to see the old man. Just then, Yi Xiaohua came over with a pot of wine. The eldest prince saw Yi Xiaohua coming over from the corner of his eye. He immediately stopped talking and didn't say another word. Song Shuyun wasn't on guard against Yi Xiaohua and said what she should say. Yi Xiaohua knew that the eldest prince and his aides were on guard against her, but she wasn't angry. They didn't know her, so she understood his reaction. She put down the glass and walked out of the room. For the past few days, she had been studying recipes and had not paid attention to the outside world. Tonight, after hearing the first prince's words, she knew that there had been another change in the imperial court. She was too lazy to go out and ask the ruffians, so she just reached out to find the camera. What happened in the court today? Zhaoing hurriedly replied, the third prince's faction rejected the contents of the great prince's reforms. They even said that the great prince wasted manpower and money, and that the silver that the imperial court allocated to the Yangtze River region was lost. From the rumors of the commoners, it was all thanks to Su Yunling. Zhaoing wasn't very clear about it either. She said half-heartedly, young madam, why are you asking me this? Young madam didn't understand these things. What does that have to do with Su Yunling? Yi Xiaohua glanced at him. Zhaoing immediately explained, young madam, you've been studying recipes all this time, so naturally you wouldn't know that the strategist behind the third prince is Su Yunling. She was a woman, but her thoughts and eyesight were simply amazing. She was the one who discovered the loss of the Yangtze River. Not only that, but the policies she advocates can also make up for the losses. Right now, the rumors in the streets are that Su Yunling is the reincarnation of the female Zhuge Liang. Out of topic, good night is not appropriate, I don't know what to say, just have fun reading the article if you have tickets. Please vote .. This book was first published by Xianxia Academy. Please do not reprint, please remember the domain name of this book. Calm Wonderful Bookstore mobile version. Calm Zhaoying waited for Yi Xiaohua's reaction. Yi Xiaohua glanced at him, oh. Zhaoying had only been a hidden guard before and didn't know much about Yi Xiaohua's matters. Now that Song Shuyun had him come to the surface, he naturally knew a lot of things. Among them, he naturally knew about Yi Xiaohua, Su Yunling, and Ning Zhao very clearly. Zhaoying mainly wanted to see what Yi Xiaohua's attitude was, but her reaction now was truly cold. Yi Xiaohua wasn't completely unresponsive after hearing Zhaoying's words. She went to the kitchen and said something before going to the top floor. She first lit a stick of incense and then picked up a brush to write. When she wrote the next page, the window moved slightly, and a young man carrying a birdcage jumped in through the window. Miss Yi, the great prince just asked me not long ago, and you've come to find me. After saying this, he told her about the important matters of the court. Zhaoying only knew what was on the surface of the court, and spent all the words and ink on Su Yunling. The young man was the one who passed on the great prince's words, so he knew everything clearly. Although the outside world was rumored to be Su Yunling, in reality, the emperor supported the great prince's reform. It's just that the emperor's health has been getting worse recently. Today's morning court was also held early, and His Majesty is still refining pills. Yi Xiaohua finished writing the letter in her hand after hearing the young man's words. After the letter dried, she handed it to the other. She also had the young man bring a word, wait. In the 3rd month of the next year, the emperor was seriously ill, and the minister was in charge of the spring examinations. Song Shuyun passed the imperial examinations in the 2nd month, and in the palace examinations in the 3rd month, the emperor named him first place. When this news came out of the imperial palace, it shocked half of the imperial court. Old Madam Song and Second Master Song were anxiously waiting for Song Shuhong's results, and not long after, they heard that the Zhuangyuan and Bangyuan were paraded through the streets. This year, there was only one Zhuangyuan every few years, and there were only a few Zhuangyuan in the imperial court. Old Madam Song and Second Master Song both came out to watch the parade. When they came out and saw a group of people parading through the streets, they were scared out of their wits. That was Song Shuyun, the Song Shuyun who had been lying unconscious in bed last year. Although the old madam and Second Master Song had complicated feelings after he woke up, they still remembered that the Song family was now on the eldest prince's side. Song Shuhang, on the other hand, had acknowledged the prime minister as his master, so he was already part of the 3rd prince's faction. Both of them watched the Song family's business grow bigger and bigger. In the end, they didn't go back and drew a clear line with the Song family. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Song Shuyun, who had no talent in studying, would be able to pass the examination and even pass the court examinations. He even got the 1st place on the list. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, they still wouldn't dare to believe it. Especially Second Master Song, he even went to ask if there was a mistake. How could it be Song Shuyun? When the surrounding people heard Second Master Song's words, they looked at him strangely. The emperor's words were like gold and jade. Now that he was parading through the streets, how could he say that he was wrong? After learning about Second Master Song and Old Madam Song's identity, they finally understood. Old Madam Song stood at the end of the street and watched the street full of people surrounding the new Zhuangyuan. For a moment, his mind was blank. Just now, a servant had mentioned Song Shuhong's name. Song Shuhang had luckily passed the examination and was at the bottom of the list in the court examinations. For decades, the Song family hadn't produced a scholar. Old Madam Song had thought that Song Shuhang would be different from the rest of the Song family. If it was in the past, Old Madam Song would naturally be happy. But now, with Song Shuyun as a comparison, Old Madam Song couldn't bring herself to smile. The emperor's health was deteriorating day by day. Under the persuasion of the officials, he began to consider the title of crown prince. He especially favored Song Shuyun. After Song Shuyun became the Zhuangyuan, he entered the Hanlin Academy and was given the title of secondary class, rank 3. This was the highest rank ever recorded for a Zhuangyuan entering the Hanlin Academy. If it wasn't for the first prince's persuasion, the emperor would have promoted him by one rank. The third prince and the first prince's factions began to surface. Song Shuyun was on the first prince's side. In the past, outsiders only knew that he was a master of business, but now, they all sighed with emotion. His methods in the officialdom were endless. Coupled with the mysterious advisor behind the first prince, he was firmly superior to the third prince. When the outside world expressed their admiration for Song Shuyun, they also thought of Xianxia, who had been looked down upon by the prime minister's office and forced into the Song family. Back then, Ning Zhao had taken a fancy to Su Yunling, which was why the prime minister's office had made the decision to break off the engagement. Now, looking at Su Yunling, who had gained a great reputation in just a few short months, and then looking at Xianxia, who only stayed in the World Tower, they all sighed at Song Shuyun's bad luck. Which of the talents in the capital didn't marry a rich young lady? But it was also Xianxia who didn't live up to expectations. In April, Song Shuyun and the first prince's party went to the Yellow River to control the flood. Everyone knew that the emperor had given this task to the first prince because he already had the intention of making the first prince the crown prince. And the third prince's side was in the capital. The third prince's residence, the advisor, the prime minister's office, and Su Yunling were all there. Third prince, the first prince's people are all outside. His henchmen in the capital are no threat. This is the right time, place, and people. Please don't hesitate. The prime minister knelt down first. Song Shuyun has left with the first prince, and the minister has also been dispatched outside. Third prince, please reconsider. Another person bowed his head and said in a low voice. Following his movement, the others also knelt down in a clatter. Since ancient times, the fight for the throne had been very cruel. The first prince now had 2 advisors, and most of the people in the court were on his side. When he returned this time, he would definitely be made the crown prince, and the third prince's party would definitely be purged. The third prince's face was expressionless, but it was filled with arrogance. He didn't open his mouth to answer, and only picked up a letter on the table. Opening it, the wild handwriting on the letter was unrestrained, and the plan to control the Yellow River written on it was unprecedented. It was obvious that apart from Song Shuyun, the first prince's other advisor was also extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, despite all their calculations, they had still missed one thing. The third prince looked at the letter and folded it again. Tell General Qin that we'll meet at the East Gate. The prime minister and the others were delighted. The emperor was obsessed with making pills, and the first prince had brought a group of troops to control the Yellow River. The third prince had cut off all means of retreat to seize the throne. Like a hot knife through butter, they went to the emperor's imperial study and arrived at the World Tower. Bam, the door was kicked open. The torches lit up the World Tower. A group of rebels came in first, followed by the third prince, who was dressed in purple. The prime minister and the others stood next to him. Outside the door, the rebels surrounded the World Tower. The first prince's party, who had been discussing the plan, was frightened out of their wits. The third prince was about to order the rebels to arrest them, when he heard a deep voice from behind. You bastard! Everyone turned around to see the emaciated emperor, who was obsessed with alchemy, standing at the entrance of the World Tower with an angry expression. Beside him stood a woman in red with her hands behind her back. The firelight illuminated her seductive face. The people of the eldest prince's faction had been devastated a second ago, but in the next second, they looked like they were about to collapse. But when they saw the woman in red next to the emperor, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. Even the people of the Hanlin Academy on the eldest prince's side didn't know that the emperor could leave the imperial palace unscathed. Not only that. The third prince, the prime minister's residence, and Su Yunling were all sent to prison. Sir Hanlin waited until the emperor's group left before he turned to Xianxia. Madam Song, why did you come out of the imperial palace? The expressions on their faces were very complicated. Although they were from the eldest prince's faction and admired Song Shuyun's talent, they felt it was a pity that Song Shuyun had been set up by the prime minister's residence and married Xianxia. In particular, the minister had hinted to Song Shuyun that if he divorced, he wouldn't mind marrying his eldest daughter to the Song family. After the third prince's betrayal and the emperor's sudden twists and turns, these people looked at Xianxia differently. Yi Xiaohua's performance was a little too calm. And she came with the emperor. Yi Xiaohua calmly brushed her sleeves. We met on the road. Miss Yi. Just then, a gangster carrying a birdcage suddenly came out of the crowd and hurried over. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua was fine, he sighed in relief. I'm glad you're fine. The people of the eldest prince's faction all knew that the eldest prince had a mysterious advisor behind him. Although they hadn't seen him before. But they all knew that the gangster carrying the birdcage was one of this advisor's people. Sure, Hanlin and the others weren't stupid. But now that they thought of something, they were completely dumbfounded. After talking to Yi Xiaohua, the gangster turned to Sher Hanlin and the others and greeted them cheerfully. Lord Sher, we meet again. The third prince and Ning Zhao were sent to prison. Rebellion and imprisoning the emperor. No matter what crime they were charged with, Ning Zhao's family would be executed. They were all locked up together, and the emperor did not come to interrogate them. But none of them spoke. With a creak, the door was slowly pushed open. The jailer brought Yi Xiaohua in. When the prime minister saw Yi Xiaohua, he immediately grabbed the cell door. Xiaohua, save uncle. Save Ning Zhao, you two used to have such a good relationship. When the jailer saw that the prime minister was about to arrest Yi Xiaohua, he immediately shouted. Then, he pulled out his sword and looked at the prime minister fiercely. It doesn't matter, Yi Xiaohua waved her hand at the jailer, then looked at the prime minister and chuckled, plotting to marry me into the Song family, and then secretly colluding with the third prince to suppress the Song family. Prime Minister, I actually don't know, how can I be worthy of your trouble? Although she was smiling, her eyes were cold. When the prime minister and the third prince heard Yi Xiaohua's words, they were stunned. Then he suddenly looked up at Yi Xiaohua. Even the lifeless Ning Zhao couldn't help but raise his head. From the beginning to the end, they all felt that they were playing a game with the first prince's party and had never included Yi Xiaohua in it. You know everything? When Su Yunling, who was locked in the cell, heard Yi Xiaohua's words, he immediately stood up and stared at Yi Xiaohua. Song Shuyun told you? They planned all of this? Yi Xiaohua glanced at Su Yunling and only smiled. Then, she turned and left. If the third prince and the prime minister hadn't wanted to rebel, she wouldn't have been so ruthless. Yi Xiaohua's attitude pricked a nerve in Su Yunling's heart. What do you have to be proud of? If it weren't for Song Shuyun and the first prince, who knows who would be in prison today? Su Yunling pursed his lips and roared. Yi Xiaohua didn't care. After seeing the situation in the cell, she prepared to restore the emperor. After Yi Xiaohua left, the jailer looked at Su Yunling with disdain. Su Yunling, you said something wrong. Song Foran didn't rely on Song Darren and the first prince. On the contrary, she was the first prince's most capable advisor. Changing tactics, bursting the Yellow River dikes, opening up trade, these were all proposed by her. Basically everyone in the capital knew that the first prince had a mysterious advisor behind him. Even the usually conceited third prince felt great admiration for the advisor behind the first prince. This time, he even decided that if he captured that advisor, he had to keep him alive. Not to mention the prime minister and the others. In terms of strategy, the advisor by the first prince's side had great foresight and astonishing methods. Together with Song Shuyun, the first prince firmly controlled the imperial court in the first prince's hands. If not for this, the third prince wouldn't have chosen this time to rebel. Countless people in the capital were curious about who the advisor behind the first prince was. They had guessed many people, but they hadn't expected to hear this news from the jailer. The jailer looked at the expressions of the people in the cell. Especially the prime minister and Ning Zhao. Back then, Song Darren's illness was cured by Song Foran. The emperor's many years of headaches were also cured by her. The jailer threw another bomb at them. His own face was full of worship. Su Yunling definitely didn't hear the jailer's words and froze. The third prince, the prime minister, and Ning Zhao stared at the jailer. In this instant, they all held their breaths, almost forgetting what they wanted to ask. The counselor by the eldest prince's side was Yi Xiaohua. The prime minister sat on the ground, his mind blank. When Ning Zhao came back and told him that he didn't want to marry Yi Xiaohua, the prime minister had approved it without hesitation. Not only that, he had personally designed a perfect plan. And because Su Yunling was the third prince's subordinate, the prime minister had stood on the third prince's side. He knew very well that if he didn't take a side, his power would be purged in the future, so he had chosen a side early. He felt that Yi Xiaohua wasn't as good as Su Yunling, so he had planned everything himself. But now that he thought about it, something seemed to tug at his heart. The eldest prince had been mediocre before, but suddenly, because of a counselor, he had gained the emperor's favor. Even the prime minister couldn't help but admire the reforms he proposed. If the prime minister hadn't already stood on the third prince's side, he would have definitely supported the eldest prince. But now, the jailer had told him that the counselor by the eldest prince's side was Yi Xiaohua, whom he and his son had pushed out. The prime minister was speechless. In a trance, he glanced at his son beside him. Ning Zhao covered his face and burst into tears. At the same time, the eldest prince and Song Shiyun received the news and rushed back with a large group of people. They had thought that they would see a bloodbath. Unexpectedly, the capital was still the same. Song Shiyun ignored the eldest prince's obstruction and went to the World Tower. The World Tower was full of customers. Stonewall Street was as prosperous as ever. If there was anything different, it was that the World Tower was livelier than before. Song Shiyun went up without a word until he saw Yi Xiaohua standing in the kitchen with her arms crossed. He walked up without a word and heaved a sigh of relief. "Why are you back today? Something happened over there?" Yi Xiaohua was stunned to see Song Shiyun suddenly come back. Song Shiyun didn't want to scare her by telling her about the imperial court, so he just rubbed her head. "It's fine." The eldest prince was talking to Hanlin on the second floor. He immediately stood up when he saw Song Shiyun. However, before he could speak, Hanlin jumped up as if there were thorns on his chair. "Madam Song." "Lord Shi, what's wrong?" The minister standing behind the eldest prince was startled. Even Song Shiyun and the first prince couldn't help but look at Shi Hanlin. These scholars had always been very pretentious. Previously, they felt that Yi Xiaohua wasn't worthy of Song Shiyun. Although they still didn't say anything because of Song Shiyun's face, they still somewhat neglected Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua knows why Shi Hanlin is like this. "I'll get you wine." After Yi Xiaohua left, the minister looked at Shi Hanlin with some disgust. Then, he used words to indicate to Song Shiyun that he still had an unmarried daughter. When Shi Hanlin heard the minister's words, he said, "Let's put these thoughts to rest." This time, the third prince has rebelled, but Madame Song saw through him. First prince, official Song, Madame Song is the mysterious person who has been sending letters to the first prince. Song Shiyun raised her head and looked at Shi Hanlin. After staring blankly for a while, her eyes lit up. The first prince also opened his mouth. When the emperor recovered from his illness, he left the court to the first prince. The first prince ascended the throne in a hurry and made Song Shiyun the prime minister. He also wanted to give Yi Xiaohua a title. However, Yi Xiaohua stayed in her own world tower and didn't come out. The emperor wrote a new inscription for World Tower and gave Yi Xiaohua a lot of rewards. He even worshipped Yi Xiaohua as his teacher. Every day, he would personally come to World Tower to ask Yi Xiaohua for advice. Ding. Complete the main task, the system rewards 2,000 points. Ding. The 009 system serves the host, 2,000 points have been received, leaving the world. After Yi Xiaohua's consciousness was addicted for a while, she woke up again. Cough. Choked by the smoke. Yi Xiaohua bowed her head and found that she was holding a cigarette in her hand. She twisted her eyebrows and subconsciously glanced at the situation around her. Smoking is not allowed here. She didn't understand what was going on. A sharp female voice sounded. Yi Xiaohua looked up and saw a woman wearing a similar police uniform looking at herself with a pitiful and disdainful look. "Officer Chen, I'm sorry, I may have to trouble you later," said the middle-aged man standing beside Yi Xiaohua, immediately bowed and said sorry, then turned his head. "Miss, put out the cigarette." Yi Xiaohua crushed the cigarette, but didn't find the trash can. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the people in the room unexpectedly flashed across a trace of contempt. "I will help you look after Miss Yi." The woman in the police uniform took back her eyes, and then looked at the middle-aged man with some flattery. Yi Xiaohua followed the middle-aged man and began to receive the information in her mind. This body is also called Yi Xiaohua. It's the Yi family of Gamma Empire. This is a future world. This world uses aircraft to go out. The light brain is on the wrist, and the road is a navigation mark in the air. Especially. This world is still an orc world. Every orc is very powerful, and the beast is their fighting form. And without the orc state, it is the lowest group of weak people in this world. Yi Xiaohua knows from the memory that the original owner is this weak person without fighting power. She was born in a human form. Generally, the born cubs can transform by themselves when they are about 3 years old. However, the spirit of the orc is very unstable and needs the energy in the raw stone to appease. The more powerful the orc, the more energy it needs. But the energy in the raw stone needs to be engraved with the spirit power to activate the energy. The General Seal Master can only use 10% of the energy, and there is a good raw stone. And the Yi family is a big family that occupies the mountains to develop the raw stone. Because the original owner was born in a human form, the Yi family put her on a planet with a mineral vein, let the original owner live here, and never thought of taking her back to the main planet for more than 10 years. The original owner studied in the only school on this planet. The Yi family never announced her identity to the public, so no one here knew that she was the famous Yi family of the main planet. Right now, because he had gotten into a fight and injured the son of an official of this planet, he had been arrested and locked up for a few days. The Yi family was afraid that people would know her existence, so they sent the housekeeper to pick her up. Miss 3, for you, I came from the main planet and wasted 2 days. After the housekeeper came out, he didn't take Yi Xiaohua to the aircraft, but looked at her. After this time, you should go to school well and try to turn into a beast. Don't lose face for Yi family and your grandfather. Yi Xiaohua pinched the cigarette, bowed her head and fiddled with the cheap optical computer on her wrist. Okay. Seeing Yi Xiaohua like this, housekeeper Yi sighed in his heart. The Yi family had the raw stone mine, so they had a natural advantage. Every member of the Yi family could transform into a beast. Yi Xiaohua's father was able to transform into a white tiger beast. I don't know why, but when it came to Yi Xiaohua, there was an accident. If you were half of second Missy. Butler Yi didn't finish his sentence before he sighed and entered the aircraft. Yi Xiaohua found out the information of the second lady from her mind. The second lady of Yi family, like her father, has the purest white tiger blood. At the age of 19, she entered the military school of Gamma Planet. Digression, delete a world, then there are not many planes left, to go back to the original world spicy. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign small/say net, wonderful no pop-up window free reading, the planet where the original owner lives is a primitive development planet. There are not many people who can afford to use the aircraft, and the original owner himself rarely takes the aircraft. It's reasonable to say that this is the first time the original owner has taken an aircraft, but Yi Xiaohua doesn't feel strange or curious. She stared at the intelligent control aircraft, and there was no surprise on her face. After all, Yi Xiaohua is the daughter of Yi family, and Yi family does not treat her badly in her food, clothing, housing, and transportation. The aircraft stopped outside Yi Xiaohua's residence. After the housekeeper got off the aircraft, the door of the aircraft closed automatically. Yi Xiaohua stared at the automatically closed door and admired the technology of the world. Mississippi. The housekeeper saw Yi Xiaohua standing beside the aircraft, staring at the aircraft curiously, and couldn't help looking at her more. The aircraft is a common existence on Gamma Planet. Yi Xiaohua turned sideways and entered his house through the automatic identification gate. The housekeeper followed Yi Xiaohua in silence. As soon as he entered the living room, his eyes swept the living room. The intelligent robot housekeeper stood in the corner of the room. The whole hall should have been cleaned up by the robot, but he could still see a lot of garbage in the trash can, and the whole hall also exuded a strong smell. The housekeeper glanced over and saw that the robot standing in the corner was slowly raising his head, and then came over. Then, he slowly poured 2 glasses of water. This kind of robot, which has no speed and slow reaction and no intelligent language system, is the robot that has been eliminated on the main planet of Gamma Empire for 15 years. But the housekeeper also knew that this was the robot that he used to arrange to take care of Yi Xiaohua's daily life when he came here 15 years ago. Originally, the robot was an obsolete generation of robots, and it has not been repaired for 15 years. It's normal to be so slow. The housekeeper took back his eyes. Give me your learning photon computer. In addition to bringing the original owner out of the juvenile detention center, the housekeeper also has one thing to check Yi Xiaohua's achievements and her current state. When Yi Xiaohua got home, he finally threw the cigarette butt in his hand into the trash can. Then he took the water the robot handed her and drank it. When she saw the robot take her cup down again, Yi Xiaohua stared at it curiously. The technology of the world is too developed. Hearing the butler's words, she casually took off the optical computer on her wrist. She even kindly used face recognition on the optical computer's learning system before handing the optical computer to the butler. In this era, there were no printed books in school. Everything was recorded in the optical computer. On the main planet, a person's consciousness could create a clone on the star web, and the army used the star web training system. The housekeeper took the task of Ye's family head and looked at Yi Xiaohua's results and performance. The original owner of the body didn't put all his heart into studying, and his grades were terrible. Even the most basic knowledge was the worst E grade. The teacher had even left several warnings. The requirements for education on this planet were not high. The butler looked at the curriculum, and every subject was very simple. At least, it was much simpler than the main planet. He could not comment on this kind of curriculum. The housekeeper was silent. He had never seen a learning brain page worse than Yi Xiaohua. He took a deep breath and then raised his head. He wanted to say a few words to Yi Xiaohua, but he saw Yi Xiaohua take out a few pieces of inferior tobacco from her pocket. This kind of inferior tobacco was casually rolled with very coarse tobacco. You can't see this kind of inferior tobacco on the main planet. He swallowed the words that came to his mouth and then handed the optical computer to Yi Xiaohua. He no longer looked at the other contents in front of the optical computer. Yi Xiaohua put the cigarette in her hand on the table. The housekeeper looked at Yi Xiaohua's appearance and suddenly narrowed his eyes. "Third miss, are you addicted?" The original owner had been smoking for 2 years. This was not an ordinary cigarette. It was mixed with something similar to poppy. It was not strange that the original owner, an underage girl, was led astray. Hearing the housekeeper's words, she just casually responded. She stood up and looked at all the high-tech places in the house. Naturally, she did not see the helpless and disappointed eyes of the housekeeper standing behind her. "You." The housekeeper's words, playing with things and losing ones, were stuck in his throat. He also knew that even if Ye's family did not value this young lady, Yi Xiaohua would not be his turn to criticize and discipline. Especially seeing Yi Xiaohua's calm appearance, the housekeeper could not tell what she was thinking. He did not want to stay any longer. He directly used his optical computer to send a message to Ye's side. A tall middle-aged man's projection immediately appeared. Yi Xiaohua knew that this was a projection, but the degree of authenticity was very high. The projection was the father of the original owner. He was also the man who had the beast form of a white tiger. He was a major general in the imperial army with a corps of 2,000 people under his command. Ye's father looked very dignified. Even if it was just a projection, Yi Xiaohua could feel the cold breath on his body. He did not look at Yi Xiaohua first. Instead, he looked at the housekeeper standing on one side and asked a few questions about the housekeeper Yi Xiaohua's current situation. The housekeeper answered truthfully. After listening, Ye's father's expression became cold. Finally, he turned his eyes to Yi Xiaohua. He looked at Yi Xiaohua's eyes with a little scrutiny. "I heard that you want an aircraft like your second sister?" Yi Xiaohua looked through her memory. There was indeed a paragraph. Last month, the original owner saw that the second sister was admitted to a military school on the internet. She drove a private advanced aircraft there. It was an aircraft with a concept of attack. The aircraft was very rare on the original owner's planet. The original owner was very envious, so he carefully sent a message to Ye's side saying that he wanted one. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaohua nodded. "Yes." Hearing her confirmation, Ye's father did not speak. His face became colder. Yi Xiaohua felt a little strange. She didn't care whether she wanted an aircraft or not. But Ye's family is not so poor, is it? When she was thinking like this, the housekeeper beside her looked at Yi Xiaohua with an indescribable look, and then whispered, "Third miss." The aircraft was the reward given by the second miss to the Gamma military school with high combat power. It was not bought by Ye's family for the second miss. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign /say net. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window, I see. Yi Xiaohua understood. You have to remember, in our Yi family, if you want something, you have to fight for it yourself. After Father Yi said this, he directly cut off his optical computer link. Yi Xiaohua stood in the same place and did not speak. If the original owner is now, she must be ashamed or have other feelings, but Yi Xiaohua's skin is thick enough, it doesn't matter. The housekeeper's original plan was to stay here for a day, arrange Yi Xiaohua's affairs, and then take her to school to arrange the next school curriculum. However, after experiencing these things, the housekeeper did not go to Yi Xiaohua's school again. He left in the afternoon. He probably felt that there was no need for that. Third miss, as long as you work hard, you will have your own aircraft one day. Before the housekeeper left, he said something to Yi Xiaohua, but only he knew how sincere this sentence was. Yi Xiaohua went to school after the housekeeper left. The original owner's results were pitifully poor. He didn't download any study materials from school, and only games were available on his optical computer. If Yi Xiaohua wants to find information, she can only go to school to download it. This was the only school in this area, and it could be considered the best school on this planet. There were many teachers and students in the school. Yi Xiaohua came to her class and found her own position. Her position was the farthest from the podium. The original owner of the body was not good at studying and was very messy. She also made a lot of jokes. When she came in, several girls could not help but point at her and laugh. Their eyes were full of ridicule and sarcasm. Someone even poked the teenager who was sleeping in the front row. "Jesse, look who's here." The young man's golden hair was poked awake, and he raised his head impatiently. Jesse, an influential figure in the school. He was a new transfer student, and no one knew his identity. However, on his first day at the school, he came in a high-level aircraft, which attracted the attention of countless people. Everyone knew that his family was at least from the main planet. His face was comparable to that of a very famous male celebrity on the star web. Such a person should exist on the main planet. There were a dozen girls in this school who liked him. The original owner of the body was also one of them. Just a few days ago, he even fought with someone for his sake. Gathering a crowd to fight, the circumstances were too serious. Other students were taken home by their parents to discipline, but Yi Xiaohua did not have a parent, so she was left in the juvenile detention center until the housekeeper came to take her away. The story of the original owner fighting for Jesse also spread throughout the school. Jesse was disturbed for no reason. With a gloomy face, he said impatiently, "I don't know you." Scram. There was even a hint of disgust on his face. This time, the onlookers laughed even more exaggeratedly. Yi Xiaohua sat on the chair with a blank expression. The original owner protected Jesse for a long time. She fought for him and even went to the juvenile detention center. In the end, Jesse didn't know who she was. Yi Xiaohua feels that the original owner is a big fool. Although the Yi family had given up on her, in this interstellar world, there were still many people who could not transform. Some people could still enter the main planet with their own abilities. When they arrived at school, they would be able to download learning materials from the school's star web. Yi Xiaohua downloaded it without saying a word. She didn't look at the basic content. Instead, she flipped through the books about sealing master in the school library on the optical brain. Sealing masters are very scarce on the whole planet. Ordinary sealing masters can draw seals on low-level intermediate energy stones that can communicate with energy stones. According to the effect of the seal, when most of the energy flows into the human body through the seal, more than 80% of it will be lost. Sealing masters can engrave seals on high-level energy stones. Energy stones have a lot of energy, but so far, humans have only been able to retain 20% of the energy when engraved with spiritual power. There are also some energy stones that are very overbearing. Without energy stones, seals can be engraved. The higher the spiritual power, the better the effect of the seal that can be engraved. Yi Xiaohua finally figured this out. Then, she turned on the computer and looked at the original owner's assessment when she entered the school. In the column of spiritual power, she saw a capital E. Being able to transform into a beast is innate. Yi Xiaohua knows that the original owner can't transform into a beast at all. Her spiritual power is so poor. Yi Xiaohua knows why the Yi family doesn't care about the original owner. But she doesn't care. She just looks at the information in the school. The school has very little information about sealing masters. But it's not surprising. What the Gamma Empire lacks the most is sealing masters. Generally, those who can become a beginner sealing master with spiritual power have long been sent to Gamma College, where the Empire will carefully train them. There are billions of people in the universe, but those who can become sealing masters are rare. There are no sealing masters in this school. Naturally, there is little information about sealing masters. But it will still introduce the existence of sealing masters. Yi Xiaohua flipped through the information about sealing masters. She only found one entry-level seal in these introductory materials. The more powerful the seal, the more complex the structure. The entry-level seal that Yi Xiaohua is looking at is the simplest and the most useless of the sealing masters. It can only have a loss of 90%. Low-level energy stones don't have much energy, and 90% of the energy is lost. Only young beasts can use it. It's very useless. But Yi Xiaohua still looks very seriously. Although the picture is very complicated, Yi Xiaohua can sketch it in her mind when she closes her eyes. Yi Xiaohua remembers that there are a few low-level energy stones for decoration in the original master bedroom. She will go back and try it. The school doesn't know that she is a member of the Yi family. She is very inconspicuous in the school. No teacher will care about her in the juvenile detention center for a few days. Yi Xiaohua is anxious to go home after school to engrave the seal. Today's Yi Xiaohua is different from before. She is very quiet. The people in the class more or less look at her. The afterglow falls on her face through the synthetic glass. You can clearly see the silhouette of her long eyelashes falling. She is wearing black clothes. She also has black hair and black eyes that are quite rare in the school. When she is quiet, the people around her discover that she is very white. The extreme black and the extreme white make the facial features even more stunning. No, I said, Jessie, if you don't have any ideas about her, I may have to make a move. A person beside Jessie winks at him. Jessie is looking at the optical brain and has no reaction to the words of the young man beside him. The young man is a little curious about what he is looking at. He looks over and sees a video playing on Jessie's optical brain. The video is of a girl driving a concept aircraft. The young man recognizes this girl. It should be said that there is no one in the Gamma Empire who doesn't know this girl. She is the second daughter of the Yi family, Yi Qianyu. She is the purest person in the bloodline of the White Tiger in the Gamma Empire. With the protection of the Yi family, plus her powerful strength, she is also uniquely beautiful. She is almost the favorite of the heavens. Her fans are all over the Gamma Empire. It turns out that Jessie likes her. No wonder he doesn't care about the girls who like him on campus. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign /say net. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. The teenager finally knew the reason why Jessie was not interested in a large number of girls at school. With Yi Qianyu there, no matter how beautiful the other girls were, they were still lacking something. There were many people who liked Yi Qianyu. He patted Jessie on the shoulder to show encouragement. He did not know Jessie's identity, but according to the aircraft, the teenager knew that Jessie's family was certainly not simple, so he did not ask any more. On the other side, Yi Xiaohua slipped home after school. She had not yet entered her room. She saw the robot in the corner slowly walking over step by step, like a staggering old man, with a cold voice. Mississippi. This robot grew up with the original owner and should have been eliminated long ago, but the original owner was reluctant to send it to the furnace to be rebuilt, and reluctant to format its memory. Yi Xiaohua's footsteps paused. But, what if she modified it herself? What if she added a code instruction? A bold idea suddenly came to her. But she still needed to plan it well. When she thought about the code instruction, a set of instructions that was more advanced than this era emerged in her mind. But the robot body still needed to be strengthened, and Yi Xiaohua had no money in her hands now. She had to let go of this idea and wait for herself to draw a sigil on the energy stone and sell it. She went to her bedroom and picked up an energy stone. The appearance of the low-level sigil was still engraved in her mind. Yi Xiaohua concentrated her spiritual power, which turned into a substance and engraved a trace on the energy stone. This process was much easier than Yi Xiaohua had imagined. With the outline of her spiritual power, the originally dim energy stone slowly became clear, and finally became as bright as jade. Yi Xiaohua did not have a beast form, so she could not feel the power inside the energy stone. But according to the information on the low-level sigil, as long as the energy stone brightened, it meant that it was a success. How much energy was turned on could be seen by the brightness. However, there was too little information. Yi Xiaohua did not see the judgment of the energy loss in the stone, nor did she know the effect of her first use. Without the next engraving, she put it in her pocket and was ready to find a shop to ask. Energy stones that were not engraved with a sigil were not valuable, but energy stones engraved with a sigil were very valuable. The original owner lived not far from the school, but there were not many people on this planet. When she took a shortcut through a construction alley, the original owner became addicted to opium poppy. Yi Xiaohua felt a headache. Her whole body was trembling. She felt like ants were gnawing at her. She was a patient person. She could barely see the situation on her face, but her head and back were already covered in cold sweat. When she reached the wall at the intersection, she couldn't help but support herself against the wall. She paused for a moment and pressed an acupoint with her other hand. It eased the pain, but it didn't have much effect. In fact, Yi Xiaohua knew that there was a person sitting against the wall beside her. I can still smell the blood. However, Yi Xiaohua didn't have time to care. She didn't expect the original owner to be so addicted to drugs. Yi Xiaohua twisted her eyebrows and her face gradually turned white. Su Yaoyun didn't know if he could hold on until the people from the Empire found him. In fact, he hadn't expected that even the intermediate energy stones wouldn't be able to suppress his violent, bestial consciousness. When he still had a trace of consciousness, he came to a deserted road. He didn't expect a girl in a school uniform to barge in. It seemed that she was addicted to drugs. Su Yaoyun didn't want to care at first, but when he caught a glimpse of her pitch-black eyes out of the corner of his eye, he forced himself to stand up, took out a bottle of medicine from his pocket, and handed it to her. Leave immediately. Remember, in 1 second, 800 $say net. There was no pop-up window to read for free. Yi Xiaohua could control her drug addiction. But she did not expect the man to say this. The man looked even worse than her, his white clothes stained with blood. After a while, she finally tested 2 acupuncture points and suppressed her drug addiction. She glanced at the man and reached out to take the drug from him. The man saw her take the medicine, said, "Let's go," and fainted. Yi Xiaohua gradually regained consciousness and saw the faint golden lines on the man's body. This should be the beast form going berserk. She looked at the medicine in her hand, then squatted down and put the energy stone in her pocket that she wanted to sell for money into his hand. The energy stone gradually darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the faint golden lines on the man's body also slowly disappeared. Yi Xiaohua saw that the energy stone was useful to him and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She saw another energy stone in the man's pocket. The color should be better than hers. She originally wanted to take it out and look at the energy stone's imprint. If she could strengthen it, it should be more than enough to save this man. But her mental power sensed that a spaceship was flying in their direction. There had always been very few spaceships on this planet. Yi Xiaohua knew that it should be to save this man. She still did not know how effective the primary energy stone was, but since the other party's people were here, his life should not be in danger. She stuffed the medicine into her pocket and immediately walked toward the intersection, leaving the place. Not long after she left, a spaceship landed and a few people got off. "Your Highness is here." A slightly plump middle-aged man saw Su Yaoyun and shouted in surprise. A group of people immediately jumped off the spaceship. The sealing master and the doctor walked over first. Su Yaoyun felt a very pure energy gradually calming the violent beast form. At the same time, the beast form's battle energy, which had not grown for a few years and had not increased even after absorbing energy from the high-grade energy stone, was also gradually increasing. The beast form's battle energy was almost innate. The energy absorbed from an energy stone was already very little. In the early stages, the beast form's battle energy could be increased when it absorbed energy, but the stronger the beast form, the harder it was to increase its energy. It needed a higher quality energy stone, which required a high-grade energy stone and a high-level sealing master. He slowly woke up. "Your Highness." The sealing master was pleasantly surprised. "You're awake. How do you feel? Will the intermediate energy stones I engraved be of any use?" Su Yaoyun shook his head. He raised his right hand and looked at the dull energy stone in his palm. "This is a low-grade energy stone? Only a 10% turnover rate?" The sealing master was a beast man, and he could tell that something was wrong with just one look. His face was filled with shock. "Wait, what's engraved on it is the most inferior low-level entry seal that no one uses anymore." Everyone knew that the usage rate of stones was related to the ability of the sigil master and the level of the seal. This kind of low-level seal could only retain 8% of its energy. However, this stone only had a 10% loss rate, which meant that it could retain 90% of its energy. This was an existence that had never existed in the history of the empire. The sealing artist stared blankly at the stone, then immediately turned to Su Yaoyun. "Your Highness, which master's energy stone is this?" Su Yaoyun took back the energy stone from the sealing artist and pursed his lips. After a while, he looked in the direction of the alley and slowly said, "When you came here just now, did you see anyone?" "Digression, I was stupid last night and wrote the 4th chapter instead of the 1st chapter. There shouldn't be anyone waiting, right? Oh, seems like I can say goodnight today. Remember in 1 second, 800 !say net you were the only one when we came, Your Highness." "When we came, you were alone, Your Highness," a few people immediately said. Su Yaoyun held the energy stone in silence. After a while, he said, "Let's go back." Not long after, he stopped in front of a house with the sigil master. This planet wasn't developed. Most of it was a family's mineral vein. This house looked better than most of the houses here. Xianxia's situation was much better after she returned. She wasn't in a hurry to engrave another energy stone seal. She didn't have much strength left after just a while. She would engrave another seal before school tomorrow and take it to the shop. She sat on the sofa and turned on her optical computer. She reached out for the robot housekeeper to come over and record the data she wanted to modify. Halfway through the recording, she heard the broken robot say, "Master, there are guests outside." Xianxia could actually feel it with her spiritual power. She also knew that it was the group of people she met on the road. She glanced at the broken robot. "Open the door." Then she put away the data on the optical computer and got up to walk to the door. At this time, the robot was already controlling the door to open it. "Who are you looking for?" Xianxia recognized the man in the lead, but she guessed that he wouldn't have recognized her at the time. Although it hadn't been long since she came to this world. She had heard descriptions of orcs going berserk. Generally speaking, they didn't recognize anyone. Su Yaoyun looked at the expressionless woman in front of him. Her face was very pale, and her lips were very pale. Her face was extremely cold, but when she put one hand in the pocket of her school uniform, he could feel a sense of laziness. Su Yaoyun wanted to say something, but when he saw her cold expression, he retracted the words that were on the tip of his tongue. The sigil master next to him originally thought that the person living here was a rich and powerful family. When he saw the old robot behind Xianxia that should have been eliminated a long time ago, he paused and said, "We live next door. Please take care of us in the future." "Oh." Xianxia nodded and closed the door. With the door closed, the people around Su Yaoyun felt that this girl was a bit too fierce. Su Yaoyun took out the energy stone in his pocket and saw that the seal on the energy stone was a small Y. He saw it, and the sigil master next to him naturally saw it as well. Beneath each energy stone was the sigil master's mark. The energy stones made by famous masters would be fought over by several big families the moment they hit the market. Currently, the most famous person in the Gamma Empire was the disciple of the president of the Gamma Empire Sealing Artist Organization, Master-Level Sealing Artist Cui Yi. He was the disciple of the Sealing Guild Association's president 10 years ago, and he had already surpassed his master. Strange, I've never seen this sealing master's mark before. The sealing master beside Su Yaoyun racked his brains but couldn't figure it out. Yi Xiaohua returned to the hall, ate the nutrition that the housekeeper slowly sent over, and then lay on the bed to sleep. The next day, she delivered the energy stones she had carved in the morning to the shop. The boss selling the energy stones was just an ordinary person. Seeing the brightness of the primary energy stones that Yi Xiaohua had taken out, he looked at it for a long time. Although your energy stones have little energy loss, they are only primary energy stones. Generally, primary energy stones are best sold for only 80 star coins each. Intermediate energy stones are at least 1,000 each. Your quality is better. I'll give you 300 for one, and I'll give you 1,500 for 5. Yi Xiaohua had checked the price on Star Web before, and the boss didn't cheat her. She sold all 5 to him, and also used 100 star coins to buy 15 primary energy stones without a seal. On this planet, ordinary nutrition was only 10 star coins. 1,500 wasn't much, but it was enough for her to buy a few parts. The silly robot at home didn't need to be modified much. Yi Xiaohua thought of finding a bucket of paint to go back and repainting it. Yi Xiaohua strolled around the market, bought a lot of things, and then gave 20 star coins to be sent back to her place of residence. After returning, she engraved the 10 primary energy stones with a seal. But this time, she planned to go back to the previous shop, ready to change to another one. It was at this moment that the things she bought arrived. Yi Xiaohua took them to her laboratory and began to modify Xiaoduo. After skipping a day of classes, in the evening, when she was holding the nutrition bottles, someone knocked on the door. It was the group of people next door. "Miss Yi, this is the dinner our chef just made. Our young master asked me to bring you a portion." The sealing master next door came over with a bowl of fragrant rice and dishes. Yi Xiaohua, who had been eating nutrition bottles for a few days, accepted the dinner. "Thank your young master for me." The sealing master smiled and said, "You're welcome." But his sharp eyes saw that the robot behind Yi Xiaohua seemed to have changed. Yi Xiaohua naturally didn't know that not long after she left the shop. There were 2 people in the shop. The boss saw the aircraft outside and immediately greeted them warmly. "Our young master needs high-quality, unbranded intermediate energy stones," the person following behind a young man said straightforwardly. An unengraved intermediate energy stone meant that this person was at least an intermediate sealing master. The boss's attitude was even more respectful, and he took out the high-quality intermediate energy stones in the shop for the youth to see. The youth lowered his head and slowly searched. Finally, his gaze fell on the low-grade energy stone that was engraved. The energy stone looked too pure. It was purer than any high-level energy stone he had ever seen. The youth immediately walked over and picked it up for a look. After holding it in his hands, his eyes suddenly widened. It took a long time for him to regain his senses. He understood that the boss had displayed it so carelessly because he probably didn't know the uniqueness of this energy stone. He pretended to be calm and asked, "Boss, do you have more energy stones like this in your house? I want all of them. Also, who made this?" "A little girl. Someone from her family must have made it." The boss didn't find anything wrong. He had sold it for 500 star coins and made a profit of 1,000 star coins, which was equivalent to 10 days' earnings. Naturally, he was happy. When the youth got on the aircraft, the subordinate following behind him said, "Young Master Jesse, is there something wrong?" Jesse controlled his violently beating heart. Even though he knew that no one would eavesdrop on the aircraft, he still whispered, "These 5 energy stones, each one has a usage rate of 90%. The subordinate jumped to his feet. 90%? Are you sure? Take a look. Jesse directly handed an energy stone to the subordinate. The subordinate took it and felt a pure energy that he had never felt before. He looked at Jesse with a burning gaze. "Young master, we must find this person. 1 second to remember, 800 mail sign small divided by say net, wonderful no pop-up window free reading." Yi Xiaohua knew nothing about what happened in the store. When the sealing master next door went back, the young man standing in the yard asked gently, "Did you accept it?" "Yes, Your Highness." The sealing master Galen nodded. But he couldn't help looking up at Su Yaoyun. It's enough to eat a nutrient in the Gamma Empire on weekdays. Because of the scarcity of land and green plants, the cuisine of the ancient earth has become a pastime for the nobles. There are no green plants or chefs on this planet. His Highness the Prince let the top chef of the Gamma planet come here, but he dared not guess the mind of the man in front of him. Your Highness, the young master of the Herman family came here half a month ago. Su Yaoyun shook his head. S-level energy stones are really attractive. After Yi Xiaohua finished her meal, she went to school the next day and came back. She found another shop and sold the energy stones she had made. This time the boss gave a higher price. 10 of them sold for 4,000 star coins. Yi Xiaohua bought an intermediate energy stone and some primary energy stones and went back. For the time being, she has enough star coins. She doesn't plan to sell them again. Galen, a general under Su Yaoyun, has been wandering on the planet during this time. Occasionally, he will buy some engraved energy stones. He is not the kind of sealing master who can only build a car behind closed doors. There are energy stone mines on this planet, and energy stones are sold everywhere. He went to a shop at random and asked. At first glance, the shop owner could tell that Galen's clothes and demeanor were extraordinary. He immediately showed Galen the low-grade energy stone he had just received. I'm afraid the low-grade energy stone I just received is much better than the average one. When Galen saw these energy stones, he felt that they looked familiar and immediately took them to have a look. The familiar data appeared in front of him. He immediately looked at the lower right corner of the engraved seal and found a very familiar Y symbol. The hand holding the energy stone was tightened involuntarily, and his voice was trembling. Who made this energy stone? He threw down a star coin card. There are 100,000 star coins in it. I'll buy these 10 energy stones. Can you come with me? Garen immediately brought the shop owner back to see Su Yaoyun. He originally thought that Su Yaoyun would be so excited that he would jump up and down when he heard the news. He didn't expect that Su Yaoyun's expression didn't change at all, and he even told the owner to go back. Your Highness, why didn't you ask him to find this master-level sealing artist? Galen was puzzled. Su Yaoyun didn't say anything. He just showed Galen the pure white energy stone he had been fiddling with. Galen took it and looked at it. This energy. This is the S-grade energy or they've been fighting over? Su Yaoyun nodded slightly. Didn't you say that even Shui came overnight yesterday? How did it end up in your hands? Garen was confused. This mineral vein belonged to the Yi family, and Shui had a good relationship with the Yi family. Although His Highness had come for this energy stone, it should not be so easy to get it, right? Su Yaoyun only said, you can try. Galen took a deep breath and tried to use his spiritual power to leave an imprint on it, but his spiritual power disappeared without a trace the moment it touched the stone. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. No wonder Shui gave it to you so generously. The energy in this stone is terrifying. Even a master-level sealing artist can't leave a mark on it. What a pity. Su Yaoyun didn't say anything. He took the S-grade energy stone and left. Galen saw him stop in front of the fierce lady next door and didn't dare follow. Yi Xiaohua was inputting coding instructions for Little Duo. Although Little Duo was in a deep sleep, she could sense who was standing outside. Yi Xiaohua opened the door. This is for you. Su Yaoyun handed the energy stone to her. Yi Xiaohua didn't reach out to take it. She just looked at Su Yaoyun strangely. My beast form has a tracking function. Su Yaoyun took out the low-grade energy stone from his pocket. Your spiritual power is very obvious on this. Yi Xiaohua, after all this time, her disguise had already been exposed. She reached out to take the energy stone. What is this? S-grade energy stone, I think you can turn on the energy inside. Su Yaoyun said, paused for a moment, then said, in the future, don't sell the energy stone you make in ordinary stores. Now there are many people looking for you. Yi Xiaohua played with the energy stone and nodded, I know. I'll leave the planet tonight, you. Su Yaoyun whispered. You should go to Gamma Planet? Yi Xiaohua said, well, there is too little information on this planet. She wants to go to Gamma Planet to learn more about the sealing artist. Then you can find me when you get to Gamma Planet. Su Yaoyun left his light brain contact information. By the way, my name is Su Yaoyun. After that, he waved to Yi Xiaohua and left here. Yi Xiaohua returned to her room, input all the small programs in, and then start. If the housekeeper is here now, he will think that Yi Xiaohua has changed a robot. Yi Xiaohua feels that the name Su Yaoyun is a little familiar. She opened the star web and searched. After seeing the messages displayed above, he was shocked for a long time. Master, don't look at it. You don't have money as others. Xiao Duo sat opposite her. Yi Xiaohua thinks it's not good for the robot to be too intelligent. She wanted to stay on this planet for a few more days and then go back to Gamma Planet. She now estimates that Ye's family has ignored her, and she doesn't want to tell Ye's family about going to Gamma Planet. When she arrives at Gamma Planet, she doesn't plan to live in Ye's house. However, she didn't expect that when she got home one day, she saw two people standing in her yard. Two people wearing clothes with Ye's family logo, after seeing Yi Xiaohua, swept her up and down. There is curiosity and exploration in his eyes. Then he said, Miss 3, we are here to take you back to the main planet. Remember in 1 second, 800 $say net, wonderful pop-up window free reading, main planet, Yi Xiaohua hasn't received any news from the housekeeper and the father of this body these days. It stands to reason that after the last time, Ye's family should not care about her. This time, it's a bit strange. She just sent 20 primary energy stones and an intermediate energy stone to the auction house and left her star card number. Now there is nothing on this planet. Then she left with 2 Yi family members. Instead of taking her back to the main planet, the 2 Yi family members took her to a mineral vein first. Miss 3, please wait a moment. We still have a while to return. Yi Xiaohua waved his hand. After they went out, another man in military uniform took a look at the room and then asked them in a low voice. Is this the one Cui Xiao asked you to pick up? It really doesn't look like a beast. Will the family head be unhappy if you take her back so abruptly? I don't know, but we dare not make sense of what Cui Xiao ordered. The two replied. Ye's family has been cooperating with the Seal Master for a long time. Cui Xiao is their god of wealth. The white tiger of the family head is very violent. Only the energy stone made by Cui Xiao can restrain it. Even if the family head has opinions, he dare not say anything. I just don't know, why did Cui Xiao suddenly take her? The three said as they walked further and further. At this distance, people in beast form may hear it. But these 3 people confirmed that Yi Xiaohua was a person without a beast form and felt that she could not hear it. But I don't know that Yi Xiaohua's mental strength is extremely strong. Not to mention this distance, she can still hear it at double the distance. After hearing this, Yi Xiaohua couldn't help feeling strange. At first, she felt that she had missed something. She turned over the memory in her mind for a long time, but she didn't turn over any memory of the Cui Xiao in their mouth. So why does this man want to take himself back to Gamma Planet? Yi Xiaohua thinks there may be some reason, but she can't find any breakthrough point, so she doesn't think much about it. When she arrives at Gamma Planet, if the Yi family really doesn't welcome her, she will find a place to live and then find a school, as she had planned before. She estimated that with her spiritual power, it shouldn't be too difficult for her to find a sealer, right? When the money from the auction arrives, she will have money. Beside her, Xiao Duo slowly sat down opposite her. What are you doing? Yi Xiaohua glanced at the school of Gamma Planet seal on the light brain and glanced at Xiao Duo. Xiao Duo is so tired, Xiao Duo said slowly. Yi Xiaohua, she wondered if it was a bad thing for robots to be too intelligent. Yi Xiaohua stayed in this room for a long time. After checking several schools, she found that Gamma Planet has only Gamma College as a seal master. There were too few sealing masters and they were very scarce. Other schools could not afford to hire a sealing master teacher. Only Gamma Academy was rich and overbearing, so there was no other choice. After checking, she picked up a low-grade energy stone that she had brought with her and began to engrave. During this period, other than people who came to deliver nutrition drinks, no one else was seen. 3 hours later, a complete stranger knocked on the door and entered. Third miss, the aircraft is about to depart. Please follow me. Yi Xiaohua immediately put away the low-grade energy stone in her hand. As soon as he boarded the aircraft, he heard an incredulous voice. Why are you here? Remember in 1 second, 800 $say net. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. The voice sounded familiar. Yi Xiaohua looked up and found that this person was Jessie, a popular figure in the school. She looked at him, but did not answer. She silently found a seat and sat down. Xiao Duo immediately sat beside her. The person on the aircraft immediately explained to Jessie, "Young Master Jessie, this is our family's third Mississippi. When did Sister Qianyu have a younger sister?" Jessie felt even more strange and looked at Yi Xiaohua with a complicated expression. There were 8 seats on the aircraft, and the seat at the very front was empty. There were still 7 seats left. 7 was just right. However, Xiao Duo occupied one. The last person came to Xiao Duo's side. Before he could speak, Xiao Duo immediately closed his metal eyes and pretended to sleep. Yi Xiaohua immediately turned her head to the window, pretending not to know it. The people standing were also speechless. "This? Are you AF** King Demon?" Jessie sat in the seat behind Yi Xiaohua, looking at the back of Yi Xiaohua's head, a little lost in thought. At school, he didn't notice Yi Xiaohua at first. Recently, he slowly noticed her in the past few days at school. Because a teacher saw the introduction of the sealing master in her class, she was very angry and asked her a question about the sealing master. To Jessie's surprise, Yi Xiaohua's answer was very deep. However, he did not expect this person to be Yi Qianyu's sister. The gap between these two people was too big. Yi Xiaohua doesn't care about Jessie's look. She has been playing the game on her optical brain. She doesn't know how long it has been. When the person on the aircraft calls young Master Chui, she raises her head slightly. She naturally remembered that it was this young Master Chui who had asked someone to bring her here. To Yi Xiaohua's surprise, Child Chui looked very young. He was wearing a plaid shirt made of an unknown material. He looked very clear and bright, and his brown hair was slightly curled up. In his hand was an intermediate energy stone that had been carved halfway. As he walked, he observed the intermediate energy stone in his hand. Seeing him come up, everyone in the aircraft stood up. Jessie stood up and said excitedly, "Brother Chui, is this the energy stone you want to carve for me?" Chui nodded. "We still have to wait for 3 more days." "I know." Jessie laughed. "The seal is very difficult to imprint. It takes me 5 or 6 days to successfully imprint one basic energy stone. You can make an intermediate energy stone in 6 days. You're really amazing." Hearing Jessie's words, Duo couldn't help but sit up straight and puff out its mechanical chest. Chui, Yi Xiaohua silently recited these 2 words and felt that they were very familiar. She had a very good memory, so she was able to dig out this part from the original owner's memory. When the original owner had first seen the news about Yi Qianyu's aircraft on the galactic web, the news also had the name Chui. So why would he bring her back to the main planet? Is it related to Yi Qianyu? Chui looked a little cold and arrogant. He was used to being arrogant. Only when Jessie talked to him, his expression would be a little gentle. After Jessie finished speaking, the 2 Yi family members who took Yi Xiaohua stood up respectfully and said to Chui, "Young Master Chui, we have taken the 3rd miss." Throughout the entire process, Chui didn't even look him in the eye. Hearing the words of these 2 people, he glanced at Yi Xiaohua out of the corner of his eye symbolically and coldly, then responded indifferently and continued to look at the energy stone in his hand. Digression, good night, everyone, he. 1 second to remember, 800 mail sign small divided by say net, wonderful no pop-up window free reading. Chui's expression makes Yi Xiaohua feel at ease. It should not be directed at himself. When Yi Xiaohua realized this, he fell asleep on the back of his chair. On the way back to Gamma Planet, many people in the aircraft secretly looked at Yi Xiaohua, but Yi Xiaohua closed his eyes and slept. These people didn't see anything. After the aircraft left the planet, it accelerated. However, in a few hours, the aircraft arrived at Gamma Planet. Ye's aircraft did not need to be investigated, directly entered the Air Defense Department of Gamma Planet, and then landed in front of a manor. Chui and Jessie both stood up, and people still in the aircraft wanted to call Yi Xiaohua up. Coincidentally, just as the aircraft landed, Yi Xiaohua opened his eyes. The person who wanted to reach out immediately withdrew his hand. Yi Xiaohua followed them off the aircraft. The Gamma Planet is overcrowded, and there are dozens of floors at the lowest. It's no different to own a private manor here than to own a castle in modern times. Energy Source Stone Group developer, it's really rich. Yi Xiaohua touches the light brain on his wrist. Seeing that the gate of the manor has been opened, the housekeeper I saw not long ago is standing at the gate with a gentle face, greeting them. Master Chui, Master Jesse, Miss 3. The housekeeper smiled at them very gently, which was different from the cold expression he had when he met them last time. Yi Xiaohua knew that he was stained by Chui and Jesse. But she didn't care much. She didn't change her clothes when she left. She wanted to take a few things with her, but the person who picked her up said that these things were available on Gamma Planet. There is no other valuable thing except a few energy stones, and Yi Xiaohua did not insist. Xiao Duo follows Yi Xiaohua step by step. Master Chui, the master, and the second miss will be back in half an hour. The master wants to talk to you about the energy stone mine. The housekeeper followed Chui all the way. Didn't hide from Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua didn't know if Ye's family had arranged a room for him, so he waited politely. When the housekeeper finished talking to Chui, he found that Yi Xiaohua was still waiting for them. Third miss, the second floor is the patriarch and madam's room and study. Second miss and fourth young master live on the third floor. You can live on the third floor. The butler smiled warmly. I'll take you up to have a look. Chui and Jesse were discussing the problem of energy stones and did not care about Yi Xiaohua. Although he had brought Yi Xiaohua here, from beginning to end, he had never looked at Yi Xiaohua. Jesse, on the other hand, has not digested the fact that Yi Xiaohua is a Yi family member all the way. He is very confused and curious to see Yi Xiaohua several times along the way. Yi Xiaohua had no opinion on the housekeeper's arrangement, as long as he gave her a place to live. Xiao Duo followed Yi Xiaohua but did not go. It pulled Yi Xiaohua's sleeves with its mechanical hands, and then looked at the housekeeper with mechanical eyes. There are 3 bedrooms upstairs. One is empty. Why don't the master live there? The housekeeper and Chui have long known that there is a robot around Yi Xiaohua. He didn't expect the robot to say something like that. There was an empty room upstairs. Yi Xiaohua also felt it, but she didn't mind the housekeeper's arrangement. She just didn't expect Xiao Duo to say it. The housekeeper's expression was very gentle. After hearing Xiao Duo's words, he immediately stopped. He turned his head and looked at Yi Xiaohua. Although the smile on his mouth did not disappear, the light at the bottom of his eyes was cold. You don't need to know what that room is for. Come up with me. This time even the voice became very cold. Chui and Jesse both heard this change. Jesse thought about it, and then felt a little strange. It's not a robot of Ye's matter. How do you know there is an empty room upstairs? Jesse still hasn't recovered. When he heard this, he suddenly remembered whose room that belonged to. He immediately stood up with a ting, immediately forgetting about the matter of Xiao Duo. Then, he carefully glanced at Chui. Chui's expression really changed. Jesse could clearly see that his fingers had tightened around the energy stone. Upstairs, the housekeeper's attitude was also a lot colder. He took Yi Xiaohua to a room on the 4th floor, and then looked at Yi Xiaohua very coldly. Third miss, this is your room. Take a look first. If you need anything, you can find me. The housekeeper finished and went downstairs. Master, let's get out of here. Xiao Duo looked at the cold expression on Yi Xiaohua's face, and then carefully said, let's go find Su Yaoyun. I like the chef beside him. Yi Xiaohua didn't feel anything about the housekeeper's cold treatment. She just smiled. You're not happy to live in a mansion? Originally, she wanted to ask housekeeper Yi about her school status, but now it seemed that she had to do it herself. Xiao Duo looked at Yi Xiaohua. But aren't they your family? Yi Xiaohua casually found a cabinet to put down the energy stone, and replied without expression yes. After finishing all this, Yi Xiaohua took a bath and opened the wardrobe, but she didn't find any clothes. She went to bed with the previous clothes, but she didn't wear the school uniform jacket. Her hair was a little wet, and she was very annoyed, so she directly tied it up with a rope. After finishing all this, she glanced at the optical computer that had been beeping nonstop. Looking at it, she saw that it was the information from the auction house. She had sold off her intermediate and basic energy stones. After the auction house took a 10% commission, they transferred 220,000 star coins to Yi Xiaohua. This huge figure gave Yi Xiaohua a shock. The average intermediate energy stone was 1,000. Yi Xiaohua didn't think that her intermediate energy stone plus 10 elementary energy stones would sell for 22 star coins. The optical computer also had an email from the auction house. The other party wanted to see her, but Yi Xiaohua directly refused. The other party turned around and wanted to give her the auction house's diamond card. Yi Xiaohua thought about it, and then sent her current address. Looking at the card's balance of more than 200,000 on the optical computer, she finally understood why a seal master could make so much money. After tidying up, Yi Xiaohua took the optical computer and went downstairs to find the housekeeper. She asked him about the school status and the new school. When she went downstairs, she found that most of the Yi family members had returned. The bright and beautiful woman who was smiling happily with Cui Yin should be Yi Qianyu. The tall figure sitting on the sofa with his back facing her should be Father Yi. Yi Xiaohua clearly saw that Father Yi was holding an energy stone in his hand. These people should have been discussing this energy stone. This energy stone looked very familiar, but before Yi Xiaohua could react, Father Yi immediately put away the energy stone in his hand when he saw her coming down. 1 second to remember, 800 mail sign small divided by say net, wonderful no pop-up window free reading. This group of people should be talking about something. And the words that were discussed in the hall stopped abruptly. Quiet some terrible. Yi Xiaohua knew that his appearance disturbed their conversation. She said, "I'm sorry." Yi father stood up and said a few words of officialdom to her. Yi Qianyu looked at Yi Xiaohua curiously, and was happy for Yi Xiaohua to come back. The housekeeper smiled again and asked Yi Xiaohua if there was anything wrong. Yi Xiaohua immediately asked about the school. The housekeeper didn't expect Yi Xiaohua to ask this question. He remembered the results he saw on Yi Xiaohua's light brain before, and his mouth twitched. "Miss 3, do you still want to go to school?" "I see. I'll take care of it." Yi Xiaohua nodded to him, "Thank you." She turned around and wanted to go to Gamma Planet, but she felt a comment on her eyes. Yi Xiaohua squinted and looked back. Just in the eyes of Cui Yi. This is the first time that Cui Yi has looked at it. Before, on the aircraft, Cui Yi was too lazy to look at Yi Xiaohua. This moment, he inadvertently swept, but stopped on Yi Xiaohua's face, and the whole person seemed to be enchanted. In the eyes of others, Cui Yi is looking at Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua's acting skills are very good. She can easily perform psychological activities with expressions and is good at analyzing the expressions on the actors' faces. Cui Yi looks at her slightly empty eyes, not at her. Yi Xiaohua is very sure that Cui Yi should see another person's shadow in himself. She dare not be interested in such a drama, nor do she want to delve into it. Yi Xiaohua takes Xiao Duo directly to the outside. Not long after, she disappeared in front of Ye's family. She has money now, so she has to go out and have a look. After she left, Cui Yi, who was very cold from beginning to end, even when Yi father came back, suddenly said, "Does Miss Yi want to go to school?" "My teacher is teaching at Gamma College, and there is a place for the college in his hand. I'll go." "No," Yi father smiled and thanked Cui Yi. "Let her take the exam by herself." Cui Yi, Gamma College is not suitable for her. Last time the housekeeper came back, he told him about Yi Xiaohua's achievements. To be honest, with such results, it didn't matter which school he went to. But if he goes to Gamma College, he is really making a fool of himself. Yi father has the ability to send Yi Xiaohua to Gamma College, but he doesn't want to send Yi Xiaohua there. At this point, Cui Yi had more or less understood what was going on. He didn't mention letting Yi Xiaohua go to Gamma School again. Yi Qianyu stood to the side and did not interrupt. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. As they chatted, they returned to business. "Cui Yi, did you hear anything from that planet?" After Yi Xiaohua left, Yi father carefully took out an energy stone from his pocket. "Have you ever seen this energy stone?" When Jesse saw this energy stone, he felt familiar. After touching it with his hand, familiar data appeared and his eyes stared. "Uncle Yi, where did you get this energy stone?" "Auction house, primary energy stone. I bought it with 10,000 star coins," Father Yi said in a low voice. Cui Yi also saw the strangeness of this energy stone. He directly reached out and took the energy stone from Yi Fu's hand. When he touched it, he could know the degree of energy stone activation. Cui Yi, who had never revealed his expression, was also full of horror. 90%. Cui Yi tried to suppress his inner shock and looked at Yi father. Uncle Yi, do you know who made this energy stone man? I don't know. Now all the people are looking for her, Yi father pondered. The people at the auction house refused to disclose the news. I am also starting to let people check, but the probability of finding out is not high. I just don't know who the other party is. Cui Yi also expected this result. He still held the energy stone he bought in his hand. It was only a primary energy stone, but it contained more energy than the intermediate energy stone on the market. No wonder it was auctioned for 10,000 star coins. Uncle Yi, I want to take this energy stone back to my teacher for research. Cui Yi looked right. Yi father also has this plan. Cui Yi is now the face of their Yi family. If he is strong, Yi family will naturally be stronger. Yi Xiaohua, who had already come out, walked around and then inquired about the price of the aircraft. 1,200,000 star coins. I went to the Gamma school to have a look, and then inquired about the halfway admission, or from the Pheasant school to the Gamma school, but also with a letter of introduction. Otherwise, I can't even see the ordinary test. Yi Xiaohua is naturally not afraid of the test. But first she has to be able to enter the Gamma school. Only the Gamma school has a high-level energy stone imprint. At the beginning, she felt that the Yi family was also the relatives of the original owner. This letter of introduction must be written with the power of the Yi family. But now Yi Xiaohua doesn't think so. She looked at the light brain. There was only one person's contact information on the light brain. After thinking for a long time, she sent an email. Yi Xiaohua is not a person who likes to trouble others. Before returning to Ye's house, she went to buy the best intermediate energy stone. Of course, she also wants to buy high-level energy stones, but she doesn't have enough imprints now, which is why she has to go to Gamma school. In the evening, after carving the intermediate energy stone, Yi Xiaohua went to the housekeeper early the next morning and asked her if the school registration had been done, especially now she didn't even have an identity certificate. The housekeeper froze for a moment, then smiled and told her that it might take a while. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign small/say net, wonderful no pop-up window free reading. In fact, the housekeeper forgot. Yi Xiaohua took a look at the housekeeper, said nothing and went out. The housekeeper, still behind Yi Xiaohua, looked at Yi Xiaohua's back, and his face was light. Because of the sudden appearance of energy stones yesterday, Ye's father and Cui Yi went to the Seal Masters organization overnight to discuss it. Just come back. Cui Yi saw Yi Xiaohua walking out of Ye's house. She didn't have an aircraft. She should take the Airbus to go out. Compared with yesterday, after a night, when he looked at Yi Xiaohua, there was no mood of yesterday. This night, he should have figured it out a little. This time, he looked directly at Yi Xiaohua, but his eyes were very cold. Ye's father didn't doubt anything, seeing Cui Yi like this. Suddenly he thought of something, and his face changed slightly. He opened his mouth to comfort him, but Cui Yi didn't wait for him and went straight into Ye's house. Housekeeper Yi brought them green tea and breakfast. What kind of person is the third miss? Cui Yi picked up the tea in silence. After a while, he asked in a low voice. Housekeeper Yi heard Cui Yi's voice and was a little embarrassed. Ye's father took a look at Housekeeper Yi, and Housekeeper Yi said, the last time I went to take her out of the juvenile detention center, I wanted to test her results when I went back. I turned over her learning brain and made me angry again. This time she wants to go to school on Gamma Planet. I'm also very confused. I don't know if there are schools willing to accept it. This is also the reason why the housekeeper is willing to contact Yi Xiaohua's previous school. This result it's too bad to be their Yi family. Don't say Yi Qianyu's current achievements, Ye's family has so many people, and there is no bad result. The housekeeper is really ashamed to speak. After Cui Yi heard this, he lowered his cold eyes and did not continue to ask. Yi Xiaohua has arrived at Gamma College first. On the way, he also gave a primary energy stone that he had carved to Xiaoduo behind him. She wanted to come ahead of time to wait for Su Yaoyun, but she didn't expect that when she came, Su Yaoyun was already standing there with his hands on his back. Yi Xiaohua walked a little faster. Don't worry. Su Yaoyun smiled at her. I just came. Have you had breakfast? Before Yi Xiaohua could speak, Xiao Duo answered for Yi Xiaohua while gnawing on a primary energy stone. Not yet. Su Yaoyun glanced at Galen, who was beside him. Galen shifted his gaze from the energy stone in Xiao Duo's hand to Yi Xiaohua. Then, he handed a dessert to Yi Xiaohua. Let's eat first. Su Yaoyun pondered for a moment, then said, I'll bring you to the dean later and have her arrange your entrance exam. Yi Xiaohua just wanted to say no, just give her a letter of introduction. Su Yaoyun continued, you can't even find the person who wrote the recommendation letter. Have you moved the information on that planet over? Xiao Duo was just about to speak when Yi Xiaohua glanced at him. He squatted to the side and gnawed on the energy stones. She didn't say it, but Su Yaoyun thought of it. He asked Garen to deal with Yi Xiaohua's information. You don't have to be so troublesome. Yi Xiaohua was stunned. Su Yaoyun glanced at her. No trouble at all. It really wasn't troublesome, because Garen had settled her student status and identity in half an hour. Yi Xiaohua took a deep breath. The Yi family was a big family. If they wanted to get her student status from the previous planet, it would only take a phone call. How many people would be willing to hand over her information? The reason why housekeeper Yi said it would take a few more days was because he didn't care about the third lady's affairs. Remember in 1 second, 800 /say net, wonderful no pop-up window free reading. What else does Yi Xiaohua not understand? Xiao Duo ate half of the energy stone, suddenly said, Master, let's move out. All right. Yi Xiaohua also felt that staying at Ye's house might not be a problem. Su Yaoyun looked at a man and a robot and didn't speak, but Xiao Duo saw that he seemed to be smiling. When Garen came back with the information, he took Yi Xiaohua to see the headmaster. The headmaster didn't know why the man was looking for him early in the morning. He was not at school. When he heard the news, he immediately came by flying machine. Now go to school? Hearing Su Yaoyun's words, the headmaster looked up and down at Yi Xiaohua. Su Yaoyun can't refuse the people who come in. It's just that he didn't expect anyone to be able to invite Su Yaoyun to be a lobbyist. Su Yaoyun sat on a chair on one side and said casually, well, there should be places for the Seal Master Major? There is only one Seal Master Major in the whole Gamma planet, but not everyone can go there. And Gamma College has not had a student in the middle of Gamma College for a long time. Generally, no matter who it is, they will check their spiritual power at birth. As long as the spiritual power reaches the bottom line of the Seal Master, it will be registered in the Empire and then assigned to Gamma College or the Seal Master Association. Now the Seal Master is so rare that the Empire has to guarantee it. So as long as you can be a Seal Master, you will be arranged where to receive higher education when you are born. It's the first time that Yi Xiaohua wants to come to the Seal Master Major. It can also be said that the spiritual power that was not detected in childhood is basically impossible to remember when he grew up. The dean pretended not to care and asked, Yi Xiaohua, tell me honestly, is your spiritual power up to the level? Yi Xiaohua didn't know the level of the world, so he hesitated and shook his head, I don't know. The dean gave himself a sigh of relief, then turned to Su Yaoyun, Your Highness, are you sure that Yi Xiaohua is going to the Seal Master Major, which is very risky to test? It's better to go to other majors, so that I still have the right to decide. This is the best way the headmaster has found to weigh the pros and cons. No, go to the Seal Master Major. Su Yaoyun finally made a decision. Then she still needs to take an examination, the dean said in the end. Although he really wanted to help Su Yaoyun, it wasn't easy for Su Yaoyun to owe him a favor these days. Su Yaoyun smiled lazily. Of course, you'll be in charge of arranging the exam. The dean immediately arranged for the examination. During the examination, the teacher of the Sealing Master Specialization opened his mouth to ask him, but the dean glared at him and stopped him. The dean brought them to a large hall. He pointed at a precision instrument in the middle and said to Su Yaoyun and Yi Xiaohua, unlike other professions, a Seal Master needs spiritual power, so there's only one level. Your spiritual power has to reach 230. This is also the bottom line for a Seal Master. You just need to lie on this instrument. Yi Xiaohua looked at this sophisticated instrument and felt a burst of admiration for the people of this era. She obeyed and lay down on the machine. The instrument trembled violently, and a dazzling light appeared in an instant. Following that, the number showing the spiritual power kept jumping, turning from white to red. The number soared to more than 500, and it was still climbing. In the end, with a loud boom, the entire instrument was suddenly destroyed, and a green smoke rose from it. The president, Galen, and the person in charge of the spiritual power test were so shocked that their faces turned pale. Out of topic, good night, he he he. Su Yaoyun had expected this result. He just leaned close and squinted for a while. Seeing that the principal and Galen were still in a daze, Yi Xiaohua lay on the machine. Su Yaoyun was annoyed and reminded, "Principal, is the test done?" "Oh, it's done. Student Yi, come down." It was Yi Xiaohua just now, but in the blink of an eye, it was Student Yi. Her tone was gentle. Su Yaoyun glanced at the principal and said faintly, "Is it done?" Of course." The principal tried not to look so proud and excited. "Well, the admission materials will be ready soon. You can come to school tomorrow." The admission was much easier than Yi Xiaohua had imagined. After checking her mental power, the principal did not ask her anything else. "Thank you." Yi Xiaohua thought about it, then took out the intermediate energy stone she had carved last night and handed it to Su Yaoyun. "I haven't learned the intermediate seal yet. When I do, I'll carve the advanced one for you." Su Yaoyun looked at the energy stone in her hand and did not accept it. The smile on his face faded. "Thank you, Fee?" Yi Xiaohua frowned. "Take it back. If you said it was for a friend, I might have accepted it." Su Yaoyun turned and walked to his aircraft. On the aircraft, he paused and looked at Yi Xiaohua expressionlessly. "You and your friend are like this too?" "It's just a small favor." "It's nothing." He sat on the aircraft. Galen watched Yi Xiaohua's figure get smaller and smaller before he came back to his senses. It was not just Yi Xiaohua's incredible mental power. What did the principal say? The machine could withstand 999 points of mental power, so he filled in a number on Yi Xiaohua's mental power. 999, but that was because the machine could only detect 999 points. It did not mean that Yi Xiaohua's mental power was 999. Galen began to suspect the mysterious person who had saved Su Yaoyun on the mineral vein planet. When Yi Xiaohua took out the intermediate energy stone, Galen was completely sure of it. He opened his mouth to ask if Su Yaoyun already knew. But seeing Su Yaoyun biting a cigarette and leaning on the sofa of the aircraft with an exceptionally cold expression, Galen inexplicably did not dare to look at him. He felt that the cigarette in Su Yaoyun's mouth looked a little sharp. "Find out for me what's going on with her." Su Yaoyun stared at the ground for a long time. How could a ceiling artist lack money? It was fine when she was on that planet, but when she came to the main planet, she couldn't even transfer the information there. How did she come back? Su Yaoyun thought about how she seemed to be living in a decent house on that planet. At the time, he had also lived next to her for a period of time, so he knew that it could be considered a wealthy area. He thought that after such a long time, the two of them could be considered friends, right? Who would have thought? No, why do you want to check his information? Then, he suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Su Yaoyun in disbelief. "Your Highness, she's only 16. Su Yaoyun sneered. "I told you to find out where she's staying and who's in her family." If such a talented sigil is put in several big families on Gamma Planet, he has long been blown to the Sigil Association. Where should he go to school and test his mental strength? Oh, yes, when I saw her for the first time, she was addicted to drugs. On that planet, Su Yaoyun always respected her and didn't check some of her information. But he always felt that there was something wrong with these things. "I'll have it checked right away." "Galen is very good." Su Yaoyun bit the cigarette and said casually, "Well, by the way, let the headmaster block this matter. Yi Xiaohua has received the notice of temporary insertion. She can come to school tomorrow. She found out from the internet that as long as she gets the admission card, she can go to school to listen to the senior sigil classes and check the information in the school library." Su Yaoyun didn't want the intermediate energy stone in his hand. Yi Xiaohua thought about it and put the intermediate energy stone in his pocket. Behind him, Xiaoduo stared at the energy stone in Yi Xiaohua's hand for a long time, swallowed the primary energy stone, and turned his mechanical eyes. Gamma College solved it quickly. Yi Xiaohua didn't go back immediately. Instead, he carefully wandered around the commercial center here for a while and bought several intermediate energy stones and a pile of primary energy stones to go back. None of them are engraved. The shop agent looked at the very human robot behind Yi Xiaohua and praised it sincerely. "Miss, where can I buy your robot?" Being praised, Xiao Duo is not happy. Just faintly said, "Some robots are beautiful on the surface, but in fact, they don't even have an intermediate energy stone behind them." Yi Xiaohua turns around, "You shut up." "Master, don't." Yi Xiaohua's eyebrows beat, and she glanced over. "Nothing." Yi Xiaohua turned to the direction of the Airbus. After she turned around, Xiao Duo patted the mechanical chest with no expression. "Damn, it's terrible." Yi Xiaohua returned to Ye's house again. It was evening. She went out early and came back late. Generally, Ye's family would not ask her where she went. When she first came to Gamma Planet, she was curious, so she wandered for 2 days. When I went back, there was no one in Ye's house. Ye's father was very busy. And Yi Qianyu's rules in military school are also very strict. Yi Xiaohua has little chance to see them. However, Cui Yi is not Ye's family, but Yi Xiaohua often sees him in Ye's house. Especially in this period of time, Yi Xiaohua noticed that Ye's family and Cui Yi were very nervous. Yi Xiaohua turned over the wardrobe and didn't prepare her clothes. However, she just bought 2 pieces today and asked Xiao Duo to take them out. Then she took a bath and changed into a snow-white skirt without pattern. At dinner, Cui Yi came back with Yi Qianyu with a very serious face. Seeing Yi Xiaohua coming down from upstairs, Cui Yi's face was in a trance for a moment, then suddenly turned cold, and his face became terrible. The housekeeper originally invited Yi Qianyu and Cui Yi to dinner with a smile. When he saw Cui Yi's face and Yi Xiaohua's face, the housekeeper looked at Yi Xiaohua like a knife. He asked Cui Yi and Yi Qianyu to eat first, and then looked at Yi Xiaohua, who was still standing at the stairs. "You go to the room on the 3rd floor? Where did your clothes come from?" Yi Xiaohua put his hand in his pocket and sneered, "I bought it. It's our job to buy clothes. You don't have to go by yourself in the future." "No, I have hands." Yi Xiaohua thinks it's time for her to move out. When the housekeeper heard her words, he didn't care, but turned to the kitchen to give orders. He only smiled contemptuously. "Third miss, the money for second miss to buy clothes is also earned by herself. This book is first, do not reproduce." The butler went to the kitchen, took the exquisite dinner prepared by the senior chef, and asked the robot butler to bring it to the table. Although nutrition drinks were common in this world, people with some wealth would usually make some ancient planet's delicacies. After those things, Yi Xiaohua did not come down to eat, but tidied up things upstairs. No one in this family pays attention to Yi Xiaohua's affairs, even the housekeeper is somewhat slack. Yi Xiaohua can't come down to eat, they don't care at all. At the dinner table, Yi Qianyu paid attention to Yi Xiaohua's situation. "Dad, it's not easy to insert classes at this time. My former teacher is still in Gamma College. If you need my help, just say it." Father Yi frowned when he heard Yi Qianyu's words. "You don't have to worry about this. Second miss, third miss, she can't enter Gamma Academy." The housekeeper has been standing on the side waiting, immediately explained, "Gamma Academy's admission standards, third miss cannot pass, I have helped her find a school today." Yi Qianyu looked at Cui Yi and asked, "Which school?" "Hit Academy." The butler's voice was a little low. There are always some people who can't transform into beasts at birth. There are billions of people on Gamma Planet. Naturally, there are many such people. Hit Academy is the only academy on Gamma Planet that accepts ordinary people, and it is a private academy. Although it is a noble school, everyone knows who is in this school. Yi Qianyu was very surprised. I really didn't expect this. Yi father and Yi mother are also influential figures. Yi father has the blood of a white tiger, and Yi mother's spiritual power has always been very high. The children born to these 2 people have always been the hot spot of the galaxy. For so many years, the 2 of them had kept Yi Xiaohua's existence a secret. Yi Qianyu did not know much about Yi Xiaohua. But she did not expect her sister to be going to Hit Academy. "Well, don't talk about her." Ye's father was bothered by this matter and didn't want to mention Yi Xiaohua again. I really don't know who she looks like. Chui had been listening to the conversation of several people. When he heard that Xianxia didn't have a beast form, he paused for a moment. There seemed to be some expectation in his eyes, then. What about her spiritual force? Young Master Chui, when third miss was born, she was on her side, the butler said in a low voice. She tested it 3 times, and it was always about 100. When Chui heard this, he didn't say anything. A group of people at the dinner table are talking about Xianxia. Xianxia suddenly comes down from upstairs. When the housekeeper saw that she was still wearing a white dress, he looked a little unhappy. Xianxia still had that expression, but now there was still a little frivolous smile on her mouth. Yi Qianyu saw Xianxia holding a backpack in her hand and laughed. Third sister, come eat. We were just talking about your school. School? Xianxia was surprised. Which school did you choose for me? Su Yaoyun helped her get the information from the other side. It seems that Ye's family still don't know, that is to say, they didn't touch the information over there at all. According to their speed, I don't know how long it will take for her to go to school. Hit Academy is a high-class school, but the process is very slow. This semester is almost over, so I can't arrange for you to go to school. You can go next semester. Next semester? Did these people really think that he was an idiot? Did he really think that he didn't know anything? According to the Yi family's current status, they couldn't even arrange for a transfer student right now. Did they have to wait until next semester? Xianxia sneered. No, I found a good school by myself. Yourself? What school do you want to go to? Yi father put down his chopsticks and looked up at Xianxia. Gamma College. Xianxia slowly reached out and pressed his hair. Gamma College? For a moment, the housekeeper felt that he was hallucinating, and looked at Xianxia with some words. Do you know what your grades are, Miss 3? The housekeeper also thought that Xianxia was the third miss, so he didn't say much. But he thought of Xianxia's achievements before, and it was really hard to say. On one side, Ye's father was not so good-tempered. He threw his chopsticks directly. Gamma College? You want to go to Gamma College? Are you so ambitious? Aren't you ashamed enough to let the whole interstellar people discuss that the third miss of the Yi family, who doesn't even have a beast shape, wants to go to Gamma College to be brushed? Xianxia looked at Yi father's indifferent expression and suddenly smiled. She can come to Gamma Planet. I'm afraid it's not Yi father's decision. However, Xianxia has long been used to being stabbed in the knife these years. Now the situation is not bad. At least she is still a seal master. After going to Gamma School, she can carve high-level energy stones and make more money. Yi Qianyu looked at Xianxia, then at Yi father, and finally said to Xianxia, Third sister, you don't like Hit Academy. We can find other schools. Don't lose your temper. No, I know what you mean. Xianxia chuckled. Yi father didn't understand what she meant, but looked at her with a twisted brow. You can settle down, or you can live in peace, and listen to the housekeeper's arrangement to go to Hit Academy. You are still the third miss of Yi family, or you can go back to the mineral planet and stay there. Don't be too greedy. Xianxia put his hand in his pocket and looked at Yi father with disdain. Do you think I went back to Gamma Planet to stay at Ye's house? Yi father and housekeeper Chui were stunned. However, without waiting for their reaction, Xianxia threw her backpack behind her and said lazily, Who wants to play with you? After that, she left the Yi family's gate. The gate has an automatic defense system. Xiao Duo casually reached out and tapped it. The defense system didn't work at all. Who wants to play with you? Yi father and these people thought they had heard wrong. They thought that Xianxia would listen to their arrangements honestly. Dad, I'll go out and see my third sister. Yi Qianyu reacted and immediately got up. Yi father seemed to be in a hurry. It took him a long time to react, and then he sneered, Don't worry about her, let her go. She doesn't have much money on her. Don't transfer money to her card this month. She will come back when the money is used up. The housekeeper was not in a hurry at all. Instead, he comforted Yi Qianyu, Miss, you haven't used the family's money since you were 15 years old. Yi Qianyu looked at Chui Yi, who had his head down, and the corner of his mouth hooked. Su Yaoyun was sitting at the round table, leaning against the back of the chair, listening to these people argue lazily. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Galen outside the door. The look on Galen's face was a little strange. Su Yaoyun thought that he had just asked Galen to check Yi Xiaohua's information and frowned. He immediately stood up. The chair creaked. The round table conference, which was originally quarreling between the two sides, suddenly became as quiet as a chicken. Su Yaoyun just wanted to ask about Galen's situation. Seeing that everyone in the meeting was looking at him, he remembered something and casually said a few words. "You continue, I have some private matters." Watching him leave the conference room, these people at the round table breathed a sigh of relief. Galen didn't expect Su Yaoyun to come out like this. He was really stunned. "Don't be stunned. Tell me, what's the situation?" Su Yaoyun said. "You probably can't imagine that she is a Yi family member." Su Yaoyun paused and sneered. "Not her? Yi family? Where does she look like a Yi family member?" Galen nodded. "I didn't think it was true at first either. If it was the Yi family wouldn't need to form a sealing artist organization right now. But I found out that Miss Yi doesn't have a beast shape. Her previous data on Gamma Planet was destroyed, but I found some on the Mineral Planet. When she was born, her mental strength was not as good as that of ordinary people. She has been alone on that planet for 16 years. You know, her situation, no matter where she is not welcome." Su Yaoyun was silent for a moment, then he suddenly turned around and walked outside. "Your Highness, where are you going?" Galen called after him. He also said something else. Su Yaoyun didn't hear what he said, nor did he want to. Without saying a word, he entered his aircraft. Yi Xiaohua's situation was indeed unwelcome anywhere. Garen said that she had been alone on that planet from beginning to end, with only some friends who taught her to take drugs. It wasn't that she didn't know how to get along with friends, she just didn't have any. Su Yaoyun thought back to what he had asked Yi Xiaohua and couldn't help but curse. He felt as if someone had stabbed him in the chest. His face was very ugly. Galen followed up. He didn't look at it. He just sighed. "I didn't expect her to be a Yi family member." This treatment, compared with the Yi family's previous action that shocked the whole Gamma Planet, Yi family's big idiots. Su Yaoyun didn't speak. After a while, he looked out of the window and sneered. Su Yaoyun drove the aircraft to Gamma College. Before he got off, he suddenly saw a figure and immediately stopped. He stopped on a street in Gamma College. Yi Xiaohua is not in a hurry to rent a house. She remembers that Gamma College has a dormitory. As soon as she left Ye's house, she came to Gamma College. She noted down the optical brain of the person in charge of the Gamma Academy today. It was given to her by the principal. "There is no one living in the dormitory. It's no trouble. Come with me first." The person in charge smiled and took Yi Xiaohua to go through some formalities overnight. The principal told him not to neglect this student, so the person in charge naturally had no complaints. "My apologies." A voice came from outside the office, and the person in charge immediately looked over. Su Yaoyun leaned against the doorframe and smiled. "Classmate Yi, let's have a chat." The person in charge almost stopped breathing, and he immediately lowered his head. Yi Xiaohua got her admission card in advance. He didn't intend to let the person in charge send him off. However, when she saw Su Yaoyun, she was a little surprised. She gave the card to Duo and had it send her things back to the dormitory. "Do you need something from me now?" Of course there was something, but Su Yaoyun looked into her eyes and paused. For a moment, he didn't know where to start. "Why do you live in the dormitory?" In the end, he just tilted his eyes and said slowly. "There was nothing to hide about it," Yi Xiaohua said directly. As Su Yaoyun listened, he lowered his head and straightened his sleeves. After a long while, Yi Xiaohua heard him sneer, "This group of dogs." In fact, Yi Xiaohua's heart wasn't that depressed. Hearing Su Yaoyun's words, she also laughed. "It really is a dog." Yi Xiaohua goes to school in Gamma College. There are more things in this school than she imagined. She spent most of her time in the library, and the rest of the time, she attended classes. She was extremely hardworking. After learning some things, Xianxia decided to go out and buy a high-level energy stone to try it out. The people from the auction house sent a few more messages. Xianxia thought that she still had a few intermediate energy stones on her, so she asked someone to bring them to the auction house. On the way back to school, she passed the sigil organization of Gamma Planet. Xianxia paused and saw Cui. He was staring at the person on the wall in a daze. Xianxia stopped not because of Cui, but because of the portrait on the wall. He immediately saw the portrait that Cui was staring at. It was a woman dressed in white, with bright eyes and white teeth. She looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. That face was 40% similar to his own. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly and looked at the words written below, Yi Shiqing. Cui felt someone around him and immediately woke up. After seeing that it was Xianxia, he turned his eyes directly, as if he didn't know Xianxia, and turned away very indifferently. Yi Qianyu received Yi father's notice, came here to find Cui to go to the auction, and saw Xianxia from afar. She approached with a smile on her face. Third sister, why are you here? Yi Qianyu casually glanced at Xianxia, who was still wearing a white coat. Her facial features were bright and eye-catching. Seeing Xianxia staring at the person on the wall, Yi Qianyu slightly lowered her eyes, and a contemptuous smile quickly slipped over her mouth. This is our elder sister Yi Shiqing. When she was admitted to Gamma College, her spiritual force was 526. Her spiritual force was only 3 points lower than that of Brother Cui. Brother Cui was 529. The two of them broke the historical record of spiritual force in Gamma Empire. Out of topic, I don't know what to say, but I wish everyone a happy new year. 1 second to remember, 800 mail sign small divided by say net, wonderful no pop-up window free reading. The original Lord didn't stay on Gamma Planet before, and didn't know what happened on Gamma Planet. Yi Shiqing is 6 years older than her. When Yi Shiqing was popular on Gamma Planet, the original Lord was only 10 years old and only on a remote planet. How could he know the past of Yi's family? No wonder the SEAL organization works so closely with the Yi family. Xianxia forgot about it in a flash. After she bought the high-level energy stone, she tried to make a breakthrough in her dormitory. In fact, even a master-level master is very difficult to carve high-level energy stones. Even Cui has to carve a high-level energy stone, and he has to waste 3 or 4 before he can succeed in one. Because the energy in the high-level energy stone is very violent, if you are not smooth, you will be hurt when you release your spiritual force. This is also the reason why the general intermediate energy stone is only 1,000 star coins, and the general high-level energy stone is more than 50,000 star coins. Good quality, such as Cui, a well-known master engraved energy stone, the price will reach 100,000 star coins, which does not count the flow into the auction house. It's not impossible to get 1 million. Xianxia relied on her strong spiritual force. She spent a whole night on the first high-level energy stone, and her spiritual force was exhausted. Little Duo has been sitting by her door frame waiting for her to come out. Looking at the brightness and purity of the high-level energy stone, Xianxia feels that the energy that can be used will not be less than that of the previous energy stone. But she has no idea of going to the auction house to auction the energy stone for the time being. When Su Yaoyun came to her, she gave the energy stone to each other and went to the class. Little Duo can't go when she's in class, so Little Duo usually hangs around at this time. Su Yaoyun was going to see the headmaster by the way. When he glanced at Little Duo, he paused. He asked lazily, Little Duo, does Xiaohua restrain your snacks on weekdays? Hearing this, Garen's eyebrows beat behind Su Yaoyun. He knows that Little Duo's snacks are energy stones. 1,000 star coins per bite, and it was the kind that had a price but no supply. Only Miss Yi could afford it. Before he could continue his train of thought, he saw that Su Yaoyun didn't even bother looking for the principal. He leaned against the door frame and rolled his eyes. Do you know what this is? She just finished carving the advanced energy stones last night. She hasn't finished using the intermediate energy stones from last time. Galen saw Do's mechanical hands tremble. After talking for a while, Su Yaoyun finally straightened his clothes, greeted Little Duo gently, and went to the principal's office. He felt refreshed. Principal's office. Xiaohua's spiritual force has not been announced, but her laboratory has produced a few energy stones with a Y mark, and all the forces basically know about it. Many people came to inquire about Yi Xiaohua's identity. Yi Xiaohua's appearance has broken the interstellar balance system. Putting aside the things that happened on the surface, every clan had an agreement in private. The 10% to 20% interstellar energy stones had been stable for several years, and every once in a while, about 500 sealing masters would appear. This kind of sealing artist was relatively rare. A few years ago, Yi Shiqing had mysteriously disappeared. Cui was the only one left in the sealing artist organization. The principal had been shocked when he first discovered Yi Xiaohua, but now he understood the situation more and more. Yi Xiaohua's appearance was a blessing to the interstellar beast-shaped people, but her appearance had also broken the interests of some people. If Yi Xiaohua was really just an ordinary person without the slightest influence behind her, by now, she would have long been investigated and strangled in the cradle. Who asked you about it? Su Yaoyun asked leisurely, playing with the advanced energy stones in his hands. The principal didn't dare to hide anything. This matter was no longer something he could handle alone. He told everyone who had contacted him without missing a single one. Su Yaoyun laughed coldly. Not bad. The planet's rich and powerful. Not a single one is missing. The principal's palms were sweaty. He carefully raised his head to look at Su Yaoyun's face. But Student Yi hid it very well. I heard that many people went to the auction house but couldn't find a trace. Su Yaoyun sneered. Naturally, they couldn't find her. If she wanted to disguise herself on the interstellar web, no one in the interstellar can find her. But I'm afraid they won't find her. The principal thought about this person's methods and didn't dare to respond. He couldn't fathom this person's thoughts. In all these years, he had never been close to anyone. But in the next second, he was shocked by what he said next. Student Yi, is that amazing? Yi Xiaohua's information had been handled by the principal, so he naturally knew that she was a member of the Yi family. However, the principal didn't dare to interfere with her relationship with the Yi family. But he didn't expect that Yi Xiaohua's ability was far beyond his knowledge. Seeing the principal's expression, Su Yaoyun shook the optical computer in his hands and smiled. Principal, don't mind her. She's not familiar with you, so she naturally wouldn't say these things to you. She doesn't talk much to people she's not familiar with. Seeing that the principal was stunned, Su Yaoyun quickly explained to him that he was holding a high-level energy stone. Galen, who had wanted to come in, retracted his feet expressionlessly after hearing this. Damn, retard. Yi Xiaohua finished listening to the class and discussed a few questions with the teacher before returning. She still had a high-level energy stone in her hands. Yi Xiaohua felt that her mental strength was enough, but she still lacked a little in other aspects. At present, there were only runes suitable for high-level energy stones in the interstellar. No one had been able to successfully inscribe an energy stone rune of this grade, so naturally, she couldn't leave a mark. So she had been looking up information at school for the past few days. She wanted to figure out a rune suitable for high-level energy stones on her own. Yi Qianyu came to Gamma Academy today to find her former teacher. I really don't know about this, Qianyu. You're the sixth person to ask me in the past few days. Yi Qianyu's teacher smiled. Yi Qianyu had long known that she might not be able to get any information, so she was not disappointed. She just said goodbye to the teacher and walked to the place where the aircraft was parked. This place was very close to the school dormitory. Just 2 steps, she saw a figure in front of her. Yi Qianyu's pupils shrank. Yi Xiaohua, why are you here? Remember in 1 second, 800 $say net. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. In a moment of desperation, Yi Qianyu did not even bother to call her third sister. He directly called Yi Xiaohua's name. Yi Qianyu then looked at the admission card in Yi Xiaohua's hand, and her brain instantly became a shell. Yi Xiaohua didn't think she had anything to say to Yi Qianyu, so she didn't plan to answer. She turned her body sideways and was about to walk toward the dormitory. Yi Qianyu tried to grab her clothes, but failed. Third sister, someone from the auction house sent something to your house. Even if you don't want to go home, you don't want it anymore. Yi Qianyu smiled at Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua paused. That thing, it's the diamond card of the auction house. Yi Xiaohua left the address of Ye's family at the beginning. The auction house should have sent it. Therefore, the people who were investigating her should have some clues. Yi Xiaohua had been studying the high-level energy stones for the past few days and had almost forgotten about it. She was not sure if those people had found her, but Yi Xiaohua was not afraid. Yi Xiaohua did not want to have anything to do with the Yi family anymore. Now that all the forces were looking for her, she was also afraid that leaving the card in the Yi family would cause trouble, so she returned to the Yi family with Yi Qianyu. It was Yi Qianyu's aircraft that had been awarded by the school. It was also the aircraft that the original owner of the body wanted. Yi Xiaohua, who had been on it once, felt that it was not as good as Su Yaoyun's aircraft. She got off the aircraft. Her intuition told her that there were a lot of guards around the Yi family today. The most important thing was that these people had a lot of flaws. Yi Xiaohua pretended not to see it. The housekeeper opened the door and let Yi Qianyu in, but he didn't expect Yi Xiaohua to come back with her. His expression changed instantly. "Third miss, why are you back?" One could see the wariness and suspicion on his face. Yi Xiaohua didn't see it. "Come back to get the things sent by the auction house." The housekeeper thought for a while, then hesitated to let Yi Xiaohua enter Yi Jia. Yi Xiaohua's spiritual force has already explored Ye's house and knows that there are many people in Ye's house now. After entering, the housekeeper did not let her go upstairs, but went to the second floor to take down Yi Xiaohua's things and let her leave quickly. However, before he came down, he saw Cui Yi and Father Yi coming in from outside the door. They are also carrying a nutrition warehouse behind them. From this angle, Yi Xiaohua can see a young woman lying in the nutrition warehouse. Cui Yi and Yi Father's eyes were on the young girl's face, and they didn't notice Yi Xiaohua, who was still standing in the hall. Yi Xiaohua got the card handed over by the housekeeper, and then walked aside for a while, not in the way of Cui Yi and Yi Father. Naturally, she noticed the person in the nourishment chamber. Yi Xiaohua guessed that 99% of this person was Yi Shiqing. Yi Qianyu was talking about the elder sister with more than 500 spiritual power. The bedroom on the third floor should be hers. At this time, Cui Yi saw Yi Xiaohua in the hall. He looked at Yi Xiaohua blankly. "Why are you here?" Before Yi Xiaohua could speak, the housekeeper immediately said, "Young Cui, I'll let her leave here right away." However, Cui Yi shook his head directly. He looked at Yi Xiaohua, then pressed the light brain on his hand and began to communicate with people. He did not believe Yi Xiaohua. Now he must give Yi Shiqing another place. Yi Father also saw Yi Xiaohua at this moment. "I thought you would hold on for a few more days." He glanced at Yi Xiaohua. "In that case, I might think a little more highly of you." Yi Father did not think that Yi Xiaohua would really be willing to leave Yi family. Now that he saw Yi Xiaohua coming back, it was inevitable that he would mock a few words. This bone was still too soft. "Thank you for bringing me back. I'll leave you alone if I take the things." Yi Xiaohua didn't pay attention to Yi Father at all. She just nodded to Yi Qianyu to express her gratitude and was about to walk out the door. "You." Yi Father looked at her like this, and the blue veins on his forehead were exposed again. "Don't worry, I left Yi family, I am not your Yi family, this sentence I am anxious." Yi Xiaohua smiled at them. The anger on Yi Father's face was even heavier, but before he could say a word, there was a panic outside the door. "What's the matter?" It was an extraordinary time, and Yi Father looked very solemn, and immediately left Yi Xiaohua behind. Cui Yi stood in front of Yi Shiqing's nourishment chamber, shaking his head solemnly, but did not leave Yi Shiqing's side. Outside the door, a man staggered in, his face was long white, and he almost fell. Yi Father took a deep breath. "What's the matter?" The man knelt on the ground and stammered for a long time before he said a complete sentence. "Sir, it's the murdering star pirates." "Murdering star pirates?" Yi Qianyu, who has not spoken, also changed his face at this time. How could they come here? Murdering star pirates, the most troublesome group of people in Gamma Empire. These people were all powerful and ruthless. Especially the leader, who was desperate. However, in recent years, His Royal Highness signed an agreement with the murdering star pirates, and these people did not wreak havoc on Gamma Planet. Those merchants who travel to and from various planets hang a flag of Gamma Planet on the aircraft. In most cases, the murdering star pirates will not plunder. But now, how could they come to Yi family? Shiqing, they must have come for Shiqing. Cui Yi's face changed. Quickly mobilize the planet's army, Shiqing must not fall into their hands. Following his words, all the soldiers of the Yi clan came over and surrounded Yi Shiqing's nutrition pod from the inside out. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign /say net. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. Father Yi immediately pushed Yi Xiaohua away and walked towards Yi Shiqing. However, Yi Xiaohua dodged and didn't let him touch her. Father Yi didn't notice Yi Xiaohua's weird back either. He and Cui stood in front of Yi Shiqing's nutrition pod. Yi Qianyu only had 2 soldiers by her side. Compared to her, Yi Xiaohua stood alone, as if she was isolated by this group of people. If someone rushed in, Yi Xiaohua would be the first to be affected. Obviously, none of the people in the Yi family really treated her as a person. However, she was used to being carefree and didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Bang, the Yi family's password door, as well as the Yi family's layers of protection, were destroyed by the external force. Yi Xiaohua didn't see who it was. She just looked at the protection of the Yi family. TSK, she complained on the first day. The Yi family's protection net, no, it couldn't even stop a finger of Xiao Duo. Yi Xiaohua thought about it slowly. These people from the heaven-murdering star pirates were not bad. She looked at the optical computer in her hand and searched for the group of heaven-killer pirates online. At the same time, he also searched about Yi Shiqing. She read a few gossip posts. The netizens didn't know much about the relationship between power and interests. They even thought Yi Shiqing was dead. Many people asked for an explanation, but they didn't expect Yi Shiqing to be unconscious in the nutrition pod. Compared with her leisure, Father Yi and Cui Yi were like facing a great enemy. They still had a fluke in their hearts. When they saw the black-clothed man who opened the door and came in, their faces changed instantly. "It's you?" Cui Yi should have a deep impression of the person in front of him. As he spoke, he couldn't help but want to go forward. However, Father Yi and Yi Qianyu stopped him. "Don't be impulsive. He's the leader of the Heaven Killer Pirates." Both of them cautiously persuaded Cui Yi. Their words allowed Cui Yi to regain some clarity in his mind. However, the way he looked at the Heaven Murderer space pirate was cold and filled with intense hatred. "What? You want to kill me?" The leader of the Heaven Murdering Pirates looked at Cui Yi with a very playful look, but it was very light. "You are welcome to come to our base camp to find me at any time. Maybe I can also broadcast live to the people of Gamma Planet. How to hang their seal master." Cui Yi listened to his words and his palms were about to break. The leader of the Heaven Killer Space Pirates did things crudely. He was different from other criminals. Relying on his powerful beast form, he didn't bother to hide himself on the internet. Sometimes, when he was in a good mood, he would even start a live broadcast on the internet. He had no scruples at all. In addition, his face was very deceiving. He had more than 100 million fans on StarWeb. They were comparable to the most popular celebrities. "You." Cui Yi took a deep breath. He pushed aside the hands of Father Yi and the others and stood up directly. "Today, I will not let you take Shiqing away again." However, the leader of the heaven-murdering galactic pirates only sneered and ignored him. Instead, he looked in another direction. "Miss Yi, do I invite you out, or do you come out yourself?" Before Yi Xiaohua finished reading some of the things she searched for on the internet, she heard the voice of the leader of the heaven-murdering pirates. She couldn't help but put down the light brain regretfully. With one hand in his pocket, he swayed out slowly. "You can find me?" "Yes, brother. 1 second to remember, 800 mail sign small divided by say net, wonderful no pop-up window free reading." Cui Yi, who had a thick neck, wanted to say something. At the moment, he couldn't say a word. All the people of Ye's family, including the soldiers, were silent for a moment. "If it weren't for the loophole in the auction house, it would not be easy for us to find you from him." The leader of the heaven-killing pirates took a puff on his cigarette. "Miss Yi, I really don't want to hurt you, so you'd better follow us obediently. Of course, we heaven-killing pirates will never treat you badly." After that, he didn't wait for Yi Xiaohua to answer, just turned his head and let someone take her to the aircraft. Yi Xiaohua bent slightly and went in. Before the leader left, he left a dynamic on Gamma Planet. Yi Xiaohua will be my man in the future, which is the interest of the merchants of Gamma Planet for so many years. There are many people who pay attention to him. For a time, those people on Gamma Planet haven't found Yi Xiaohua. But because of his dynamic, everyone knows it. Leader, is that all right? Su Yaoyun. One side of the man looked at the leader's arrogant words, some hesitation. A seal master, Su Yaoyun will not fall out with me for her, said the leader, putting down the cigarette and smiling confidently. Although he can take people to attack our base, the king of Gamma will not allow it. As long as he does it, half of the troops on Gamma Planet will disappear, and several countries next door are still eyeing them. They dare not take risks. At the round table meeting, the atmosphere was very heavy. Your Highness, calm down, Galen whispered to comfort Su Yaoyun. Just now the king said that this matter needs to be considered for a long time. Don't be as crazy as him. As soon as the heaven-killing pirates broke through the defense of Gamma Planet, there was news here. Su Yaoyun pursed his lips and didn't answer first. He only asked, who broke the news? The auction house. Galen is a seal master and a confidant of Su Yaoyun. He has been with Su Yaoyun for a long time, but he is still afraid at this time. This guy is not a human when he gets angry. Heh. Su Yaoyun only let out a cold laugh. Galen is afraid that Su Yaoyun will make a big deal. If the two big guys really fight on Gamma Planet, many people will suffer. Not to mention how much they will lose, they will have no troops to resist when they take advantage of people's difficulties next door. The king and the others also had this concern. We will slowly plan this matter. When Shirtian brings Yi Xiaohua back to the base, we will make a decision. You can rest assured that the king will not watch Miss Yi be taken away by them. Garen told the king's opinion to Su Yaoyun. Su Yaoyun bit on the cigarette and looked down without replying. Galen had originally thought that he wouldn't be able to stop Su Yaoyun. He hadn't expected Su Yaoyun to be so silent. Gradually, he relaxed and went to talk to the king. I'm going out for a while. Su Yaoyun rubbed his fingers together and said indifferently to Galen before walking out the door. Galen thought he had gone out for a while and paid no attention. A few minutes later, his photon computer started flashing. Hearing the message from the king and the others, Galen browsed the star web, his hands shaking. Su Yaoyun also has a star web account, but he has been open for several years and hasn't posted a dynamic yet. But he has nearly 500 million fans on his account. Galen saw Su Yaoyun's first dynamic in his life. If you can get out of Gamma alive, I will lose. Su Yaoyun did not use the forces of Gamma Planet. That was because he had driven his own aircraft and gone there alone. No one can be just angry Su Yaoyun. King plus Shirtian, not either. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign small/say net, wonderful no pop-up window free reading, when Yi Xiaohua was caught on the murdering heaven pirate aircraft, his expression did not change much. Shirtian is telling his subordinates to be careful of the people of Gamma Empire. On the way to speak, he couldn't help looking back and seeing Yi Xiaohua standing leisurely. He was a little surprised. You are not afraid? Shirtian found a more suitable adjective and hooked his lips. I have a lot of courage. He clearly saw from the information that this Grand Master National Treasure level Seal Master has no beast shape and can only be slaughtered if he falls into the hands of others. The people of Gamma Empire are also big-hearted. They dare to let her out alone, otherwise they will not let him pick up the leak. It's not courage, I said. Do you want to leave a word? Yi Xiaohua hands around his chest, tilts his head and looks at Shirtian. Under the light outside the glass, the broken hair blocks a small half of the line of sight, but you can still see the side of the face, cold eyebrows, and eyes. Shirtian has been used to being domineering for so many years. He has never seen anyone who falls into his hands so calm. I have left the words to the people of Gamma Planet. What else do I need to leave? Shirtian smiled wildly, and what he left was the very provocative words that took Yi Xiaohua away on the star net. Yi Xiaohua nodded gently, that's good. What's good? Shirtian was thinking, and suddenly his aircraft was hit by a golden energy. The people of the Murdering Heaven pirate group were all shocked. Before the energy reached them, they turned into beasts and fell from the sky. Madman! Shi Tian turned into an eagle and couldn't believe looking at Su Yaoyun, who was driving the aircraft. There is also Yi Xiaohua, who has no beast shape, but seems to be able to borrow strength in the air, and falls on Su Yaoyun's aircraft. It's just in time. Yi Xiaohua is used to being a seal master these days, and she is wearing a long robe outside. She stretches out a hand to unbutton the robe, and says without looking back, "Do you want to fight?" Su Yaoyun rolled up his sleeves, exposed his wrist, and smiled, "I'm here to fight." 10 minutes later. Yi Xiaohua picked up her coat again, put it on herself slowly, and looked at Shi Tian condescendingly. "Who told you that fighting must have a beast shape? Barbaric." After that, he left the rest to Su Yaoyun to handle. Su Yaoyun immediately contacted Garen through his photon computer. Garen was greeted by the sight of corpses strewn all over the ground. Galen sucked in a deep breath. These two. They really weren't afraid of blowing things up, the AI flashed again. It was the king. After telling the king what had happened, he waved his hand and sent all the galactic pirates on the ground into the galactic prison. Garen couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the former galactic pirate tyrant Shi Tian being captured. "What did you say you were doing?" Su Yaoyun didn't cause any trouble in the past few years. These people probably forgot who was the one who negotiated the negotiation a few years ago. Even if they touched the Gamma Empire, Su Yaoyun wouldn't necessarily care. "But you didn't touch anyone, you just had to touch." Yi Xiaohua. Now the lesson of blood has not only deterred these pirates, but also deterred the neighboring countries that are eyeing Gamma Planet. "That's right, your father is still your father." Galen sighed. He wondered what the spies from the neighboring planets would think if they heard about this. He smiled, and then, in high spirits, began to take charge of the aftermath. People on the Star Net were completely blown up by Su Yaoyun's action. Su Yaoyun has been an influential figure on Gamma Planet since he was born. He has a rare golden dragon blood, and his martial strength is off the charts. When he cleaned up the Murdering Heaven pirate group, he became more famous. But in the next few years, he guarded the disturbance of mania, gradually ignored these things, and did not appear in front of the public. But that doesn't mean he's not strong, and it doesn't mean that a kind of officials on Gamma Planet will despise him. I just didn't expect. This time he appeared in public, and he became stronger again. After Yi Xiaohua returned to school, she continued to study her best energy stone. She was so close to developing a new imprint that could be used on premium energy stones. Regardless of the uproar caused by her outside. When the headmaster saw that Shi Tian ignored the army of Gamma Empire and took Yi Xiaohua away directly on the planet, he was so shocked that he sat on the ground. However, within an hour, someone told him that Yi Xiaohua came back intact. Not only did he come back, but he also went to the library. The headmaster was shocked and immediately came to the library. He was relieved to see Yi Xiaohua drawing something with a charcoal pen. "Are you all right?" There are a lot of materials in the library, but most of them can be seen in the School Star network. Except for a few academic research, you have to come to the library by yourself. The headmaster asked in a low voice. Yi Xiaohua raised his head and didn't answer. A faint voice came from the direction of the door, "It's okay." "But what are you doing here, headmaster? What's your idea?" The headmaster thought, "I'm not asking you, I'm asking Yi," but he didn't have the courage to talk to each other like this. "Ask about Shi Tian," said the headmaster, calming his mood, hinting that the devil can't be provoked, and then smiling, "It's not good for him to do this, is it? I'm afraid there are other people on Gamma Planet." Su Yaoyun didn't speak immediately, just bowed his head and slowly put down his sleeves that were rolled up when he was fighting. Finally, he smiled tiredly, "What do you care about him? I'm here, and he can't get anything." Looking at Su Yaoyun's face, the headmaster secretly grinds his teeth. On the Yi family's side, Cui Yi and others thought that Shi Tian was coming for Yi Shiqing, so they protected Yi Shiqing more. Who could have thought that Yi Xiaohua suddenly came out at this time? Their minds were blank at that time. They didn't even say, "Yi Xiaohua, what are you doing?" The murderous Star Island group didn't even look at Yi Shiqing and took Yi Xiaohua away. Yi father, Yi Qianyu, Cui Yi, they watched Yi Xiaohua follow Shi Tian to the aircraft. And the people of Shi Tian were very polite to Yi Xiaohua. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign small / say net, wonderful no pop-up window free reading, the Yi family didn't dare to say a word. The murderous name of the murderous star pirates is outside. If it's not good, the murderous star pirates will destroy a lot of their Yi family's energy stone vein. They didn't dare to speak until the murderous star pirates left. This what's going on? Yimu murmured. Cui Yi and Yi Fu didn't speak, but both ordered people to investigate the matter. The murderous star pirates are used to being domineering. I'm afraid that they won't have a good face in the face of the king, but now they seem to be very polite to Yi Xiaohua. Cui Yi looked at the sky and the aircraft was getting smaller and smaller. He lowered his head and sent another 3 words on his optical computer, hurry and investigate. The arrival of the murderous Star Island group shocked the Yi family. Fortunately, they left in the end. Although the group didn't understand why they wanted to take Yi Xiaohua away, Yi Shiqing was the most important at the moment. Yi Fu and Cui Yi and others immediately forgot Yi Xiaohua. They rushed to Yi Shiqing's side and invited all the doctors to see Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing has been in a coma for several years. Gamma Empire and the Seal Master Organization value Yi Shiqing very much, so they protect her secretly. Recently, there are signs of life, so they let Yi family carry her back. Yi Fu and the people Cui Yi sent to check Yi Xiaohua's information all replied. Naturally, these people can't find any inside information. At most, they can only find out that Yi Xiaohua goes to school in Gamma College. More, such as spiritual force, and Yi Xiaohua's identity as a seal master, without Su Yaoyun's words, these people are afraid that they can't get it. Yi Fu, who took over Yi Xiaohua's information, had doubts in his eyes. How did she get in? Cui Yi stood by and watched the doctor busy. Hearing this, he also lowered his eyes faintly, and he was very curious about this point. The more curious a person is, the more attention he pays to this person. Cui Yi also has many younger brothers and sisters who go to school in Gamma College. He didn't know that Yi Xiaohua was in Gamma College before. Now that he knows, he will naturally let people inquire about the inside information. These younger brothers and sisters are not vegetarian. He brought back some news for Cui Yi. Cui Yi knew that Yi Xiaohua was a seal master, which made Cui Yi more curious. He heard from Yi father that Yi Xiaohua's spiritual power was not out of the line. But now Yi Xiaohua, who is out of the line in the spiritual force, is not only the sealing master major of Gamma College. According to the younger brother and sister, those teachers all value Yi Xiaohua very much. However, no matter how much Cui Yi tried, he couldn't find out anything. He wanted to get a list of Yi Xiaohua's entrance test, but even if Cui Yi found a lot of people, he couldn't get it. Apart from the mysterious man, Cui Yi is the most powerful seal master on Gamma Planet, with a high status. Originally, he thought that it would be very easy to get Yi Xiaohua's test list, but he didn't expect to spend countless efforts to get it. Yi Shiqing has not woken up, but Cui Yi pays more attention to Yi Xiaohua. Yi Chanyu and Jessie came to find Cui Yi. When they saw Cui Yi flipping through Yi Xiaohua's news on Star Web, their expressions changed. The following week, Yi Chanyu also inquired about Yi Xiaohua's current major. Not only that, but also persuaded Ye's father to let Yi Xiaohua go home and make a good marriage for Yi Xiaohua. In the eyes of Yi Xiaohua before, it was a fantastic marriage. Ye's family all feel better. In order to show sincerity, the housekeeper and Yi Chanyu went to find Yi Xiaohua in person. Hearing their words, Yi Xiaohua directly let them out of the door. The housekeeper looked at Yi Xiaohua's dormitory expressionlessly. I don't know what's good or bad. She never dreamed of such a marriage before. Let's go back, miss. Yi Chanyu also nodded regretfully. They returned to Ye's house. Today, the doctor came to see Yi Shiqing. Cui Yi doesn't come to Ye's house often. He only comes back to Yi Shiqing occasionally. The housekeeper added oil and vinegar to Yi Xiaohua's matter. Ye's father was really angry. Then leave her alone. Cui Yi stood aside, looked at the housekeeper, twisted his eyebrows, but didn't say anything. Ye's father was angry, and the robot housekeeper suddenly came to report that Su Yaoyun was here. The housekeeper and Ye's father's hands trembled, and their eyes widened. Why is His Highness here? Su Yaoyun's weight in the Empire is indescribable. The Empire can do without anyone, but it can't do without him. Although Ye's father has an army in his hands, he and Cui Yi are in the Xianxia class. They don't even have the chance to see Su Yaoyun. Why did the other party come to Ye's house? The group of people were very strange, but they didn't dare to neglect. They all stood up and waited for Su Yaoyun to come in. Su Yaoyun recently went to a neighboring planet to find the energy stone that Yi Xiaohua needed. He hasn't been back for several days. As soon as he came back, he heard Xiao Duo say that Ye's family wanted to force Yi Xiaohua to marry. His whole body is now cold, but at least he still has a trace of reason. He looked at the group of people in fear and trepidation, and his lips pursed. When people were sweating profusely, he lazily opened his mouth. I heard that you have arranged a marriage for Xiaohua. Galen reminded him, he family's third young master, He Qing. Yes, that's He Qing. He's not as handsome as me, his spiritual power is not as high as mine, and he can't fight with me. Su Yaoyun sneered. Who decided? Ye's father didn't expect Su Yaoyun to come for Yi Xiaohua. He quickly said, His Highness doesn't know, but my third daughter doesn't have a beast form, and her spiritual power isn't up to standard. She's a good match with He family's third young master. Su Yaoyun listened to these words, and his heart was wrapped in a ball of fire. He took out a cigarette and tilted his head to look at Galen. What do you think you can compare yourself to her? Galen, take it out and let them have a good look. Galen looked at Ye's father with a speechless expression, then took out a report and politely handed it to Ye's father and others. Chui stood next to Ye's father. His eyes were better, and he saw the contents at a glance. His hand stopped. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign small/say net, wonderful no pop-up window free reading. Yi father felt that his expression was a little strange, and also took a look. This is a test sheet of Gamma College. It's clearly written on it, Yi Xiaohua, spiritual power, 999 plus. 999 plus. Yi father felt that his head was spinning. At first, he couldn't believe it, but before he felt that a series of things that he couldn't understand gradually had a clue. Yi Shiqing's 526 spiritual power made Yi family cure the other party at any cost. At the moment, 999 plus was rejected by himself. Yi father's blood rushed up, puff, and a mouthful of heart blood sprayed out directly. Yi housekeeper didn't pick up the list on the ground until Yi father fainted. The numbers on it were enough to make people fall into the ice cellar. Thinking of what he said to Yi Xiaohua before, Yi housekeeper only felt numb. He knew why Yi Xiaohua wanted to move out of Ye's house. Why when he said that Yi Qianyu's things were earned by himself, Yi Xiaohua's expression was cold and a little impatient. After seeing Ye's house in a mess, Su Yaoyun straightened his clothes and left. Cui Yi knew that his spiritual power was very high when he was very young, and he was accepted as an apprentice by the boss of the SEAL organization. He was called a double talent with Yi Shiqing. He was used to being arrogant since he was a child, and Yi Shiqing was an excellent woman who was as good as him. He never looked at other women. Until Ye's house grew bigger and bigger, Yi Shiqing was involved in the fight and was murdered and unconscious. After knowing Yi Xiaohua's existence, Cui Yi's first reaction was to let someone take her back to the planet. In Ye's house, Cui Yi looked at Yi Shiqing's youngest sister for the first time. The other's eyes are very similar to Yi Shiqing's, but they are different. Compared with Yi Shiqing, Yi Xiaohua's eyes are deeper, brighter, and more attractive. When he heard Yi Xiaohua's robot say that the room on the 3rd floor, Cui Yi sneered in his heart. The robot brought by Yi Xiaohua was not Ye's. How could he know the structure of Ye's house? Yi Xiaohua must have heard it before. After all, it's not the same. Cui Yi was impatient with Yi Xiaohua, and even a little disappointed. No one could think with Yi Shiqing. Since then, he has never cared about her. When Cui Yi knew that the Yi family intended to drive her back, he did not stop it. He was the one who insisted on bringing her here, but in the end, he was the one who ignored her. It was not until Shi Tian appeared that he took Yi Xiaohua away, and then the spectacular scene of Su Yaoyun saving people on the star web rekindled Cui Yi's curiosity about Yi Xiaohua. He originally thought that Su Yaoyun didn't know Yi Xiaohua and that saving Yi Xiaohua was just a task. It wasn't until Su Yaoyun had someone throw the list over that Cui Yi finally understood the reason. Over 1,000 points of mental energy, Cui Yi was at a loss. He unconsciously brushed Yi Xiaohua's news, and didn't even pay much attention to Yi Shiqing when she woke up. Fortunately, he was now focused on the mysterious sealing artist who could produce more than 90% power stones, so he was able to divert some of his attention. Chui was extremely excited when he found out that the mysterious energy stone expert was going to teach in public to improve the utilization rate of energy stones. He dragged Jessie to the place where the Grandmaster was teaching. It was a fine day. He and Jessie saw Yi Xiaohua coming through the crowd and then standing in the center. Chui's heartbeat stopped at that moment. When Yi Xiaohua looked at him, he held his breath. 1 second to remember, 800 mail sign small divided by say net, wonderful no pop-up window free reading. However, Yi Xiaohua just skimmed over his side and did not stop. It was very indifferent, almost exactly the same as the indifferent expression he had when he looked at her before. He can feel the incredible expression on Jessie's face beside him. Chui finally smiled bitterly. Gamma College 2 and 3 things, Gamma College Seal Master Major. In the laboratory, 2 newcomers stood near the door and carefully looked at the woman who was engraving the runes on the energy stone. Is that Teacher Yi? One person whispered. The other person looked at the eye-catching face of the woman sitting at the table, the thin figure, and also replied in a low voice. This face, so casually engraved the runes, the whole star, can you find the second one? Just then, the woman who was engraved with the runes turned sideways, and the hem of the white shirt slipped along the edge of the table. At the same time, the 2 freshmen saw the mark representing the seal master on the shirt lapel. There was also that handsome face. This is the most famous figure in their Gamma College. After the school announced her test results, plus her achievements against the sky 90% utilization of the energy stone, it caused a stir in the star. The eye-catching appearance, the terrible strength, is the object of everyone's discussion. Today, there is a newcomer trying to pursue the flower of jailing, brave, the courage is commendable. Spiritual force 429, but in front of her, I am like a mentally handicapped. Can only be seen from a distance. The robots around her are better than me. Can you understand my despair? It's not easy to ask her for advice once. I accidentally carved a wrong piece. When her eyes swept over, I felt like I was in the South Pole. I love you, and then I love myself. Su Yaoyun felt that these people were an eyesore. Every time he saw the temperature of the whole body dropped several degrees. Xiaohua, have you ever thought about finding a partner? The teacher who cooperated with Yi Xiaohua was also very concerned about the life of his colleagues. Yi family is ambitious. You can't marry into any family before. There must be a follow-up. The teacher also knows Yi Xiaohua's previous situation. Yi family now regrets it. The teacher tutored. Yi Xiaohua carved a top-grade energy stone in her hand and was silent for a long time. Teacher, I have a partner. The teacher was shocked for quite a while. Explosive news. The high mountain flower was too cold. No one in the school dared to pursue this high mountain flower, but if she really found someone, a large number of people would go crazy. Who is he? The teacher stuttered. Yi Xiaohua smiled. The teacher thought of the people who would go to the laboratory whenever they had nothing better to do, and he had an idea. One day, a freshman dared to go to Yi Xiaohua, and then came out dejectedly. The teacher then saw Su Yaoyun's face darken. His aura was extremely violent, and his beast form was faintly discernible. Headmaster, will there be an accident? The teacher was restless. Xiaohua doesn't have a beast form. His Highness can slap her into a meat pie. The principal rolled his eyes. Then go and be the messenger of justice. Sure enough, the teacher ran to the laboratory worriedly. He had just taken a look when the door was slammed shut with a bang. In the laboratory, His Highness, whose beast form was faintly discernible, was putting the high mountain flower on the table, bowing his head and kissing it wantonly. The high mountain flower's slender white hand was still holding an unengraved energy stone. It was obviously a cold white dress, but at this time, the delicate collarbone revealed by the roll revealed a bit of heat. Ding! Complete the main task, the system rewards 3,800 points. Ding! System 009 serves the host, 3,800 points have been received, leaving the world. Digression. Good morning, everyone. Maybe there is one plane, maybe there are 2 planes, at most there are 2 planes left, Or maybe tomorrow I will write the modern plane in short, it's almost over. The outline of the modern plane is more than 10,000 words. I will sort it out tomorrow. I will write it directly. My mood is complicated when I write the outline. Recommended article, Cute Wife in Arms, President Tan Must Control Author, Jia and I. Introduction. At the wedding banquet, Lan Yiqiao held a hostage and successfully destroyed the wedding of her fiancé and mistress. And went to prison again. She thought she would die of old age in prison, but the hostage fished her out. She looked at the hostage inexplicably. Are you returning evil with good? The hostage is called Tan Xiaochuan. He is a man who can make Qingqing earthquake by stamping his feet. Rumor has it that he is a profiteer never makes a loss. She has to go to his house as a slave to offset the debt she owes him. At first, she was reluctant, but a few days later, she was secretly happy. Because her life as a slave was as comfortable as a queen. After she slept all over his big bed, sofa, balcony viewing couch, board, she also slept with him. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign small/say net, wonderful pop-up window free reading. After a moment of dizziness, Yi Xiaohua only heard the voice in her ear. Cousin, you must fight for an opportunity this time. This is a gentle female voice. A sarcastic voice sounded next to her. Still fight for an opportunity. Do you know who arranged with her? Qiao Xiao is now holding you. I have already said that this activity is over. Don't rush to humiliate yourself, you just don't listen. Come on, Gu Ming, can you stop talking? The woman who spoke looked at the boy impatiently. When the two quarreled, Yi Xiaohua was sorting out the memory left by the original owner. Here is also modern, but different from the modern she lives in. It seems to be a parallel space. The original owner Yi Xiaohua was an ordinary college student, because of her face became popular on Weibo, and then she signed a contract with Fighting Tiger Live and became a star of Fighting Tiger Live. Chatting on weekdays, with a face, you can get a lot of rewards. There is a very rich man Qiao Xiao in the live broadcast room. In the last Mid-Autumn Festival event, for the original owner of the ranking in one night, gave the original owner 1 million gifts. The original owner became so famous, and Qiao Xiao also expressed the idea of pursuing the original owner through this time. The original owner's family was also ordinary, and she was stunned by this rich man. She readily agreed and got along with Qiao Xiao for 2 months. She did not live broadcast and waited to marry into the Qiao family. But the original owner's character was ordinary, and there was no talent to show. With a face, Qiao Xiao was tired of 2 months. Just half a month ago, Qiao Xiao broke up with the original owner. Not only did they break up, but also fell in love with another new star show female anchor in Fighting Tiger live broadcast, Yu. Yu is a singing anchor. She also studied music in college. Although she is not as good as a professional singer, she is very good among the female anchors in Fighting Tiger. Qiao Xiao threw away a lot of money and gave her a gift of 4 million yuan. Yu is not bad, because her popularity is comparable to those big anchors. Qiao Xiao is obviously more serious and sensational than the last time, and the whole Fighting Tiger live broadcast was alarmed. It is said that this time Qiao Xiao is serious. The original owner didn't learn anything in college, and relied on her face to maintain her popularity. She left for 2 months because she wanted to marry into a rich family, and now the live broadcast room has no popularity at all. However, she did not know how to do anything else, so she could only shamelessly come back to the live broadcast. She was different from before. Most of the rich people in the live broadcast room had left, and the Fighting Tiger live broadcast would not give her a big recommendation spot. If she wanted a recommendation spot, she could only fight for it herself. The girl who had just spoken was the cousin of the original owner of the body. She had been helping the original owner with the live broadcast matters and was considered the original owner's assistant. Gu Ming was the cousin of the original owner of the body. He came to Sea City to attend university. After hearing about Qiao Xiao's incident, he wanted to beat Qiao Xiao up, but was stopped. Right now, it was time for Fighting Tiger to hold Fighting Tiger song. The big streamers of the Fighting Tiger gaming section would be the host, and the celebrities who signed up would be connected to the microphones of a few other streamers. The performers would be chosen by the big streamers, and each big streamer could only choose 2 people. If they were chosen, they would play games with these big streamers, and if they won first place, they would be able to participate in the official activities of the Fighting Tiger Carnival. Not only that, but there was also an A-list recommendation spot. This was an opportunity for all anchors. There were nearly 100 big and small anchors who signed up, but there were only 6 of them. They were divided into 3 regions. Every time, 2 contestants and the 2 hosts would connect the mic. The cousin of the original owner of the body signed up for the original owner of the body, but she didn't expect to be arranged to play with Yu. When Xianxia came over, it was just the time to play. The cousin saw Xianxia's look of bowing her head and thought that Xianxia was sad. She sighed and then comforted her in a low voice. Master Sui and Starlight are the most popular streamers in the game. As long as one of them chooses you and enters the line, there will be a recommendation spot. It's better than now. Just then, the computer page connected to the mic to invite. Okay, it's your turn. Don't drop the chain. The cousin said while pressing confirm for Xianxia. After Xianxia understood the situation of the original owner, she didn't speak immediately. She just took a look at the live broadcast room of the original owner. The live broadcast only had 8,000 people, and no one left a message on the screen. There were only a few tips on the Zhou tribute list. Yu's song is so beautiful, she was thinking, and a deep male voice came from the headset. I also turned around for you. Xianxia glanced at the computer page. It was Master Sui who spoke. As Master Sui spoke, Starlight didn't want to be left behind. You choose me. I'll take you to win the first place without doing anything. It's definitely the right choice. Yu's live broadcast screen was on the left of Master Sui. Her face was indeed very beautiful. Hearing the words of Master Sui and Starlight, Yu bit her lip and looked confused. What should I do? I admire Master Sui and Brother Starlight very much. It's so hard to choose. In Master Sui's live broadcast room, the number of viewers had reached 1.3 million. The bullet screen was so fast that it was almost impossible to see it clearly. They were all asking Master Sui to quickly take down Yu so that they could have a feast for their eyes and ears. Don't rush. Think about it slowly. Master Sui looked at the bullet screen and said to Yu gently, there's still one more person in this group. After she finishes her performance, you can decide who you want to choose. We're not in a hurry. Starlight also followed and quickly said, yes, Yu. Don't rush. Think about it slowly. Thank you, brothers. Yu smiled at the 2 apologetically. Master Sui quickly said that it was nothing. It's okay, it's okay. Who's next? He didn't know who was next. He just glanced at the bottom left corner of the computer screen and said casually, Huanyan, right? You can start. What talent are you going to perform? After Master Sui and the people in Starlight's live broadcast room saw who the next streamer was, they couldn't help but ridicule him on the bullet screen. Did I see it wrong? Is it that Huanyan? Did she marry into a rich family and come back to live broadcast? She came back yesterday. You guys don't know, right? I'm dying of laughter. The big shots in the live broadcast room are all gone. I feel embarrassed for her. No, what kind of arrangement is this? Huanyan and Yu are in the same group. Is this a public execution? Yes, that's what I'm talking about. The person in charge is really bad. It must have been arranged on purpose. Remember in 1 second, 800 $say net. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window, who gave Huanyan the courage to participate in this competition. I beg her to hurry over. What else is there to look at other than a face? Her cousin secretly switched between Master Sui's and Asterism's live streaming channel on her phone. Looking at these annoying comments, she couldn't even breathe. At the moment, he also regretted signing up for Xianxia. Master Sui and the people in the Starlight live room didn't scold enough in their live room. They also ran to Xianxia's live room to mock them. When the cousin saw the sarcastic words on the bullet screen, she couldn't help but look at Xianxia worriedly. When she found that Xianxia still had a faint expression on her face, she was relieved. Xianxia opened the live broadcast according to the memory of the original owner. Under the high-definition beauty camera, her face was too good at fighting. She didn't turn on the live camera before, so Master Sui and Starlight only had Yi Xiaohua's small black frame. Both Lord Sui and Asterism enlarged Yo-Yo's screen and shrunk Huan Yan's screen by a lot. After all, there was no one who didn't like beauties. Even though everyone knew that Yo-Yo had Qiao Xiao, the nouveau riche, it didn't stop them from admiring her. At present, Yi Xiaohua turns on the camera. When Zhang Qingyan's face appears, the bullet screen in the live broadcast room stops for a moment. Both Lord Sui and Astral Edge were stunned for a moment. The casual attitude of the two people also disappeared in an instant. Master Sui was the first to speak. He calmly turned up Yi Xiaohua's screen. Huan Yan, right? Do you know how to play King of Glory? Yi Xiaohua nodded. Not bad. Then what position do you usually play? Master Sui's expression brightened. Originally, I wanted to say anything, but think of the level of the original owner, and now girls often play Yi Xiaohua low-key opening, Mage Archer. That's what girls do. Master Sui nodded. So, what talent did you bring today? Let's sing. The original owner didn't know anything, so he chose to sing. The two male anchors immediately let Yi Xiaohua sing. Yi Xiaohua put one hand on the computer table and held the mouse casually to turn the accompaniment. Her cousin placed a glass of water beside her hand. The accompaniment sounded in both live streaming channels. I've never heard of the Hua yearly meeting singing. There won't be a car accident, right? He actually dared to sing in front of Yu. Do you know that Yu graduated from the Academy of Music? Maybe he's not convinced. Forget it, I'll go to Yu's live broadcast room to listen to her sing. There's nothing to see here. After Lord Sui told Astral Light to let Yu consider it, Yu turned off her mic and left it to the next contestant. However, she still had a mic in her own live broadcast room. She was singing and chatting in her live broadcast room. When these barrage passed, Yi Xiaohua had already spoken. The original owner of the body had never learned music, so the song that her cousin had chosen for her was not too difficult. It was also a very popular song on the internet recently. Yi Xiaohua looked at the lyrics while lowering her voice and singing slowly. When Master Sui, who was about to smoke, heard Yi Xiaohua's voice, he subconsciously put down his hand. Then, he stared at Yi Xiaohua's screen on the computer that he could enlarge. Astral Light had the same expression as Master Sui. What was even more surprising were the fans who were still in the two live streaming channels. The mocking comments on the bullet screen stopped for a moment. Then, the brushing became even more violent. Ah, this sound is beautiful. Who said that Huan Yan can't sing? Whoever said that, come out and get beaten up. What happened to being hung up and beaten by Yu? No, Master Sui, you must choose Miss Huan Yan today. You must turn around, you must turn around. You can play games, sing, and look good. Yi Xiaohua's song lasted 5 minutes. Before Yu appeared, Qiao Xiao refreshed Master Sui's and Astral Light's live broadcast room. Both live broadcast rooms had more than 1 million viewers. After Yu's performance, her popularity had already begun to drop. However, after Yi Xiaohua finished singing, the popularity of Master Sui's live broadcast room had already reached 2 million. Master Sui took a deep breath. His eyes were glued to Yi Xiaohua's video on the screen. He smiled. I came to Fighting Tiger, and this is the second time I've broken through 2 million viewers. I'll turn around for Huan Yan. When Astral Light heard Master Sui's words, he couldn't help but look at Master Sui in surprise. His live broadcast room was asking him to turn around, but Astral Light pretended not to see it. Without two people turning around, Yi Xiaohua was naturally assigned to Master Sui's team. After that, Yu also chose Master Sui, but Yi Xiaohua didn't pay attention to it. Master Sui gently told her to train with them tomorrow afternoon. Only then did he reluctantly cut off the microphone and made an appointment with the next group. After returning to the live broadcast room, Yi Xiaohua found that the popularity had increased from 8,000 to 40,000. She smiled lazily, one hand still on the table. I'm too tired today. I'll broadcast for you tomorrow. After saying that, she cut off the live broadcast while the group was reluctant to part. Her cousin said excitedly, Xiaohua, did you know that your subscription increased by more than 10,000? Yi Xiaohua looked at the main page of her live broadcast. The number of subscriptions on it was 214,758. She smiled and didn't pay much attention to it. Let's take advantage of this opportunity to practice King of Glory, the cousin said and asked Gu Ming to get the phone. Gu Ming will teach you. On Master Sui's side, after he and Astral Light had selected all 17 groups of people, more than 10 hours had passed. He agreed to play the mock competition tomorrow and ended the live broadcast. After ending the live broadcast, the little assistant beside him couldn't help but complain, Master Sui, why did you choose Huanyan? Remember in 1 second, 800 $say net there was no pop-up window for free reading. Master Sui was different from other game streamers. He was more focused on the game and didn't know what happened at Fighting Tiger. Hearing this, he asked casually, what's wrong? Fighting Tiger was the most popular streaming platform, and Fighting Tiger's gaming section was also the most popular. Big streamers not only developed their fans, but they also had to manage the peripherals and so on. They needed assistants to take care of everything, so basically all famous streamers had an assistant by their side. The assistant whispered, you don't know, Xiao Xiao is Huan Yan's previous sugar daddy. But he didn't look at Huan Yan. She graduated from a third-rate university and thought she could marry into a rich family. She hasn't streamed for 2 months. After Xiao Xiao dumped her, she turned to flatter Yu. In short, Huan Yan has a lot of black marks. Choosing her might backfire. Xiao Xiao? Master Sui tutade, I don't think Yu can compare to Huan Yan in terms of looks or talent. What do you know about the thoughts of a rich second generation? The assistant shook his head and sighed, I heard from the grapevine that Xiao Xiao and Yu met when they played Honor of Kings. Yu knows how to play Honor of Kings, but Huan Yan. The bullet screen just said that she didn't even download Honor of Kings. Looking at Master Sui's silent face, the assistant wasn't in a good mood. I know you're with Starlight, the #1 in mobile games. This event is too important for you. If you get first place, you'll get a lot of resources. Starlight is very serious. They didn't choose Huan Yan at all. They chose 2 people who can play Honor of Kings. Don't say that. It's not like we haven't played with weaker fans before. What if Huan Yan is talented? Master Sui said calmly, knowing that it was too late to regret. The assistant thought about it and could only find joy in bitterness. I hope Huan Yan is talented. Although that was what he said, the assistant knew that it was just wishful thinking. He could only hope that Huan Yan wasn't too bad. Yi Xiaohua didn't know about the conversation between Master Sui and her assistant. When Gu Ming held Yi Xiaohua in silence, he downloaded Honor of Kings for her. Logging into Yi Xiaohua's account, he found that she was logging in for the first time, so he gave her a novice guide. After that, without saying a word, he logged into his Alipay and recharged Yi Xiaohua's account with 1,000 yuan and bought the hero and skin. He began to tell Yi Xiaohua how to play the game. Of course, Yi Xiaohua knew how to play this game, and she could play it well. However, the original owner had never played it before, so she listened to Gu Ming patiently. The cousin on one side was talking to someone on the phone. When she saw Yi Xiaohua talking to Gu Ming, she lowered her voice. However, after a while, he couldn't help but raise his voice. Didn't we agree last time? You can change your mind at the last minute? Yi Xiaohua's ears were very sharp. She had already heard most of it. She couldn't help but look up at her cousin. The cousin hung up the phone with a bad face. When she turned around and saw Yi Xiaohua, she couldn't help but laugh dryly. Just now, the management of Fighting Tiger said that your monthly Star Show touchscreen recommendation may be gone. The original owner was also popular 2 months ago. She signed a contract with the platform, and the contract clearly stated that she would be promoted from this touchscreen every month. There were many Fighting Tiger anchors, and the resources were limited. The big boss of the original owner's live broadcast room had left, and the traffic was not high. She was now in a state of exile, so Fighting Tiger's live broadcast naturally wouldn't support her anymore. Thinking of this, the cousin looked at Yi Xiaohua with a somewhat evasive gaze. It's okay, I'll contact the executives again. Remember in 1 second, 800 $say net this is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. Don't force it. Yi Xiaohua smiled lightly. When my cousin saw her like this, she also smiled bitterly. Xiaohua is in an awkward position now. Because of Qiu Xiao, there was no lack of haters in the live streaming room who mocked him. Yes, you and Gu Ming should play the game well. Try not to be a burden to Master Sui. With Master Sui's care in the future, you won't be too bad. As he spoke, he waved his hand and walked out the door. Then, he let out a long sigh. Yi Xiaohua didn't know what to say. She looked at her cousin who had just satirized her. Now he bowed his head to buy her heroes and adjust runes. I'll lead you in a fight first, Gu Ming said in a low voice. Yi Xiaohua waved her hand. No, it's almost 9 o'clock today. You have classes tomorrow morning. Go back early. I will study with the human machine in the evening. After Gu Ming leaves, Yi Xiaohua, who said that she would study with the human machine, throws her mobile phone aside. The next day, Yi Xiaohua got up very early. She did not turn on the livestream. Instead, she asked her cousin to adjust the projector for her. This was because he would be spending the next week playing games. After training with Master Sui this afternoon, she would be in Master Sui's team every day to compete against the other 6 teams for points. The team with the highest number of points wins. Yi Xiaohua is ready to throw the game on the live broadcast, and her head is put in the corner, just like other ordinary game anchors. Her cousin was afraid that she would die in the game. At first, she didn't agree, but she couldn't persuade Yi Xiaohua, and finally agreed. At 2:50 in the afternoon, Yi Xiaohua opened the live broadcast, and sparse people began to come in. At 3 o'clock, he connected the mic with Master Sui. On Master Sui's side, there were only 2 celebrity streamers, Yu and her. The other 2 streamers were small streamers in King of Glory, but they were both at the King of Glory rank. With 3 people leading 2 against 5, Master Sui and the other 3 were all Glory Kings. Yu was also a diamond. Only Yi Xiaohua is bronze. Such a strange combination naturally couldn't be ranked, so the 5 of them could only match. Yi Xiaohua ranked last. Since it wasn't ranked or competitive mode, there wasn't a page that banned heroes after entering. Master Sui was the first to choose a jungler position, which was Li Bai. As for the other 2 small-time streamers, one of them took the support bridge to assist Li Bai, while the other took the archer to play. Only the middle lane was left. Yu only knows how to play in the middle lane. Yu, take dodgy and play in the middle lane, the streamer said. Master Sui suddenly thought of something. Huan Yan only knows the mid lane and bottom lane. Why don't both of you pick the mage? One of you can go to the top lane and the other to the middle lane. Both of you can play dirty. Anyway, no matter what you choose, it will help you win. Next, Huan Yan can try playing the support role. 3 kings were playing a random game with a girl. Moreover, one of the girls was a diamond. It wouldn't be too difficult. It's better for Yu to play the middle lane. Huan Yan, you choose a meat on the top lane and hide under the tower. Be a little wretched. Little Anchor 2 thought of Yi Xiaohua and Yu's positions and said, Huan Yan, you just need to protect us from damage. Mage damage is still very important. Compared with Yi Xiaohua, they still believe in Yu. Most importantly, Yu is more popular than Yi Xiaohua. Huan Yan, do you think it's okay? Yu was in her own broadcasting room. She was only 21 years old this year and only started broadcasting this month. Because of her relationship with Qiu Xiao, she had more than 200,000 fans in less than a month. The popularity of the broadcasting room was 300,000 to 400,000. She always showed off and satirized Yi Xiaohua intentionally or unintentionally. Digression, I've decided to write something sweet for you guys before writing about reality. I sorted out the outline yesterday, but I still feel sad reading it. Oh, remember in 1 second, 800 !say net. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. Yi Xiaohua did not say anything. She chose Hua Mulan from the warrior category for a long time and locked in. Hua Mulan was a hero that required a lot of individual skill. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua had chosen Hua Mulan, the host 1 and host 2 wanted to say something, but in the end, they did not say it out of consideration for Yi Xiaohua's face. When Yu saw that he ignored her, she was not angry. She did not listen to Master Sui's words and chose dodgy. Instead, she chose Diao Chan to take the middle road. Diao Chan's mechanics were good and she was a hero that could be showcased. Yu deliberately wanted to play Diao Chan in front of Yi Xiaohua and Master Sui to show off her operation. Sure enough, Master Sui and the two male streamers were surprised to see Yu playing Diao Chan. The streamer who was playing support gave instructions and even told Yu to be careful in the middle lane. As soon as the game started, the assassin, Luna, started typing. Li Bai is an orphan. F*CK, is the other side sick? The host couldn't help but say. As a gaming streamer, how could he not have haters? Master Sui was very calm. It's fine, just ignore him. On the other hand, Yu also typed a line of words, why are you scolding people out of nowhere? So what if he's an orphan? Holy sh*t. Yi Xiaohua twisted her eyebrows. She was clearing the troops on the road. She came to the blue field area directly before she finished clearing. As expected, before she arrived, 5 people on the opposite side came directly to the blue field. First blood, double kill. As soon as Yi Xiaohua approached the jungle, she saw 4 people protecting Luna and taking away the heads of Master Sui and the anchor Yudakyo. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room instantly turned gloomy. Master Sui did not expect his haters to be matched against him. He also did not expect that the opposing team would have the awareness to start the game with a counter-jungler. The opposing team had 5 people in a group. At level 1, there was no way they could beat them in a 2v5. At this moment, Li Bai started to taunt him again. Noob, you think you can be a streamer? I'll beat you until you call me daddy. Since the other side had turned the tables in the early stages of the game, Luna had given all the economic resources to Master Sui. Master Sui's side was very passive and had no chance to capture anyone. When Master Sui was caught squatting in the bushes, Yi Xiaohua finally opened her mouth, they peep. Master Sui and the others also realized this point. In the beginning, Master Sui and the other 2 were full of confidence. However, every time they thought about the 5 Smurfs of King of Glory sniping at them, their confidence would explode. On the other side, Zhang Fei was protecting Luna. Luna had already taken 7 kills. Naturally, they knew that Yi Xiaohua's team only needed to target Li Bai and the archer. The top lane, Hua Mulan, was not a threat at all. Therefore, they did not care about the top lane at all. They kept pressing down on the bottom lane and the middle lane. The mid and bottom lanes were only left with high ground towers. Yi Xiaohua pushed the first tower and the second tower on the road. She didn't miss a soldier. She also ate the river crab and the opposite side was too lazy to fight in the red wild area. The other side had already taken 15 kills, while on their side, only Master Sui had taken 2 kills. Yi Xiaohua and the bridge led the line outside. The opposite side had been targeting Li Bai and the archer. There was no constraint on Yi Xiaohua. In the middle and late stages, Yi Xiaohua was already a god. Legendary. On the other side, Luna directly leapt over the tower and killed Diao Chan. Yo-Yo did not have a single kill on her. She gritted her teeth and said, Huanyan, what the hell are you doing? Why aren't you joining the team even once? At this time, even if the bridge led the line, it was not suitable. Master Sui and the other 2 were guarding the tower. The opposite side seemed to be purposely trying to embarrass the 3 of them. They directly crossed the tower to kill. Quadra-kill. Luna directly got a quadra-kill. Orphan, you can't do it. I beat you up just like that. I'll beat you up every time I see you in the future. Master Sui's screen in the live broadcast also started to change. Even the host in a random game was beaten like this. Noob. The opposite Luna's quality is too low. Master Sui was suppressed too much in the early stages. There's no other way. A noob is a noob. Fans should stop finding excuses for Master Sui. Master Sui looked at the darkened screen. The opposite Luna seemed to be mocking him. She sneered in front of his game corpse. He pinched his fingers. It was not that he had not encountered anti-fans in the past. However, it was the first time that someone pointed at his nose and scolded him as an orphan. He was pressed against the crystal door and ridiculed like this. It was undeniable that he was affected. However, this was a live broadcast. He could not open his mouth to change the rhythm. There were still 36 seconds left in the revival time. The opposing side's line had arrived. All 5 of them were still alive. Yi Xiaohua was the only one left on their side. Huanyan, can you join the group or not? Yu Yu complained to Yi Xiaohua. Why do you stay on the top lane every time there's a fight? Yu Yu opened her mouth. The viewers in the various live broadcast rooms were also stirred up. Master Sui can't carry him. Who told them to have an orphan actor on their side? Huanyan? The small host who was dumped by brother Qiao Shao after stopping for 2 months. Please, Master Sui. Please don't carry Huanyan. This orphan's mother is here to play you. Yi Xiaohua's cousin did not appear in the camera. However, she sat by the side and watched Yi Xiaohua's live broadcast on her phone. Seeing the contents of the bullet screen, she felt suffocated. Surrender, Master Sui? The host was also annoyed. Master Sui knew that he would only be insulted by the opposite side. Looking at the word surrender, he could not press it no matter what. Out of sight, out of mind. He placed his phone on the table and waited for the opposite side to destroy their crystal. However, at this moment, Yi Xiaohua, who had been on the top lane, passed through the jungle and broke a wave of minions in the middle lane. The 5 opposing side reacted. They immediately went to catch Yi Xiaohua. Luna used an ultimate skill and flew over. Yi Xiaohua expressionlessly dodged Luna's ultimate skill and let Luna break it. Then, she used silence in a second. At this moment, the opposite side also rushed over to support. Yi Xiaohua chewed her gum expressionlessly. After killing the opposing Luna, she instantly changed to a resurrection armor. Then, she killed the opposing archer. 2 seconds after her death, the resurrection armor instantly changed to a radiant moon. After eating a set of skills from the opposing sorcerer, the radiant moon instantly changed to a famous sword. Double kill. Double kill, she directly killed the opposing sorcerer. Triple kill. Triple kill, Cao Cao and Zhang Fei were left on the opposite side. Cao Cao had the advantage in the early stages and was more arrogant. He bought a full output equipment. In front of Hua Mulan, this kind of fragile skin was like a little brother. 800 mail sign small divided by talk net, wonderful pop-up window free reading, she didn't even blink as she took another head. Quadrukill. Quadrukill, in the end, there was only Zhang Fei left. Zhang Fei had taken a lot of damage before, and now he only had a quarter of his HP left. Pentakill. Pentakill, aced. Team wiped out. Yi Xiaohua was the only living person left in the entire King's Canyon. Yi Xiaohua tilted her head and took off her headphones. She reached for the cup and spat out the gum she had been chewing for a long time. She wanted to drink water, but she found that the water was finished. She put down the cup and began to type slowly on the phone page. At this time, the audience in Master Sui's, Yu Yu's, and the other 2 live streamers all saw 2 words slowly appear on the game interface. Huanyan, Hua Mulan, is it cool? The bullet screen in the 5 live streaming rooms was stunned for a second, then exploded instantly. F***ck, awesome. So handsome that I'm crying. Who else? Who else? This is so F***king satisfying. Huanyan is awesome. 666666, why isn't the dog Luna talking? Continue? Huh? The 5 people on the other side didn't dare to fart. The big boss in Master Sui's live streaming room directly threw 1,000 yuan submarine in Yi Xiaohua's live streaming room. The popularity of Yi Xiaohua's live streaming room directly jumped to 200,000. In Yu Yu's live streaming room, Yu Yu pursed her lips and lowered her head without saying anything. Night God, are you watching the live stream? At the Tiger streaming base, the members of the death team saw that Yi Gui didn't turn on the live stream, nor did he train. He was just watching the live stream, so he couldn't help but come over and ask. Yi Gui, real name Xianxia, a domestic esports star member, served as a jungler in the death team. He played professional games for 3 years and won 3 big and small championships for 3 years. The other teams were terrified. Tiger Streaming spent a lot of money to sign a live streaming contract with their team. Everyone knew that Tiger Streaming was mainly for Yi Gui. Xianxia was undoubtedly the big brother of Tiger Streaming. Not to mention his skills, just his appearance could attract a group of face dogs. There were countless girlfriend fans and wife fans. At this time, he was looking down at the live streaming screen on his phone. The girl was putting down her phone and stood up to fetch water. After watching for a while, he turned off the live stream and turned on his computer. Let's play 5. I still have 20 hours of live streaming time left this month. Young master, you finally know that you're going to stream. Do you know that your girlfriend fans are going to blow up our team's official site? The Death Club's captain was gratified. Xianxia ignored him and directly started a live broadcast. As soon as the live broadcast started, a large number of people flooded in. Ah. My husband is finally here. Hubby, say something. There's a head. I'm content. There's actually a head today. 5 rows? Why aren't you playing ranked? Are you playing matchmaking? When Xianxia was waiting for the match, he glanced at the bullet screen. When he saw "Why don't you play ranked," his hand paused. Master Sui and the others thought that Xiaohua's destiny hero was Hua Mulan. Hence, they spent the entire afternoon practicing Hua Mulan. After fighting for the entire afternoon, Xiaohua performed very well in every match. He did not die even once. After this game, we will stop here today. Anyway, we have Xiaohua. Playing other teams is bullying people. Master Sui smiled. The other 2 streamers also laughed. Yo-Yo forced a smile as well, but there was no smile in her eyes. After choosing the hero, they entered the loading page. They also saw the opponent's name. Master Sui was stunned for a moment. God Yi? F***ck, we met a professional team. The streamer was so excited that he did not know what to say for a long time. F***ck, it's really Night God. I just went to his live broadcast room to watch. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room instantly became lively. Yo-Yo, who did not speak at first, was also stunned for a moment. Although she was not a game streamer, she played Honor of Kings and naturally knew who Night Gue was. As soon as she entered the game, Yo-Yo immediately typed a sentence. Yo-Yo, Diao-chan, Night God, is that really you? However, Night Gue did not answer. Instead, it was his teammate, Gue Guzi, who helped Night Gue return to Yo-Yo. The original owner had no concept of the game. Xiaohua did not find any memories of Night Gue and did not care. She only controlled Hua Mulan to develop peacefully on the road. After all, a professional team was a professional team. In the first wave of team battles in the early stages, Master Sui and the archer were directly killed. Night Gue then took Diao Chan's head. The opposing support was very good at playing. After Xiaohua went around and killed the archer, she came out of the thousands of troops with only a sliver of health left. Night Gue played Xianxia and had a blue buff on him. Xiaohua could not run at all with 3 displacements. One flat attack and Xiaohua was immediately GG. She was too lazy to struggle and waited for Xianxia to take her head. However, she did not expect Xianxia to stop beside her. Xiaohua thought that the opponent was stuck, so she controlled Hua Mulan to go to the top lane to retreat. Xianxia, who had stopped beside her, followed her from the bottom lane to the top lane and walked around Honor of Kings Canyon. In Xianxia's live broadcast room. Am I being cheated on? Why didn't Night God kill her? The opposing Miss Hua Mulan is Huan Yin. I watched her live broadcast all afternoon. She's very good. From the enemy's perspective, Miss Huan Yin's Hua Mulan is really good. She can escape with only a sliver of health in a 1v2 against a professional player. That's too good. But what's wrong with you, hubby? Someone wake me up. I actually think that Hua Mulan and Xianxia are quite compatible. At the same time, the death mage, Xiao, said, "Boss, why don't you attack Hua Mulan? Let me do it." He hopped over to take Xiaohua's head. However, he did not expect Xiaohua to play silence in the next second. She took a kill with only a sliver of health, killing spree. Killing spree. Remember in 1 second, 800 $say net. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. The enemy didn't know why, but when they saw that Mulan's HP was low, they stopped killing her. Xiao directly said, "Mulan is amazing. Add me as a friend?" On Xiaohua's side, Master Sui and the others were stunned by Yigue's mysterious actions. Huanyan, do you know Yigue? I don't know her. Then why didn't he kill you? Master Sui was curious. Ask him. Although Yi Xiaohua's skills are good, she is not afraid of one-on-one, but against a professional team, it is not only a person, but also needs to cooperate with teammates. The 5 of them were all amateurs. Yo-Yo's sorcerer had been killed by Knight Gue before they could even form a team. There was no way they could fight in a team battle. Unsurprisingly, he lost the last round. Yi Xiaohua quit the game. When he raised his head again, he realized that the number of viewers in the livestream had reached 500,000. Most of them came from Night Return's livestream. Miss, are you very familiar with the Night God? Yi Xiaohua drank a mouthful of water and lightly said, I don't know. She opened the friend request. Yi Gue, who she didn't know, sent a friend request. Yi Xiaohua, pfft. That's a slap in the face. After 4 or 5 hours of live broadcast, Yi Xiaohua was also tired. After agreeing, she turned off the live broadcast directly. When he stood up again, he saw his cousin's enlarged face. Xiaohua, when did you know? My cousin was so excited that she was incoherent. Yi Xiaohua pressed her temple. I don't know, I'm not familiar, I don't know. Any other questions? Her cousin shook her head in confusion. Yi Xiaohua leaned over her and went to the water dispenser to pour a cup of water. As the largest live streaming platform, Tiger Streaming's internal contracted live streamers all had fixed residences. Yi Xiaohua is broadcasting live on the 15th floor of the Tiger Live building. Big streamers like Master Sui and the others weren't on the same level as her. Some of the more famous streamers lived in their own houses. The houses provided by Tiger Streaming weren't very convenient, and the real big streamers weren't willing to live there. At the same time, Yu logged off the livestream. However, her expression was not very good. Originally, she didn't care about Yi Xiaohua. Being in a team with Yi Xiaohua would only make her better. Furthermore, her popularity would only get higher and higher. After all, her gaming skills were considered to be the best among the Xianxia streamers. Unexpectedly, in just one afternoon, her popularity not only did not rise, but also fell. She went to Yi Xiaohua's live broadcast room to take a look, and unexpectedly found the name of her local tyrant on the Zhougong list of the other party's live broadcast room. There were even members of Death Squad. One could imagine how shocked and astonished Lan Yu was when she saw this scene. In the beginning, she only regarded Yi Xiaohua as her defeated opponent. Xiao Xiao was an example. Moreover, half a month ago, Yi Xiaohua was clearly in a difficult situation. It was not like this at all. Team Death has always been cold and aloof, especially Night God. Is he supporting Huan Yan? Yo-Yo's assistant said in a low voice, if Night Goddess is supporting Han Yan, then Hoshi's #1 sister can still recommend him. There had long been a rumor on the internet that Night God could only focus on gaming, because if he didn't, he would have to go home and inherit his fortune. Although no one was able to dig out his identity, from the way he dressed, it was clear that he was not from an ordinary family. Yo-Yo didn't believe that Night God would have any thoughts about Yi Xiaohua, but in today's last game, Night God's state was indeed different from before. Seeing Yo-Yo's dark expression, the assistant immediately remedied, Han Yan only knows how to play games. After all, we are Xianxia streamers. How about this, I'll get someone to bring your piano over tonight. You can play the piano and draw on the livestream, and show off your talent. Remember in 1 second, 800 $say net. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. Nowadays, most of the celebrity hosts are just hooligans. Even when they sing, they are tone deaf. Someone like you who is talented and cultured is very unique. The assistant seriously suggested, recently, I have also been discussing with Brother Qiao Xiao to package you into a different anchor. That way, even if the Night God praises Yi Xiaohua again, you will not be affected. Does the Tiger Live broadcast not make money? The assistant said a lot and even flipped through the documents on his phone for Yu to see. Yo-Yo calmed herself down and said, alright, let's go with your plan. As long as you know what you're doing. Also, someone like Night God has seen countless people. Why would he get serious with a small-time streamer? The assistant comforted him. Yi Xiaohua takes a break and talks with Gu Ming. Finally, they entered the game to play ranked matches. She turned on the livestream. This time, she did not tag herself as a celebrity, but as a game. His cousin was dumbfounded by the sight. Yi Xiaohua live broadcast from bronze all the way to Xingyao. They were all using Hua Mulan. Every battle was a bloody massacre. Without such a beautiful and powerful female anchor, Yi Xiaohua's popularity was in the game of diamond crossing star brilliance. Her 4 teammates sent heads wildly. After she got 3 pentakills, she once directly exceeded 1 million. As soon as she arrived at Xingyao, Xiao, who was on the opposite side, invited her to play ranked in the afternoon. Yi Xiaohua hands quickly go in, only to find that it is 3 rows, and the other person is knight. Yi Gui didn't open a live broadcast this time, but when his fans knew that he was actually in the 3rd row with Yi Xiaohua, they all rushed to Yi Xiaohua's live broadcast room. In one afternoon, Yi Xiaohua's fans directly increased by 190,000. He already had 400,000 followers. After playing with them for 3 rows, Yi Xiaohua realized how important it was to have teammates who could play. The mid and top jungles were combined, and the opposing mid and top jungles were all destroyed. There was no one left in the jungles. The average game time was less than 7 minutes, and the bullet screen was calling it terrifying. After playing for a night, the 3 of them successfully exchanged WeChat messages. Yi Xiaohua rested for 1 night and did not open the live broadcast the next morning. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they teamed up with Master Sui for a competition. The first team encountered Astral Edge. The 2 female streamers in the Asterism group were quite good at playing. In the first sentence, Yi Xiaohua took Hua Mulan and directly destroyed the top lane of the opposing team. She won in 10 minutes and became the MVP of the game. Yu played Diao Chan, and her score was 175. Starlight, who was broadcasting live on the opposite side, was shocked for a long time. He didn't expect that Yi Xiaohua's Mulan would be so good. In the second round, Astral Light directly trapped Mulan. Do you know any other heroes? Master Sui had forgotten that there was such a thing as a banned hero. Yi Xiaohua thought about it. Kai will be the top single. Master Sui had already chosen his hero. He was afraid that the other side would also choose Kai, so he asked Yu to choose Kai. Yu chose Kai. Yi Xiaohua was in the last seat, and then took a Diao Chan as usual, ready to exchange Kai with Yu. At the end of the adjustment and exchange of heroes, Yi Xiaohua clicked on the exchange position behind Yu. However, the other party did not trade Kai with her. Yi Xiaohua twisted her eyebrows. After entering the game, Long Yu's apologetic voice could be heard. Sorry, I went to the toilet. I didn't expect him to choose his champions so quickly. I didn't have time to exchange champions with Huan Yin. Lord Sui and the others didn't blame Yu. They just said worriedly, it's fine. It's not your fault. Huan Yin, do you know how to play Diao Chan? Diao Chan was a hero that didn't know how to play. Yu did not want to switch heroes on purpose. When she saw Yi Xiaohua using Hua Mulan to steal the limelight, she felt uncomfortable. Hence, she made Yi Xiaohua use Diao Chan to make a fool of herself. However, looking at the game interface of Diao Chan, Yi Xiaohua directly happy, leisurely, it's okay, just SOSO. Master Sui and the rest thought that Hua Mulan was Yi Xiaohua's hero. In fact, Yi Xiaohua's destiny hero was an assassin. Warriors like Hua Mulan and Kai could still take a breather. However, if she got Diao Chan, an assassin hero, then the opponent would basically not have to play anymore. Yu, who was waiting for Yi Xiaohua to make a fool of herself, doesn't know. The person in front of her was the #1 assassin who had swept through the national and Korean servers. Out of topic, good morning, everyone. Remember in 1 second, 800 $say net. This is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. In Asterism's livestream room, he already knew that Huan Yan's top lane was invincible before the match. He knew that Huan Yan's Hua Mulan was very powerful, but he did not expect her to be this powerful. She was completely defeated by Huan Yan in the first round. Therefore, he banned Hua Mulan. When he saw that his opponent had chosen Kai, he thought that it would be Huan Yan. However, when he entered the game, he saw that Huan Yan had chosen Diao Chan. Astral Radiance had been in the Fighting Tiger livestream for many years, but its popularity had always been tepid. This time, he had received insider news from the higher-ups that the Fighting Tiger livestream was going to develop a few high-quality livestreamers. This was an opportunity that Astral Radiance would never let go of. The day before yesterday, during the selection, the livestream viewers were spamming him to compete with Master Sui for the year of Hualien. Astral Light knew that with his popularity, even if he had asked, Huan Yan might not have chosen Master Sui. However, he wanted to win. He wanted to win. He didn't care how the screen kept scrolling. Therefore, when he saw the bullet screen saying that Huan Yan and Yo-Yo had forgotten to switch heroes, he pretended not to see it. He controlled Gong Sunli, and after he was done with his mana, he went straight to the red zone. Diao Chan and Guy were no longer a threat, so he had to deal with Master Sui's mark. Yi Xiaohua sighed. The game began. Master Sui chose Ma Ku to play in the wild. Ma Ku doesn't need blue. When he opens it, Yi Xiaohua adds a skill and says directly, "Give me blue." The difference between Diao Chan with mana and Diao Chan without mana was like heaven and earth. Master Sui didn't know if Yi Xiaohua knew Diao Chan originally. He didn't intend to give her mana because in the previous few games, Yu played Diao Chan so badly that she never asked for mana. However, when Yi Xiaohua opened her mouth, Master Sui also nodded. "Okay, you take the blue." Ma Ku went to the blue area to help Yi Xiaohua hit the blue area. The remaining drop of blood was taken away by Yi Xiaohua with one skill. After returning to the middle road and collecting the soldier line, Yi Xiaohua directly rose 2 levels. She pointed 2 skills. At this time, Mark had already gone to the red zone. The red buff was very important to Ma Ku. In the early stages of the game, Ma Ku needed to develop. Astral Light had also grasped this point and had been waiting for Ma Ku in the red zone. Master Sui did not expect the other party to come over with 4 people to fight back. He assisted Tai to explore the bushes and was stopped by Xiaohodun. "Hurry up and leave. Sell me out." The host immediately told Master Sui to retreat. Master Sui knew the severity of the situation. Marco Polo wasn't injured in the early stages. Old Master, who was at the bottom lane, had originally planned to protect the red zone, but after hearing the support's words, he returned to the bottom of the tower and continued to develop wretchedly. The streamer was already prepared to die. Being surrounded by 4 people in the red zone, it was hard to escape even if he had wings. "I can still fight." The host didn't want to waste any of his time. At this moment, a clear voice rang in his ear. This was Huan Yan's voice. Unlike Yu, Huan Yan rarely spoke when he was playing with them. He would either silently lead them to victory or defeat them in silence. But her voice was very recognizable. The host was taken aback. "What? Flash to me." Yi Xiaohua licked her lips. It is reasonable to say that the anchor has given up struggling, and he does not want to waste the flash, but Yi Xiaohua's voice is too convincing. After all, the anchor is in the King's division. The state is here. He sees the direction of Yi Xiaohua on the small map and immediately flashes over. Lord Sui froze for a moment. The bullet screen was also spammed crazily. What is Huan Yan doing? Is she rushing over to give up her life? Obviously, she only needs to sacrifice one support. Is she afraid that Gong Sunli is not developed enough? Huan Yan's Hua Mulan is really showing off, but her other heroes are too weak, and her awareness is not good. The opponent has already taken the red zone, and there is also Xianxia's level suppression. Didn't you see Lord Sui going back to heal? Hurry up and surrender, trash. You still want to fight? Start the next round. Don't you know that the opponent is the national server Gong Sunli? What are you doing? Kneel down and call the opponent daddy. My heart aches for Lord Sui. He is such a brainless teammate. Trash Huan Yan, she knows nothing but Hua Mulan. The few of them had been on voice chat, and Yi Xiaohua's words could be heard in every live stream. Lord Sui looked at the bullet screen and frowned. Come back, don't be rash. The host was focused on replenishing his troops. Yu, on the other hand, lowered her eyes slightly after reading the bullet screen. Her eyes were full of smiles. Netizens were like this. No matter how good you were in the past, you would be scolded badly if you were suddenly a noob. The host was controlling Tai Jinren. He wanted to give up, but when he saw Yi Xiaohua coming from the middle lane, he could not remain indifferent. Use your first skill. Yi Xiaohua did not have time to look at the bullet screen. She pressed her second skill and said calmly, 2 against 4, let's see who dies. The host immediately used her first skill to keep up with Xianxia. Diao Chan had a blue buff on her, and the cooldown was full. Her second skill recovered very quickly. Her second skill was displacement. It had damage, a very short invincibility period, and most importantly, it had health recovery. She controlled the time, and when Wu Zetian's passive skill came over, she pressed her second skill. Not only did she successfully dodge it, but she also left a mark on Gong Sunli. At the same time, her skill directly hit the other 3. Come here. Xianxia timed it well. The host also had awareness, and when her first skill was charging up, she directly came over and knocked Gong Sunli out. At the same time, Xianxia's second skill was ready. This time, she stuck to Wu Zetian. After she used her second skill to dodge Xiahou Dun's skill, she accurately hit the other 2. Another string of marks was left. The 4 people on the other side did not expect Xiaohua's positioning to be so coquettish. Furthermore, she understood Diao Chan so well. However, Gong Sunli, who had taken the red, was not someone to be trifled with. He walked out a bit and directly attacked Diao Chan. At this moment, Xianxia directly jumped into the middle of the 4. Her second skill successfully hit 3 people. The 4 people on the other side, who had already lost a third of their health, immediately dropped. Xiaohua's first skill was ready again. She directly used purification to dodge Xiahou Dun's control, and then used her first skill on Gong Sunli. She turned to face Xiahou Dun and used her second skill on his face. Finally, she took care of Gue Guzi. At this moment, Diao Chan's damage mark on the enemy's head was stacked. Diao Chan's passive instantly exploded. Bang! 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 All 4 of them were killed. Quadruple kill. Remember, in 1 second, 800 $say net there were no pop-up windows to read for free, there were corpses all over the place. Xianxia drank a glass of water and controlled Diao Chan to return to the middle lane. Nice. 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 The streamer's face turned red with excitement and he pounded the table. I'm King impressed. Who was calling who daddy just now? Who was going to surrender? Who was the spicy chicken? Master Sway and the streamer at the bottom lane were also shocked. F*CK, that's awesome. Aha. F*CK. What kind of godly operation is this? 666666, even Diao Chan on the national server isn't as showy as you, right? In fact, even if you change your hero, your daddy is still your daddy. He's already kneeling. Level 2 1v4. You even got a quadruple kill. Don't say anything else. Luxury cruise ship. The viewers watching the live stream were all fired up. Diao Chan, who got a quadruple kill in the early stage and was very good at playing, really made it impossible for the opponent to play. After Xianxia took her blue, she went to the opposite jungle and ran amok. She often fought 1 against 5, and the opponent's mentality exploded. The game ended in 5 minutes. Starlight saw the gray word fail on the phone screen and his fingers turned red. He returned to the game and saw the word MVP on the opponent's Huanyan ID. He gritted his teeth. It was too late to regret now. He could only continue fighting. The viewers in his live stream didn't call him a noob, but they were all discussing the name Huanyan. This was the first time watching a streamer so happily, except for the demon of esports, Night God. In Yu's live stream, she saw that the bullet screen in her live stream was giving Xianxia 6. When she played Diao Chan, her record was 1-7, 1 kill and 7 deaths, but when it came to Xianxia, it became nice, this contrast, such a stark contrast. She lowered her eyes, and her eyes twisted. Her face turned red as if someone had slapped her. In this match, Long Yu remained silent and did not speak again. Master Sway and the others kept talking to Xianxia, which made Yu feel even worse. Master Sway kept nagging by her ear. Xianxia pressed her temple. I said, I'm good at sorcerers and archers. Then you, why do you keep playing Hua Mulan? Master Sway opened his mouth. I was too lazy to replace him. Master Sway and the audience watching the livestream, in the next round, the opponent banned Hua Mulan and Diao Chan. I, the great master Huan Yin, still have the upper hand. When I play a hero, my opponent is afraid of another hero. Hua Mulan and Diao Chan are both banned. I'm dying of laughter. Master Sui once again asked Yi Xiaohua what hero to play this time. Yi Xiaohua lazily said, feel free to fill. Since Diao Chan was banned, Yi Xiaohua and Yu Yu couldn't play. Master Sui thought about it and said, Yu Yu, you can play Kai and guard the top lane. Huanyan, do you know any other lanes? Yu Yu knew that she was being despised. It took her a lot of effort to control her emotions. Yi Xiaohua did not answer, directly chose Luna to take the middle road. A few minutes after the game started, Luna reached level 4. Luna took the mana and invaded the other side's jungle again. She floated around the entire jungle. In the end, he took 15 kills and finished the game in 6 minutes. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Astral Edge was the team that Master Sui feared the most. Now that Astral Edge had lost to him, Master Sui's heart immediately calmed down. Of course. The most important thing is that we have the ultimate weapon, Huanyan. Huanyan, you're really strong. The host and host 2 were sincerely impressed. At first, they thought that there were 2 traps. When they saw Yu Yu's rank, they were worried that Yi Xiaohua was a trap. Now that Yi Xiaohua was not a trap, she was also a hidden god-level character. It was like picking up 10,000 yuan. Master Sui did not start a new game. Instead, he directly searched Yi Xiaohua's live broadcast room and gave her a yacht that cost 1,000 yuan. He even helped to shout out that Hua Mulan, Diao Chan, and Luna are Huanyan. Brothers, if you like Huanyan's play, you can help her subscribe. Yi Xiaohua looked at the intense bullet screen and smiled. Thank you everyone for your gifts. There's no more competition today. Let's continue to rush to 101 stars. She opened the game and Death Team's invitation came as expected. Wasn't it so accurate? Were they watching her live broadcast? Yi Xiaohua muttered to herself. On the other side, Yu Yu used tiredness as an excuse and directly logged off the live broadcast. When she was broadcasting before, the popularity of her live broadcast room had always been 300,000 to 400,000. However, today, because she was the king of live broadcast, she was too bad. Her popularity was only a few 100,000, which was pitifully small. There were also people spewing her noob on the bullet screen, telling her not to drag the team down. Even if she turned off the live broadcast, there were still people scolding her on the bullet screen. Looking at the bullet screen, Yu Yu was so angry that she exploded. The assistant next to her said worriedly, I just went to Huanyan's live broadcast room and found that a lot of our audience went to her live broadcast room. Because of Qiu Xiao, most of the local tyrants in Yi Xiaohua's live broadcast room were taken over by Yu Yu. Now, they were attracted back by Yi Xiaohua. Most importantly, the assistant did not dare to tell Yu Yu that when Yi Xiaohua was broadcasting, the pillar of Fighting Tiger Live broadcast room, Yi Gui, was broadcasting in his own live broadcast room. The people of Death Team even had the idea of inviting Yi Xiaohua to the team. Yi Xiaohua's live broadcast room, from the beginning to the end, had not less than 1 million popularity. When Diao Chan got 4 kills, it also broke through 2 million. The fans of Death Team gave Yi Xiaohua a lot of gifts. What now? Since Yu Yu started broadcasting, everything had been smooth sailing. She had never experienced such a low point. She was in a very bad mood. I'll go find Brother Qiu Xiao and discuss with him to advance the plan. The assistant knew that it couldn't go on like this, so he said directly, I'll have someone move the piano over immediately, as well as the drawing board and so on. Brother Qiu Xiao said that he will help you settle the hot search on Weibo. You broadcast tonight, and tomorrow, the title of Talented Female Live Broadcast will come out. Qiu Xiao was not only a local tyrant, but also the manager of Yu Yu's live broadcast room. He should be serious about Yu Yu. From the beginning to the end of Yu Yu's live broadcast, he was the one who helped her. Seeing that the assistant took the mobile phone to contact Qiu Xiao, Yu Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief, and there was a little smile on her face. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign small/say net, wonderful pop-up window free reading. On this side, Qiu Xiao was also busy when he received a call from his assistant. Hearing the assistant's words, he was a little surprised, but he has been doing this for the past few days, and he will not be in a hurry. Okay, you can start the live broadcast in the evening. Xiao said directly, I will arrange for the hot search on Weibo. I will go back to the live room in the evening. You are ready to cut the recording into footage, and I will give it to the major bloggers. Stir up the heat on Weibo. The media released it one after another, plus the hot search topic, the heat naturally rose. After the phone call, Xiao turned on the computer and was ready to open his big account to hang in the live room of Yuyu. Opening the live room of the Fighting Tiger, he subconsciously looked at his own watch list. Although he broke up with Yi Xiaohua, he did not delete Yi Xiaohua's live room. So as soon as Yi Xiaohua started broadcasting, he showed it. He didn't pay attention to it for the first 2 days. Today, he found that the popularity of Yi Xiaohua's live room has reached 1 million. 1 million is already the level of a big anchor. In the past, Yi Xiaohua didn't have 1 million when she was the most popular. Xiao was a little curious. He wanted to click in to see what Yi Xiaohua was doing. However, his account was a king's aristocrat. As soon as he entered, he would be reminded. He didn't want to let others see that he also went to Yi Xiaohua's live room, and didn't want to let Yuyu misunderstand, so he directly skipped Yi Xiaohua's live room. He clicked on his special follow page. There was only Yuyu there. It should be buying popularity, Xiao said to himself. After getting along with Yi Xiaohua for 2 months, Xiao felt that the 3 views and values were different. How uncomfortable it was to get along. Yi Xiaohua was still a little careful. I'm afraid she would do anything for the fire. Xiao hung up the account in Yuyu's live room and went to find the marketing number to start tomorrow's heat management. Yi Xiaohua finished the game, and after a few hours, she went off the live broadcast. At this time, it has reached 27 stars. Xiaohua, today's highest traffic record is 2 million. The cousin beside her couldn't bear it any longer. Seeing Yi Xiaohua off the live broadcast, she couldn't help but say excitedly, also, just contacted me, we have a page recommendation tomorrow. When Yi Xiaohua heard this, his face didn't change much. With recommendations, our traffic can be maintained, and subscriptions can also increase. His cousin was looking at Zhou Gongbang. Also, some of those nouveau riche fans from before have returned. Today, just from the gifts alone, you've earned 10,000. Yi Xiaohua goes to get the thermos on the table and eats. Cousin is not in a hurry to eat, so she holds her mobile phone and laughs beside her. By the way, Xiaohua, you are mainly playing games now. Should we change the live label from Xianxia to the game page? Star Show is more money than the game circle, but Yi Xiaohua is so handsome when playing games. My cousin thinks that it's a pity that Yi Xiaohua is only an ordinary Star Show anchor, and the game anchor is much less than the Star Show, there is not so much blood. After what happened to Xiao, her cousin was completely afraid. With Yo-Yo suppressing Hoshi, it wouldn't be easy for him to make a name for himself here. Change it tomorrow. Yi Xiaohua doesn't care. Anyway, she can broadcast anything. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua didn't insist, the cousin breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to turn off her phone, a message flashed across the live streaming platform. God-level tycoon has appeared. User Xiao has sent a treasure in the live broadcast room 325***. Go and pick up the treasure, Treasure Pavilion, 5,000 RMB, no matter which live broadcast room, there will be a platform announcement. There are also treasure chests to pick up in this live broadcast room, and countless passers-by will click in to pick up the chest. When her cousin saw Qiao Zhao's name, she subconsciously looked at Yi Xiaohua. 800 mail sign small divided by TalkNet, wonderful pop-up window free reading. Yi Xiaohua was also looking at her phone. However, she was not looking at the Fighting Tiger live page. Her cousin breathed a sigh of relief. She also pretended not to see it and ate with Yi Xiaohua. In the evening, Yi Xiaohua rested for a night and did not stay up late to broadcast. The next morning, she got up very early. After running and eating, she went to the nearby barber shop to get her hair trimmed. When she came back, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. There was a game with another team at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Xiaohua turned on the live broadcast after she went back. After turning on, she remembered that the live broadcast label had not been changed. The game had already started. Yi Xiaohua did not bother to wait for her cousin on the side. She was ready to change it after the game. After the seal was lifted in yesterday's game, she did not restrict herself to Hua Mulan. She picked up Li Bai casually. When she entered the game, she subconsciously looked up at the live broadcast page. Since she played the game, the popularity of the live broadcast room had not been low, and the bullet screen was also very fast. Those anti-fans who mocked her in the past had long been angered by her current brainless fans. Usually, when she had time, she would look at the bullet screen for a while. She would also answer some questions on the bullet screen. But now, she saw that there were a few accounts similar to the Water Army on the bullet screen with Yu Yu's name. The game had already started. Yi Xiaohua lowered her eyes and began to play the game. She would glance at the subtitles out of the corner of her eyes. After looking at it for a while, she understood. This was Yu Yu and the others doing marketing. They bought the Water Army to brush the names of the small anchors in the live broadcast room of the big anchors, and then led the audience to search for the accounts of the small anchors. There were also people pretending to be passers-by to attract the audience. In short, there were endless. Yi Xiaohua guessed that Yu Yu had found the Water Army, so she did not care. She just played the game. After playing a game, when she looked at the bullet screen again, her hand paused. The direction of the bullet screen had all changed. You are a star show anchor? Can you play the piano? Can you draw? Did you buy the Water Army? Otherwise, where did your 500,000 popularity come from? I'm dying of laughter. I really don't know how you got on the front page of the Star Show. Fighting Tiger is recommended to this kind of person? Please go take a look at Weibo, or go watch Yu Yu's live stream. That's what a Stars House streamer is. Only she is worthy of being a Stars House streamer. Take our Yu Yu away. Isn't Huan Yan going to explain? Wasn't Huan Yan going to explain? Isn't Huan Yan going to explain? Yi Xiaohua frowned. Her cousin, who has paid great attention to Yi Xiaohua's mood these 2 days, immediately stood up. She hurriedly turned off Yi Xiaohua's microphone and did not appear in the camera. Xiaohua, I forgot to tell you that Yu Yu broadcast a talent show live last night. Now she is famous on Weibo. Fighting Tiger streaming seems to be re-signing with her. I just received the news this morning. They must be paid by the other party. It's the same situation as the time when they slandered you. Cousin switched off the microphone, and her voice was much louder. Don't be rash, and don't say anything. Being rash is the devil. The other party is obviously trampling on you. However, before she finished her sentence, Yi Xiaohua turned on the microphone. Her cousin swallowed the rest of her words. Yi Xiaohua attentively looks at the words that scold her on the bullet screen. It was basically a fake army. The viewers who were watching the live stream had been led astray. After looking at it for a long time, she sneered. I originally wanted to transfer to a gaming streamer, but now I don't want to. Are you ready to step on me to become the #1 sister of the Star Show area? Yu Yu, she's drawing for you, right? Playing the piano, right? What other nonsense would there be? All right. Yi Xiaohua threw her phone on the table and said lightly, I'll draw for you. Digression, she rubbed the modern outline, then rubbed the new article. God, yes, modern article is a bit long, which will surprise you. Many of the plots also need to be refined. Everyone, please don't mind. Also, I've discussed with the editor that the new article on the 1st of January will first occupy a whole, then after a break, continue serialization. What do you think? Oh, at the same time, in Yu Yu's live stream. Yu Yu was live streaming her painting of a peony. Last night, she live-streamed herself playing the piano and even did a translation. They were all half-baked, but it was enough to beat all the big streamers on Star Show. Coupled with Qiu Zhao's hype, the popularity of the livestream was high. There was a wave of popularity this morning, so Yu Yu woke up early to prepare for today's Chinese art. Her assistant was helping her. As Yo-Yo had to stand up to draw, she did not wear earphones. Instead, she played a voiceover. The assistant looked at the live broadcast room. A few of the rich people from before had returned and were giving gifts. Their expressions were much better. I heard that the person next door wants to learn how to draw from you. The assistant flipped through the phone and saw the message from the room manager. He couldn't help but laugh and whispered to Yu Yu. Hearing this, the corners of Yu Yu's mouth curled into a proud smile. The assistant couldn't help but turn on her mobile phone and enter Yi Xiaohua's live broadcast room, and then said sympathetically, "She certainly doesn't know that you have studied Chinese painting with the famous painting master Li Qing for 2 years." If he knew, Huan Yan would definitely not have dared to provoke him so openly. Xiao Zhao's interest in Yu Yu wasn't complicated at all. Yu Yu had a good-looking face and was different from other internet celebrities. She could speak 3 languages. She was teacher Li Qing's disciple. She was a piano amateur and graduated from a music major. However, Huan Yan didn't know about this. The assistant saw that the utensils were all ready. He sat aside and looked down at Yi Xiaohua's live broadcast room, waiting to see how she would draw. Gu Ming was a second-year student. Other than classes, he was also busy with the student council. In the remaining time, he worked on software development with his senior. There is not much time to watch Yi Xiaohua, but as long as he has time, he will watch Yi Xiaohua's live broadcast at the first time and pay attention to the development of the situation. In fact, after the incident between Yi Xiaohua and Qiao Xiao, Gu Ming opposed Yi Xiaohua coming back to open a live broadcast. However, Yi Xiaohua signed a contract with the platform and could not leave at any time. He could only pay attention to Yi Xiaohua's state from time to time. However, he was rather busy, and the time he watched was intermittent, so he didn't know the specific process. Last night, when he went to socialize with the 2 seniors, he found some free time to watch the live broadcast. He was shocked by the 1 million viewers. Although he didn't pay much attention to the livestream industry, his sister had taught him a lot about it. When Yi Xiaohua was the most popular, Yi Xiaohua did not have 1 million people. Could it be another tycoon like Qiao Xiao? As soon as he thought of this, he couldn't help it. "Senior brother, I've finished the procedure. You can discuss it with your partner. My sister isn't far from here. I want to visit her," Gu Ming said apologetically to the people around him. "It's fine. Go ahead and leave this place to us." Fortunately, these people didn't make things difficult for him. They were just curious about who his sister was. "I'll let you know if there's any problem." In a hurry to go to Yi Xiaohua's live broadcast building, Gu Ming did not enter Yi Xiaohua's live broadcast room. According to Yi Xiaohua's usual routine, Gu Ming estimated that she had just woken up. He had been to this building several times. Because of his outstanding appearance, the receptionist had already remembered him and did not make things difficult for him. "I didn't expect to see his sister moving paints in Yi Xiaohua's live broadcast room." Yi Xiaohua rolled up the sleeves of her white shirt, revealing half of her wrist and holding a wolf herring pen in her hand. Seeing that he had arrived, she merely turned her face towards the door, nodded slightly, and continued to look at the drawing board in front of her. "Gu Ming, you came at the right time." When the cousin saw Gu Ming, it was as if she had seen her savior. However, Yi Xiaohua had turned on the broadcast now. She lowered her voice, "You should persuade Xiaohua. She wants to draw for the audience live." The cousin knew that time was tight, so she quickly told the story. That Yu did it on purpose. Gu Ming's words hit the nail on the head, and his face sank. She has always had a bad temper. She hired the water army just to provoke you. How could you fall into her trap so easily? Which live broadcast room didn't have water army? Just let the room manager ban her. I can't stop her. The cousin looked at Yi Xiaohua helplessly. It was okay before, but especially these 2 days, the cousin looked a little scary. Gu Ming didn't speak. He was silent for a moment, then walked to Yi Xiaohua's side and reached out to take the paintbrush in her hand. "Sister, I'll help you draw." Because Yu bought the water army and the netizens followed the clues, many people came to watch the fight. Naturally, there were also people watching Yi Xiaohua. At the moment, because she was going to fight with Yu, the people in the live broadcast room refused to leave. Most of them wanted to see her slap the face. In any case, the number of people in the live broadcast room was about to exceed 2 million, and it was still increasing. For whatever reason, the people who clicked into the live broadcast room didn't leave immediately. At the very least, they had to wait until Yi Xiaohua couldn't draw. They would only leave after laughing at her fiercely. However, the sudden entry of the bony fingers and the young man's clear voice. The bullet screen exploded. Hey, is this cousin? Begging cousin to enter. Cousin's voice is so good. Begging to enter. Can't act anymore? Aren't you going to draw for us? The peony in the live broadcast room next door has already taken shape. You haven't made a move yet. Are you still looking for help? I'm dying of laughter. Previously, when they saw Xianxia holding the pen so calmly, many people watching the live broadcast thought that she might be able to do it. At the moment, the appearance of this young man seemed to be a black spot for them. Xianxia avoided his hand without changing her expression. Then she began to draw. There was a picture of the great river and mountains painting in her mind. Whenever she thought of drawing, the picture would appear in front of her as soon as she closed her eyes. This picture of the great river and mountains painting seemed to have been drawn by her countless times and was deeply imprinted in her mind. The paper was too small to draw the great river and mountains painting, but it could be reduced by a part. Xianxia closed her eyes and seriously conceived a part of the great river and mountains painting. 10 seconds later, she directly lowered her eyes and began to draw. The girl's fingers were slender, and the hand holding the pen was full of vigor. The way she drew was very different from Yuyu's very casual attitude. Looking down, she was serious and sharp. Unlike Yuyu, Xianxia didn't chat with the audience. She had no distractions. Her pen was smooth. Guming originally wanted her not to be impulsive and not to be fooled by Yuyu's team. But when he saw Xianxia's first stroke, he put down his hand. Avoiding the camera, he began to watch Xianxia draw. At the beginning, it was hard to see what the shape of the painting was, especially this kind of huge composition of the picture of mountains and rivers. After Xianxia put down a few light gray shapes, the people on the bullet screen began to ridicule. However, 5 minutes later, the general outline came out, and the ridicule on the bullet screen gradually disappeared. 10 minutes later, the bullet screen began to say 666. 15 minutes later, the bullet screen began to kneel. 20 minutes later, the bullet screen fell into a strange silence. Her cousin stood on the side with Xianxia's cup, staring at the painting in front of Xianxia. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, even she wouldn't have believed that this painting would come from Xianxia's hands. The painting was only a part of the picture of mountains and rivers, but only this part could already feel a huge momentum coming towards them. Xianxia stood on the side with her pen. She was wearing a shirt and jeans, but the audience watching the live broadcast suddenly saw the cyan-clothed Buddhist coming out of the ancient painting, standing like a tall bamboo in the breeze and bright moon. Before this, Xianxia said, "I'll draw for you to see," but none of the audience of the live broadcast believed that Xianxia would really draw anything. They all felt that Xianxia was taking advantage of Yuyu's popularity to increase her popularity. There were also many people saying that she was shameless on the bullet screen. In short, few people believed that she could draw, and even fewer people believed that she could draw such a professional ink painting. The most frightening thing was that Xianxia wrote 5 big words in the blank space at the end, the picture of mountains and rivers. These 5 words were very strong, and people with discerning eyes could see that they didn't know how much effort had been put into it. The live broadcast was very high definition. Just looking at it, everyone wondered if they were looking at an antique painting dug out from a cemetery. "Xianxia, your painting is so good." At this time, her cousin finally opened her mouth, and her excited voice was trembling. Xianxia put down her pen and squeezed her wrist. Guming also woke up. He glanced at Xianxia. "You're a little impulsive," Xianxia smiled lazily. "Don't be impulsive, these fools on the barrage think that I have no temper." She turned around and looked at the live stream. "Is it good?" The bullet screen was flooded with comments. At the same time, Gue, who was in Team Death, opened his account and topped up his account. Then, he began to tip. Treasure pavilions that cost 5,000 yuan each, he smashed them one by one. Smashing one would result in a full-screen notification. For the next 5 minutes of the Fighting Tiger livestream, the screen was filled with notifications. Because of his gift, the bullet screen had all disappeared. Countless passers-by flooded into the live broadcast room. Some came to pick up treasure chests, while others came for the ID night return. Xianxia finished painting and saw that the black fans were gone, so she sat down and picked up her mobile phone to continue playing games. But he didn't expect that night Gue would start to reward him. When she tipped the first one, she even thanked him. When he hit the fifth one, Yi Xiaohua couldn't sit still. No, Yi Xiaohua didn't care about the game anymore. She couldn't help but say, "Don't send it anymore." Last night, he smashed 50,000 yuan. He jumped to the top of the Zhou tribute list. However, Yi Gui didn't mean to stop. While Yi Xiaohua was talking, he sent another 10. She lowered her head, opened her mobile phone, and sent him a message. And Yi Xiaohua's live broadcast room was completely boiling. At the same time, in Yuyu's live broadcast room, Yuyu was chatting with the people in the live broadcast room while drawing a peony picture. She had learned it for 2 years, and she hadn't touched it for a while, so her drawing was not smooth. Just for the sake of managing her character, she still drew it. This level was actually enough to coax the audience on the live broadcast. Originally, she thought that with the popularity of Weibo, her live broadcast room would become more and more popular. However, Yuyu found that her popularity was declining sharply. Even the bullet screen began to appear discordant words. Because she hadn't touched traditional painting for a long time, coupled with the chatter, Yuyu drew very slowly. Now an hour had passed, and the peony picture was still being finished. The color was not completely finished. If it wasn't for the picture of mountains and rivers in Yi Xiaohua's live broadcast room, Yuyu's peony picture was indeed beautiful. After all, she had learned from a master. Even if she hadn't touched it for 2 years, it still had its own spirit. Nowadays, there were too few people learning traditional painting. There were many oil painting masters, but there were very few traditional painting masters. If Yuyu's painting was released separately, the netizens would definitely buy it. Even those who knew traditional painting wouldn't be picky. However, there was Yi Xiaohua's majestic ink painting. Not to mention this peony painting. Even if there were 10 more peony paintings, they couldn't compare to Yi Xiaohua's one. I thought that your painting was so good that your fans went to Huanyan's live broadcast room to scold people. That's why I hurried to worship the talented woman. When I saw your painting, I just wanted to smile. Now I just want to know how shameless your fans are to want to go to Huanyan's live broadcast room to laugh at you. I'm dying of laughter. I already feel sorry for you. Yuyu, if you want to be the #1 sister of Hoshi, can't you just step on someone else? You can step on anyone, why must you step on Huanyan? Ha 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 ha, I can't help it. Yuyu, if you step on another host today, you might already be the #1 sister of Fighting Tiger live broadcast room. Don't say much. I actually feel sorry for you. Do you know that Huanyan was originally going to become a game host? Because you insisted on provoking her, she didn't plan to leave the Hoshi district. With her suppressing you, you won't be able to obtain the status of the #1 talented woman in the Hoshi district in this lifetime. There were more and more comments like this. The last part of the Yuyu peony painting hadn't been completed yet, but when she saw these comments, she couldn't hold on anymore. The comments were all old accounts that were level 6 and above. It was obvious that these accounts weren't hired by anyone. The accounts of the Water Army were usually level 1 or 2. If they weren't the Water Army, how could there be such a change? This is different from what Yuyu imagined. According to the plan of Qiao Xiao and her assistant, after she finishes painting this morning, she will go to the popular Weibo again. The popularity of her live broadcast room will increase. Yuyu's face is still smiling, but her heart is twisted. Her heart is like a cat scratching, and she wants to know what happened. But she hasn't finished painting, so she turns around and adds the last few strokes. She doesn't chat with others at this time. She is very fast and completes the picture in a few minutes. Although her mood fluctuates greatly, she also knows the importance, so she is very careful when painting. The beautiful peony painting is finished, and you can feel a sense of luxury across the screen. Even Yuyu didn't expect that she would break through her own painting like this. However, when she turns to the live screen, no one on the screen praises her painting except for the audience with her fan medal. Yuyu smiles and leaves the live broadcast on the grounds of physical discomfort. After the live broadcast, Yuyu's face is black. Qiao Xiao just sent a WeChat, asking her to send the video and photos of painting to him. Yuyu knows that Qiao Xiao is marketing, so she quickly calls the video and sends it to Qiao Xiao. After finishing all this, Yuyu looks at the assistant. What's the matter? The assistant is in a trance now. She has watched the process of Yi Xiaohua's live broadcast, but she still can't react. Hearing Yuyu's voice, she looks up. Yuyu, Yi Xiaohua just painted in the live broadcast. She painted the picture of mountains and rivers, and Yi Gui smashed 100 treasures for her. She also painted? Hearing the assistant's words, Yuyu feels incredible. Yi Gui also smashed her gifts? The assistant just wants to say that Yi Xiaohua painted the picture of mountains and rivers. But she is interrupted by the ringtone of Yuyu's cell phone. Yuyu looks annoyed, but after receiving the phone call, her eyes brighten. It's brother Qiao Xiao. After hanging up the phone, Yuyu completely forgot Yi Xiaohua, but said excitedly, he showed my picture to teacher Li Qing, and the teacher will post it on Weibo. He will also go to the live broadcast tomorrow night. Yi Xiaohua turns off the live broadcast at 1 o'clock. The cousin is so happy that she is going crazy. Only Gu Ming looks at the idea of Yi Gui, frowns and asks what this person's purpose is. I don't know. Yi Xiaohua rubs her hair. I'll go wash my face first, and practice with Master Sui later. Gu Ming searched Yi Gui's character and felt relieved. Senior brother called and said that the programming still needed to be changed. Yi Xiaohua's computer configuration was not bad. Gu Ming immediately sat down, took out the backup of the USB and began to modify it. Wrong. When he pressed a line of algorithms, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Then, the sky above him darkened. After washing her face, there was still water on Yi Xiaohua's face, and the hair on her forehead was also wet. She bent down slightly, stretched out her bony fingers, and pressed a few times on the keyboard. A new algorithm appeared. Try this. After pressing, Yi Xiaohua stood up and motioned Gu Ming to try again. After Gu Ming tried it, a trace of surprise flashed across his face. He looked up at Yi Xiaohua and opened his mouth. Countless doubts floated through his mind. In the end, he did not ask a word. Instead, he contacted his senior brother. But when he spoke, he frequently turned to look at Yi Xiaohua. In the afternoon, Gu Ming hurried out. At night, he appeared again with bright eyes. Someone wants to see you. This book was first published by, please do not reprint. The activity of The Voice of Fighting Tiger has come to an end. Yi Xiaohua's group won the first place without any suspense and got the recommendation and the activity tickets. The Fighting Tiger live broadcast was held at a large-scale event venue. Yi Xiaohua sat in the van with Master Sui and the two small anchors. Master Sui didn't watch Yi Xiaohua's live broadcast yesterday, but her painting also spread. Generally, the anchors who love gossip have heard some news. The 100 treasure maps of Yi Gui have a sense of existence. It was not a secret that he had a little background in the broadcasting world. At present, Master Sui and the others were very enthusiastic about Yi Xiaohua, but they were very enthusiastic about Yi Xiaohua. It was obvious that he was taking good care of her. Why isn't Yuyu here yet? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. It was already time to set off, but Yuyu was nowhere to be seen. Master Sui called Yuyu, but no one picked up. There was a fixed time for the official event, and they still had to dress up. Master Sui and the others were a little anxious. After a while, Yuyu's assistant replied, Brother Qiao Xiao picked Yuyu up half an hour ago. He didn't even say anything when he left early. Master Sui and the others felt a little uncomfortable. However, he was still worried about Qiao Xiao, so he didn't say anything, but the smile on his face faded a little. They arrived at the event site. Not far away, he heard a few staff members discussing something in low voices. This was the first time the two small-time streamers had attended such an event, so they were obviously a little nervous. Master Sui, Huanyan, did you hear that? Night God is coming this time as well. There are a lot of people coming, and there are a lot of official events. No wonder Astral Light is working so hard to get the resources this time. Compared to the two of them, Master Sui was calmer, and Yi Xiaohua was even calmer. Her cousin held her mobile phone and wanted to give them a live broadcast. Master Sui smiled and did not refuse, but Yi Xiaohua did not agree. Her cousin felt helpless when she saw the live stream in the room. Yi Xiaohua followed Master Sui into the dressing room. As soon as she entered, she saw Yuyu, who had already put on makeup. The other party was standing beside a tall and straight man. My cousin subconsciously grabs Yi Xiaohua. However, she found that the other party was playing with his phone with his head down and did not notice Qiu Xiao at all. You can give it to Huan Yan first. Master Sui gave the first seat to Yi Xiaohua in a gentlemanly manner. The other two small anchors also casually found a seat next to Yi Xiaohua and began to discuss the issues of the evening activities, as if they did not see Yu standing on the other side. There are anchors coming in one after another. These big anchors who never greeted Yi Xiaohua before will now greet Yi Xiaohua. This made his cousin very surprised. Qiu Xiao didn't pay attention to this side. Seeing this change, he couldn't help but look at Yi Xiaohua. But he didn't have time to think about it. A group of people came into the dressing room, led by a shareholder of the Fighting Tiger live broadcast, and beside him was a foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes. Yu had already put on her makeup. Her lips curved into a perfect smile as she followed Qiu Xiao. The major shareholder said something. Qiu Xiao said confidently, "I know the gravity of the matter." Yu knows German. The big female anchor sitting next to Yi Xiaohua also stood up to show respect when she saw the shareholders. After listening for a while, she didn't understand it. It was more obscure than English. She envied and sighed. Huan Yan, Yu can speak 3 languages. Qiu Xiao personally recommended this time as a special guest. You see how many shots there are. If only I could speak 3 languages like Yu. Yi Xiaohua heard part of Yu's words, sneered, and followed Master Sui to the door to prepare. A few meters away, Yu heard an obscure sentence. After a long time, Qiu Xiao and the major shareholder were anxious. The cold sweat on Yu's forehead began to come out. Wait, brother Qiu Xiao, this sentence doesn't seem to be. Yi Xiaohua, who had already walked to the door, slightly looked sideways and said lightly, he is asking you, what is the relationship between this company and Ji's family? And, by the way, I will not sign to go abroad. Don't thank me. Off topic, good morning, my dogs. This book was first published by, please do not reproduce. Master Sui and the others didn't understand the conversation between Yu and the foreign investor. When they got out of the dressing room and had some time, they asked. It's an overseas cooperation. It's reasonable to bring an interpreter to this kind of thing. Qiu Xiao has a good plan for Yu. Yi Xiaohua said casually. There was nothing to hide about this kind of thing. But those words just now were mixed with a few small languages. I'm afraid Yu hasn't learned them. When Master Sui and his cousin heard it, they wanted to ask, how did you know if Yu didn't understand it, compared with Yi Xiaohua's calmness? Yu and Qiu Xiao were in an uproar. Yu could fool them with a few words, but her state was not as good as it was just now. In particular, Qiu Xiao's frequent glances at the door made Yu feel suffocated, but she forced herself not to say anything. After the group left, Yu was going to participate in an official event, and Qiu Xiao accompanied her. I've already talked to Mr. Li Qing yesterday. Qiu Xiao was really busy for Yu these days. He had to manage Weibo and help with the marketing, especially Li Qing. Today, the peony picture in your live broadcast room will be reposted on the internet. Just pay attention to it. Hearing Qiu Xiao's words, Yu's depression that was suppressed by Yi Xiaohua because of painting disappeared instantly. Then I'll repost it? Yu had a Weibo, and now she had more than 1 million fans on her Weibo. Of course, you have to repost it. You have a sense of propriety about the wording. Qiu Xiao planned for Yu step by step, and they were already at the edge of the event. Yu went forward to prepare. Qiu Xiao sat directly in the VIP seat under the stage. He was the boss of Fighting Tiger Live broadcast, and the platform attached great importance to him. Sitting next to him was a very famous guest host who was presenting the awards. They talked for a while and watched the ceremony together. There weren't many streamers who could participate in this official event. Before this, every streamer had climbed up the ranks like a star. Yi Xiaohua, the team of Good Voice, participated in the show on behalf of the game show. In order to show the importance, the official specially arranged a friendly match between their team and the deaf team. Of course, they were not playing with the deaf team. That would be too suspenseful. Instead, they swapped members, splitting the original 5-man team into 2. When it was time for the friendly match, Yi Xiaohua, the little anchor, and Yu were in a group. Only one member of deaf came back at night. Because it was a friendly entertainment competition, everything was done randomly. Xiao Xiao sat under the stage and was surprised to see Yi Xiaohua's team on the stage. In fact, when he first heard that Yi Xiaohua and Yu Yu were selected to Master Sui's team, he didn't expect Master Sui to take them to the first place. Xiao Xiao boasts that he is also familiar with Yi Xiaohua. There is not even a king app on the other side's mobile phone. Xiao Xiao is also a king. He cleaned up Yi Xiaohua several times, and the other side did not download it. Naturally, he knew that she didn't know how to play. Knowing from Yu Yu that Master Sui chose Yi Xiaohua, Xiao Xiao subconsciously disliked him. However, he didn't do anything in the end. However, at that time, Xiao Xiao had already made other arrangements for Yu Yu. Even if Yu Yu's team lost, he had a way to invite Yu Yu to the live broadcast of Fighting Tiger. Good luck, Xiao Xiao looked at this strange combination and smiled, saving him a lot of trouble. I've always heard that Master Sui's operation doesn't lose to a professional team. Now it seems that he can still play first with a pit. The big anchor beside him heard about the things between Xiao Xiao, Yi Xiaohua, and Yu Yu. Hearing Xiao Xiao's words, the big anchor was a little confused. Didn't he say that this big boss is supporting Yu Yu now? Why did he say that Yu Yu is a pit? He looked at Xiao Xiao strangely, but he was also tactful. He didn't ask. The first game began. Yi Xiaohua chose Zhuge Liang, Yi Xiaohua took Han Xian, Yu Yu didn't have the middle lane, and didn't dare to go to the top lane, so she only took an archer to develop wretchedly in the bottom lane. Xiao Xiao originally thought that Yi Xiaohua took Han Xian to exchange with Yi Xiaohua. He didn't expect that until the beginning of the game, the two heroes didn't exchange. Huan Yan Han Xian, old election Zhuge, no, who divided them into groups, these two people are in the same group, it's dangerous. Suddenly a voice came from behind. Xiao Xiao didn't notice it at first. When he heard the two of them mention Huan Yan, he couldn't help but pay attention to them. The one who spoke was the substitute of Team Death. But what did he mean? After what happened in the dressing room just now, Xiao Xiao already had doubts in her heart, and now she was even more unsettled. In this game, Yi Xiaohua's side was all entertainment anchors. Only Night Gui was a professional player, and she replaced Master Sui, who everyone thought was the strongest. Death still had 4 members left. Especially at the beginning, the 4 of them were quite proud. Boss, we can finally torture you. Although Yi Xiaohua and Yi Gui are powerful. However, the 4 of them were teammates with great teamwork, and one of them was Master Sui, who had great operating skills. With 4 pro players together, as long as Master Sui was able to tank the pressure, the 4 of them could group up and break through. Boss, I only want your head. The other person hurriedly nodded, don't worry, I won't let you lose too badly. Yi Gui just put on his headphones and didn't say anything. In the first game, Yi Xiaohua took Han Xian. In order to cooperate with her, Yi Xiaohua took Zhuge Liang. She also used 3 displacements and coordinated with the mid-jungle. She didn't attack anyone, but focused on the 4 who were huddled together. Yi Xiaohua dealt damage, while Night Gui passively dealt damage and used Harvest. The fans who were watching the official event live broadcast were also worried at first, but they all went backstage and watched. In the second game, Yi Xiaohua played miss at the bottom lane. Night Gui didn't take the jungler or the mid lane, but took a Tai support and followed her the whole time. Miss was very mobile, and the 2 of them were also very aware. The opponent's bottom lane was directly destroyed, and there was no suspense in winning. In the third game, Yi Xiaohua took a bridge and Yi Gui took Li Bai directly. The game ended in 6 minutes. After 3 rounds, Yi Gui took off his headphones and smiled at the 4 people in front of him in a friendly manner. Thanks for letting me win. It was too easy to win all 3 rounds. Everyone knew how strong Yi Gui was, but everyone also knew that his teammates were also very strong. That was how he became the legend of Team Death. Xiao Xiao does not doubt the strength of Yi Gui. He is confused about Yi Xiaohua now. In the first round alone, Han Xian's awareness and hand speed were obvious to anyone with a discerning eye. There was also a 2v4 fight where she sold herself, used golden body to trick skills, and instantly switched to resurrection armor. In the end, she used famed blade and successfully retreated, allowing Night Return to harvest the harvest. It was so beautiful that one's scalp went numb. With this kind of hand speed, he wouldn't be bad even if he played professionally, right? Han Xian was a hero that relied heavily on skill and hand speed. His 3 skills were very flexible. Xiao Xiao had played King of Glory for a few years. His destiny hero was Han Xian, so he knew better than anyone else that Han Xian wasn't a strong hero. He couldn't even bring it out in a proper match. He really didn't know that Yi Xiaohua not only played but also played so well. Didn't she not know how to play Honor of Kings? Xiao Xiao looked at the main stage. His face didn't change much, but his heart couldn't calm down. At the beginning, he asked. Yi Xiaohua was left out by himself because he didn't play games. Later, he met Yu Yu in the game. They were like-minded and soon got together. Xiao Xiao was confused. When the program ended, Yo-Yo came over and held Xiao Xiao's arm. Xiao Xiao was a little absent-minded. However, Yu Yu did not notice. She turned on her phone and saw a Weibo post from teacher Li Qing. Yu Yu quickly reposted it. Yi Xiaohua here, at night, did not sleep, but turned on the computer live. You've been tired for the whole day. Let's do the live broadcast tomorrow? His cousin said. No. Yi Xiaohua turned on the computer and saw that the label was the Star Show. She did not change it. The popularity of the official live broadcast of the Fighting Tiger live broadcast has exceeded 40 million, and Yi Xiaohua has gained another wave of fans because of this. A few minutes after the livestream started, the number of viewers had already exceeded 1 million. He instantly jumped to the first spot on Hoshi's page. On the other side, Yu Yu had just become popular because of Li Qing, so she also started a live broadcast at night. Although her popularity has risen recently, it is not as much as Yi Xiaohua. At most, it is on the edge of 500,000, which is severely suppressed by Yi Xiaohua. It would have been fine if that was the case, but Team Death had asked her to play Platoon 5. Death's fans rushed over when they heard the news. His popularity exceeded 2 million. The number of messages on the bullet screen was more than double that of Yu Yu's stream. Yo-Yo gagged and did not speak. She did not want to speak, so she played the piano or sang for everyone in the live broadcast room. The team that Xiao Xiao had arranged for her was working. This Huan Yan, she's clearly doing it on purpose. Yu Yu's assistant was furious. If Night God didn't play games with her, does she really think that she's that popular? Of course, Yu Yu was in a bad mood, but she listened to her assistant's words. Yi Xiaohua's current popularity is indeed a game. Moreover, half of the fans were brought in by Team Death. Who could compare to Yi Gui's popularity? As long as he is in one day, she cannot press Yi Xiaohua. Thinking of this, she called Xiao Xiao while she was in the bathroom. I'll help you solve this matter. Xiao Xiao was still busy, so he hung up after saying that. On this side, Yi Xiaohua chose Dodgy to play in the grass. Dodgy, this hero, doesn't rely on skills, but on awareness. It's not too difficult, but it's a nightmare for all brittle skin. In addition, the professional team can play, the support protects her, and the jungler will come to the middle. 6 minutes later, he had killed 7 people, which was a godly feat after a game. She glanced at the live broadcast page. Generally, if it's not the Water Army or the black players, Yi Xiaohua will not care. Her cousin and the room manager will help her clean up. She clicked return, ready to play another game. It was at this time that her live broadcast was suddenly blocked. A bunch of question marks brushed over the bullet screen. Yi Xiaohua's hand paused. Her cousin was watching Yi Xiaohua's live broadcast on another phone. When she felt that something was wrong, she immediately stood up. What's going on? Why did the super administrator block your live broadcast room? You didn't do anything wrong just now. Did you say anything wrong? I'll go find the super administrator. Her cousin frowned. She had the super administrator's phone number. She immediately called the super administrator. The super administrator smiled very gently. There's no way. Someone reported that the content of the live broadcast violates the rules. Broadcasting games in the Star Show area has violated the rules of the Fighting Tiger live broadcast. How can there be such a rule in the Fighting Tiger live broadcast? When her cousin heard this, she subconsciously looked at Yi Xiaohua. Then she took out her cell phone and went outside, whispering. The super administrator on the other end of the phone looked at the cell phone and sneered silently. Of course, there was no such rule in the Fighting Tiger live broadcast, but it was Xiao who called, so he naturally did not dare to object. Xiao was not only a local tyrant in the Fighting Tiger live broadcast, but also a relative of the head of the Fighting Tiger live broadcast company. Other people didn't know about this. As a super administrator, he knew it very well. If you want to live broadcast, you have to abide by the rules of the Star Show area. The super administrator said coldly, either go to the game area, or honestly broadcast the content of the Star Show area. Hearing that it was Qiu Zhao's order, her cousin couldn't help but curse, then took her cell phone to find Yi Xiaohua, but she opened her mouth. Before she said a word, her eyes turned red. Her cousin thought the same as others. Yi Xiaohua can be popular because of the game and the death team. And Yi Xiaohua's game is really good. But she didn't dare to mention the words of the super administrator, afraid that Yi Xiaohua would feel uncomfortable, so she pretended to be okay. Xiaohua, let's change to the game live broadcast, there are a lot of recommendations there. No need. Yi Xiaohua didn't let the super administrator unblock, directly input a string of code to open the live broadcast, and sneered. The super administrator said that the Star Show anchor can't play games, right? Yes. The live broadcast has already started. Yi Xiaohua turned off the game, and the live broadcast screen zoomed in on her flawless face. Just now the super administrator said that the Star Show anchor can't play games. I don't play games. Come on, what else do you want to see? Just pick. Singing. Playing the piano? Dancing? Painting, or I'll take you to the black market live? Yi Xiaohua smiled. She didn't play the Star Show, but she felt that playing games didn't need to move, it was simple. Since Yu and the super administrator forced her to do so, that's fine, but if she played seriously, she was afraid that the other Star Show anchors in the whole Fighting Tiger live broadcast would have no way to survive. Off topic, last night, the heater broke. I didn't pay attention to it when I was writing. I had a headache all day, and I had a gorgeous cold. I was dizzy and weak, and I didn't have the spirit to write. Today, there are only 2 chapters. I want to take a nap first. Winter is coming. Ah, dogs, pay attention not to die like me. End of chapter 1029. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.